1 billion people around the world woke up to find themselves facing a bizarre 24-hour countdown. No one knows where it came from, but no matter how many times people close their eyes and open them again, rub their eyes, bang their heads, or even go to have surgery, that number remains in sight, jumping down second by second. As the countdown reached 0, a deafening roar echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Countless people collapsed on the spot, and when they opened their eyes again, they had been transported to a completely unfamiliar world. There are no cities, no laws, and no safe zones here. Monsters lurk deep in the forest, their roars echoing through the night. Every month, there are even cataclysmic natural disasters such as blizzards, extreme heat, and monster tides. To survive, the only thing everyone can do is gather resources and upgrade their shelter. When others are so hungry they're gnawing on tree bark or even fighting tooth and nail for a piece of bread, while others huddle indoors, shivering with cold, and even betray their loved ones to survive. In just 1 month, this man transformed a dilapidated wooden hut into a kingdom, where he treated his inhabitants to barbecues and beer every day. This man is me. My name is Zhang Qi, and all of this is because I awakened an S-rank lore talent at the start of the game. As long as the residents of my territory recognize me, I can acquire their talents. Even more terrifying is that these talents can, in turn, strengthen all my subjects. At that moment, the system was asking me if I wanted to choose the Rabbitmen as my initial subjects. Without hesitation, I confirmed yes. After making the selection, the Rabbitmen didn't appear immediately. Instead, a streak of light disappeared into the wooden crate next to me. I went forward and took the scroll off the wooden crate, only to find that I couldn't open it at all, so I could only lift the lid first. There weren't many supplies inside, just a small pile of dry, hard black bread, 6 earthenware jars filled with water, and a set of rough but thick hemp clothing. 2 stone axes lay side by side inside, along with 5 faintly glowing crystal balls and a blueprint. Clearly, these glowing crystal balls were the key item used to summon the people. I picked up one of them to examine it, and a panel immediately appeared. Rabbitman's soul crystal can be activated within the territory to summon Rabbitman citizens. This race excels in agility and is naturally docile, but generally lacks a sense of security. Seeing the word docile, a slight smile appeared on my lips, but I didn't rush to activate it. Instead, I first organized the resources, preparing to improve public morale in a more reliable way. I gathered the instant noodles, ham, salt, and sugar back together and put them back in the wooden box, then took out the hemp clothing. After hesitating for a moment, I stuffed a sausage into my pocket and then placed the pot, cleaver, and stone axe on top of the box for later use. I figured in my mind that all I needed was a little bit of popular support to unlock the entry. Compared to controlling multiple Rabbitmen at the same time, it was obviously easier to win over one first, so I decided to activate a soul crystal to test the waters. The next second, I activated the soul crystal, and a beam of light unfolded before my eyes, then quickly dissipated. Within the light, a figure gradually became clear. The rabbit woman had been summoned. The first thing that caught my eye was her straw-like hair and her drooping white rabbit ears. She was as thin as a bamboo pole, her face pale, and her hempen clothes hung loosely on her body. She looked like a refugee who had just fled famine. I almost lost my composure, but then I thought that this state might actually make it easier to gain trust and popular support, which might not be a bad thing. I quickly composed myself and spoke gently. "Welcome. I am Zhang Qi. This is my territory, and we can build our home together." But the rabbit man kept his head down, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly with both hands, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, not daring to respond at all. She glanced at me briefly, as if she assumed I was some kind of aristocrat, which made her even more nervous and timid. She lowered her head timidly, her eyes darting around nervously, as if she might back away at any moment. I didn't explain further, but simply took a sausage from my pocket, tore open the packaging, and held it to her nose. The moment the aroma wafted out, the rabbit woman froze on the spot. She clearly wanted to dodge, but her eyes were already fixed on the sausage, and she involuntarily swallowed. I immediately understood. "Eat up. From now on, stay with me, and I won't mistreat you." The rabbit person took a small bite cautiously, and the next second, her eyes lit up instantly, and her previously droopy rabbit ears perked up. Only after confirming that I wasn't scolding her did she begin to eat heartily, making satisfied whimpering sounds. Just then, a faint, shimmering white light suddenly appeared above her head. I immediately summoned the dictionary. You have gained your first subject to approve of you, earning 1 point of popularity. I clicked Draw Directly. After the vortex spun for a moment, a white affix appeared. Combo power quality. White type. Racial affix effect. Grants a temporary boost of 0.2 strength with each attack, stacking up to 15 times. Evaluation. Although it's just one affix, its strength already surpasses the talents of most lords at this point. My eyes lit up immediately. The maximum stacking is 15 layers, which means a maximum increase of 3 points of strength. Keep in mind, my current strength is only 5 points. This increase is quite astonishing. What surprised me even more was that the racial attribute didn't just enhance a single individual, but rather applied to the entire rabbit people race. As the number of rabbit people subjects increased, the value of this attribute would continue to rise. I continued flipping through the pages, and on the last page appeared a rabbit head icon, with a row of slots below it. However, only the first slot was currently usable. The rest were all locked. Slot unlock condition. The number of rabbit people in your territory who recognize you reaches 10. Current, January 10th. 10 rabbit people don't sound too difficult. More importantly, I can resonate with all the affix effects of a single resident. In other words, the more rabbit people slots I have, the more bonuses I can receive. I immediately put combo power into the only slot for the Rabbitman race. The next second, a small avatar appeared at the bottom of the page, which was the Rabbitman next to me who had just finished eating a sausage and still looked like he wanted more. At the same time, I felt a surge of power within me. I raised my hand and saw a faint white light appear at my fingertips, so I touched the rabbit woman's forehead. After the white light merged into her brow, the rabbit woman didn't flinch, but whispered, "It feels warm, like something has entered my body." I didn't press further, but instead chose to resonate. Set the resonance target as the Rabbitman leader. Nameless. Nameless? I then realized that the other party didn't even have a name, nor any memories of the past. They only knew they were a leader who had been summoned. After confirming the resonance, a warm feeling quickly spread throughout my body. I looked at the small pebble at my feet, raised my foot, and kicked it away. The instant I finished the movement, I clearly felt my strength increase slightly. To confirm the effect, I kicked away several more stones and sticks in succession. After 5 times, the change in strength became very obvious. I immediately opened the panel. Lord's name, Zhang Qi. Lord's talent, affix gallery, realm, none. Strength, 5+1 stamina, 5, agility, 6, spirit, 7. Seeing the change in power, I was completely certain. This attack has a very wide hitbox. Even kicking a pebble can trigger it. In other words, combo power isn't just suitable for combat. It can also be used for everyday tasks like chopping trees, moving things, and building. If you stack 15 layers, even an ordinary person can temporarily become a superhuman. This is a huge win. Only then did I notice the Rabbitman looking at me with a puzzled expression. After all, my continuous kicking of the stones just now did seem a bit strange. I pretended nothing had happened and instead asked her name. The rabbit woman shook her head. She had no name, no memories of the past, and only knew that she had come to be a subject. I looked at her snow-white rabbit ears, thought for a moment, and said, "From now on, your name will be 2E." The rabbit person murmured the name softly, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. I didn't linger any longer and turned to take out the blueprints needed to upgrade the territory. Upgrade requirements. Build a campfire in the Lord's Core. Requirements, 20 logs. Diameter over 20 centimeters. Length over 2 meters. Upon completion, the cabin blueprint will be unlocked. Upon seeing this, my expression froze. 20 logs? I looked up at the tall trees around me, then at 2E, who was as thin as a bamboo pole. Was this really a campfire? I put away the blueprint. Although I thought the requirements for the campfire were absurd, I decided to proceed anyway. Without building a campfire, the territory couldn't be upgraded and the communication and trading functions couldn't be unlocked. I've already used up the 1 point of public support that 2E contributed. Even if all 4 remaining Rabbitmen approve of me, I can only get another 4 points today. Adding the 5 points for tomorrow, I'll be exactly 1 point short of being able to draw again. Therefore, I must upgrade my territory as soon as possible and see if I can obtain new Rabbitman soul crystals through the communication or trading functions. More importantly, the temperature will drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius at night, and even a campfire may not be safe. I must unlock the cabin blueprint as soon as possible. Time, 12:10. I looked up and glanced around. The leaves in the forest had almost all fallen, and the sun wasn't very warm. It was clearly winter. Winter nights fall early, so only had 5 or 6 hours left at most. I picked up the remaining soul crystals, and before activating them, told 2E, "Don't tell anyone about the food I gave you earlier." 2E paused for a moment, then asked softly, "Am I the only one who got it?" I nodded. A hint of secret delight at being favored immediately appeared in her eyes. It wasn't that I was stingy, but each sausage was one less available, and I couldn't just hand them out randomly from the start. Besides, rewarding someone without merit wouldn't be beneficial for managing the people in the future. After confirming that 2E wasn't hungry when she was first summoned, I became even more convinced of this idea. Soon, I activated 4 soul crystals in succession, and 4 more Rabbitmen appeared in front of me. Like 2E, they were all thin and timid, wearing tattered hemp clothes, and looked completely insecure. I gave them names right away. 2 Shuang Shuang, 2 Shan, 2 Si, and 2 Wu. Work hard for me, and I'll provide meals and warm clothes. Upon hearing that meals would be provided, the 4 Rabbitmen's ears visibly perked up. I took the opportunity to pat 2 Shan on the shoulder, a faint point of light hidden in my palm. But after the light fell, there was no reaction. My heart sank slightly. It seemed that the title couldn't be given to subjects who hadn't yet accepted me. My original plan to quickly win over the people with a miracle had to be temporarily abandoned. But it's not a big problem. There are other ways. I led the 5 Rabbitmen towards the forest. The area around the Lord's altar was an open space, with trees about 50 meters away. I didn't recognize the trees here, and my interface couldn't identify anything outside my territory. Fortunately, once the blueprint was activated, it could check if the logs were the right size. I quickly selected a tree that was the right thickness and had relatively few branches. 2 Shan cut this one down. 2 Shan was the most lively of the group, and also the slightly bolder. He took the stone axe and walked to the tree, ready to start. I glanced at his stats. Name, 2 Shan, race, Rabbitman, racial talent, swift, white, speed plus 10%, strength, 3, stamina, for agility, 5, spirit 3. Bang! 2 Shan swung his axe, but the stone axe actually bounced back. The bark was only slightly broken. The wood inside was almost unharmed. I frowned slightly. I knew 2 Shan wasn't strong, but I hadn't expected him to be this obviously weak. What's more troublesome is that the trees here are exceptionally hard. 2 Shan chopped to the tree with a dozen or so blows, but only managed to cut a few centimeters deep. At this rate, forget about 20 logs. It's hard to say how many he'd even managed to fell before nightfall. Instead of immediately attacking, I took a step back, leaning against a nearby tree, and while the rabbits weren't looking, I secretly flicked the bark repeatedly with my fingers. It really hurt, but to stack combo power, I had to endure it. A moment later, the panel finally changed. Strength, 5 plus 3. After the buff was fully stacked, I finally spoke. "E, give me the axe." 2E quickly handed me another stone axe. I stood at the spot where I had slaughtered the mountain, swung my axe, and brought it down hard on the tree trunk. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and all 5 Rabbitmen shuddered in fright, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Even I was taken aback by the force. The effect of 8 points of strength was even more exaggerated than I had imagined. Half of the axe was embedded directly into the tree trunk. It was less like chopping down a tree and more like smashing it in with brute force. I drew my stone axe, preparing to say something, when I suddenly noticed a faint white light emanating from 2 Shuang Shuang, 2 Si, and 2 Wu simultaneously. You have gained the approval of 3 subjects, gaining 3 points of public support. You have gained the approval of 3 subjects, gaining 3 points of public support. I was stunned. That's it. I turned to look and saw 2E quietly speaking to the others. She was basically saying that the Lord was very strong, unlike those high and mighty nobles, and never looked at them with disdain, but rather with pity. I silently gave 2E a thumbs up in my heart. That sausage really wasn't a waste. I originally wanted to subdue 2 Shan according to the plan, but when I looked over, A faint white light was also shining on Tu Shan's body. I was speechless. What a load of rubbish. I hadn't even started showing off my skills, and these rabbit men were already convinced. Since I'd won over the people, I wasn't going to waste any more time. I summoned Tu Shan, a white light flashing at my fingertip, and tapped it on his forehead. Go try again. Use half your strength, and quickly chop 5 times. Although Tu Shan didn't understand why, he immediately did as instructed. As the stone axe fell continuously, his expression quickly changed from confusion to shock, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He clearly felt that his power was increasing. The other rabbit people around me, witnessing this, also realized what was happening and looked at me with a mixture of surprise and awe. In their eyes, this was the divine power bestowed by their lord. I glanced at the panel. Name, Tu Shan, strength, 3+1 is sure enough. Stacking combo power doesn't require a full force attack. It triggers as long as the action meets certain standards. With the stone axe in hand, even a little less strength will still count as an attack. After confirming the effect, I called the rabbitmen to my side and activated the attributes for them one by one. There are many ways to stack power. You can try them yourselves. Whoever finds a more effortless and faster method should teach the others. Then, I handed the blueprint to 2E, wanting to see if she could use the detection function. As soon as 2E took it, she exclaimed in surprise, "This blueprint can talk. It says permissions are not unlocked." I nodded and took the blueprint back. It seemed I had to be in charge of selecting the materials myself. I quickly began assigning tasks. Tu Shan continued chopping down the tree in front of him. 2E took charge of the one next to it, and the others went to check nearby for food and water, but not to go far. After making the arrangements, I took the blueprints and searched the vicinity for trees that met the required dimensions and were also close to the altar. I didn't have any system space, so the chopped wood had to be carried by hand, and the closer the better. 10 minutes later, I marked 20 trees suitable for felling. Although some thick trees could yield several logs from a single tree, the thicker the tree, the harder it was to cut, and older trees were also harder. Time was tight, so it was safest to choose thinner trees that were just right for felling. By the time I circled back to Tu Shan and 2E, the first tree on Tu Shan was almost falling over. With the combo power buff, even though the stone axe was dull and ineffective, its efficiency was much higher than before. Creak! The last connection broke, and the trunk began to tilt. But the next second, Tu Shan's expression changed drastically. The tree didn't fall in the direction he expected. Instead, it crashed down on 2E. Get out of the way! 2E had just finished a swing of her axe when she heard the shout and turned around to see a tree more than 10 meters tall crashing down on her. The tree trunk was falling faster and faster, and panic instantly crossed her face. At that distance, she couldn't possibly dodge. Just then, I suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, pulling her backward violently. Bang! The tree trunk slammed heavily onto the ground, shaking the earth. 2E collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, her eyes filled with lingering fear. When she looked up, she realized that the person who had saved her was me. "Are you all right?" I asked with concern. Fortunately, I'd been kicking pebbles to maintain my combo power, and 2E was also small in stature, which allowed me to pull her away in time. It was also fortunate that the tree didn't have many branches. Otherwise, even if I had dodged the trunk, I might have been injured by the branches. Just then, the rabbit people who had gone out to scout returned and witnessed the scene. They all froze on the spot. In their limited memory, rabbit people were the lowest of the low. Nobles wouldn't even give them a second glance, let alone risk rescuing them. But just now, I really did rush over for 2E. The way the others looked at me was no longer fearful, but filled with genuine respect. I didn't care about that. I just asked Tu Shuang to check if 2E was injured. No sooner had I finished speaking than a muffled thud came from behind me. I turned around and saw Tu Shan kneeling at my feet, his face full of remorse. Tu Shan knelt on the ground admitting his mistake, but I shook my head. "You should apologize to E. She was the one who almost got into trouble." After saying that, I led 2C and 2Wu to the tree, stumped to examine the cause. Although the rabbit people don't have memories of the past, they still have basic common sense, so they shouldn't have had an accident on the very first tree. After inspection, 2C quickly identified the problem. To be on the safe side, Tu Shan had deliberately left a thicker joint. Normally, this wouldn't be wrong, but the stone axe was too dull, turning the felling into smashing, which instead continuously damaged the trunk's interior, ultimately causing it to fall out of control. I glanced at the white cracks on the tree stump, confirming it was just an accident, and didn't pursue the matter further. Rabbit people are so timid. They wouldn't deliberately harm their own kind upon first meeting. 2E had recovered by then, her eyes still filled with lingering fear, but also with gratitude. I patted her on the shoulder. I told you, as long as you follow me well, I won't treat you unfairly. The other rabbit's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Tushan still looked remorseful and expressed his willingness to accept punishment. I thought for a moment and suggested that he use the reward for his first meritorious service to compensate 2E. Tushan immediately nodded vigorously, his eyes becoming resolute. After the matter was resolved, I didn't delay any longer and immediately inquired about the results of the scouting trip. The group reported that no supplies were found nearby, but the trees in the distance were denser, and they had also seen traces of small animal activity. I noted this information down, but didn't explore it immediately. The most important thing now was to build a campfire, otherwise everyone would freeze tonight. I reassigned tasks. Tushan, 2C, and 2Wu formed a group, taking turns chopping trees, pruning branches, and cutting timber. 2E and 2 Shuang were my group. There were only 2 stone axes, so we had to take turns, otherwise we would quickly run out of energy. With the combo power buff, the rabbitman's tree chopping efficiency has increased significantly. From felling to pruning and cutting, it takes about 20 minutes to complete a standard log. I'm stronger, so my speed is naturally faster as well. Having learned their lesson, everyone was extra careful when cutting down the trees. Although there were 2 more instances of the trees veering off course, I had already stipulated that those not cutting down trees must stay away, so no further accidents occurred. 3.5 hours later. Time, 15:58. All 20 qualified logs were finally ready. I had everyone work in pairs to carry the logs back to the altar, while Tushan stayed behind to continue trimming the cut timber. The way the rabbit men looked at me now was completely different. This lord was not only strong and physically capable, but also had none of the airs of a nobleman. Even though they were weak and clumsy, I didn't look down on them. Instead, I personally helped them and did more than anyone else. Because of this, even when the rabbit men's arms were trembling from exhaustion, not one of them slacked off. While moving the log, I simply carried it up to the altar. The log was 20 centimeters in diameter, 2 meters long, and weighed nearly 200 kilograms. Without the combo power buff, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. To maintain the 15-layer boost, I patted the wood on my shoulder every now and then. After an afternoon of experimentation, I figured out the pattern. The combo layers would only start to decay after several tens of seconds, and as long as I attacked again within 10 seconds, the timer would reset. Before long, all 20 logs were moved to the altar. Finally, I could upgrade my territory and unlock the communication function. I activated the campfire blueprint, and a 3D phantom appeared in the center of the altar with a flash of light. Following the instructions, I moved the logs and placed them in the very center of the altar. As soon as the logs were in place, they rapidly shrank to about a meter in length. My eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. As the logs were placed one by one, a bonfire, about a meter high and still unlit, quickly appeared in the center of the altar. Following the blueprint instructions, I retrieved the Lord Appointment scroll and walked to the campfire. The scroll, which I couldn't open before, now unfolded smoothly. Target, chosen human. Test item, Lord Qualification Trial. Status, completed. Rating, perfect. Basis for judgment. Chapter 1 of the Demi-Human Empire's Self-Salvation Regulations. Selection regulation for the Savior Lord. Judgment result, passed. Chapter 7 Channel open. Am I that strong? Please name your territory. Without much thought, I directly uttered 2 words. Qiyuan. Naming successful. Lord ID 1010703000001. Territory name Qiyuan. Information has been entered into the Imperial Archives, and authority has been granted and bound. The Demi-Human Empire officially appoints you as the Savior Lord. I stared at the words before me, murmuring, Demi-Human Empire, Self-Salvation Ordinance. This wasn't the first time I'd seen the Demi-Human Empire. The name had appeared in the Rabbit People's information before. I'd initially thought that everyone being sent here meant the Demi-Human Empire was long gone. But now it seemed not only did it still exist, but even my status as a lord was bestowed upon me by it. Before I could think any further, the words on the scroll slowly faded away. Then, a tiny flame appeared out of nowhere. The flame looked small, but it brought a sense of warmth to the rabbit people standing in the distance. Primal flame. Quality. Special. Effect. Ignites a primordial campfire. The information was simple and clear. Following my instincts, I dragged the scroll to the campfire at my feet. Before I even touched it, the flames seemed to come alive, leaping onto the wood on their own. It was just freshly cut, damp wood, but the moment a flame touched it, it leaped up and burned brighter and brighter. An invisible warm current spread outwards, stopping only 50 meters away, with only a small amount of residual heat continuing to radiate outwards. I stared in astonishment at the flames that were almost as tall as me. The fire was right in front of me, yet there was no scorching heat, only a gentle warmth spreading out. Everyone else felt the same way. Even Tushan, who had just emerged from the forest, seemed to sense the temperature change. The heat could be felt dozens of meters away. This thing was indeed extraordinary. I immediately brought up the panel. Territory. Level. 1. Temperature. 7 plus 10 degrees Celsius. Time. 1609. Upgrade requirements. Complete all basic buildings and upgrade the primal campfire. See the blueprint for specific requirements. Evaluation. Taking the most important first step. Primordial campfire. Level 1. Quality. Special. Effect. Increases the temperature of the entire territory. Remaining burning time. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Warning. The primordial campfire must not be extinguished, or you will lose your status as the Savior Lord. My heart sank. If the fire went out, I would lose my lordship status. In other words, this campfire was equivalent to the Lord's core power. 20 logs would only burn for 2 days, a considerable waste. But raising the temperature of the entire territory by 10 degrees Celsius made it a worthwhile trade. Refueling wouldn't require standard logs. Scraps should suffice. With this, the temperature in the territory, which could drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius at night, can be maintained at around minus 10 degrees Celsius. If we build a wooden cabin and light a regular campfire, we can most likely get through the night safely. I didn't rush to check the communication functions. Instead, I picked up the blueprint in my hand first. Wooden house blueprint, territory basic blueprint. Quality, white special. Multiple wooden houses can be built simultaneously. Activating the blueprint will provide certain assistance. Sure enough, the original campfire blueprint turned into a cabin blueprint. Judging from this, it will likely continue to change, but it will probably only be the most basic structure. But with it, each lord can at least gradually build a fully functional territory. Whether from the appointment letter or our experiences after transmigrating, the being that brought us to this other world seems to be nurturing us. I looked westward. The sun was almost touching the horizon, and night was not far off. I said to the rabbits, "Go and help Tushan prune the branches and bring back firewood and building materials." The rabbit men readily agreed and headed towards the remaining tree trunks in the distance. I finally opened the communication section I'd been longing to access. It contained 3 subsections: channels, forum, and friends. The friend function is similar to private chat, and you can also receive messages from strangers, but each person can only send 1 message per day. The forum, however, surprised me. Besides regular posting, the system automatically searches for valuable content and assesses its value. Others who want to view it have to pay for the resources as payment from the poster. This feature is quite interesting. It seems the entity behind the panel encourages us to share information and even cooperate. Is it the demi-human empire or the so-called heaven? The phrase, chosen humans, makes me frown. Is that just a nice-sounding term, or does such a heaven truly exist? Then, I clicked on the channel I was most looking forward to. This was where I was most likely to meet other fellow Earthlings. Current channel, subordinate kingdom of the demi-human empire, Tiger Roar Kingdom, Money Province, Wolf Fong City. Seeing that long prefix, I paused, momentarily stunned. There was a lot of information in it. My first thought was of my lord's number, 1010703000001. So, 101 represents the Tiger Roar Kingdom, 07 is the Money Province, 03 is Wolf Fong City, and the final 00001, could it be My gaze shifted downwards, and sure enough, I saw another line of information. Current online users. 1/10,000. I fell silent. So, I was the first person to enter the channel. The channel I'd been longing for was actually empty, except for me. For a moment, my expression was a bit complicated. There was the speechless frustration of disappointed expectations and the excitement of being one step ahead. But the question was I really that strong? I admit I did pretty well, but surely I wasn't the first to light the primal fire. My affix talent was definitely not weak. After all, the Lord's information mentioned that my performance during the preparation phase surpassed most people. Add to that the expandability of the affix library, and this talent definitely has potential. However, it's clearly a late-game growth ability. It only truly shines once you accumulate more attributes. Leaving aside those who performed poorly, there are bound to be outstanding individuals among 10,000 who received extra energy. Are their talents really inferior to one of my attributes? It doesn't make much sense no matter how I look at it. There must be another reason. From the 10 seconds before I traveled through time until now, more than 4 hours later, almost every choice I made was the optimal solution. Even if I could do it all over again, I might not be much better off. Maybe I seized the initiative and snowballed my advantage. Or perhaps other talented people simply weren't suited to chopping trees and building campfires in the early game. Besides, this channel only has 10,000 members. Getting first place isn't entirely impossible. I shook my head, no longer dwelling on it. Once others join, they'll naturally understand why. Getting ahead is always a good thing. After closing the channel, I opened the forum, ready to write a post. Based on the current clues, everyone's initial situation should be similar. This means that most people don't have truly exclusive information. While no one's around yet, I should quickly post something useful. Maybe the system will select it, and I can exchange it for some resources. Once more people join the community, this information I know will probably become worthless. Chapter 8, the first post. As soon as I posted on the advantages and disadvantages of rabbit people, the system immediately popped up a notification saying that this post was qualified to be charged, and the fee was 10 grams of black bread, settled at 2,400 hours every day. 10 grams? That's just a bite's worth. But I didn't hesitate. If a lot of people watch, I can make money little by little. As I edited the content, I noticed that more and more people were joining the channel, and the chat was getting lively. Everyone entered the channel at almost the same time, and before anyone could speak, the screen was filled with messages asking each other for information. Some people said their talent was to increase strength, and their initial followers also had the highest strength, so they thought they could easily take first place. Others said they chose the she people, but those guys were particularly sensitive and lazy, and it took a lot of effort to get them to work. Still others complained that the badger people were even more outrageous, getting angry if you said anything too harsh. Even worse, some people were wrong because, despite it being the citizens' own mistakes, they ended up blaming the Lord. While complaining, everyone was also asking each other if their talents were of white quality, could be upgraded, and had extra energy, chatting away enthusiastically. Just then, an announcement suddenly popped up in the channel. Announcement: the article on the advantages and disadvantages of rabbit people, published by Kai Wanling, has reached the paid subscription threshold. All lords can view it on the forum. The channel exploded instantly. Some exclaimed in surprise that someone had already posted and reached the paid subscription threshold. Others immediately realized that the first person to post was probably the one who joined the channel earliest. Still others deduced that they had only been in the channel for 2 or 3 minutes, and it was impossible for someone to write a paid post so quickly, meaning the person who posted must be the first one. I had just clicked publish when the system notified me. A lord has already viewed my paid post, and I have received 10 grams of black bread. I was stunned. I hadn't expected someone to click and view it so quickly. But this was just the beginning. More than 20 similar notifications followed in quick succession before finally stopping. It then dawned on me that the first announcement, coupled with the appearance of the second-place finisher, had subtly elevated my status as the first-place winner. Naturally, this made it more appealing to others. I glanced at the channel's content and found that many things were as I had expected. For example, everyone's initial talents were mostly white quality, and I wasn't the only one with extra energy. The most troublesome thing was managing the people. Almost everyone was complaining. Just as I suspected, the badger men were short-tempered. The goat men weren't as neurotic, but they were extremely sensitive and believed in the survival of the fittest. Lords who weren't strong enough or had a weak personality would be a real headache to manage. In contrast, The rabbit men are merely timid, making them the perfect race to boost public support. And after spending the afternoon with them, I realized their timidity isn't entirely unchangeable. Having made up my mind, I closed the interface and went to find the other rabbit men. Let's build the house first, and we can study it in detail later when we have nothing to do tonight. I thought that if I left the channel temporarily, the topics would also fall apart, but I didn't expect that the channel would talk about me the whole time. Some people said that since rabbit people are so easy to manage, they should have chosen a rabbit person too. Immediately, someone else retorted, saying that they did choose a rabbit person, that rabbit people are timid, difficult to communicate with, and still prone to slacking off, and that the reason they were the first to enter the channel was definitely not just because they chose a rabbit person. Some people even analyzed my posts, saying that I clearly had a good method. First summon one, then subdue it with food, directly separating my subject from a single entity, and even getting them to speak on my behalf. Some people even focused on my last paragraph, saying that I portrayed the rabbit people as reliable, resilient, and hardworking, but those who actually chose the rabbit people know that this is not like a rabbit people at all. They guessed that I must have other tricks up my sleeve, and some even suspected that I already had loyal followers. I had no idea I was being hailed as a succubus in the channel. I swung my stone axe, chopping the branches into pieces, and glanced at 2E, who was sweating profusely beside me. Take a break if you're tired, or go gather some firewood. My lord, I'm not tired. I could only nod after listening. They were working nonstop without complaining, and I, who had been resting by the campfire for half an hour, felt even more embarrassed to stop. The rabbit man's dedication really surprised me. If other lords saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Who would have thought that the legendary timid, withdrawn, and lazy rabbit people would work so hard? As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim. The primordial campfire, however, stood out even more in the darkness, its ripples spreading further and attracting the attention of nearby creatures. When we returned to the campfire, we had brought back a pile of firewood and timber. I took out the cabin blueprint and activated it immediately. The next second, a 3D projection appeared not far from the campfire, with a virtual figure standing quietly, as if waiting for someone to give an order. The system also popped up a prompt, asking me to appoint 1 to 3 builders and saying that there was a chance to learn construction skills and how to build the cabin during construction. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this to also help cultivate talent. Reflecting on my previous experiences, I increasingly feel that this tutorial is very well done. If they want us to become lords, they won't deliberately restrict us from having basic resources. Otherwise, the ones who survive in the end will likely just be lucky. 2 Shan, 2 C, 2 Wu, the 3 of you go and build a wooden house. Try your best to learn the building skills. Yes, sir. If you don't learn, I'll offer my head. Me too. I listened to 2 Shan and 2 Wu's words, and my lips twitched. 2 C, standing in the middle, looked around incredulously, as if to say, is it really necessary to risk your life like this? I quickly waved my hand. It's not that bad, just try your best to learn. If you don't learn it the first time, just try a few more times. The cabin blueprint is different from the campfire blueprint. It's not something you can use once, and then it's gone. The system clearly states that only when any member learns the building skill can they freely switch to the next basic building blueprint. In other words, this skill must be learned first. I don't know how easy the building skill is to learn, so I can only have them try building wooden houses first. After 2 Shan and his companions stepped into the projection's range, the virtual figure immediately came to life, demonstrating for them. It would redo anything they did wrong, its movements as precise and patient as a teacher. The only downside was that the projection couldn't speak. Otherwise, I suspect it would have started swearing at them. However, I don't plan to open another construction site. It's only a little past 5 o'clock now, and it's already getting dark, so there's no need to rush. There's still plenty of time in the evening. They can practice a few more times, which will increase their chances of learning skills and building houses. I picked up a piece of firewood, walked to the primordial campfire, and slowly brought one end close to the flames. The firewood didn't react at all before touching the fire, and it wasn't hot to the touch, but as soon as I stuck it into the fire, it immediately caught fire and burned to ashes in a few seconds. It seems we'll have to start a fire to cook dinner, but starting one shouldn't be difficult. Shuang, go and get some firewood. They've been working all afternoon. It's time for them to eat something. I went to the wooden box, first taking out the iron pot I had chosen earlier, then looking at the 6 remaining earthenware jars in the box. filled with water. The system indicated that the water was clean and safe to drink, but the earthenware pot was small, only about 1 liter. Even though we used it sparingly all afternoon, we still emptied the pot. This means that the instruction manual stating it would last 24 hours only applies under extremely frugal conditions. At this rate, finding a water source will be our first priority tomorrow. As for food, it's enough. The stuff in the wooden crate should last for 2 meals, and enough for breakfast tomorrow. Adding the earnings from my recent post, I should make another fortune tonight. Thinking about all this, I opened the forum, ready to see how much black bread my first paid post had brought me. Chapter 9. A monster appears. Before I knew it, over 100 people had bought my post, earning me over 1,000 grams of black bread in just a short while. The channel's user count is still rising. At this rate, tonight's earnings should be good. But the sky is getting darker and darker, with not a single star in sight. Only the primordial campfire illuminated a corner of the forest, standing out starkly in the inky darkness. It was this source of heat that quietly drew something over. The water in the pot bubbled and boiled. I looked at 2 Shan, 2 Si, and 2 Wu, who were still building their house, and then called out to 2 Yi and 2 Shuang, who were moving materials. Take a break first, come and have some hot water, then we'll eat. At the mention of food, the rabbit men's ears perked up instantly, their eyes full of anticipation. Only 2 Shan wanted to continue working, but 2 Si covered his mouth, and even 2 Wu didn't speak up for him. They had been working continuously for 6 or 7 hours, and even I was starting to feel the strain, let alone the rabbit men whose attributes were even worse than mine. After dark, the temperature plummeted, and even with the warmth of the primordial campfire, the chills seemed to be sliding downhill towards sub-zero. The 6 of us sat on separate pieces of wood, taking turns drinking from the 2 earthenware pots. After a long day, the rabbits and I finally had our first sip of hot water. The water was tasteless, but the rabbits drank it with great satisfaction, clearly already looking forward to dinner. I, however, frowned, hesitating whether to bring out instant noodles and ham for dinner. This stuff contains oil, salt, starch, and vitamins. It's definitely a strategic resource now, and my instinct was to keep it safe. But they worked so hard today, it wouldn't be right not to reward them. The rabbit people only need to do the work, but I, as their lord, have to consider much more. Just as we were resting, a figure silently appeared at the boundary between the woodland and the territory, coldly observing the area. We didn't notice. Firstly, we were too tired and our senses were dulled. Secondly, there seemed to be an invisible fluctuation around that thing, completely masking any movement. He crouched low, crawling almost flat on the ground, and as the rabbit man looked down to drink, he slipped into my shadow, elongated by the firelight, approaching silently and swiftly. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As the distance closed, concealment became increasingly difficult. The ears of the rabbit men ahead twitched slightly, as if they had sensed something amiss. The next second, the creature suddenly sprang up, its entire body propelled forward, its target being me, the one with the most conspicuous clothing. Lord, be careful! The rabbits then realized that something had already approached. The monster bared its fangs and claws, its pale face bulging with veins, and its pure white eyes held no emotion, only a cold light. The rabbit people were timid by nature and had never seen anything like this before. They were immediately terrified. 2 Shuang collapsed to the ground, only managing to yell for me to get away. 2 Si and 2 Wu's legs went weak. Their upper bodies tried to pull me up, but their legs instinctively retreated. 2 Shan was also trembling with fear, yet he still tried to reach for the stone axe beside him. I heard the shout and turn around sharply, only to see that the hideous monster was just a few meters away from me. At its speed, that distance would be covered in the blink of an eye. In that critical moment, 2 Yi, who had been nervous and timid when we first met and even stuttered, suddenly let out a scream that sounded like a sob. She rushed forward with her eyes closed, spreading her arms over me, and used her thin, frail body to slam into the monster. Duong, 2 Yi's forehead struck the monster's forehead squarely, abruptly stopping its ferocious charge, while she herself was thrown backward by the impact. I immediately stood up, caught 2 Yi, and simultaneously used one foot to push off the ground and kick the monster hard in the chest. The lingering fear instantly ignited my anger, and I kicked it without holding back, sending the monster flying 3 or 4 meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. Just as I was about to give chase, I caught a glimpse of Tu Shan charging forward with his stone axe raised. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. Tu Shan swung his axe at the monster's foot, and the monster howled in pain, scrambling to its feet. Tu Shan, terrified, closed his eyes and wildly swung his stone axe, completely unaware that his opponent had already retreated. Before the monster could pounce again, several half-burnt pieces of firewood flew out from the side, hitting it hard in the face and chest. Tu Shuang and Tu Wu finally came to their senses, or perhaps infected by Tu Yi and Tu Shan, and screamed as they frantically pulled firewood from the fire and threw it at the monster. Before the monster could react, a long wooden stick stabbed out from behind me, piercing its groin. The monster recoiled in pain, but Tu Si wouldn't let it go, continuing to strike its groin with the stick. The rabbit men didn't dare to actually charge, but they were all protecting me in their own ways. Watching the monster forced to retreat, I looked down at Tu Yi in my arms. In just 2 seconds, a clear red bump had appeared on her forehead. What surprised me even more was that she was radiating a faint glow, and my talent stirred slightly. "E, are you all right? E, I'm Fine." Seeing that she could still speak and stand steadily, I let go of her hand and picked up another stone axe not far away. At this moment, I was filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for Tu Yi, I might have already been attacked on the back of the head by that thing. Even if I had luckily dodged it, I might have been pushed into the fire. If my unparalleled beauty were to be ruined, it would be a loss for the entire world. I strode towards a monster, stone axe in hand. Seeing me approach, the others dared not throw torches carelessly anymore. "My lord, don't go. It's dangerous." I ignored him, only building on my combo attack. Along with it, my anger also surged. Seeing me approach alone, without torches or firewood, the monster suddenly felt invincible and limped towards me, dragging its injured leg. But the next second, it flew backward again, its chest visibly dented, and a gruesome wound appeared. I followed closely, and the instant it landed, I slammed my axe down hard, smashing a deep crater into its chest. "Trying to kill me?" Before the words were even finished, my second axe had already struck its neck. The third axe fell, and the monster's head shattered instantly. Pale blue blood splattered, and a long, severed ear rolled to my feet. Chapter 10. The Situation of the Other Lords. New entry. The chat channel was in an uproar, filled with lords pleading for help. Some were being chased by monsters to the point of near death, while others discovered that monsters could bypass their innate perception ability and approach them. Even worse, many of the demi-human inhabitants simply wouldn't obey. The rabbit men ran away at the sight of the monster, while the sheep men stood at a distance watching the spectacle and mocking their lord for being unworthy. The badger men did manage to kill the monster, but then they turned around and beat up their lord, calling him a good-for-nothing. I glanced at the panel. This thing in front of me was called a Calamity Demon. Its stats were Strength 4, Stamina 5, Agility 6, Spirit 3, and it was already dead. The evaluation said that demi-humans who died in natural disasters would be transformed into calamity demons by the power of the disasters. Destroying the primal fire is an obsession etched into the bones of the calamity demons. In other words, they're the Lord's mortal enemies by nature. I looked down at the monster whose head I had smashed, and then saw the 2 severed ears remaining on its head. I immediately understood. This thing is actually a calamity demon transformed from a rabbit person. But the question is, how did it manage to bypass our senses and get so close? It would make sense if we didn't notice it in the forest, but it's clearly already in the middle of an open space. Is this a special ability of a calamity demon? Fortunately, this rabbit man fiend's attributes weren't too outrageous, otherwise I might have really messed up. This world is much more dangerous than I thought. The fiend's tendency to fixate on the primal campfire alone is enough to keep all lords from ever feeling at ease. Unless natural disasters completely disappear, the calamity demons will not vanish. Therefore, so-called natural disasters are definitely not just ordinary natural phenomena. Just then, the calamity demon beneath their feet suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into a ball of blue flame and completely dissipating. Only a faintly glowing bead remained, looking very familiar. Obtained Rabbit Soul Crystal X1. My heart skipped a beat. So this is how you get soul crystals? Monster drops? Then, another notification popped up on the panel. After slaying a calamity demon, there's a chance to obtain soul crystals and other related resources. Warning: the primal bonfire has a deadly attraction to calamity demons. Please be careful. I silently memorized this information. Disaster spirits are both sinister and dangerous. They must be our top priority target from now on. Lord, are you all right? I turned around. 2E was still glowing, a large bump on her head, and she was looking at me with a worried expression. 2 Shuang and 2 Wu huddled to the side, staring fearfully at the spot where the calamity demon had vanished. 2C, supporting himself on his knees, gasped for breath, his right hand still gripping the extra-long wooden stick tightly. As for 2 Shan, he was still blindfolded, wildly hacking away with his axe, continuing to unleash his Xia Ji 8-chop axe technique. Seeing their expressions, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. My territory is truly teeming with talent. But regardless, the fact that they suppressed their instincts and didn't abandon me in this crisis is enough to prove their loyalty and their value for cultivation. Especially 2E, who sacrificed herself to push away the calamity demon just now, which really surprised me. It felt really good to be protected so desperately. What surprised me even more was that 2E actually awakened a new attribute because of this. I'm fine. 2 Shan, the battle is over, stop. Hearing my voice, 2 Shan finally opened his eyes. He then realized that the monster was already lying 5 meters away, and it seemed that he hadn't been able to help at all. As soon as that initial burst of energy subsided, exhaustion and frustration washed over him. He slumped to the ground, muttering, "I'm sorry, Lord. I'm truly useless." I was about to approach the glowing 2E when I heard this and froze. Why the apology again? Just now, 2 Shan was the second to rush in front of me and even slash the calamity demon's foot. That's clearly a meritorious deed. Just how low is this person's self-esteem? I told him that if he hadn't slashed the enemy's foot, hindering the calamity demon's movements, I might not have been able to defeat him so easily. More importantly, he already had the courage to stand up and take the most difficult step. The rest can be learned later. Seeing that he wanted to speak, I pulled him up from the ground. Time to eat. Everyone behaved very well today, so here's an extra snack. Upon hearing about the extra meal, the rabbit people instantly forgot their earlier fright and cheered. 2E's eyes lit up at the thought of the sausage, and the bump on her head seemed to lessen in pain. I asked her if she felt dizzy, and she shook her head and said she was fine. I smiled and patted her on the shoulder. "You did the best today. I'll give you the most and the best food later." After saying that, I opened the big wooden box, took out a packet of instant noodles, and then took out 2 sausages. The rabbits didn't run away today and even protected me. This deserves a reward. I'm not ungrateful. Since they've stayed by my side, they should taste the deliciousness of processed food. Especially 2E, she needs extra ham. Once the water boiled, I put the dough and seasoning packet into the pot. The rich aroma instantly filled the air. The skinny rabbit men had never smelled anything like it before. Their ears perked up, their eyes were fixed on the iron pot, and their mouths were practically dry. They thought sausages were already a delicacy, but they never expected my noodles to smell so good. Then I tore open a sausage, diced it, and threw it into the pot. 2E's eyes lit up even more. She clearly hadn't expected 2 delicacies to be eaten together. What stunned her even more was that I handed her the remaining sausage. "Take it." The overwhelming surprise left her speechless. She slowly reached out to take it, then seemed to remember something, hesitated, and kept glancing at the other rabbit people. I was taken aback at first, then it dawned on me. She remembered I had told her not to tell anyone about the sausages. She's quite obedient, just a little slow on the uptake. So I looked at everyone and said, "Everyone behaved very well today, and this food is a reward. But there are different levels of merit. E risked her life to save me. Her merit is the greatest." The other 4 nodded, a hint of shame in their eyes. I then looked at 2 Shan and said that he dared to stand in my way and face the terrifying enemy, making him worthy of being called the second hero. 2 Shan instinctively tried to straighten his chest, but then, remembering that he hadn't achieved much, he deflated. As for 2 Shuang, 2C, and 2 Wu, I didn't overlook them either. Although their abilities were limited, they stayed by my side and helped in their own ways, which was already quite good. For timid rabbit people, not running away and even mustering the courage to fight back was commendable in itself. After all, we had only known each other for an afternoon. Finally, I announced that E and 2 Shan deserved extra rewards. However, Tushan had made a mistake that afternoon, so his share would be given to Eve first. No one objected, and Tushan didn't complain either. I then stuffed the sausage into 2E's hand. Eat up. You can eat what's in the pot later too. With that, I ruffled her short hair and casually brought up the image gallery. In my eyes, 2E was practically glowing, making my heart itch with desire. I was busy winning people over earlier, so I had to hold back. Now, while the noodles were cooking, I could finally see her newly awakened image. Chapter 11. The Power of Protection, Exclusive Ability. Claws in the shadows point toward your back. Yet, a frail body of flesh and blood has built a wall around you. True courage is being willing to sacrifice your life for your protector, even in the face of extreme fear. Based on this act, your loyal subjects have awakened an exclusive ability, the power of protection. Guardian Power. Quality, white upgradable. Type, personal. Effect, grants a suitable boost when your actions are aimed at protecting a target. The stronger your protective spirit, the greater the boost. Note, this entry belongs exclusively to the resident 2E and cannot be assigned to others. It does not occupy a personal entry slot. The Guardian target is already bound to Zhang Qi and cannot be changed. The entry disappears when the Guardian's will is lost. After reading the prompt, a thought immediately struck me. This entry sounded extraordinary. As long as 2E wanted to protect me, she would receive a boost, and the boost seemed to change based on her actions. The problem is, how do I activate it? I opened the panel to check 2E's attributes, but I didn't find any changes. Could it be that the impact just now hurt too much, and now she doesn't want to protect me anymore? Just then, 2E was sipping her sausage. When she saw me staring at her, she was taken aback for a moment, then reluctantly handed me the remaining half. Lord, you can have it. I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to refuse, but seeing her reluctant little eyes and her drooping rabbit ears, I suddenly felt like teasing her. I opened my mouth close to the sausage, and her ears immediately drooped even lower. I pulled back, and her ears slowly perked up again, even twitching slightly a few times. After several repetitions, I finally understood. Right now, she's busy guarding the sausage. How could she possibly care about protecting me, her lord? I pushed the sausage back to her. You eat it, I won't. Seeing her barely concealed happiness, I had a sudden idea. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, You need to get better soon so you can protect me better. If your head injury heals by tomorrow, I'll secretly give you another sausage. Upon hearing the last sentence, 2E's ears perked up instantly, and her eyes lit up. Really? My lord? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Thinking of the moment I saved her, 2E nodded earnestly and whispered her promise. Don't worry, my lord. I will recover as soon as possible and protect you well. Whether it was psychological or not, she suddenly felt the bump on her head wasn't hurting as much, and her fatigue had lessened considerably. I checked the panel again, and sure enough, it had changed. Race, rabbit person. Racial talent, swiftness. Strength 3, stamina 4+2, agility 5, spirit 3. Temporary boost, enhanced recovery. Evaluation, a weak rabbit person, but she seems to have gained some incredible power. It really works. I was both surprised and delighted. This protective power is indeed more idealistic. It can be activated with just a few words. Although it's only a preventative measure now, and we haven't actually encountered any danger, so it probably hasn't reached its limit yet. It's already amazing enough. More importantly, this attribute can be upgraded. With this ability alone, 2E could become my biggest trump card in the future. As the owner of the talent, her exclusive attribute can also resonate with me, and I naturally receive the power of protection as well. The good news is that the target of protection hasn't changed. It's still myself. The bad news is this too. No matter how much I try to convince myself, the best I can achieve is a little more physical strength. It's easy to fool others, but incredibly difficult to fool myself. I know best in my heart whether I'm in danger or not. However, that doesn't mean it's useless. In a life-or-death situation, I'm sure I can fully activate its protective power. At least in crucial moments, it can save my life. I secretly decided that I'd find a psychology master in the channel sometime to learn how to manipulate myself. After testing the results, I took out the twigs, chopsticks, and dented wooden bowls I had prepared beforehand and distributed the noodles and soup from the pot to everyone. I also gave each person a piece of black bread. The huge flatbread was divided among 6 people, but each person only got a bite. It was mainly for tasting and drinking some soup. But for these rabbit people who had never tasted anything good, this was an unparalleled delicacy. Their ears twitched so hard they were practically propellers. They were utterly satisfied. If I could see their loyalty ratings, they'd probably be skyrocketing right now. I held the soup bowl and took a bite of the black bread. The moment it entered my mouth, my brow furrowed deeply. Dry and hard, it tasted like sawdust. This thing deserved to be called bread? I instinctively looked down, and my expression froze. There really was sawdust inside. After a long day, I was starving, but this food was still hard for me to swallow. 2E noticed something was wrong and handed me her noodles. Lord, are you not used to this? Here, have some of my noodles. I shook my head. No need, this bread tastes quite unique. I'm a very honest person, and I really couldn't bring myself to say it was delicious. Besides, it's not just about the taste anymore. Eating too much bread with sawdust in it would definitely be bad for my health. I had initially thought that the black bread I earned from paid posts would at least ensure I wouldn't have to worry too much about food tomorrow. Now it seems my top priorities for tomorrow are still finding water and food. As I chewed with difficulty, I opened the panel and clicked on the trade interface. If I could find better food tomorrow, I might as well trade this black bread and get what I need. Trading functionality is now unlocked. The panel trading function is intended to assist and only allows for simple transactions. For large-scale transactions, please build a trading post. The initiator of a trade must consume 1 kilogram of black bread or equivalent resources as a transaction fee, and the volume of items traded cannot exceed 1 cubic meter. After reading it, I just felt disgusted. Not only is there a size limit, but they also charge so many transaction fees. The trading section, which had been closed before, suddenly opened just now. I looked at the rabbit man's soul crystal in my hand, and a guess immediately formed in my mind. That calamity demon is probably one of the tests used to select lords. In that case, the others should also have soul crystals. Since the trading function is now open, perhaps I can try buying some from the channel. Chapter 12, Leading the People's Soul Crystal, Gaining Skills. After dinner, I activated the newly acquired soul crystal. Soon, a figure appeared before me. I stared at his face carefully, confirming that he bore no resemblance to the previous calamity demon, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the same person, otherwise no one would have a good night's sleep. I named this nervous and timid rabbit man Tulu. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I gave Tushan a look, and Tushan immediately understood, taking Tulu to meet the other rabbit man. Initial approval was enough. With our own kind whispering in our ears, I wouldn't need to put in much effort, and the popularity would come sooner or later. In other words, I can draw the second entry tomorrow. After a short rest, Tushan, 2C, and 2Wu continued building the wooden hut, while the other 3 prepared materials for the next hut. I opened the forum and saw that my post had been viewed by over 1,000 people, and I expected to receive 10 kilograms of black bread. If we eat sparingly, it will be enough to last us for 2 days. The posting earnings won't be available until tomorrow, and the black bread is really not good. It's not just that it tastes bad. The main problem is that it's low in nutrients and contains sawdust. Eating it long-term is definitely not good for these already thin rabbit people. If I can find better food tomorrow, I plan to trade the black bread for soul crystals. I glanced at the chat channel and found that the other lords had indeed been attacked by monsters. Each person only encountered one monster, and its race corresponded to their initial inhabitants. However, most of them were badly injured by the monsters, and many were even wounded. The reason is simple. Many lords and their subjects have strained relationships, and some even have conflicts. Having only known each other for an afternoon, most haven't even given their subjects proper names. Seeing this, I decided to inquire about prices first. So I posted, buying Rabbit Man's soul crystals. Private message me with your offer if interested. Immediately, people in the chat started discussing how cowardly the Rabbit Man was and what use it was. Others said whether the Rabbit Man would run away depended mainly on the relationship. Some even claimed that their Rabbit Man had dragged them along on their escape. Soon, someone notified me that someone had already listed rabbit soul crystals on the trading interface. I opened it and almost laughed out of anger at the price. 1 soul crystal for 10 kilograms of food. What's the difference between that and robbery? The post's earnings haven't even arrived yet. Who can afford 10 kilograms of food? Even more outrageous is that although there aren't many sellers, the prices are increasingly outrageous. Some specify meat, Some ask for exorbitant amounts, and the most outrageous one even specifies an AK. I'll have to give up for now. Anyway, those lords with strained relations with their subjects probably won't be in a hurry to summon another rabbit man to cause them trouble. I can buy tomorrow. It's best to find new food first. Otherwise, if I exchange the food for soul crystals and can't find supplies tomorrow, that would be a huge problem. After reading a few more posts and confirming some information, I got up and joined the construction. With my help, the speed of material processing increased significantly, and the progress of the wooden house also accelerated considerably. The newly arrived Tu Lu, seeing my immense strength and sensing that I wasn't difficult to get along with, coupled with the other rabbit people's flattery, quickly contributed his popularity points within minutes. Half an hour later, in the territory glowing yellow from the campfire, an excited shout suddenly rang out. Tu Shan stood in front of the wooden hut, his face beaming with excitement, shouting, "I did it! I did it!" I turned around and saw Tu Si and Tu Wu standing on either side of Tu Shan. Tu Si had a hint of disdain on his face, while Tu Wu was clearly unhappy. Tu Shan excitedly said that he had learned the construction skill, and Tu Si also pretended to be calm and said that he had done his job well. Only Tu Wu lowered his head and whispered that he hadn't learned it. I didn't expect that 2 out of the 3 would succeed. Tu Wu was quite disappointed, feeling that Brother Shan and Brother Si had both learned it, but he was the only one who hadn't. Tu Shan wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say, so he could only pat him on the shoulder. Tu Si frowned and said that maybe he was just not suited for this line of work and that he could be taught later. Tu Wu nodded and said nothing more. Watching this scene, I suddenly realized that the rabbit people's timidity seemed to be ingrained in their bones, but as long as they weren't afraid, they were actually no different from ordinary people. In fact, they were better than many others. I said to Tu Wu, "You did your best. That's enough. If you didn't succeed this time, try again next time." Then I checked Tu Shan's stats. His race was still Rabbit Man. His talent was swiftness. His attributes hadn't changed, but he had added basic construction level 1 to his skill bar. Tu Si was the same. Meanwhile, my basic blueprint was finally ready to switch to the next building. It seems that they unlocked the new feature because they learned the construction skill. I checked the time. It was only 8 o'clock. I asked if they could build another cabin and whether the maximum number of people was still limited to 3. Tu Si answered very clearly. He said that once the skill is acquired, there aren't actually that many restrictions on building wooden houses. The number of people required on the blueprint is more like the number of people limited when teaching the skill. He also said that he can already teach the building skill, but the speed and success rate are probably not very good. I was a little surprised. I hadn't expected to be able to teach others so soon after learning it. But that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't matter if it was a little slow. As long as my skill level increased, my efficiency would improve. As for how to acquire other skills, I had no clue yet. So I put Tu Shan and Tu Si in charge of leading everyone to build another wooden house. After giving my instructions, I walked towards the first wooden cabin that had just been completed. The cabin wasn't large, about 5 by 5 meters, and it was made of long logs with plenty of dry grass filling the gaps. Even so, gaps were still visible in the walls, indicating that the quality was far from good. But something is better than nothing. There's no wind tonight, so it's habitable for now. We can improve it later. I pushed open the woven wooden door, bent down, and walked into the house. I looked around at the situation, and a hint of disappointment still flashed in my eyes. Chapter 13, Attribute Growth. The wooden house is built, but there's no furniture inside, and the floor is still just dirt. The novels I used to read weren't written like this. Even if a flash of white light doesn't magically provide a full set of furniture, shouldn't they at least provide a floor? I shook my head helplessly and could only go to move the hay I had collected that afternoon. Luckily, I had prepared in advance. Otherwise, I really would have had to sleep on a muddy ground tonight. As a 21st century person, I have never suffered like this before. If I really lay on the ground for one night, I would probably be ruined. While carrying hay, the dry blades rubbed against my face, making it itchy and occasionally even painful. I then realized that while the protagonists in TV dramas look carefree, sleeping on hay, it's all hardship when it comes to me. I definitely want to get a big, soft, 10-square-meter bed here someday. After the thatch was laid out, the wooden house finally started to take shape. It looked like a prison from a TV drama. Because the materials were prepared in advance, and there were twice as many people, the wooden house was built very quickly this time. A little over an hour later, the second wooden house was successfully completed. Time, 2025. Temperature, -9 to +10 degrees Celsius. Even with the warmth of the primordial campfire, the temperature in the territory was getting closer and closer to zero. I was dressed fairly warmly, with a thermal undershirt and a windbreaker on top, and my shoes weren't thin either. But the rabbit people were only wearing tattered linen clothes and were clearly already cold. I called to them, "Come on, let's move some straw for E and the others first. Then we'll go back to the house to sleep." The rabbits were all stunned. Just like that, they didn't have memories of the past, but their common sense remained. In their understanding, didn't lords always exploit their subordinates until late at night, until they were completely exhausted before they would stop? Tulu was especially bewildered. He had only just arrived, yet he was already sleeping and had even been given a bowl of the most delicious soup in the world. The way he looked at me had changed, as if he had made up his mind to work hard tomorrow to repay me. I picked up the straw and, seeing they were still standing there, urged them, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." The rabbits then reacted and rushed forward to help. Before long, the straw in the second wooden house was also laid out. I then arranged for a night watch. To prevent further attacks, someone had to be on duty at night. There were 7 of us in total. I originally wanted to exclude 2E, who had a head injury, but she immediately said she was fine and even showed me. I looked over and noticed that the bump on her head had almost completely disappeared. Normally, it would take at least a day or two, but I didn't expect the protective power to be so incredibly effective. So I nodded, "Then let's have E. 2 people per group, taking turns keeping watch at night. E and I will be the first group, and you guys can figure out the rest yourselves. The last group will be 1 person, and the time will be shorter. Remember to boil water beforehand. I'm used to staying up late, so guarding the first round is perfect for me, and it also helps take care of 2E. The first round is the easiest. At least I won't be woken up in the middle of the night." After moving the supply crates back to the cabin, I grabbed a kitchen knife and a stone axe and led 2E back to the campfire. Keeping watch isn't just about sitting around. Besides browsing forums and channels to gather intelligence, I also plan to whittle a few wooden spears. A kitchen knife, though sharp, is too short. A stone axe isn't convenient as a weapon either. The fighting style during the massacre at the temple reminded me that every inch counts. A wooden spear can not only be used to strike first, but also to be thrown. When 2E saw that I was still busy while others were resting, her eyes lit up. She came over and said, "My lord, let me help you." I nodded. "Then you help me choose a suitable wooden stick." She immediately agreed. I woke up shivering the next morning. Achoo, I don't know when, but I found myself wearing a linen coat, yet the chill still made me sneeze repeatedly. Luckily, I didn't catch a cold. My stats are pretty high now, so my body can handle it. As for the rabbit people, they're clearly used to hardship and wouldn't fall ill easily. Upon waking, the first thing I did was summon the abbreviation library. But when I opened it, I was stunned. Why was my public opinion value still only 5 points? Yesterday, I summoned 6 people, and they all contributed public opinion value, and I also spent 1 point to draw abbreviations. In other words, it hasn't increased at all since today. Doesn't the public sentiment value refresh at midnight? I stepped out of the cabin. It was still pitch black outside, but everyone else was already up except for me. Some were boiling water, some were chopping wood, some were trimming timber, some were adding fuel to the primordial campfire, and 2 had even left the territory to fetch what they hadn't had time to bring back yesterday. I immediately blushed. The rabbit people were too much of a handful, putting so much pressure on me as their lord. 2E saw me and immediately brought me some hot water. "Lord, you're awake? Please have some hot water." As I walked over, I observed the glowing light above her head. Its color and shape must reflect her popularity score. It was just much smaller than when I collected it yesterday. It seems popularity isn't refreshed, but rather accumulates slowly over time. Thinking about it this way, it might be more like a wish or faith. So extracting entries also requires energy. I thought it was given out of thin air. I sat on the wooden stool, drinking the hot water 2E handed me, continuing to ponder. Both the stat panel and the talent system say that it generates 1 point of public support per day. If that's the case, it's likely generated 1 point every 24 hours. That means I have to wait until a little afternoon, which is the time I encountered yesterday, 1-2-3-4-5, to draw the second affix. Okay, as long as I can draw it. Last night, after gathering information in the channel, I discovered that the combo power is actually comparable to the talents revealed by some lords, and even ranks quite well. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to the second attribute. I don't need it to be as powerful as combo power, just something that can be helpful. Just then, 2E suddenly looked around furtively, like a thief. Seeing that everyone else was busy and no one was paying attention, she approached me and whispered, "My lord, look." I didn't react at first, until she pointed to her forehead. At this moment, there wasn't even a trace of redness or swelling on her forehead, as if she hadn't been injured at all yesterday. The effect was so good. 2E lowered her voice again and said, "And I feel like my strength has increased a lot. I feel like I've become stronger." Chapter 14 Online Player Count. Exploration. I stared at 2E's stats, feeling puzzled. Her recovery ability had clearly increased last night. So how come her strength had increased overnight? Could be that she worked too hard yesterday, using her super high recovery ability to forcibly strengthen her muscles? This entry is ridiculous. Looking at myself, my 4 stats haven't changed at all. I can only think sourly that it must be because my attributes are too high, so they're increasing slowly. But anyway, I'm still quite happy. After all, 2E becoming stronger is a good thing for me too. Maybe in a few months, I'll have a loyal general by my side. Besides, I can also use the power of protection. As long as I train myself properly, my attributes might soar. My lord, 2E stood to the side, her face flushed, looking hesitant. I understood immediately and told her to give it to her when we went out exploring. She nodded happily and turned to call for dinner. I also opened the panel to check the time and temperature. It's only a little past 6 in the morning, but the temperature has already risen from minus 20 degrees Celsius last night to near zero. The weather in this world is clearly abnormal, as if some unseen force is controlling it. Looking eastward, the sky is already turning white. It should be fully light around 7 o'clock. Immediately afterward, a notification popped up. The paid post from last night had accumulated 18,900 grams of black bread, and I was told to claim it quickly, or it would be gone today. I immediately chose to claim it, and the next second, dozens of black loaves of bread appeared neatly on the wooden stump. Surprisingly, the bread rolls were still whole. The label was quite thoughtful. There were 63 rolls in total, each weighing 300 grams, enough for the 7 of us to eat for 3 days. As for today's new harvest, it's only a little over 100 grams. At this point, the channel's player count was displayed, 8197/10,000. By this morning, only a little over 8,000 people remained in the channel, and the atmosphere was much heavier than yesterday, lacking the relaxed feeling. The rabbit people who had just returned were all stunned when they saw so much black bread, and they all called me a god. I didn't explain much, just told them to each take 1 loaf for breakfast and to keep the rest. Black bread can fill your stomach, but it's too hard and needs hot water to swallow. We drank more than 3 cans of water yesterday and used another one this morning, leaving less than 2. We must find a water source today, otherwise we'll run out of water tomorrow. What's more troublesome is that the blueprints include another basic building, a makeshift tool shed. Building it requires flint, logs, sticks, and a builder. Now I understand why the system insists on teaching construction skills first. It turns out the later blueprints have strict requirements. What is easy to find, there are plenty of trees nearby, but flint has to be found outside. Halfway through breakfast, I looked at the 6 rabbit men in front of me and immediately began assigning tasks. 2C, you take 1 person and explore to the west. 2 Sean, you take the rest of the people to cut down trees in the territory and build the tool shed while you're at it. E, come with me to the east. I added that we should be careful whether we go out or stay at home. Someone needs to watch the house. After all, there's still the threat of the calamity spirits, and the primordial campfire needs to be constantly fueled. So leaving someone at home is not a waste. Logically, 2C, with his construction skills, should have stayed to work, but among these rabbit men, he's the most reliable, and I'm not comfortable letting anyone else lead the team. I gave 2 stone axes to 2 Sean and 2C, took a kitchen knife for myself, and also brought the wooden spear I'd sharpened last night. 2 spears for each person going out, at least for self-defense. Before setting off, I casually opened the trading section, listed some black bread, and started buying Rabbit Man's soul crystals. Soon, we split into 2 groups, heading east and west respectively. 2 Sean stood there, watching 2EE and me from behind, clenching his fists as if cheering himself on. I knew he wanted to become stronger, and one day he could travel with me. As I walked, I used a kitchen knife to mark the way on the large trees along the roadside, so I wouldn't get lost on my way back. The forest was eerily quiet, and the quieter it was, the more uneasy I felt. This unease wasn't unfounded. Just looking at my stats told me that my stamina had been temporarily boosted to 6 points by the protective power, indicating that the surrounding area was indeed unsafe. As I was thinking, I suddenly looked at 2E, who was standing blankly beside me. A thought flashed through my mind, and I started to coax her. My lord, you have to protect me. My senses aren't very good, especially compared to you rabbit people. They're far inferior. 2E, recalling the ambush last night, nodded immediately, her expression serious. I took the opportunity to remind her that we must rely on their rabbit-like intelligence and keen senses to detect danger in advance and protect us. Upon hearing this, she immediately patted her chest and promised that she would definitely protect me. The next second, her mental attribute received a temporary boost. I immediately understood. So mental attributes could also affect perception, but with her long ears there, it didn't seem to be entirely an attribute issue. Without thinking twice, I handed her the promised reward. The moment the sausage was taken out, 2E's eyes lit up. She was overjoyed, and even her spirits seemed to lift a little. Looking at it, I felt both relieved and worried. The good news was that I did indeed have a treasure that could control E. The bad news was that such treasures were becoming increasingly rare. After walking for another half hour, I noticed that the trees around me were taller and thicker than those near my territory and were growing much better. The fact that the same type of trees were growing better likely indicated that there was a water source nearby and that the soil and water were more plentiful. I immediately perked up and quickened my pace, eager to search ahead. But just then, 2E's ears twitched, and she abruptly grabbed me, pulling me behind a thick tree. She lowered her voice, her expression tense, and said, "My lord, there's movement ahead." Chapter 15, First Hunt. Harvest. 2E and I lay down behind a big tree, one in front of the other, and peered ahead. But after a full minute, there was still nothing in front of us. Just as I was wondering if the thing had gone far away, I suddenly heard a rustling sound, like something stepping on dry leaves. 2E nudged me and pointed to the side. Following her gaze, I immediately saw a splash of yellow. It was a fawn. My heart leaped with joy. The food had arrived. I picked up the wooden spear, first gesturing to 2E, then leaning close to her ear and whispering, "E, my lord is so hungry for venison. I dream about it all the time. You don't know, if my race doesn't eat meat, our bodies will slowly deteriorate." 2E's ears were itchy and her cheeks were slightly flushed from what I had done, but when she heard that her body would break down, her eyes immediately cleared up. She clearly remembered the painful expression on my face when I ate the black bread yesterday, and she also remembered that I had shared almost all the sausages and noodles I brought with them, so she believed me most of the time. The next second, she nodded vigorously, looking as if she was determined to complete the task. I looked at her stats and found that her strength had increased to 8 points under the buffs of combo power and guardian power. Her agility and spirit had also improved, and her projection talent had received a temporary boost. I was startled. The power of protection really did add more than just 2 attribute points. Although this white attribute wasn't high level, its effect was ridiculously strong. Even if I were given a higher level attribute now, I might not be willing to trade it. Unfortunately, my attributes remained unchanged, and even the increased stamina I had gained earlier disappeared. Clearly, subconsciously, I felt that a small deer posed no threat to me. 2E made a preparation gesture, and I gripped my wooden spear, assuming a throwing stance. The sick deer in the distance hadn't noticed us at all, still moving about with their heads down in the woods. The next moment, 2E and I simultaneously stepped out from behind the tree and threw the spears with all our might. With a whooshing sound, the sick deer, startled, raised its head and immediately tried to flee. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the wooden spears thrown with 8 points of power. Whoosh, crack! The 2 spears struck instantly, one piercing its rump, the other striking its antlers, the immense force throwing it to the ground. The sick deer let out a miserable cry, blood gushing from its wound, and its antlers were broken off. But wildlife is tenacious. It struggled to get up and try to escape. 2E and I didn't give it a chance. We rushed forward and, one in front and one behind, thrust our wooden spears down hard. With 2 sharp thuds, The spear pierced the heart and throat respectively. In the blink of an eye, the fawn was completely still. Looking at the fallen, sick deer, I felt a surge of excitement. I hadn't expected to catch my first prey so soon after coming out. Looking at the deer antler I had broken off, I secretly felt relieved. Luckily, I had refreshed 2E's protective power beforehand. Otherwise, given our first hunting experience, we might not have been able to keep it. This deer isn't big, but it should yield at least 30 caddies of meat. That should be enough to feed a few more people for 2 days. With the venison to replenish their nutrition, those skinny rabbit people can gain some muscle, and their attributes might even improve. More importantly, since there's a deer nearby, I can sell some of the black bread to other lords and exchange it for rabbit person soul crystals to speed up the unlocking of new attributes. I gave 2E a thumbs up. Well done. 2E was also beaming with excitement. Lord, we've hunted a deer. Her expression was as if she had finally saved my life. I was about to praise her a couple more times when I saw her suddenly look ahead warily. Lord, a creature is approaching. I immediately drew my wooden spear and followed her gaze. Before long, a large herd of sick deer appeared in the forest, the leader of which had enormous antlers and a body the size of a calf. It was clearly the king of the deer. There really was a herd of deer. The stag slowed its pace, staring intently at me, lowering its head to reveal its antlers, and letting out a cry. Faced with so many deer, especially the stag king, I clearly felt a surge of power within me. They were now enough to threaten me. My protective power had been activated. I grinned, gripping a wooden spear in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. My aura, as the apex predator, instantly pressed down. 2E tensed, her ears perked up, her eyes reddening, and all her attributes subtly increased as she stared intently at the deer king. The stag king glanced at my towering figure and predatory eyes, then at the blood-soaked, lifeless fawn on the ground. It called out again, and then slowly led the herd away, seemingly not intending to entangle with us. Before leaving, it turned back to look at us, as if to remember us. I panicked and threw the wooden spear at the deer herd. Thump! The spear embedded itself precisely in a tree trunk, and hearing the noise, the deer immediately sped away. Sigh. They're too far away, they can't possibly hit them. This is just a deterrent, really. 2E breathed a sigh of relief. Lord, thank goodness they didn't attack. I watched the departing deer herd, my eyes shining. It's all right, we'll go find them later. 2E was taken aback, looking at me with a somewhat bewildered expression. The rabbit people were insecure and timid, but humans were at the top of the food chain back on Earth. In my eyes, animals only fell into 3 categories: delicious, unpalatable, and illegal to eat. Now, in the eternal world, where illegality didn't exist, the only remaining possibilities were deliciousness and the ability to eat them if one could find a way. I took out the straw rope that the rabbit man had woven last night and tied the sick deer to the spear. Let's go. Let's carry this deer back first. We'll eat it for lunch today. Okay, this deer was obviously not yet an adult, weighing about 50 pounds. Apart from 20 or 30 pounds of meat, the internal organs could be eaten if we could find spices to mask the odor. We didn't expect to have such a great find in just over half an hour, and we even confirmed the presence of a deer herd nearby. Since this place can support a deer herd, there must be a drinkable water source nearby. Otherwise, these deer wouldn't be able to roam this area for so long. 2E and I carried the sick deer back the way we came. Along the way, I picked up the flint I'd found earlier. Since we were going back anyway, every little bit helps. However, with only 2 of us, we couldn't carry much. This made me even more eager to build the tool shed as soon as possible. According to the blueprint information, once a tool shed is built, simple tools can be crafted, even baskets can be made. This will significantly improve efficiency in both production and exploration. Half an hour later, I finally returned to my territory. A few rabbit men who were chopping down trees saw me walking towards them and were about to ask me something when they suddenly noticed 2E behind me and the sick deer hanging between us. Chapter 16, How did you know I hunted a deer? I had just dragged the deer back to my territory when Tushan recognized his prey and exclaimed in surprise. The men who had stayed behind heard the commotion and all gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at the fawn on my shoulder. Lord, you've only been gone a short while, and you've already hunted a deer? Tu Shuang Shuang exclaimed even more dramatically, running up and reaching out to touch the deer's body, her face full of disbelief. Tushan quickly took the wooden stick from my shoulder, while Lu took the flint. All the rabbit people were incredibly excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at me. That's when I understood why fishermen always like to show off their catch. I told them to put the deer in the open area, and then called Tu and the other 3 over, instructing her to follow the markings back and collect any flint she found along the way. I had originally thought there wouldn't be many flints in the forest, but to my surprise, a kilometer outside the territory, we found one almost every few dozen meters. Since I'm already back, I might as well make one more trip and gather all 30 flint needed for the tool shed at once. I opened the trading section to check the buy orders I posted this morning, but after reading them, I frowned. Not a single order had been placed. 2 kilograms of black bread, still too little. I searched for soul crystals again and found that they were indeed being sold, and that all 3 races had them. But the prices were outrageously high, with each one typically costing 4 or 5 kilograms. Even with the handling fee, the price was almost double what I'd offered. I didn't have many black breads to begin with, and if I bought them at that price, I could only get 4 or 5 Rabbitman soul crystals at most, which wasn't worth it at all. We can't take all the black bread out. Although there's plenty of venison, it'll only last a day for a few more people, and eating only meat isn't sustainable. I also looked up salt and sugar, but nobody wanted salt, and sugar wouldn't fetch a good price. After thinking it over, selling a few pounds of venison is the best option. My deer arrived quickly. There might be prey in other nearby territories, but since others haven't hunted yet, my venison can still fetch a high price. Once more people start hunting, the price will definitely drop. With that in mind, I opened a regional chat channel. It was just past 8 o'clock, not long after dawn, and most lords were awake, but there weren't many people chatting at this hour. Perhaps because there were more people online than before, the atmosphere in the channel was quite lively. I used the camera app to take a picture of the sick deer and sent it out. Chiyuan, sickadeer.jpg. How did you guys know I just hunted a deer? The message had barely left the chat when it went silent for a moment, then exploded. No? Who asked you? Rich guy. Hug me, I'm hungry, boo-hoo. Wow, I saw someone kill a deer first thing in the morning. They can hunt prey in just 1 hour? And it's a sick deer? Poet, I'll eat it. Is this deer for sale? Seeing their shocked expressions, I smiled with satisfaction, turned off the channel, and let them bombard me with questions without bothering to reply. I let the news circulate for a while, and I could also process the venison. I'm, after all, a 21st century youth with a penchant for all sorts of vices. The largest animal I've ever handled is a chicken. Slaughtering a deer is something I have absolutely no experience with. Luckily, I have a kitchen knife, which is better than randomly hacking around with a stone axe. I walked to the wooden block I'd used as a cutting board yesterday and began my first ever deer slaughter. Not long after, 2 and the others returned carrying a pile of flint. Seeing that I was actually peeling meat myself, they immediately dropped what they were carrying and ran over. Lord, how can you do this yourself? Yes, let us do it. Without even looking up, I asked them directly, do you have experience? Do you know anything about this? They were speechless for a moment. Then don't come here and ruin my deer. I don't know if I really have some talent, but although I was a little clumsy at first, I got better and better at dissecting, and later I could even ask them about the situation while I was working. I asked if there was enough flint, and he nodded quickly, saying that not only was there enough, but there was plenty to spare. I immediately told them to build the tool shed as soon as possible, and to make usable tools immediately afterward, especially baskets and buckets, preferably before I returned at noon. Tushan was clearly surprised to hear I was going out again. After all, I'd already caught some prey. Why would I risk it all? I told them that the most important water source hadn't been found yet, and that I wanted to explore the deer herd to see their range. Tushan immediately offered to come with me, but after I finished cutting the last piece of meat, I looked up at him, smiled, and persuaded him to stay. You have to stay. The tool shed is also of utmost importance. I won't feel at ease if there's no reliable person in the family. As soon as I said this, Tushan stopped insisting on coming out with me. Instead, he looked like he had been entrusted with an important task, as if he couldn't wait to guard the rear for me. I grabbed some dry grass and leaves, wiped the oil and blood off my hands, and casually opened the control panel. The chat was still buzzing about how I'd hunted the deer. Everyone was guessing how I'd done it, and quite a few were urging me to write a guide. There's really not much to say about this morning. It was all about brute force. Even if I wrote a guide, I couldn't charge for it. I opened my friends list again, and, sure enough, Received a lot of messages from strangers, mostly asking how to hunt deer and wanting me to post a guide to help them. Some even offered to exchange Rabbit Man's soul crystals for deer meat. I glanced at the time. It was already 8:49. I was too lazy to haggle with everyone. There were too many people selling raw meat in the channel right now, so even if a few more people sold raw meat, it wouldn't affect me much. I scanned through the offers, filtered out a few outrageous ones, accepted the friend request from the remaining people, and sent a mass message. Chiyuan, 1 kilogram of black bread plus 1 pound of venison in exchange for 1 rabbit soul crystal. Buying post-published, first come, first serve. After sending it, I reposted the message back into the channel. Chapter 17, Finding the Water Source. To my surprise, even though I had already lowered the price, 2 people immediately chose to trade. 2 pounds of venison and 4 kilograms of black bread disappeared from the territory after deducting the transaction fee, and I ended up with 2 Rabbit Man soul crystals. I thought about it and added 2 more purchase requests, making it 5 in total. If all the requests go through, I can get 7 rabbit soul crystals today, which will cost a total of 14 kilograms of black bread and 7 caddies of venison. This way, the territory would still have nearly 6 kilograms of black bread and a little over 20 kilograms of venison left. That sounds like a lot, but it's only enough for 14 people for a little over a day. This is my bottom line. The territory must have a day's worth of reserves. Otherwise, if we can't find new food, trouble will inevitably ensue. I chatted with the 2 lords selling soul crystals for a bit and found out they were the ones who had a falling out with their people yesterday. They're buying meat now because they saw in my post that rabbit people love meat and they want to cook a good meal to win back their hearts. I casually sent them a message, asking them to help promote it in the channel if it worked, and to let them know first if I had anything good next time. Tianji readily agreed, but Wolf King replied, "You're quite capable. I'll help you with this." Upon seeing this, I fell silent. It wasn't that I had a problem, but rather that this person did. I took out 2 Rabbit Man soul crystals and activated them directly. 2 new Rabbit Men appeared before me. I named them 2 Chi and 2 Ba, and told them to work for 2 Shan for the time being, assuring them that if they worked hard, they would have meat for lunch. The 2 Rabbit Men were initially nervous and timid, but as soon as they heard there was meat, their ears perked up instantly, and they looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and anticipation. It wasn't until they saw the cut venison, venison bones, and the incomplete venison hide next to them that their expressions completely changed. 2 Shan immediately took the men away, telling them as they went that the Lord was kind and benevolent, never lied, and would never mistreat them if they were given meat, but only if they worked hard. I don't know if it was because the venison was right in front of me, but as soon as 2 Shan took the people away, I saw fluorescent lights appear above their heads. A notification appeared, indicating that I had gained the initial approval of 2 citizens, which is equivalent to 2 points of public support. It seems that once a reputation is established, initial acceptance isn't difficult. Even without venison, working alongside the other rabbit people for a while should generate popularity points. My popularity points are currently 7. I only need 3 more to draw an entry. Although I was really looking forward to it, I didn't continue to raise the price. Unless I could find more food soon, I couldn't touch the reserves anymore. Anyway, by midnight, 2 E and 2 Wu's morale should be almost full, and then I could start the second draw. I called 2 E, and we prepared to set off. This time, we brought 4 empty earthenware jars. Before, we weren't sure if there was water, and earthenware jars are fragile, so we were just scouting ahead. Now that we were fairly certain there was a water source to the east, we decided to bring them directly. A clay pot can only hold 1 liter of water, and with 9 people now in the territory, that's far from enough. Ultimately, we need to make wooden barrels as soon as possible. We knew the way well and quickly returned to the area where we had hunted the deer. 2E listened carefully, and after confirming there was no movement nearby, I had her follow the tracks left by the deer. Sika deer need to drink water every day, and if you follow their tracks, you'll likely find a water source. Along the way, I saw quite a few animal tracks and even spotted squirrels twice. It seems this forest isn't lacking in resources. Perhaps setting some simple traps nearby in the future would yield some results. As a rabbit burrowed into the dry grass, a question suddenly occurred to me. So I asked 2E if rabbit people had any dietary restrictions or taboos. She was taken aback at first, then shook her head, saying that she could eat anything and was very easy to raise. I asked her again if rabbits were edible. She answered naturally that they were. Demi-humans rarely abstain from certain animals because of physical characteristics, and no one truly believes their bloodline comes from those animals. Hearing her say that reassured me considerably. Otherwise, with more races under my command, I fear I wouldn't be able to eat many things anymore. To my surprise, we followed the footprints for more than half an hour and still didn't find any water. Just as I was starting to doubt my judgment, 2E's ears suddenly twitched, and she looked at me excitedly, saying that she thought she could hear water ahead. My spirits lifted, and I immediately led her forward. The territory was truly dry. There was only a little over a liter left, not enough for 9 people to each have a sip. We hadn't run far when I heard the sound of rushing water. Even though I hadn't felt thirsty before, I couldn't help but lick my dry lips. We quickened our pace and soon arrived at a small river. The water was fairly clear, less than 10 meters wide, and didn't look deep. As soon as 2E saw the water, she filled a clay pot with it and was about to drink when I stopped her. I told her that raw water in the wild couldn't be drunk directly. It had to be brought back and boiled. She didn't quite understand, but she was obedient and put down the earthenware pot. I stood by the river and observed it. Based on the river's course, it should intersect with the southeast side of the territory. If we went southeast from the territory, we might be able to shorten the journey from over an hour to less than an hour. We could have someone try it when we got back. Small fish were swimming in the river. Though not large, they indicated the water quality was good enough to drink after boiling. This meant the territory wouldn't have to worry about water for a while, and would even have an additional source of food for fishing. However, I'm also a bit puzzled. Last night, the temperature clearly dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius, yet the river showed no signs of freezing. Perhaps it was just that the time was too short and it hadn't had time to freeze yet. After filling 4 water jugs, I decided to turn back. Although I only brought back 4 liters of water, my goal had been achieved. More importantly, the river wasn't far from my territory and the route could potentially be shortened further, making it a truly excellent water source for now. As long as the wooden barrels can be made this afternoon, the territory won't have to worry about drinking water for the time being. On the way back, I saw the glow above 2E's head fully bloom, and the system also gave me some public support points. 2 points left. Once I get back to my territory, I can draw the second entry. Maybe those 5 acquisition notices have already been exchanged for new Rabbitman soul crystals. Thinking of this, I just want to get back as soon as possible. The power of the new entry in Chapter 18, date 2 time, 12:15, temperature, 9 plus 10 degrees Celsius. Before I even returned to my territory, I received 2 notifications of popularity points arriving in my account. First 3 points, then 1 point. It seems this doesn't necessarily mean you have to be in front of it to get it. It can work even from a distance. I tucked the spear under my arm and summoned the vocabulary gallery. I now had 12 points of public support, just enough for a second draw. I was too lazy to bother with any formalities. I just drew. The familiar vortex began to spin, this time seemingly flashing with white and green specks of light, but quickly disappeared. Finally, the new entry appeared, Little Glutton. I didn't rush to see the results. I checked the extraction interface first. The result was a relief. This time, the required public support points only increased to 20, instead of skyrocketing to 100. While 20 points isn't a small amount, it's at least within an acceptable range. More importantly, this suggests that subsequent consumption will likely increase by 10 each time, or even double. If that's the case, we're not far from getting the green attribute, which is far better than a 10-fold increase. I clicked on the details of Little Glutton. Little Glutton, quality, white. Type, personal. Effect, you're more sensitive to the smell and taste of ingredients and can better distinguish the types and characteristics of ingredients. After reading the description, a question mark almost popped into my head. A chef-related entry? I'm currently busy building campsites in the wild, enduring the cold, and establishing a foothold. Why would you give me a cooking entry? But I didn't really dislike it. Combo power looks like combat stat, but I've used it for both combat and production, haven't I? Anyway, as long as it's usable, chefs aren't necessarily without value. I simply transferred the Little Glutton attribute to 2E and then resonated it with myself. As soon as the attribute was activated, I immediately felt like the whole world had changed. All sorts of smells rushed into my nose. The smell of rotting leaves, withered grass, deer blood, the muddiny smell of deer, and even the stench and urine left by other animals. I followed the scent for about 10 meters to the left and soon found a hole about the size of a bowl in the dry grass. A rabbit hole. Now I understood. This entry wasn't just for identifying ingredients. It was just as useful for tracking animals. That herd of sick deer had virtually no chance of escaping me. Calling it a hunting entry wouldn't be an exaggeration. Finding wild food was no problem at all. 2E, standing behind me, clearly noticed the change in me and looked somewhat uneasy. Just as she was about to speak, I reassured her. Don't panic. This is a new power I've given you. Go back to your territory first, and try it again this afternoon. She was visibly taken aback, her face full of surprise. Clearly, she was even more impressed by my power as her lord. Hundreds of meters from the territory, I could already smell the fresh scent of wood, along with the pungent smell of deer and the stench of blood. What surprised me even more was that I could even distinguish the number of rabbit men by their scent, as each one had a slightly different smell. I was starting to have doubts. Wasn't it supposed to only be able to identify ingredients? Could this little glutton be a Siberian golden shaded? It seems I underestimated it. This attribute could definitely be used as a perception attribute. As long as the creature that attacked me has a scent, the situation from last night, where I was touched from behind, should be much less likely to happen again. As soon as we entered the territory, 2C came to greet us, saying he wanted to report on the situation in the west. I waved him off, telling him to wait until we ate. Then I handed him and 2 Shuang some water, specifically instructing Shuang that the water must be boiled before drinking, and told her to go boil it now. We'll eat after the water boils. We'll have venison later. Yay! I've been walking all morning and was a bit tired, so I sat down on a wooden stump and opened the control panel. The trading function has many limitations. You can only send and receive trades within your territory, which is why I hadn't looked at it before. When I opened it, I was stunned. Your transactions are all complete. Only 3 hours, and it's all sold out? I checked my friend's list, and then understood what had happened. Kinji, thanks, bro, feeding the rabbit people meat really worked. I'll go advertise for you right now. Wolf King, as expected of the man I respect, your method worked. I'll personally promote it for you on the channel. It turns out someone gave me a 5-star review on the channel and helped promote it for me. As soon as this happened, I immediately went to the forum. Your paid post has been viewed by 999 people today, and you have received 9,990 grams of black bread. This has indeed created a nepotistic effect. Only about a third of the lords in the channel chose the Rabbit Man trait. Less than 3,000 out of over 8,000 people. Plus, nearly 2,000 people viewed my post yesterday, so the potential is almost exhausted. After all, not everyone will click on someone else's paid post. But when the two of them started promoting it, not only did they say that feeding the people meat was effective, but they also mentioned the management methods in my post, and as a result, my post went viral again. At this rate, I can collect a little more black bread before the end of today. However, such good results are unlikely in the future. Those who have seen it probably won't watch it a second time. But anyway, I've already made a fortune. Just one post brought me almost 30 kilograms of black bread. If I weren't always thinking about buying people, that would be enough to eat for a week. I casually peeked into the chat for a bit to see how others were doing. Quite a few lords went out this morning, and quite a few encountered animals, but none of them actually managed to catch any prey except for me. The main problem was that the animals were too agile and difficult to chase. My success was purely because E was, well, rather naive, which activated the corresponding protective power. Otherwise, with just my attack, I could at most have tripped up the little deer. It would have been almost impossible to keep it alive. However, people in the channel have already started discussing trap-making techniques and strategies extensively. Judging by this trend, it won't be long before other lords are also able to hunt. I was watching with great interest and decided to learn from their methods, planning to write down all the usable techniques. As for the 5 Rabbit Man soul crystals, I plan to activate them after dinner. It wouldn't be right to summon them, but not feed them. Just as I was engrossed in my work, an excited cheer suddenly came from not far away. It's done. The wooden barrel is finished. Chapter 19, Tool Room. Unlock Campfire Upgrade. Hearing Tushan shout, I looked over in surprise. I had originally thought he had been hiding in the house because the tool room wasn't finished and he was too ashamed to come out and face people. I didn't expect that the seemingly simple wooden hut was actually the complete tool room. What surprised me even more was that he not only built the tool shed, but also made wooden barrels on the side. I pushed the door open and went in. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary wooden hut, but the inside was completely different. The walls were covered with flint tools, including stone knives, stone hammers, chisels, and many other things that I recognized but couldn't name. Tushan was sitting on a wooden stump, excitedly looking at the several wooden barrels on the ground. These barrels were simply hollowed-out logs with a thick wooden stick inserted through them for easy carrying. Though crude, they were at least usable. My lord, he became excited as soon as he saw me. Well done, making the barrel on time. You deserve credit. I casually praised him, and he grinned even more excitedly. But what I was really interested in was the tool shed itself. Simple tool shelter, quality, white. Effect, contains various tools and instruction for crafting many basic items. There's a chance to learn crafting skills while crafting inside. Evaluation, learning to craft and use tools is an essential part of human civilization. I stared at the word skills, and a thought struck me. I looked at Tushan's information again, and sure enough, there were 2 more items. Tushan, skills, basic construction LV1, basic crafting LV1. He really does have skills. I immediately realized that this thing was even more important than I had thought. That afternoon, I needed to assign him some more people to learn how to make more basic tools as quickly as possible. With tools, the double manpower in the territory could truly be effective. Right now, with only 2 stone axes, even with more people, the efficiency of cutting down trees wouldn't increase. With the right tools, the territory's development speed will definitely increase dramatically. The territory will expand further after the next campfire upgrade. So before that, you need to clear out all the trees within the area, otherwise building later will be very troublesome. All right, let's go eat first, I said, then left the tool shed, taking the blueprint with me. Before leaving, I asked Tushan, can you build a tool shed on your own now? After receiving a positive reply, I immediately updated the blueprint I had. Primordial Campfire Upgrade Blueprint. Quality. White. Requirements. 100 logs, 50 stones. Weight must be at least 15 kilograms. Warning. Upgrading the campfire will cause some energy leakage, which may attract the attention of more distant ghouls. The campfire upgrade blueprint was unlocked so quickly, I originally thought I need to collect some more basic buildings first. It seems the cabin solves the overnight problem, and the tool shed increases productivity. It's definitely time to move on to the next stage. 100 logs aren't too difficult for us. As long as the tool shed makes enough stone axes quickly, our tree chopping speed will increase significantly. The real problem is the stones. I've seen stones that meet the standard along the way, but those places are all too far from our territory, often several tens of minutes journey away. Even if the rabbit man had the power to strike repeatedly, he could only carry back 2 stones weighing over 15 kilograms at most at a time, and those stones would have to be the right shape. Gathering 50 stones would be a huge undertaking. I had just stepped out of the tool shed when I saw 2 shuang pouring boiling water into a clay pot. It seemed the meal was almost ready. The smell actually stirred a sense of anticipation within me. I couldn't believe we'd be eating meat so soon, only the second day afterward. But as I approached the pile of venison, my brow furrowed instantly. It was too gamey, too strong-smelling. Can this thing really be eaten raw? My mind even automatically conjured up a method for preparing it. Blanch it to remove the fishy smell, then add scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. Thinking about this, I was surprised myself. When did I become so skilled at handling food? I turned to look at 2EE and saw that she also looked disgusted. She was staring at the meat, unwilling to look away, but the smell made her frown. That's when I realized that the problem was with the entry. I opened the image gallery and examined it for a bit, then patted 2EE and immediately turned off the related effects. Lord, she asked, somewhat bewildered. Is it still that smelly? Huh, it's gone now. I'm fairly proficient at managing entries, so temporarily closing one isn't difficult. I had to continue working this afternoon, and I didn't have time for anything too complicated, so I simply cut a few pounds of venison, added some salt and water, and boiled it. The conditions were too poor. Even a skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. All I could do was skim off the foam. But for these rabbit people who had never tasted anything good, this was already considered a top-notch delicacy. Just the words, eating meat, made their mouths water. Get your bowls and eat. We sat down around the makeshift campfire again, and even though there were 2 more people in the group, the atmosphere didn't change. Everyone looked satisfied after finishing the venison, except for me, who was still frowning. This stuff was both fishy and gamey. The only decent thing was the meat itself. It was quite tender. Watching the rabbits devour it, I couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. It's true what they say, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. I really miss the days on Earth. Even the canteen was 100 times better than this stuff. Just then, 2C put down his bowl and said earnestly, "My lord, please allow me to report to you on the situation in the West." Although he also wanted to eat a few more bites, he was clearly still thinking about the important matter at hand. I nodded and let him continue. In the morning, we traveled about 7 or 8 kilometers west. About a kilometer west of the territory, there was a rocky hill, a large stone pit with many stones inside, but we didn't know if there were any stone mines underground. About 5 kilometers further west, the terrain began to rise. The trees became fewer, and a kind of low-growing tree appeared. Continuing forward, the shrubs became more and more numerous, until about 7 or 8 kilometers later, we found a pool of water. I nodded after listening. Looking at this route, stone quarries, changing tree species, and pools, the west side clearly has more to offer, especially the areas with abundant shrubs. We might even find berries. And that rocky outcrop is crucial. We need to upgrade our campfire right now, and stone is exactly the resource we're short on. A kilometer isn't far. It's much closer than the stones I saw on the road before. If everyone goes out, we probably can gather all the stones needed for the upgrade in less than an hour. So it seems there's still hope of getting all the campfire materials ready today. Lunch ended quickly, and I immediately got up to activate all 5 Rabbitman soul crystals I had just obtained, instantly gaining 5 points of public support. With 13 Rabbitmen under my command now, I can reliably secure 13 points of public support today and tomorrow. 6 plus 13 plus 13 minus 11 equals 21. In other words, I'll be able to draw the 3rd entry tomorrow. Thinking of this, I perked up and turned to look at everyone. Let's all work harder and try to get the campfire up tonight. Yes. Chapter 20. A chance encounter with ingredients, a strange taste. Time, 12:35. I first assigned the task, asking Tushan to lead 5 people to make stone axes, ideally 10 within an hour. Tushan patted his chest and said 3 people would be enough, but I disagreed and insisted he lead 5, making more if there was extra time. Next, I had Shuang take 2 people southeast to find stream and fetch water. Of the remaining 5, I looked at Tusi and decided to take them to the rocky hill to clear away any obstacles along the way. The heaviest task this afternoon was moving stones. 15 kilograms apiece doesn't sound like an exaggeration, but carrying it back from the wooded wasteland a kilometer away is definitely not an easy task. After reactivating the Little Glutton ability for 2E in myself, I led the remaining people, armed with stone axes and knives, and set off. Less than 5 minutes later, I suddenly stopped, looking puzzled at a patch of withered grass beside me. Where's the scallion smell coming from? Just as 2C was about to speak, I waved them to continue clearing the path and walked to the edge of the bushes to part them. The smell suddenly became stronger, and I was immediately delighted. I aimed at the root and pulled hard, and in my hand was a small scallion with withered yellow leaves and half of its white part broken. Is this wild onion? My venison looks like it might be saved. However, I didn't waste time on this and simply stuffed the wild onion into my pocket. Business was more important, and I needed to take this back to my territory for identification, just in case it turned out to be some poisonous plant disguised as an onion. In just over 10 minutes, we arrived at our destination, the Rocky Hill. Only then did I understand why Tusi Temple was sometimes called Rocky Hill and sometimes Stone Pit. It turned out that behind a large expanse of rocks was a deep pit, also filled with stones. I took a quick look, and the situation was better than I expected. There were many stones here, in various sizes and shapes. The most troublesome thing about moving stones wasn't their weight, but their irregular shape, which made them difficult to handle. If we could find stones of suitable size, the efficiency would be much higher. There was a faint smell here, a sweet and cloying scent mixed with a fishy or gamey odor. After careful examination, I realized that the smell wasn't coming from the rocky hills, but rather from the forest to the northwest. Such a strong scent suggests either a social creature or, most likely, a predator. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. I kept this in mind, took out the blueprint, and quickly selected stones that met the standards. 2C asked if we should move them first, but I frowned. Carrying it for a kilometer is too stupid. It's not only tiring and inefficient, but it also increases the risk of injury. I glanced at the tools everyone had brought and immediately said, "Put the wooden spears on the ground, tie straw ropes to both sides to make a makeshift stretcher, and space them close together so that no stones slipped through. Soon, the makeshift stretcher was ready. I placed 4 stones on the 2 wooden spears. The spears had been carefully selected and could easily support 120 jin, 60 kilograms. I secured them with straw ropes, so all the person carrying it needed to do was maintain their balance. 2C and 2 Wu stepped forward to try it out. With the added power of their combined strikes, the 100-plus pounds weren't difficult for them. 2C felt it was all right, but he would have to walk a little slower. I nodded, told them to be careful, and we set off first. Then I made a stretcher for myself, and 2E as well, and placed 4 stones on it first. 2 Lu, who was left alone, looked at me and asked himself what to do. I casually asked him to carry 1 stone. 2 Lu immediately objected, saying he could carry 2. Since he was so confident, I didn't stop him and helped him put the 2 stones on his shoulders. Unexpectedly, after he picked them up, he strode forward and quickly caught up with the cautious 2C and 2 Wu. When it was my turn and 2E's turn, I deliberately stood behind her and earnestly reminded her, "E, I'm behind you, so you have to put in more effort, otherwise you might hit me." Upon hearing that it might hit the Lord, 2E's eyes immediately hardened, and she patted her chest to assure him that she was very strong. I glanced at her stats. Her strength was already quite high, so I added 2 more long, rectangular stones. 2E was stunned, but I continued, "Be careful, I'll stay right behind you." Perhaps the pressure was working, because her strength temporarily increased a little, reaching 9 o'clock. We easily lifted the stretcher, but looking at the 6 stones and the wooden spear bent under the pressure, I still felt a little uneasy. If it falls, my toes will probably shatter on the spot. Just as a sense of crisis arose, a surge of power suddenly appeared within me. Zhang Qi. Strength. 5 plus 3 plus 1. Temporary buff. Defense increased. I was stunned for a moment. Activating the protective power was so simple, I didn't need to face any real danger. As long as I felt a tangible threat, even just the possibility of injury it would trigger. It seems that my path of self-pranking isn't entirely without a solution. But my joy was short-lived. The power quickly dissipated. I quickly and repeatedly chanted in my mind, "Don't let it hit my foot," before the amplification reappeared. I couldn't help but feel a bit of a toothache. This protective power was indeed strong, but it didn't quite suit my personality. While I'm not exactly a reckless fool, I'm not one to worry about things that might never happen. Because the road had been cleared on the way there, the return trip went without incident. However, in the latter half, 2 Lu's stamina noticeably declined, his speed slowed considerably, and his steps became unsteady. Fortunately, we made it back to our territory safely in the end. When a stone landed, everyone else was fine, but 2 Lu was so exhausted he couldn't straighten up. Seeing this, the people looked at me with admiration. Time, 12:55. This round trip took a total of 20 minutes and brought back 12 stones. After that, there was no need to clear the road again. A trip would take about 15 minutes. With another rabbit man, 3 stretchers could make 3 round trips, and all 50 stones could be transported. Time flies, and night falls in the blink of an eye. By this time, Chiyu territory had already collected enough stones. But neither the people nor I stopped working. Everyone was frantically chopping down trees. I glanced at the pile of wood beside the campfire and silently calculated. I'm still short 20 logs. I must upgrade the campfire tonight. Chapter 21, Campfire Upgrade and Announcement. In the chat channel, many lords were complaining about how difficult it was to build tool sheds, while others had already begun preparing to upgrade their campfires. Everyone quickly discovered that logs were relatively easy to obtain. The real problem was stone, which required a full 50 blocks. Some speculated that there were piles of stones near each territory, and that it should be possible to gather them all within half a day if they were found. Others, however, doubted that anyone could upgrade their campfire to level 2 tonight, since building a tool shed would take up most of the day, leaving little time for moving stones. It's 7:03 p.m., and the high today is only 9 degrees Celsius, 1 degree lower than yesterday. At this rate, daytime temperatures could be close to 0 in a week, making resource gathering and food searching even more difficult. A sense of urgency washed over me. Carrying the last log, I staggered towards the timber pile. An afternoon of intense labor had almost taken its toll on me, let alone the rabbits who were even less physically fit. They tried to come up and help, but almost fell as soon as they stood up. Only the one who had been making tools at the front of the mountain was in relatively better condition. He tried to take the wood, but I waved him off telling him not to be reckless and to hurry up and boil water to cook. As soon as the logs were placed down, 2C asked if we should upgrade the campfire, saying that everyone had regained some strength and construction should be no problem. I shook my head and told him to rest first and talk about it after dinner. I haven't forgotten the warning on the blueprint. Upgrading the campfire will cause energy overflow, which might attract ghouls from further away. Everyone's exhausted right now. If we get ambushed, it's basically a free kill. There are 14 of us in the territory, including me. The rabbits really worked hard today, and several of them were exhausted. I cut off nearly 10 pounds of venison and threw all the wild onions I picked along the way into the pot. Looking at the venison and scallions in the pot, I always feel like I'm just blanching it. Boiled meat gets really boring after a while, and there's only half a bag of salt left. I'll have to figure out how to make more seasonings, otherwise the food will just get worse and worse. To make matters worse, I also have the little glutton tag on me, which amplifies my sense of smell and taste, making the smell of this pot of food pure torture. But at night, evil spirits might come following the firelight at any moment. So, I absolutely cannot remove the warning tag. After the meal was served, the rabbits were incredibly excited. Even though it was just a pot of not-so-delicious stewed venison with black bread, they felt like they were having a feast, and some even exclaimed that following their lord for life had been worthwhile. Even 2E, who was also influenced by the little glutton, would occasionally show a satisfied expression. Only I remained silently sorrowful, cursing the demi-human empire in my heart once again. Half an hour later, I led the group, who had eaten and drunk their fill, to the woodpile by the campfire. I told Tushan to bring over the stone spears, stone axes, and wooden spears, and to stay alert while working, and to immediately move closer to me with their weapons if anything happened. Then I had 2E and 2 other people stand guard nearby to ensure no enemies approached. After making those arrangements, I fully activated the campfire upgrade blueprint I had. A virtual projection appeared, and everyone immediately followed the instructions to place the materials. This upgrade was not complicated. It simply involved placing stones in designated locations and then assembling logs as required, with almost no processing steps. To my surprise, some logs, despite touching the primordial campfire, failed to ignite completely. It wasn't until the last log was placed on top that the stable flame in the center suddenly surged, instantly engulfing the surrounding wooden frame. The flames began to spread to the logs further away, and the campfire, which was originally as tall as a person, quickly grew to 4 or 5 meters and continued to expand, turning everyone's faces into a dim yellow glow. At the same time, an invisible wave spread in all directions. I didn't even need to look to know that this territory was now extremely conspicuous in the forest. It wouldn't be surprising if it attracted not only calamity spirits, but also bold wild beasts. I immediately ordered everyone to pick up their weapons and be on guard. I also reminded 2E that even though I was very strong, I could still be in danger if I was ambushed. I told her to keep her senses open and pay close attention to her surroundings. 2E nodded vigorously, as if she had made up her mind to protect the lord who fed her. I glanced at the buff. It only added a little bit to spirit, which left me somewhat dissatisfied. So I told her that if she could spot the enemy early tonight and perform well, I would secretly give her a sausage tomorrow. Upon hearing those 3 words, her ears perked up instantly and began to twitch rapidly. The next moment, the temporary boost turned into enhanced perception. I had mixed feelings, feeling like I was less important to 2E than a sausage. Time passed slowly, and the primordial campfire finally engulfed the entire wooden frame, the flames reaching a height of over 5 meters. Strangely, however, no matter how fierce the fire was, it never crossed the outer ring of stones. Soon, a notification sounded. Territory upgrade complete. After successfully defending against the first wave of attacks, more powers will be unlocked. Immediately following was another warning. Because I was the first lord to build a primal campfire, my territory was too conspicuous, greatly increasing the probability of being attacked by the fiends. I was stunned. Why wasn't this mentioned beforehand? Luckily, I didn't take any chances, otherwise I might have really messed up tonight. At the same time, an announcement appeared in the Lord channel. Chapter 22, Isn't This Putting Him on the Hot Seat? Enemy Attack. Announcement. A Level 2 campfire has been detected. The suppression of the disaster ghosts within the Wolfang City area has been reduced, and the probability of all territories being attacked by the disaster ghost has increased. The announcement caused an uproar in the regional chat. Some were shocked that someone had actually managed to upgrade their campfire to level 2 today, while others immediately turned their anger towards the upgrader, feeling that this had harmed the entire region. Some even shouted for that person to quickly destroy the campfire, otherwise, whoever was killed by the fiend would be blamed on him. The Wolf King retorted directly, "You're weak. Why blame others for developing too fast?" Tianji then advised everyone not to be swayed by the hype. No one knew this change would be triggered before the upgrade. Instead of trying to find out who the culprit was, it would be better to find a way to let Qiyuan be the guide and pathfinder. I also received the announcement, and I was completely stunned when I saw its contents. Wasn't this putting me in a very difficult position? But there's no time to dwell on it now. The immediate crisis is the most critical. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I was getting impatient when I suddenly smelled a strange odor. It smelled like rotten meat that had been frozen and then buried in the ground, making me want to vomit. 2E, who was on the other side of the campfire, also noticed something was wrong. She quickly came to my side and whispered that the smell was coming from one direction. I nodded and immediately gathered everyone on the north side of the territory, leaving only 2 people on the south side for defense. I lowered my voice and ordered, "Grab your wooden spears and wait for my command to fire immediately." The others responded quietly and focused their attention on the woods to the north. I glanced at the rabbit man beside me and noticed that most of the newcomers were trembling as they gripped their weapons. Their eyes were resolute, but they couldn't hide their nervousness. On the other hand, Yi Daowu, who had fought the calamity demons with me, was much calmer and even seemed eager to try. It seems that fighting is indeed the fastest way to hone courage. A few minutes later, the stench grew stronger. By the firelight, I saw figures appearing in the woods. The calamity demon seemed to realize it had been exposed, and its pace quickened as it charged towards us. Disaster demon, strength 8, stamina 5, agility 6, spirit 4. There were 10 calamity demons in total, the leader being noticeably stronger, and the horns on his head indicated that he was a goat man in his previous life. The distance of 100 meters was halved in the blink of an eye, and their hideous faces were gradually revealed. The new rabbit man's palms began to sweat. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. I suddenly shouted, "Release!" More than a dozen wooden spears shot out simultaneously, heading straight for the 10 calamity demons. 2E and I, being the strongest, both aimed at the leader, the goat man calamity demon. But no one expected that the goat man seemed to be prepared, grabbing the skinny rabbit man demon beside him and using it as a weapon to sweep across the area. Most of the wooden spears were knocked down, but only mine 2E's spears pierced into that weapon. Having lost the first move, the new rabbit's expressions changed. Seeing the sheepmen's unwavering advance, they instinctively wanted to retreat, and fear was clearly creeping into their hearts. I didn't comfort them. No amount of encouragement could compare to letting them see for themselves that they are not weak. I immediately ordered, "Stone spearmen, raise your spears. Axemen, follow up, prepare." Though the rabbit men were afraid, the thought of the venison for dinner made them grit their teeth, grip their weapons tightly, and stay by my side. The next instant, the goat man calamity demon charged at me, carrying weapons that resembled corpses. I shouted, "Stab!" The goat man immediately swept his sword, trying to deflect all the stone spears. He had a strength of 8 points, but the rabbit man, enhanced by combo power, also had 6 points of strength. He could deflect 1 spear, but not all of them. 4 or 5 stone spears collided with the corpse, 2 of them still managing to pierce it from the side. With 2 soft thuds, 2 more bloody holes appeared in the goat man's abdomen. I immediately shouted, "Axe!" 5 rabbit men, wielding stone axes, immediately stepped forward. One of the newcomers was too frightened to open his eyes, but he still took a step forward and swung his stone axe down hard. The goat man wasn't seriously injured and quickly retreated to avoid the axe blows, while simultaneously hurling the rabbit man ghoul he was holding at us. I tried to block it with my stone spear, but it only grazed the edge, and I couldn't stop the corpse from crashing into the crowd. The already timid rabbit men were so frightened that they scattered and retreated. Although they were not seriously injured, their formation was completely disrupted. I could tell at a glance that it was too late to regroup. The other scourges arrived as well. I roared, stomped my foot, and charged straight at the foremost goat man's scourge with my spear. "Follow me and kill." 2E followed closely beside me, and Shuang Daowu immediately pounced on the different calamity demons. Only 2C didn't move, silently blending into the panicked rabbit people. I thrust my spear forward fiercely, but to my surprise, the goat man neither dodged nor evaded, charging headlong into the spear tip. The impact was immense, and although the stone spear was not sharp, it still pierced through his chest. But he took advantage of the situation and moved closer to me. He grabbed me with both hands, and I kicked him hard with my spear, trying to push him back and then pull out my stone spear. The sheep man reacted extremely quickly. As soon as he stepped back, he grabbed the spear at his chest and managed to steady himself. "Kill him." A hoarse, strained voice came from the sheep's mouth, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. It turned out that these monstrous spirits, who resembled the living dead, could actually speak and communicate. The remaining evil spirits immediately converged on the center of the battlefield, attempting to surround me. However, the rabbit people were merely thrown into disarray, not dead. At this moment, 2C's face turned completely red, as if he was terrified but also worried about my safety. His voice trembled as he roared, "Brothers, the Lord is in danger. If the Lord dies, who will give us meat to eat? Who will treat us like human beings? We outnumber him, we have weapons, and we have the divine power given to us by the Lord. What are we afraid of?" Chapter 23, Loot and Rewards. Yeah, we're not afraid of him. Kill. Attack together. Even 2C, who was trembling with fear, dared to charge forward, so the other rabbit people naturally had no reason to back down. They swarmed forward, and the effect was immediately apparent. 2E, who had been entangled by the 4 calamity demons, finally broke free. 2E was about to turn around to help me when she saw me pull out a kitchen knife from somewhere and slash it hard across the sheepman's neck. Blue blood gushed out, but this guy was a living dead. He wasn't going to die so easily. As I got close, the goat man suddenly tilted his head back and slammed his horns into my forehead. I felt a buzzing in my head, and I almost fainted. But the calamity demon didn't know that an uninjured human and a wounded human driven to desperation are 2 completely different things. Pain and a deadly threat struck at the same time, and my vision was instantly blurred with blood. My protective power erupted completely, and power surged wildly from the depths of my body. I gripped its shoulder tightly with my right hand, while my left hand swung the cleaver repeatedly at its neck. The sheepman tried to charge again, but I charged straight at its head. With a crisp snap, I finally chopped off the goat man's head. Seeing me covered in blue blood and with bloodshot eyes, the rabbits couldn't decide whether to fear the calamity demon or me. Perhaps fearing I would turn on them in my bloodlust, they forgot their fear and attacked even more viciously. 2E rushed to my side and asked anxiously, "My lord, are you all right?" I waved my hand. "It's all right, go kill them all." She had just been startled, and the amplification of her protective power was ridiculously high, leaving her with nowhere to expend her strength. With her joining the fray, the battle, which had initially gained the upper hand, quickly became one-sided. When the last Badgerman monster, riddled with stone spears, fell, the rabbit people finally couldn't help but cheer. "We really won. This thing isn't that scary." "Bullshit. You were the one shaking the most just now." After their fear was dispelled by victory, they realized that killing the enemy wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Just as everyone was getting excited, 2C's familiar voice rang out again. "It is thanks to the Lord's unparalleled bravery that we have the courage to stand up." The rabbits immediately realized what was happening and all looked at me. Lord is too strong. That sheepman was killed in just a few moves. Thank goodness for the Lord. I will follow him for the rest of my life. Praise be to the best Lord. 2C quietly slipped away from the crowd, his deeds remaining hidden. I sat on the wooden stool, watching in stunned silence. Wait, I didn't arrange for him to be a shield, did I? 2E walked up to me, her face full of guilt. "My lord, it's all my fault. If only I were stronger." I reached out and touched the top of her head and said seriously, "You've done very well." I was too impulsive. If she hadn't stopped the 4 calamity demons right away, I probably would have been beaten to death. 2C added from the side, "Lord, it wasn't impulsive, but rather to awaken the courage in the hearts of the new rabbits." I smiled and didn't refute it. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the panel. The territory upgrade crisis has been resolved, and the panel functions have been improved. The appraisal function has been enhanced and can now be used outside of your territory. Please check the other functions yourself. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. The identification function could finally be used outside my territory. In the future, if I found a plant, I wouldn't have to bring it back to determine if it could be harvested. And if I encountered an enemy or beast, I could assess its strength in advance. As soon as the notification disappeared, the corpses of the Calamity demons began to vanish one by one. The other Calamity demons left nothing behind, but after the last goat man disappeared, several resources appeared on ground. For leader's soul crystals and an exquisite card. Slay the enemy to obtain 4 civilian soul crystals and one-time acceleration card, 12 hours. I picked up the card and examined it. Time acceleration card, 12 hours, quality, green. Effect can be used on territory buildings, instantly accelerating their time by 12 hours. Only 1 card can be used per building per day. Ensure sufficient campfire fuel and adequate personnel supplies before use. A green quality item that can actually speed up time. At first, I thought I'd found a divine artifact, but upon closer inspection, I realized it can only be used on territory buildings, and the effect only lasts for 12 hours. If used on a log cabin, it would at most allow someone to rest and recover instantly. But if used on a more important building, the effect would certainly be significant. I carefully store it away, deciding never to use it unless absolutely necessary. Then I appraised 4 more soul crystals, 2 rabbit men, 1 sheep man, and 1 badger man. We shouldn't hesitate to activate the rabbit men after cleaning up the battlefield to quickly gain popular support. As for the sheep men and badger men, I have no plans to recruit them for the time being. My racial stats are limited, and even if I were to acquire a second one, I would have to use it on the rabbit men first. I will only consider a second race if I have an excess of racial stats. I looked up and found that the rabbit people had all gathered behind me. Their eyes were burning with excitement, pride, and admiration for me. At this moment, the difference between go for it and follow me finally became apparent. I instructed, clean up the battlefield and retrieve the weapons. Don't throw away those old clothes. Put them together first. Yes, I didn't participate anymore. I was so angry and my adrenaline was pumping just now, but now that I've stopped, I'm immediately feeling exhausted. I was just about to go back to rest and check the channel status when another notification popped up in front of me. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in the Wolfang City region to upgrade your campfire. The territory leaderboard is now unlocked, and you can claim the level 2 campfire chest, first place, from the leaderboard. Chapter 24 Unboxing. The rabbits are so eager to improve. The territory leaderboard is now unlocked. You can claim the level 2 campfire chest, first place, from the leaderboard. Upon seeing the notification, I immediately opened the newly unlocked leaderboard. My Chiyuan territory was sitting alone in first place, while second place was still empty. I clicked on the highlighted claim available, and a reddish-yellow treasure chest appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of me. Campfire chest, first place quality, green. Opening it will grant 3 items to accelerate territory development, prioritizing resources suitable for your territory. After reading the information, I almost couldn't suppress my smile. Last time, being the first to build a campfire earned me access to the advanced channel and posting advantages. This time, being the first to upgrade my territory directly rewards me with a treasure chest, and the first place winner gets an extra item. Today was a busy day, but it was totally worth it. Adding to tonight's experience and the system notifications, I reckon I can even put together a paid post. Looks like I must continue to strive for advancement. If I can be number 1, I'll never fall behind. I placed the treasure chest on the wooden stump, rubbed my hands together, and then opened it. Congratulations! You have obtained Martial Arts Arena, green, X1, Greenhouse Blueprint, green, X1, 12-hour Speed Up Pack, green, X1. I'll check out the training ground first. It can accelerate the growth of the 3-dimensional attributes of strength, physique, and agility during training, with the effect being stronger the lower the attribute level. It also has a chance to learn combat skills and increase the speed of combat skills. This thing is practically tailor-made for Chiyuan territory. The rabbit people's attributes are too low right now, and they're all incredibly thin. With the training ground, they might be able to get their bodies back up in the shortest amount of time. More importantly, it's about combat skills. So far, I haven't seen anyone with this, and nobody in the entire Wolfang City area has mentioned it. The training ground can also be used with speed-up cards, making 1 day of training equivalent to 2, and the lead will only grow larger. The best part is that it doesn't require collecting materials to build. It can be placed directly. It's ready to use immediately, truly deserving of its eco-friendly quality, far superior to log cabins and tool sheds. Next, I looked at the blueprint for the greenhouse. Requirements: 500 logs, 2 basic construction materials. Effects: accelerates plant growth, regulates and maintains temperature, but requires a significant amount of water and nutrients. Green building requires only logs, no special materials, and no soil. I was a little surprised. Although 500 logs is an exaggerated number, almost equivalent to 5 campfires, at least trees are everywhere, and you can always cut them down if you have the time. If it were a blueprint requiring special materials, we'd probably have to search everywhere, and it might take a long time to build. So this greenhouse needs to be arranged as soon as possible. Whether it can become a primary food source is another matter, but at least it can provide vegetables and supplement vitamins. Now that the weather is getting colder, once it snows, even wild onions may not be available, not to mention the blizzards that may last for an unknown period of time. I put building the greenhouse on my to-do list, and then looked at the last card in my wallet. 12-hour speed-up pack containing 5 x 12-hour speed-up cards. Simple and straightforward, but quite valuable. Especially now that there's a training ground and a greenhouse behind it. These speed-up cards come in handy. After putting away the card pack and blueprint, I picked up the arena model and activated it. The next second, a 3D projection appeared before my eyes. After the campfire was upgraded to a bonfire, the heating range expanded to a radius of 100 meters. The training ground occupies 50 by 50 meters, which is not small, but there is still room within the territory. I looked around and finally chose the clearing on the north side where the most trees had been cut down. Although there were still quite a few wooden stakes there, the training ground clearly didn't care about them. The instant I confirmed it, a courtyard appeared out of thin air. If it weren't for the exposed wooden stakes around it, I would have even thought it had always been there. What's this? How come there's suddenly a big courtyard? Be on guard. Protect the Lord. The rabbits were startled and swarmed around me. I waved my hand and said that I got these, so there was no need to be nervous. They were even more bewildered, seemingly finding it hard to understand how I could have brought such a large stone-walled courtyard here. I was too lazy to explain, so I just said that this was our building and we could go inside and take a look. Pushing open the courtyard gate, you'll find a spacious stone-paved plaza. Various exercise equipment is placed around it, including weightlifting weights, parallel bars, plum blossom stakes, and mannequins. Seeing all this, I was speechless for a moment. I had a hunch when it was called a martial arts arena, but seeing the Chinese style still felt strange. The food was black bread, but the architecture was so Chinese. This demi-human empire's approach was truly bizarre. As you continue walking in, there are many signs along the edge of the square explaining how to use various equipment, and even a series of diagrams for exercising. As I watched those movements, 4 words inexplicably popped into my head. Radio calisthenics? I scratched my head and said it too. Go lift the stone lock and do the action shown on the sign. Yes, I was just going to try it out casually, but I was stunned as soon as 2E picked up the stone lock. Strength, 4, 12/100. Huh, a progress bar has appeared? The rabbit people nearby also started whispering among themselves. Someone said they saw the number above Sister E's head, which looked like a strength value. I was even more surprised and turned to look at 2 Sean and 2C. You can also see the progress bar above her head? The rabbits nodded in agreement. 2C quickly explained, I only saw the power for 12/100. Chapter 25, I'm not wrong. Come at me if you disagree. Bullfrog. I never expected that the training ground would allow the people to directly see the progress of their attribute increases. The hardest part about training is the lack of feedback. You could train for ages and still not know if you made any progress. But once you have a progress bar, it feels completely different. As long as the number before the slash reaches 100, your attribute will improve. I immediately explained the meaning of the words above 2E's head to all the rabbit people. The crowd erupted in uproar. I can actually see the progress of my advancement. Sister E only held it up for less than a minute, and it went from 12 to 13. I want to practice too, and next time I'll take someone as a weapon. My lord, may we use these tools? I really want to improve. As their claims became increasingly absurd, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. They'd only just arrived today, I hadn't even slept a wink, and were already dreaming about helping me? However, enthusiasm should not be dampened. I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Go. All of you. You can come here to train whenever you have time, but don't let it interfere with the work I've assigned you, understand?" Clear. The rabbits excitedly scattered, each searching for training equipment, with most heading towards the stone locks that would enhance their strength. I tried them one by one as well, mainly to see how my attributes changed. Strength, 5, 93/100. Stamina, 5, 86/100. Agility, 6, 35 out of 100. My strength and stamina are about to improve, especially my strength. I could probably reach 6 points with just a little training. It seems that if 2E can improve, I'm not far behind. However, I didn't start training immediately. Instead, I left the training ground first. I had been watching the channel and waiting for the fiend to appear, so I hadn't had a chance to carefully check the upgraded territory information. I just noticed that the temperature had definitely risen a bit. Primordial Campfire. Level 2. Quality. Special. Effect. Increases the temperature of the entire territory by 15 degrees Celsius. Remaining burn time. 47 hours, 43 minutes, and 57 seconds. Comment. It's become more noticeable. My teeth hurt from looking at it. With so much wood added, the burning time is still 2 days. The temperature only increased by 5 degrees, but the consumption increased several times over. But on second thought, with the area covered expanding to 4 times its original size and the temperature increasing, the energy consumption is understandable. Then I looked at the territory panel. Territory. Level 1. Temperature. -7 to +15 degrees Celsius. Time. 2020. Upgrade requirements. Possess the following buildings: militia barracks, basic warehouse, simple watchtower, herb cottage. Population greater than or equal to 20. The upgrade conditions are now clear. Defense, combat, storage, and medical care are all included. From this perspective, the previous campfire stage seemed more like a selection process. Those guys behind the panel are really stingy. They won't give you anything until you reach that stage. Still calling it the demi-human empire? Might as well call it the dog empire. As I complained, I took out the basic building blueprint. Militia battalion, switchable. The blueprint that has been with me all along has also been updated. It's no longer a matter of building one and unlocking one at a time. Instead, you can switch between building types at will. This is quite convenient. At least you can see in advance what materials are needed for subsequent buildings, so you don't have to collect them on the spot after unlocking them. Great! Tomorrow is the Territory Grand Gathering Day. Oh, and there's also that herd of sika deer. Let's be frank, I'm craving their meat. Training also requires meat. Enough protein will definitely make it more effective. After reviewing all the findings of the evening, I took a deep breath. Avoiding it wasn't an option. I had to face what was happening on the other end of the channel. I brought up the control panel and opened the channel. As soon as I entered, I saw the Wolf King passionately spewing insults. Wolf King, I'll F*** your horses. What do you think Qi Yuan owes you? You don't improve yourselves, yet you want to drag others down with you? A bunch of trash. Good heavens, he's not just swearing. He's engaging in heated debate with a group of scholars. And they were speaking up for me. Tianji, brothers with brains, calm down. Nobody knew this would happen before the upgrade. They're stronger than us. We don't need to fawn over them, but it's definitely unwise to antagonize them over this. Others echoed this sentiment. Some people say, I didn't collect protection money from them, nor did I level up because of them. Aside from chatting and trading, we didn't have any connection. Even if I knew beforehand, I have no obligation to slow down my progress for unrelated people. Of course, there are also many who oppose it. Some people are accusing me of harming everyone and are clamoring to boycott me. He was immediately rebuffed, accused of pretending to be a saint or a representative of the masses. This situation was completely unexpected. I originally thought that even if someone was reasonable, they would at most remain silent. I didn't expect that there would actually be a group of people speaking up for me in the channel. Oh no, I guess I was being a little cynical. I scrolled through the records and found that the initial situation was indeed similar to what I had expected, with many people stirring up trouble. It wasn't until the Wolf King appeared, constantly mentioning his parents and family tree, that the trouble was brought back down to earth. In summary, he meant one thing. Those who criticize me are just trash who can't stand seeing others do well. With the Wolf King taking the brunt of the damage, Tianji also stepped forward to advise everyone not to be misled by those with ulterior motives. He didn't directly take sides, but rather offered a rational analysis. However, speaking up at this crucial moment already revealed his stance. Later, people began to speak calmly. After thinking about it, I realized that as someone directly involved, I should also say a few words. How can we let others rush ahead while we hide behind? Qiyuan, today my territory was upgraded, triggering a hidden mechanism that increases the likelihood of everyone being attacked by fiends. I was unaware of this beforehand, nor could I have foreseen it. This statement is merely an announcement, not an apology. It is not my fault. It is the rule, and I have no apology to offer. If anyone is dissatisfied, they are welcome to come to my territory to demand an explanation. I will be waiting for you. The channel instantly buzzed with excitement as soon as the news broke. Well said, that's tough. Translation: I'm not wrong. Come at me if you dare. What they said is correct. Ignorance is no excuse. He's definitely someone who's leading the way. He's not a coward. Some people made sarcastic remarks, saying that I dared to make such threats because I knew others couldn't find a spot. Soon, some people turned their attention to those who were stirring up trouble, saying that they had been inciting people to cyberbully and isolate me, and that they were the real bad apples. They suggested that we should turn the tables and isolate them instead. Egg Leader: hey, that's interesting. Count me in. Bulbasaur: learn from the barbarians to subdue them. After issuing the statement, I didn't rest. I blocked everyone who was trying to stir up trouble for me. Being blocked doesn't just mean you can't chat. Those who are on my blacklist can't buy anything from my listed transactions or paid posts. After setting up the blacklist, I prepared to edit the new post. I just checked the channel, and it's clear that no one knows about the leaderboard yet, which means that those who haven't upgraded their territories haven't unlocked this feature. Adding to that the other intelligence I gathered tonight, editing a paid post will be a piece of cake. Chapter 26, just now. We were just joking around. A few things about the upgraded campfire. As soon as I clicked post, a notification popped up. The post has reached the payment threshold. You need to select items to settle your payment. I was a bit surprised. Last time it was clearly the system setting the price automatically. It seems that the forum functions changed along with the panel upgrade. The list allows you to select resources such as food, wood, and soul crystals. The system also indicates that no matter what you choose, the total value remains the same, and the settlement is based solely on value. I glanced at it, decisively chose the territory's soul crystals, and locked in the Rabbit Man's soul crystals. Anyway, what the territory lacks most is people. If I use other resources to settle the account, I'll still have to spend the money to buy soul crystals in the end, and I'll be ripped off by the transaction fees. Once confirmed, the post was immediately published, and an announcement appeared in the channel. Soon, a group of lords flooded in to discuss the plague wardens after the level 2 campfire. Some were relieved, some were afraid, and some directly advised everyone not to rush to upgrade. After posting, I opened my friends list. We had only met by chance today, yet Wolf King and Tianji were willing to speak up for me. I couldn't ignore their kindness. I sent them a thank you message first. Wolf King said it had nothing to do with me. He just couldn't stand those people. Tianji said he dared to speak up because Wolf King was drawing fire in front of him. I reminded them to level up to level 2 as soon as possible after reading the post, as they could get benefits. Tianji, however, smiled bitterly and said they didn't have enough manpower. If the Calamity Ghosts were about as strong as our side, he simply couldn't handle it. Wolf King only replied, "The time isn't right yet." After thinking for a moment, I took out the soul crystals of the Badger and the Goat Man and initiated transactions with them separately. Since these soul crystals were originally meant to be exchanged for Rabbit Man's soul crystals anyway, I might as well give them to them on credit first. If they return them, it means these two people are worth befriending. If they don't, it's still considered repaying the favor done tonight. I told them to remember to return the rabbit's soul crystal after they leveled up to level 2. Tianji immediately agreed, but Wolf King said, "The brilliance of gold cannot be hidden. I have indeed started investing in him." I was completely baffled and immediately told him to return the soul crystal. The Wolf King then changed his tune. "I was just joking, brother. Please don't take it seriously." Speechless, I closed the panel and took out the remaining 2 rabbit soul crystals to activate them. A flash of light appeared, and 2 rabbits appeared before me. I named them 2 Shursi and 2 Sherwu. As soon as they looked up, they realized that there were only the 3 of us in the entire territory, and the area, not far away, was a mess. Their expressions changed rapidly. Seeing their panicked expressions, I was a little puzzled. They were all summoned by soul crystals, so why were they so timid? I told them to follow me and led them into the training ground. Surprisingly, the two who were trembling with fear just moments before immediately contributed to the public's morale as soon as they entered the training ground. The system notified me that I've gained 2 points of public support, bringing my remaining points to 10. Great! I can draw my third affix tomorrow, bringing me one step closer to upgrading my talent. After assigning 2 people to patrol the perimeter, I stayed at the training ground to join the training, aiming to improve my strength and stamina to 6 o'clock tonight. Territory changes, day 2 after offsetting expenses with total income. You received 11 caddies of venison, a martial arts academy, a greenhouse blueprint, 6-time acceleration cards, and 9 rabbit man subjects. The next day, I woke up with a messy head of hair and slowly stretched. After the campfire was upgraded to a campfire, the temperature in the territory rose significantly, and the cabin was kept above freezing. I slept pretty well last night. The first thing I do when I get up is check my attributes. Zhang Qi, Strength 6, Stamina 6, Agility 6, Spirit 7. Last night's training lasted several hours, and my strength and stamina have both improved a bit. Except for the 2 who arrived in the middle of the night, almost all the rabbits have also improved their strength. If food weren't so scarce, I'd love to spend all my time in the training hall. Just then, Tussie came to report that the food would be completely used up by noon today. I nodded and opened the panel to check the earnings from yesterday's paid posts. 16 kilograms of black bread, 2 rabbit man soul crystals. The first post didn't generate much profit, but I earned over 30 kilograms of black bread, which was worth it. Right in front of 2C, I activated 2 soul crystals. 2C was stunned, probably wondering why I was still recruiting when food was so scarce. After the light faded, I named the 2 girls 2 Shirlu and 2 Shichi and told them to have some meat soup together later. After the 2 left, just as 2C was about to offer some advice, a huge pile of black bread appeared in front of me, instantly filling the box. I looked at him and asked if there was anything else. 2C was silent for a moment, then could only say no. After a quick breakfast, I started assigning tasks. 2 Shan led his men to cut down trees. 2C led his men to move stones, and the remaining 5 people followed me out. I led 2 EE and 4 rabbit people whose strength had been enhanced to the weapon storage area, and had each of them take a stone spear, 3 wooden spears, and all the straw ropes. The 4 of them carried baskets on their backs. Before leaving, I took a few more pieces of black bread. Yesterday, I had memorized the scent of the deer, and today I brought so many people out so that I could see them again and ease my longing. Chapter 27. Are there chickens nearby? An unexpected discovery. 2 EE and I led the group to the place where we had encountered the deer herd yesterday. 2E sniffed it and whispered that the smell was right. My lips twitched, and I immediately gestured for everyone to continue forward. A day later, the scent left by the deer had faded considerably. I thought it would take a long time to find it, but before I knew it, a familiar deer scent wafted through the air, mixed with a very faint fishy smell. The river was just ahead, and a thought struck me. Had the deer gone to drink? 2E and I exchanged a glance, both of us showing our surprise and delight. She was about to rush forward when I stopped her. I lowered my voice and instructed everyone to grab their wooden spears and prepare to throw them, making sure to move quietly. The rabbits immediately perked up, their eyes filled with excitement, clearly believing that I had already locked onto the deer herd. We ventured another kilometer or so, and finally, through the trees, spotted several brownish-yellow figures. Just as one of the rabbit men was about to speak, I immediately covered his mouth, reminding everyone to be quiet and to throw spears immediately if the deer herd fled. I glanced at 2E. She had already switched to the amplification mode suitable for throwing. However, she'd been in a low mood since last night, so I guess I'll have to have a good talk with her when I have time. Using the tree trunks for cover, the group slowly approached. The distance shrank from 100 meters to 80 meters, then to 50 meters. Just as they were about to enter the optimal range, a soft sound suddenly came from the forest. The deer drinking by the river instantly became alert, and several deer turned around at once. The stag king, which was as big as a calf, even made eye contact with me. The stag king let out a cry, and I immediately whispered, "Shoot!" The deer herd turned and disappeared into the woods. Our 6 wooden spears flew out at the same time, but most of them were blocked by the trees. Only 2 of them passed through the gaps and pierced the most conspicuous deer. I immediately ordered everyone to keep throwing. The deer herd scattered desperately, and we chased after them, continuously throwing wooden spears. Before long, we had run out of spears. In the end, only one sick deer remained lying on the ground, its breath growing weaker and weaker. It was a bit bigger than the one from yesterday, and after processing, it would probably yield about 50 pounds of meat. But now there are 18 people in the territory, and that little bit of meat won't last long, not to mention that I still need to recruit more people. I looked in the direction the deer herd had fled, and there were still scattered bloodstains on the ground, indicating that more than one deer had been injured. The other deer simply hadn't been killed in one blow. I told Tulu to stay behind and watch the prey, while the rest of us put down our baskets, grabbed our weapons, and followed me. Our first battle was a success, and the rabbits' morale was noticeably higher. After the previous battles, their fear had lessened. We followed the scent and the trail of blood. Not long after, I saw a blood-stained wooden spear lying on the ground, with a large pool of blood beside it. Although I didn't know how the deer had shaken off the spear, it had definitely been wounded a second time. I immediately told everyone to speed up. Sure enough, there was more and more blood on the road, and the stench of mutton and blood ahead grew stronger. Strangely, there was also a smell of rotten eggs mixed in. I couldn't care less about the strange smell for the moment. All I wanted was to take down another deer. As we got closer, I reminded everyone to focus on the injured one. The next moment, we heard a commotion down the steep slope ahead. The deer herd had clearly spotted us. I suddenly accelerated and rushed up the steep slope, wanting to throw one more spear before they escaped. But to my surprise, although the herd ran deeper into the area, 2 deer remained behind. One creature lay on the ground groaning, a bloody hole in its waist. The other was none other than the Deer King. I glanced at the Deer King's stats: Strength 9, Stamina 7, Agility 10, and the Sharpness skill, which enhances the sharpness of its antlers. It stared intently at me, its eyes filled with rage. I stopped, spear in hand, and stared at it, outwardly calm but inwardly sinking. This thing was too powerful. If I were to get hit, I'd probably have 2 bloody holes in my body immediately. I reached for the wooden spear, and the rabbit man behind me immediately handed it to me. In a close contest, the brave prevail. I couldn't back down now. At the same time, a power surged within me. My protective force had been activated by the Deer King's threat. I hurled the wooden spear with all my might, and a sharp whistling sound rang out. I thought the Deer King would abandon its companions and run away as before, but to my surprise, it didn't retreat but charged forward to meet the spear. It flicked its head, its antlers glowing faintly, and crashed directly into the wooden spear. With a snap, the spear shattered on the spot. Everyone was startled, but they didn't stop. 2 and I simultaneously threw 2 more wooden spears. The stag dodged one antler, but another grazed its shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. I immediately ordered everyone to scatter and attack from the side, while being careful of the antlers. Even so, I didn't back down. The Stag King was too agile. Turning around to run away would only expose my back to it. Taking advantage of the steep slope and my shoulder injury slowing it down, I bent down and picked up a basketball-sized rock at my feet. I refused to believe that its skill can penetrate even rocks. I had just raised the stone when 2 suddenly rushed to my side, snatched it from me, and headed straight for the Deer King. I called out to her, but she didn't turn around. She simply did as I instructed, smashing the stone hard against the deer's antlers. I reacted quickly, snatching the stone spear from the rabbit man beside me and chasing after him to thrust it from the side. The stone and the antlers collided, the antlers almost piercing through the stone, while my stone spear pierced the Stag King's side hard. The stag roared in pain and frantically flung 2 away. I quickly caught her, simultaneously swinging my spear to guard against another charge. But wounded, it fled into the woods without looking back. I sneered. I'm as fierce as a tiger when I'm in a fight, but as weak as a mouse when I'm wounded. I'll devour this Deer King sooner or later. 2 suddenly called out to me, her voice filled with grievance. My lord, can you please stop taking risks? It should be us protecting you. I glanced at the stone on the ground that had been almost pierced by the antlers and felt a bit scared. I can only say that the situation was urgent just now, and I just had a sudden idea. She was about to say something more, but I quickly changed the subject. Can you smell rotten eggs? That's strange. Are there chickens nearby? After saying that, I immediately walked forward to find the source of the scent and at the same time, I had someone finish off the badly injured deer so that it wouldn't suffer anymore. After walking several dozen meters, the smell of rotten eggs grew stronger, mixed with an indescribable salty taste, like the sea breeze. Even a rabbit man, who didn't have the talent of a little glutton, could smell the abnormality. I quickened my pace, and when I reached the edge of cliff, I froze. Ahead lay a small pool of water, a few meters in diameter, emitting a faint smell of the sea and rotten eggs. The outer edge of the bottom of the pool was snow white. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a layer of crystals. This is salt? Chapter 28, Drop some equipment? Do you want the treasure? In my excitement, I jumped off the cliff, which was more than a meter high, and ran towards the salt spring. As I approached the circle of white crystals, a message quickly popped up on the control panel. Coarse salt. Quality white. Description: sodium chloride crystals containing a large number of impurities. It is non-toxic, tastes extremely bitter, and is difficult to eat. Evaluation: the lowest grade of coarse salt. No one can stand its taste. Non-toxic. That was the key point I noticed at first glance. As long as it's not poisonous, this stuff is a treasure to me. The bitter taste isn't a problem at all. A simple purification can improve it a lot, even making it close to regular table salt. I still remember the purification method. Those 9 years of compulsory education weren't for nothing. As long as we can produce refined salt, we can not only solve the salt crisis in our territory, but if the production is sufficient, we can also sell it on the channel. It's already the 3rd day, and everyone's been doing heavy work every day. The salt shortage will soon become apparent. If I can purify the salt first, I can definitely sell it for a good price. I immediately ordered 2 rabbit men to find 2 lu and bring the basket back. We can't take the salt spring water with us for now, but we can dig up these white crystals by the spring. They contain a significant amount of sodium chloride, so we should be able to extract a lot of salt. Afterwards, I took 2E back to check on the deer, just in case the Deer King suddenly returned. There were many signs of animal activity near the salt spring, so it was probably a place where wild animals in the area replenished their salt reserves. Staying any longer wouldn't be safe. Before long, we found the deer and the rabbit man guarding it. But I was immediately stunned because he suddenly had a bow in his hand. The rabbit man quickly explained that he had just bled the deer, and when the blood had almost drained, the bow suddenly appeared from the deer's body. A thought flashed through my mind. This sounds a lot like loot drops. Deer antler bow. Quality white. Effect: when drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, it cannot be drawn below 8 points of strength. Evaluation: the recurve bow dropped by killing an adult sika deer is durable and resistant to grass. Wow, I actually got some loot. Before, when I killed deer, all I got were their corpses, so I thought animals didn't drop anything. Now it seems either the drop rate is very low, or the access was only unlocked after the campfire was upgraded to level 2. I took the antler bow and couldn't resist striking a few poses while drawing it, as excited as a child. Finally, I had a real ranged weapon. Wooden spears could be thrown, but they did little damage and were difficult to carry. The only downside is that for now, I can only use sharpened sticks as arrows. But the deer herd is really loyal. Knowing how difficult it is for me to hunt deer, they specially gave me a bow. I must repay them properly in the future. After waiting for a long time, the 2 rabbits returned with 4 baskets. I found some dry grass to plug the gaps, and then called everyone to start digging for the white crystals by the salt spring. Looking at the half-full basket of coarse salt in front of me, I couldn't stop smiling. Although it contained some dirt, there were at least 20 pounds of coarse salt inside. Even with the worst technique, it wouldn't be difficult to extract half of it into table salt. We've struck it rich. We must quickly purify the salt and collect as many rabbit soul crystals as possible from the channel before the others find it. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from deep in the forest, and everyone's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, I immediately ordered a retreat. The salt spring wasn't large, and the crystals had been mostly extracted. We didn't have any containers to carry the spring water, so our mission was basically complete. There was no need to encounter the wolves here. One wolf is fine, but a pack would be troublesome. The alpha wolf's attributes are already exaggerated to that extent. The alpha wolf would only be stronger. But considering how abundant the resources in this forest are, I can't help but wonder if wolf meat is edible, and if wolf teeth could be used to make arrowheads. On the way back, everyone quickened their pace. Looking at the water dripping from my basket, I felt a pang of heartache. It was all money I'd spent. Luckily, the hay was packed tightly, and the coarse salt hadn't leaked out, or I would have suffocated. Back at the riverbank, Tu Lu came to greet me, carrying only a stone spear. I was a little disappointed, but still asked him, unwilling to give up, if anything had appeared after the deer died. Tu Lu looked blank, as if wondering what kind of legacy a deer could leave behind. He looked at the deer, which clearly had no pouches, and shook his head. It seems the drop rate is indeed low. It's normal for the high drop rate of monsters like the demon to be an enemy. Ordinary animals mostly only offer occasional help. I had the rabbit man carry the deer, ready to go home. Everyone was very excited. The one by the river was smaller, and I estimated it would yield about 50 pounds of meat. This one in the forest was a full-grown sika deer, and it would yield at least 100 pounds. The two venizons together weigh about 150 pounds, enough to feed the 18 people in the territory for several days. It's a pity there are too few spices, otherwise the offal could also be prepared and eaten. Thinking of the entrails, I looked at the river beside me. Maybe I could use them to catch fish. I could try weaving a fishing net later. On the way back, Tu Yi and I, relying on our little gluttony, found quite a few wild scallions. Although they were only somewhat wilted white parts, at least they could remove the fishy smell. We didn't see any other spices. We'll have to go to more distant places to look for them in the future. But that's all for later. Right now, the most important thing is to get back to our territory and wait for the public opinion score to be used to extract the relevant entries. Time, 12:07. Temperature, 7 degrees Celsius. It was past midnight when I returned to the territory, but to my surprise, there was no sound of boiling water or cooking. I asked them why they hadn't eaten. The rabbit people who stayed behind were a little embarrassed and said that everyone was just cutting down trees and moving stones, and that they only needed some bread. They wanted to save the meat for those who went out on adventures. I immediately frowned. Nonsense. How can you gain strength if you don't eat meat? When 2C saw that we had brought back 2 deer, he immediately understood. Originally, they thought hunting relied on luck and wanted to save on meat, but now it seems that their vision was too narrow. I immediately told everyone to go back and eat meat, and the rabbits cheered and shouted, "Long live the Lord!" This 5-hour trip was very fruitful. The staff who stayed behind were also busy, accumulating a considerable amount of resources. Logs plus 129, stones plus 73. With more tools, the rabbits' productivity increased significantly. In just one morning, they collected almost as many resources as they had collected in the entire previous day. I had just taken out the blueprints and was about to decide which building to construct first when a friend message popped up on my screen. Tianji, brother, do you want some treasure? Chapter 29 features a new term that even has crossover functionality. Heavenly Secrets, Blueprint for Wound Medicine. Blueprint for Wound Medicine, 10 uses. Quality white. Requirements: pine needles, willow or cedar bark, animal fat. Effects: stops bleeding and reduces swelling. Antibacterial and prevents suppuration, mild pain relief. There's a chance to learn basic medicine making and master the recipe while crafting. At first glance, I really thought it was a treasure. Although there was a limit to the number of uses and the effect wasn't miraculous, the materials were easy to find and the function was practical. But then I thought about it again and realized something was wrong. Wound medicine is such a basic remedy. Surely it would be listed in the level 2 herbal shed, right? So I asked Tianji directly, "You should have seen my post, right? There might be this prescription in the herbal shed. Haven't you thought about that?" Tianji was quite frank. "I've thought about it, which is why I came to ask you first. If it's a duplicate, I'll sell it to someone else. If you want it, I'll sell it to you." I thought for a moment and replied, "I'm planning to build the herb shed this afternoon. I'll let you know then. By the way, what do you want to change to?" Tianji said he wanted to change the food, as the territory was almost starving. I was immediately puzzled and asked him where he got the blueprints. He said it dropped from killing rabbits, but 5 rabbits were too small, only enough for 1 meal. I did the math in my head. 5 rabbits only dropped 1 item, so I got a bow from 3 deer, which was pretty lucky. After closing the control panel, I took out the blueprints. No longer conflicted, I decided to build the herb shed first. Then I'd build the watchtower, militia camp, and warehouse. The territory is surrounded by forests and is quite large, so watchtowers are necessary to prevent surprise attacks. The martial arts hall, in particular, obstructs the view, making it even more vulnerable to attack. The militia battalion's function overlaps somewhat with the drill hall, so there's no rush. As for the warehouse, I don't have much to store for the time being. Being poor has its own kind of carefree attitude. Herbal Hut Blueprint requires 60 logs, 20 stones, and building skill. Effect contains a large number of herb illustrations and a few simple medicine recipes. There's a chance to learn basic medicine making when crafting medicine. Basic Watchtower Blueprint requires 30 logs, 50 stones, and building skill. Effect increases vision range. The resources I collected this morning are enough to build a herb shed and a watchtower, but I'm not satisfied. Watchtowers need to be built on both sides, at least. If resources weren't so limited, I'd even like to build them on all 4 sides. However, considering that the territory will expand after the upgrade and may have to be demolished again, I can only give up the idea for now. I summoned 2 Shan and 2 Si and asked them each to bring a few men to build the herb shed and watchtower. They were instructed to be diligent during construction, learn the building methods, and also help more people acquire construction skills. These building requirements have already highlighted the importance of construction skills. This is just basic construction. The requirements will definitely be higher for more complex blueprints later on. It would be awkward if we got great blueprints, but no one knew how to build advanced structures. After arranging for 2 Yi and 2 Shuang to lead the remaining people to gather resources, I opened the image library. Current public support score, 24 points, available for withdrawal. I rub my hands together and press the draw button. Focus and immersion. Quality white. Type race. Effect. When race members are working or acting in a safe environment, they are more likely to become immersed in their work, increasing efficiency and enhancing comprehension. It's another racial-related entry. After seeing the effect, I immediately thought of the flow state on Earth. Basically, it's being completely absorbed in doing something. This doesn't directly increase talent, but it can improve focus and efficiency. Since things are simple these days, it should be quite effective for learning skills. With that in mind, I got up and visited each of the rabbit members to offer my encouragement. Encouraged, they were all highly motivated and quickly got into the swing of things. But I soon realized something was wrong. 2 Shan passed by me 3 times without even noticing me. My heart sank. Was I too focused? What if the enemy sneaked up and they couldn't see me? Just as I was pondering whether to arrange for patrols, 2 Shan suddenly shouted, "It's done. I've done it, Master 2. Hearing that line made my lips twitch. Not everything could be followed by Master. After 2 Shan completed the construction of the herb shed, he gained considerable insight. His basic construction skill level increased from 1 to 2. Through 2 Shan's careful instruction and their own focused learning, 2 Wu, 2 Lu, and 2 Chi have mastered basic construction level 1. I was stunned. Didn't 2 Si say that their success rate in teaching skills was very low? And yet, 3 people have mastered it in just 1 session? Even more outrageous is 2 Shan. He only built 3 buildings at most, yet he directly upgraded to level 2. Before I could even process it, a new notification popped up. While chopping down a tree, 2 E suddenly grasped the principle of breaking through toughness with speed and unlocked the passive skill, Weakness Lock LV1. You will find it easier to spot a target's weak points, making it easier to hit your target with your attacks. I was completely dumbfounded. This is just a white label entry. Who secretly cheated me? I immediately opened 2 E's panel and found that she had added a weakness lock and a temporary buff, mental power boost. It took me a moment to realize. 2 E must have been worried about how to protect me, so she activated Guardian Power and was then pulled into tree-chopping mode by Focus Immersion. I never expected that my fighting style this morning would actually stimulate her to gain some insights. 2 completely unrelated white terms, stacked together, have such a powerful effect. Looks like I'll have to be careful about whether new terms can be linked together in the future. I made a note of this, and then went into the herbal medicine shed to check the prescriptions that were on hand. After confirming, I opened my friend's list and sent a message to Tianji. Qiyuan, the herb shed is finished. Chapter 30. The principal couldn't bear to part with me, so I studied for an extra year. News soon came from Tianji's side that the herb shed had been built and that it did indeed contain hemostatic medicine formulas, but the effects were far inferior to my blueprint for wound medicine, so he planned to buy it and asked me to name my price. The price quoted by Tianji was 10 caddies of meat. I thought about it, and the hemostatic methods in the herb shed were nothing more than charcoal and wood ash. They weren't useless, but at best, they were just like pressing the wound with your hand. The blueprint for the golden wound medicine could be used 10 times, and there was also a chance to learn the recipe. 10 caddies of meat was indeed a good deal. especially now that everyone has just traveled through time and food is scarce. This price is already considered low. Tianji added, if I had salt, that could offset part of the cost. A thought struck me, and I asked him if he was short of salt. Tianji replied directly, who isn't? There aren't many people in the region who bring salt across, and they're all very shrewd. They won't sell it cheaply, and if it's too expensive, nobody can afford it. He even considered buying enough salt for one meal, as he planned to upgrade the campfire that night, and was worried about health problems due to salt deficiency. I asked him, isn't it possible? Don't you only experience symptoms after going without salt for several days? He couldn't quite explain it, but he felt a little uneasy. It might be because he was sweating too much every day, or it might just be psychological. But whatever the reason, he didn't want to gamble with his life. When I heard that, I realized it made perfect sense. Not eating it might not cause any problems, but eating it would certainly give me peace of mind, especially for those lords who were preparing to upgrade their campfires. Even if it was just a small risk, they would be willing to pay the price to buy salt. So I told him that I did have some coarse salt, but it needed to be purified, and if all went well, the first batch could be ready that night. Tianji immediately suspected that I was cheating. I told him to stop rambling and get down to business. Salt isn't easy to come by, and I wanted to recoup some losses, but the market hadn't really taken off yet. Tianji immediately understood and said he'd go ask around for salt on the channel and also educate everyone about the dangers of salt deficiency. However, he was still worried and asked me exactly how coarse the salt was and if it could be used in an emergency. I assured him that even if the purification process was delayed, he would still have salt to eat tonight, and it wouldn't hinder his upgrade. After I finished speaking, I initiated a trade with him, exchanging 10 caddies of venison for the blueprint for the golden wound medicine. Tianji was taken aback when he saw the amount of 10 caddies. I told him that the salt would be his commission, and he would contribute some effort when I did the educational sessions. After turning off private chat, I checked the salt situation in the trading section again. 2.5 days later, there weren't many people asking to buy salt, but the signs were already emerging. Once Tianji spread the word, it would definitely amplify the sense of crisis among some people. I don't expect all 8,000 people to be desperate for salt. A dozen or so willing to pay a good price will be enough. Then I called over Tu Shan and the others who had just rested for a few minutes and were about to go cut down trees again, and asked Shuang to take them to the river to fetch more buckets of water and to wash the hem clothes as well. Once the water is brought back, I'll prepare to purify the coarse salt. As for the blueprint for the wound medicine, I'm still short of materials, so I'll have to put it aside for now. Anyway, I've seen pine and willow trees when I was chasing deer, so I'm not worried about not finding them later. After I had some free time, I finally opened the image gallery. This draw would cost 30 points of public support. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it really did increase by 10 points each time, which was an acceptable increase. By tonight, my popularity score should reach 7 points. Tomorrow I'll earn 17 points, which is 6 points short of the next draw. I opened the forum again to check the earnings from paid posts, for rabbits have already received popularity crystals. At this rate, I might actually be able to gather 6 by tomorrow. Then it seems unnecessary for me to rush into selling salt. However, after thinking about it, I decided to stick to the plan. Firstly, there's always another chance after this draw, so accumulating popularity points in advance is never a bad thing. More importantly, the next draw will be for green tier affixes. If white tier affixes are this strong, won't green tier ones take off? Secondly, finding a salt spring wasn't easy, but it wasn't entirely by luck. Others might discover salt sources in the wild sooner or later, and if I didn't act first, the price might not be as high later. Having made up my mind, I began to recall what I had learned about crude salt purification back then. To be on the safe side, I also consulted Wolf King and Tianji for verification. The Wolf King looked blank and asked what purification was, and if I had learned it. I said it was taught in junior high and high school. He replied that he probably hadn't learned it yet. I felt something was off, so I asked him how old he was. He said 16. I then asked if he was in his 3rd year of junior high. He replied, my 2nd year of junior high. The kindergarten principal couldn't bear to part with me, so I stayed in the senior class for an extra year. I was speechless. I thought the Wolf King was just a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, but it turns out he's genuinely a Chinibu. Fortunately, Tianji was much more reliable. He reminded me that if all else failed, I could add some calcium hydroxide. Finding limestone in the wild wasn't difficult, and there were people on the channel who could buy clam shells by the river. I said we'd see how it went first, and if it was too bitter to eat, then we'd talk about it. After that, we went through the purification process and all the potential problems again, going back to our memories. After all I have is the theory, which I learned many years ago, so I'm not entirely confident. Not long after, Tushan and his men returned with clean water and washed linen clothes. I thought that Tushan had some basic handicraft skills and might be able to help, so I called him over and explained the process to him. At first he listened attentively, but when I mentioned words like magnesium chloride and solubility, his eyes clearly started to glaze over, as if his brain was loading. After a long while, Tushan finally came to his senses and summarized with a serious expression. "Lord, I understand. It's about settling, filtering, and then boiling some of the water, right?" I remained silent for a moment, then could only nod. Though rough, the meaning was indeed correct. Without a word, Tushan picked up his tools and materials and went to the fire. But the moment he sat down and his hand touched the coarse salt, his entire demeanor suddenly became calm. Even though it was his first time doing it, his movements were as smooth as if he had practiced countless times. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, a layer of white crystals finally covered the bottom of the pitch-black pot. Chapter 31: Selling Salt. Is there really a treasure inside? Secret. Does anyone have salt? Urgently needed. Reasonably priced. In a chat channel, Tianji's single sentence immediately drew everyone's attention. Some joked that he actually had spare money to buy salt, while others retorted that salt is a necessity and it's not a matter of having spare money. Soon, the conversation veered towards salt deficiency. Some said they felt weak, while others suspected it was psychological. Tianji, however, said that he had been sweating too much these past 2 days, and he wasn't sure if it was due to salt deficiency. But with hunting during the day and warding off evil spirits at night, plus everyone needing to upgrade their campfires, feeling weak in the limbs during a real battle was no joke. Upon hearing this, many people fell silent. A salt shortage might seem insignificant at first, but once it occurs, it could leave people without even the strength to escape. Soon, more and more people in the channel wanted to buy salt. I closed the chat and looked down at the salt crystal in my hand. Salt. Quality white. Effects. Flavoring. Maintaining vital signs. Review. High purity. Very mild bitterness. It can barely be considered refined salt. I dipped a little in and put it in my mouth, and my eyes immediately lit up. Even with my heightened sense of taste, I barely tasted any bitterness. An average person probably wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. I truly didn't expect that Tushan's first purification attempt would produce such high-quality, refined salt. The focus and immersion skill is even stronger than I imagined. At this rate, he might actually master a skill tonight at the martial arts arena. Looking at the salt in the pot, Tushan said uncertainly, "My lord, judging from the situation this time, we can probably only get about 10 caddies of salt in the end. The salt yield is only about 50%, which is probably because the content of that meat you mentioned is too high." I laughed. 10 caddies is enough. Tushan, you've done a great job this time. What reward do you want? Tushan was clearly stunned. He probably didn't think this stuff was that valuable, since he had tasted it before and it still couldn't compare to the salt I brought. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I'd like to go out with you next time. Is that all right?" He clearly preferred going hunting and exploring with me rather than staying in the territory to build and construct things. I nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll take it next time." After I finished speaking, I realized it was almost dark, so I told Tushan to continue making salt, hoping to produce another batch before dinner. This time it was successful, but the pot was too small, and we only got 1 pound of salt. That was definitely not enough to exchange for the people or rare goods. Fortunately, there's still plenty of coarse salt left, enough for about 10 rounds of purification. Not to mention the salt spring in the forest. If used properly, salt will be a stable source of income in the future. I looked at Shuang again. Shuang, go cook. She glanced at the wok with a troubled expression. It was clearly already occupied. I said directly, "Cut some meat. We'll have barbecue tonight." Among the prey this time was a plump adult deer with plenty of fat. It should taste pretty good roasted. After assigning the tasks, I sat down on a wooden stump and reopened the chat channel. After only a few glances, I nodded in satisfaction. The secret had indeed stirred up everyone's demand for salt. People may not go bankrupt buying salt now, but at least they realize that salt is not just a dispensable condiment, but something that can affect survival. As long as my price isn't outrageous, I have no trouble selling it. There's no time like the present, so I sent out the message immediately. "Chiyuan, selling salt, only accepting soul crystals, blueprints, and items. Below, I have directly attached the identification information for the salt. The channel instantly buzzed with activity. Some noticed that the information about this salt was different from what they had brought, suspecting that they had purified it themselves. Others didn't care about its origin, as long as it was edible and could prevent salt deficiency. Of course, some people sensed a marketing motive, but others immediately countered, saying that Tianji had been telling the truth from beginning to end, and even if it was marketing, it was to warn people of real risks. Some even deliberately made sarcastic remarks, telling others to boycott unscrupulous merchants and not to buy from them, only to be immediately retorted that they shouldn't be fooled. Seeing this reaction reassured me even more. I then opened my friend's list, but instead of looking at the quotes from strangers, I clicked on the heavenly secret. Qi Yuan, it's time to eat. Here's some salt. I sent 100 grams of salt directly. Tianji replied quickly, saying he didn't need that much. He only said a few words, and that he could manage it himself. He said 30 grams would be enough for one meal. However, he told me to remember to save some and buy more from him after the upgrade. I replied, take it. If you find anything useful later, just sell it to me first. Tianji immediately saw through my thoughts, but still accepted it. He said that even if he didn't have this salt, he would contact me first if he could sell it, and he also guaranteed that he would pay back the soul crystals he owed me today with interest, and that he would settle the accounts for any extra salt later. Dealing with such meticulous people is indeed worry-free. After closing the chat, I started looking at other people's messages. To my surprise, the first one to pop up was that Shinibu, delusional, Wolf King. Wolf King, brother, are you here? I have a favor to ask. My twitched, and I replied directly, speak properly, it's tiring to watch. He immediately changed his tune. I want to buy some salt, but I don't have any money. I was almost speechless. How could this person be so self-righteous? The Wolf King quickly explained that no one else in their area had upgraded their campfire yet, and he planned to upgrade it after dinner. He promised to return double the soul crystals at market price afterward, including any previous debts. I asked him if it was really necessary, and if it couldn't be raised tomorrow. Besides, he didn't show any signs of salt deficiency. He said, however, that many people were planning to upgrade today, and if they delayed any longer, they might not even get the treasure chest. As for the salt shortage, he agreed with Tianji's words that such things shouldn't be gambled on. Finally, he added that he saw I had the bearing of a great emperor and must understand that now was the best time to invest in the protagonist. I asked, the main character? He replied, me? I remained silent for a moment, but still lent him a meal's worth of salt, mainly because there weren't many people on the Wolf King's side, so it would only be 20 or 30 grams per meal. Besides, although this guy was a bit of a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, he was quite interesting. Helping him out would add some fun to my otherwise dull life as a lord. Only then did I carefully review the quotes from other people. After these 3 days, there are far fewer people offering unreasonable prices, perhaps because I blocked them all before. What frustrates me is that not many people are willing to exchange their tribe's soul crystals for salt. I understood after a moment's thought. Those rushing to buy salt are mostly people planning to upgrade their campfires tonight. They'll naturally activate their soul crystals into civilians first to increase manpower and combat strength, and won't easily trade them. It seems I'll have to wait until they finish upgrading if I want to collect a large amount of soul crystals. Luckily, I don't have much salt on hand right now, so I'm not in a hurry to sell it all. However, there are gains and losses. Those who dare to attempt the upgrade today, knowing it's dangerous, are usually quite strong. Although the offered soul crystals are few, the items and blueprints are plentiful. As I flipped through the pages, I actually found something that really caught my eye. Quenching fluid blueprint 10 times. The other party quickly followed up with a message. Brother, Wolf King said your character is impeccable, and I won't hide it either. If I hadn't actually developed salt deficiency symptoms and the campfire upgrade couldn't be delayed, I wouldn't have sold this thing no matter what. Give me a fair price. Chapter 32 completed, skill acquired. After adding each other as friends, the other person's first sentence left me a bit bewildered. Who sells something by immediately listing all its flaws? I checked the appraisal information and saw that it was a blueprint for a 10 times body tempering liquid, white quality. It required beast blood, beast bones, earthworm, pine resin, and a level 3 medicine-making skill. The effect was to strengthen muscles and bones, accelerate the improvement of strength, stamina, and agility, with a maximum effect on 20 points in each of the 3 dimensions. There is also a small chance of obtaining the recipe during the crafting process. It can increase the growth rate of all 3 dimensions. I have to get this. I already have a training ground, and if I add the body tempering fluid, the rabbitman's growth rate will definitely increase even further. Then, when I go hunting, I won't have to be as careful as I am now, and I can explore the nearby forests more boldly. I asked Shuizhan directly what he wanted in exchange, since he certainly couldn't want all salt. Shuizhan replied just as decisively. He wanted 1 pound of salt and 50 pounds of meat. The price made me frown. If I could learn the prescription, it certainly wouldn't be expensive. But the appraisal clearly stated that it was only a low probability skill, and it didn't specify how quickly the effects would appear. More importantly, this was the first time I'd ever seen the phrase low probability, indicating the difficulty was clearly considerable. I offer my bottom price, 1 pound of salt and 20 pounds of meat. The reasoning was simple. The preparation required level 3 medicine. It wouldn't be needed in the short term, and the prescription might not be readily available. Most likely, it would just be 10 doses of medicine with unknown effects. After sending the message, Bloodbath remained silent. But I wasn't in a hurry. There weren't many people in the entire channel who could offer that price. Besides, the blueprint had only appeared on the 3rd day, and its quality was only white, so it shouldn't be too rare. If we couldn't reach an agreement, I could buy it later. Anyway, I didn't have any level 3 pharmaceutical equipment right now. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Blood Battle agreed to the price, but he made a condition. If I were to sell body tempering fluid in the future, I should give him priority, and of course I would buy it at the market price. I agreed, and we arranged a trade an hour and a half later, as I was still a little short of salt. Unexpectedly, Bloodbath suggested we trade first, and he said the rest could be paid later. This person actually trusts me that much? It seems my reputation for honesty and reliability has spread. A smile crept onto my lips. We quickly completed the transaction and agreed to finish the remaining 100-odd grams of salt that evening. Meanwhile, in another chat window, Bloodbath was still asking Wolf King, "Are you sure my character is really that strong?" Wolf King only replied with 2 words, "Guaranteed." Bloodbath was worried again. Even if I keep my word, I might not be able to get the prescription. Wolf King shut him down with 1 sentence. Whether he can get it or not, I don't know, but you definitely can't. Shortly after dinner, the 2nd batch of salt from the massacre was purified. I first replenished the salt I owed for the bloodbath, then completed several transactions with the people I had previously negotiated with, obtaining the blueprints for arrows, wooden handcarts, and smoked meat. The handcart goes without saying, it's definitely useful. The smoked meat blueprint isn't for preservation, but mainly for masking the odor, and it's cheap, plus there's a chance you'll learn basic cooking skills. As for the arrow blueprint, I snagged it because the other person had arrows but no bow. All 3 blueprints are single-use and do not require high skill levels. Only the handcart requires level 2 manual work, which is not a big problem for us. I called Tu Lu over and asked him to select a few people to make arrows, and to upgrade his basic crafting skills to level 2 as soon as possible. He was to come back to me then. Proper arrows require iron arrowheads, but blueprints aren't that rigid. If you don't have iron, you can sharpen wooden sticks. They'll work just as well. Then I had Tu Shan continue making salt. Looking at the full iron pots, I felt the efficiency was still too low. Right now, some lords who are short-handed and I are collecting soul crystals, and the price has already gone up. But once they upgrade, their demand for salt will decrease. If the salt purification is slow, it won't fetch the current good price. So I asked Tushan to select a few more people to evaporate the brine using earthenware pots and wooden buckets. Tushan was worried about efficiency and firewood consumption. I glanced at the small mountain of firewood in the distance and really didn't understand what he was afraid of. I told him directly, use it as much as you want. Time is money, and the price might be gone if you wait. Tushan immediately agreed. After arranging the evening's work and sending 2 people to relieve the watchtower, I led the 9 men behind me into the training ground. Having witnessed the power of focused concentration this afternoon, I'm most looking forward to tonight's training. Maybe I can actually grasp combat skills. Even if not, learning 2E's weakness locking technique will be great. 2E, however, told me with a guilty look that she didn't have a good enough grasp of the skill and couldn't teach it for the time being. I didn't blame her. I just told her to teach everyone when her skills improved. Then I asked her, I'm planning to go find the Deer King tomorrow and have sex with him. What do you think? 2E looked up abruptly, her face filled with disbelief. She knew this day would come sooner or later, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. Her lips moved as if she wanted to comfort me, but in the end, she said nothing. She simply said in a low voice that she didn't know how to interpret it, but if I went, I had to take her with me. After saying that, she turned and went to train. At this moment, I noticed that 2EE's temporary buff had changed to an increase in her strength talent. It doesn't have to be her intelligence. As long as there's an improvement, it's worth it. I glanced at my attribute progress. 6 points in strength, 6 points in stamina, and 6 points in agility, with agility almost maxed out. I then realized that working and hunting during the day could also increase my attributes, albeit very slowly. With my strength and stamina progressing slowly, I decided to go to the Plum Blossom Stakes and focus on improving my agility first. After memorizing the movements on the wooden planks, I stepped onto the Plum Blossom Stakes and began training. At first, my movements were a bit clumsy, and I had to plan each step in advance. But after going through it twice, I gradually got into it, my steps became smoother, and I even began to enjoy the rhythm. Before I knew it, I was walking faster and faster, feeling more and more relaxed, and a smile was spreading across my face. A full hour passed, and I didn't feel tired at all. I almost didn't even notice that my agility had increased from 6 to 7. After a while, I suddenly had a realization, and my steps became light and ethereal. A prompt then appears. I learned the skill, Sprint White Quality. After consuming stamina to cast, it increases leg agility by 1 for 10 seconds. The review also stated that this seems to be a prerequisite skill for a certain green skill, and I'm still missing a piece of the puzzle. Chapter 33. The Lords suffer heavy losses, public support achieved. My workout was too physically demanding, forcing me to stop. Seeing the pop-up notification, I was overjoyed. I hadn't expected to actually learn a skill, and such a useful one at that. What surprised me even more was that this skill actually had a follow-up. Considering the quality of the training grounds, I quickly realized that the so-called advanced skill was most likely a green skill. I turned to look at the other citizens and found them still engrossed in their training. There was no indication yet of them mastering any skills, but the attribute progress above their heads had clearly increased significantly. This rate of increase surprised me. Logically, the higher the attribute, the harder it is to improve, and the training grounds have also said that the effect is better when the attribute is low, but today's improvement is no slower than yesterday's. Could it be that focused immersion also helps with training? Can mental concentration really enhance the effectiveness of physical training? But I just use skills continuously, and I'm already exhausted. Continuing to train will only harm my health, so I'm leaving the training ground. As soon as I came out, a resident handed me some freshly made salt. I looked at the 2 pounds of salt and nodded in satisfaction. By now, the other lords who were upgrading their campfires should have finished their battles, so I could use the salt to buy soul crystals. I opened the chat channel, intending to post an advertisement, but found it filled with wailing. Someone warned me not to take risks if I wasn't strong enough, because after one of my subjects died, the other subjects looked at me differently. Some people say that not only death, but also injury can affect territory. Especially now that everyone is out of medicine, they can only tough it out after being injured, and the channel is full of messages asking for hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs. That's when I realized that all the territories I upgraded tonight had encountered leader-level monsters with 7 or 8 points in attributes. It was a miracle if no one died. Many lords won thanks to their talents, but winning and clearing a territory without taking damage are two completely different things. Some complained that the rabbit men were weak in their hands, but became incredibly fast as ghosts after transforming into ghouls. Others said it was a matter of courage and skill. In short, most lords suffered significant losses tonight. Just then, I posted a message. Fresh salt is ready by now while supplies last. The channel instantly became lively. Some people asked me if I had any medicine, saying they would buy it at high price. Others joked that with so many dead and injured, drinking blood would replenish salt. Looking at the request for medicine, I made a plan. I had expected the others to get injured, but I hadn't anticipated it to be this serious. It seemed that the so-called escalation of the risk was no exaggeration. However, it could also be survivor bias. Those who haven't suffered losses won't come out to play the victim. I thought about it and posted an ad to buy raw materials for wound medicine. If I can get them, I'll work overtime to make the medicine. If not, there's nothing I can do. Half an hour later, I had 6 Rabbit Man soul crystals in my hand. Perhaps tonight's battle made everyone more aware of the importance of their people, because the price of soul crystals rose again, with the lowest price in the trading area being 5 caddies of meat. Fortunately, salt is also quite valuable, so the acquisition process went relatively smoothly. After selling all the salt I had, I looked at the 2 friends I had added earliest. Kenji sent me a message saying he was lucky, everything went smoothly, and he even paid back the debt he owed me, 2 rabbit soul crystals. I lent out 100 grams of salt and 1 sheep soul crystal and got 2 soul crystals in return. At the current market price, I'm definitely making a profit. Immediately after, the Wolf King also sent a message saying that he had successfully completed the game and also gave me 2 rabbit soul crystals. I asked him how his haul was, and he only replied, "Not bad. I'll tell you more tomorrow. I'm exhausted." Not only them, but the lords in the channel who were asking for medicine also soon said they needed a rest. It seems that tonight's upgrade will be tough on everyone. Just before going to sleep, I finally received a notification that my subjects had learned a skill, and I closed my eyes contentedly. The territory statistics for the 3rd day also appeared. The temperature continued to drop, and after offsetting the consumption with the total income, there were still 100 caddies of venison, 12 caddies of coarse salt, 10 rabbit people subjects, and 5 blueprints. In addition, 1 person in the territory has gained +1 agility, 9 people have gained +1 strength, and 3 people have learned combat skills. Most importantly, the current public morale has reached 17 points. The next morning, I stretched and got up. Pushing open the door, I saw the iron pot still boiling not far away, but it no longer contained salt water but meat broth. It seems Sean worked overtime again last night and has finished refining all the coarse salt. At the same time, the earnings from yesterday's paid post have also arrived in his account, a total of 7 rabbit soul crystals. I doubt there will be any further gains, as many people have already upgraded and the information gap has disappeared. But since this was essentially free money, I'm already very satisfied. I called out the names of the new rabbit men one by one, making sure they remembered their names. Although they weren't hungry after being summoned, I still let them have some meat soup. Most of these rabbit people who emerge from the soul crystals have no past memories and are relatively simple-minded. The impression the Lord makes on them upon first meeting often determines their initial attitude. A bowl of meat soup, coupled with the praise from my fellow tribesmen, quickly earned me their initial approval. The panel then changed, and my current public support value became 24. It was only 6 o'clock left before I could draw the reward. If I waited for E and the others to come back, it wouldn't be until noon at the earliest. So I immediately decided to buy 6 more rabbit soul crystals. I posted another message in the channel, offering to buy Rabbit Man soul crystals with salt. Some people were surprised that I was up so early, while others speculated that my preference for rabbit men might be related to their talents. I waited for a full half hour, but no one sold a single soul crystal, which left me quite bewildered. It wasn't until Tenji woke up and asked me why I was up so early that I learned he had specially exchanged 2 rabbit man soul crystals last night to buy salt from me. As dawn broke, people started coming to my door to sell soul crystals. I had a total of 6 pounds of refined salt, but I only used less than 2 pounds before successfully buying 6 rabbit man soul crystals. The number of rabbit people in the territory has officially reached 40. The panel pops up another notification. Current public support is 30. You can draw from here. Chapter 34. Rapidly Improving Pharmaceutical Skills. I rub my hands together excitedly and press the extraction button. Slow and steady wins the race. Quality white. Type. Personal. Effect. Work speed decreases, but makes it easier to notice subtle details, thus improving work quality. After seeing the results, I immediately fell into thought. On the surface, this entry seems to be trading speed for quality, but if we could discover more details, wouldn't it also be helpful when learning and improving skills? Many crafts are built up from details. The territory currently has 3 types of production skills: construction, crafts, and cooking, but the one that most needs level and bonuses is actually medicine making, which has not yet been mastered. If this skill entry can truly help in mastering skills, it's best to use it on medicine making. As long as I level up medicine making to level 3 as soon as possible, I can make body tempering fluid. That stuff is very valuable to the territory, whether for personal use or for sale. I also need to hurry up and produce wound medicine. I can sell it or keep it for future use. With that in mind, I decided to set off to collect materials in a little while and come back to test the effect of this new term. I looked at 2E and said, E, go, and call 2Shan and a few more people, and we'll prepare to go out. 2E's face fell after she finished eating meat, clearly thinking about the dangers of going out again. But she didn't try to persuade me. She just nodded in agreement. She knew very well that it wasn't that I shouldn't go out, but that I wasn't strong enough yet. Then I instructed 2C. Today you continue to lead people to collect materials and build a militia camp and warehouse as soon as possible. After giving these instructions, I put most of the remaining salt on the shelf and then went to the edge of the territory. 2EE, 2Shan, 2Wu, and 2Ba were already waiting for me. Except for 2Shan, the group was about the same as yesterday. As for 2Lu, having mastered level 2 craftsmanship, he is currently engrossed in making small carts. The group quickly set off. Along the way, 2Shan gripped his stone spear tightly, warily scanning the surrounding bushes, as if ready to fight wild beasts at any moment. He couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are we going to venture deep into the forest this time?" I nodded, of course. 2Shan immediately became excited, probably thinking that the hunting trip was finally about to begin. An hour later, looking at the cedar tree in front of him, then at the basket on his back, the excitement on his face gradually froze. The promised tension and excitement had turned into peeling bark. I stood by and observed everyone working. On the way there, I had already attributed the saying slow and steady wins the race to 2Shan. To my surprise, 2Shan's material collection speed wasn't slow at all. He was indeed a little slower than others at peeling bark, but the bark he peeled off was larger and more intact. Overall, he actually carried more materials in his basket than the others. This was even when he was distracted. It seems the white label entries shouldn't be underestimated. The previous entries have never disappointed me. Even the seemingly useless little glutton has proven highly effective in searching and tracking. This specialized entry, slow and steady wins the race, might be even more effective. Thinking about this, I'm already eager to go back to my territory to test it out. That's enough. Let's head back through the pine forest. Upon hearing that they were going back, 2Shan completely wilted and remained sullen the entire way. 2E, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. Back at the herb shed, I realized something. If we wanted to test the medicine, we had to keep 2Shan here. I said to him, 2Shan, time is of the essence and the task is urgent. You must stay and make medicine. It's not that I didn't want to find someone else, but over the past few days, I've found that 2Shan has the strongest comprehension ability. If the blueprint says there's a chance to learn a skill, he can basically master it on his first try. Blueprints have a limited number of uses, so who else can I use? 2Shan took a deep breath, suppressing his disappointment, and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Lord, I understand. It won't interfere with my work. I patted him on the shoulder. Your mission is far more important than hunting. My promise to take you out still stands, but on the condition that you find suitable successors for each skill and recipe. Upon hearing this, 2Shan's eyes immediately lit up. Is that really true, my lord? Certainly. The naive 2Shan accepted the offer. He figured the territory only needed someone who could cook. He didn't necessarily have to stay behind. As long as he taught his skills to others, he'd eventually be able to go out with me. Seeing his hope rekindled, I immediately took out the blueprint for the wound medicine and handed it to him. These are the materials. Make sure you master them quickly. We guarantee the mission will be completed. After activating the blueprint, 2Shan immediately got into the zone, his expression becoming focused, his eyes only on the materials and the production steps. From my perspective, he frequently stopped while processing materials, examining them repeatedly as if he had discovered some detail. But after watching him for a long time, I couldn't see anything. If I didn't know this was an effect of an entry, I would have suspected he was just slacking off. At this rate, if the final product doesn't show a significant improvement, it'll be a waste of time and effort. Just as I was getting worried, 2Shan finally finished the first dose of medicine. Wound medicine. Quality white. Effects. Stops bleeding and reduces swelling. Antibacterial and prevents suppuration. Mildly relieves pain. Evaluation. Excellent formulation. Good effect. Just a little better? 2Shan looked at me. My lord, how is it? I snapped out of my daze and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Keep up the good work and try to master the prescription as soon as possible. To my surprise, he answered quite naturally. I've already mastered it. I was taken aback and immediately checked his panel. Slaughtering the mountain. Skills. Basic construction LV2, basic crafting LV1, basic medicine making LV1, wound medicine recipe. A question mark slowly appeared above my head. This isn't the first time I've used this kind of 10-time blueprint. Last night, Tu Lu and Tu Shuang both took most of their attempts to master the smoked meat and the cart. But Tu Shan got it right on the first try. Is the wound medicine as simple as the wooden house? No, I saw the production process very clearly. The steps are not simple at all. The only possibility is that the idea that slow and steady wins the race allowed him to see more details, which is why he mastered the recipe in one go. This entry is indeed powerful. It's just a bit slow. I immediately said, make another one. No need for blueprints. Let me take a look. No problem. Tu Shan was not unhappy at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. For him, even if he couldn't hunt, as long as he could gain my approval, he would be satisfied enough. To my surprise, this production was significantly different from the previous one. Tu Shan stopped to observe and think much less often, and the places where he paused were completely different from before. This time, he was much faster and quickly got to the finish line. The next moment, a notification appeared. Your subject Tu Shan has shown meticulous attention to detail in crafting wound medicine, observing many seemingly insignificant aspects and demonstrating considerable insight into medicine making. Basic medicine making LV1 LV2. I stared at the prompt and was completely stunned. Chapter 35, All the Good Things Happen at Once. I put 2E's matter aside for now and set my sights on Tu Shan. Now that he has also improved, the next task is clear. First, quickly upgrade the basic medicine making to level 3 and, ideally, start trying to make body tempering fluid today. I have plenty of materials for the tempering fluid, most of which I already possess. The main missing element is earthworms. If all else fails, I'll try to acquire them through the channel. Those injured lords from yesterday should provide me with many opportunities. I told Tu Shan what I needed, and he immediately nodded, saying he needed other materials and felt that making more types of medicine would help him improve his medicine-making skills faster. I agreed immediately, telling him to focus on mastering the wound medicine first, and that I would take care of the materials. Tu Shan wasn't difficult to please. There were 4 simple medicinal formulas written in the herb shed, so I didn't need to buy expensive blueprints. The required materials were also very common, all readily available herbs. After reviewing the requirements, I went to find 2E and asked her to take some people to gather them. As soon as 2E left, I heard Tu Shuang's surprised voice behind me. She asked me what this was, and when I looked down, I saw that her basket was stuffed full of wilted, orange-red short sticks. I recognized them immediately, carrots, and a whole basket full of them. I asked her where they came from, and she said that I had mentioned looking for earthworms while fetching water that morning. So, she led people to dig along the riverbank. They didn't find any earthworms, but instead dug up a bunch of carrots. This was a pleasant surprise. We didn't find earthworms, but we found vegetables first. I told her to move all the carrots inside, so they wouldn't freeze. For me, the carrots themselves aren't the main point. The main point is their nutritional value. Plus, with the 2 deer we caught yesterday, even if the number of people increases again today, there's no need to rush out hunting. There's still so much to do in the territory, making medicine, building, selling finished products. It's all piling up. So I simply cancel my date with the Deer King today, planning to practice archery tonight and see it again tomorrow as a surprise for it. Thinking of this, I opened the panel and glanced at the trading channel, finding that the salt I listed yesterday was selling quite well. Soon, new citizens were recruited, and after handing them over to the 2 temple for arrangements, I checked the public sentiment value again. I'm just 5 points away from drawing my 5th affix. That's the first green affix, and it might even boost my talent upgrade. My heart raced with excitement as I kept an eye on my territory progress. Not long after, there was another commotion outside. 2C shouted excitedly. The militia camp is finally finished. The last warehouse can also be put into operation. I went out to take a look, and sure enough, the militia camp was completed. Militia battalion. Internal training effectiveness slightly improved. There's a chance to learn common skills, such as basic spearmanship and basic archery. After reading the description, I was quite satisfied. I didn't care too much about the training bonus, since it couldn't compare to a green quality training ground, but it offered a lot of basic skills that could be learned, which was very useful for my territory. More importantly, the temple was finished building it this afternoon, which meant that completing all the basic buildings today would be fine. This means I'll soon be able to unlock the materials needed to upgrade the campfire. All these good things are happening at once. I'm even starting to wonder if my luck has suddenly turned around. If the new attribute is related to combat, and I can also craft the body tempering fluid, then I can go to the martial art hall tonight and use a time acceleration card and start collecting materials to upgrade the campfire in my territory tomorrow. As I was thinking about these things, I suddenly remembered that there was still no movement from Tu Shan's side. So I opened the channel, intending to list the golden wound medicine, collect some body tempering fluid materials, and also check on the current situation of the other lords. When I checked the channel, the situation was worse than I had imagined. Some people said the herbal medicine shed had finally been built and the child could be saved. Others immediately poured cold water on the idea, saying to check the prescription first before getting excited. Still others complained that the so-called prescription was just charcoal and wood ash, which had no other use besides stopping the bleeding. Some people said that they had found herbs with hemostatic properties, so at least it was somewhat useful. Looking at these messages, I immediately understood. It seemed that after one night, many lords were in even more difficult circumstances. Although I didn't say it aloud, this was indeed a good opportunity for me. So I sent a message directly. Qiyuan, selling wound medicine, fair price by now while supplies last. I then added another message. Qiyuan, buying large quantities of earthworms in exchange for salt and wound medicine. Highest bidder wins. As soon as I sent the message, my private messages exploded. Many people were asking if I was really buying earthworms. Clearly, in their eyes, exchanging a few earthworms for necessities like salt and wound medicine was a great deal. I simply replied that it was true, but I needed to act quickly, first come, first served, and even suggested that they find friends to pool their resources. Once I confirmed, the number of replies immediately decreased. Everyone was clearly busy looking for earthworms. Things are moving in the direction I want. Now, I just wait for the results from the massacre. Not long after, a system notification popped up. Your people have produced various medicines through the massacre of the mountain, gaining a deeper understanding of medicine making. Basic medicine making LV12E3. I was stunned. Only a few hours had passed, and it wasn't even dark yet, and he had actually leveled up to level 3. It seems that focusing intently and taking his time to do things meticulously combined had a more powerful effect than I had imagined, while I was the one holding him back. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait too long before the first batch of earthworms arrived, a full 100. The number doesn't seem like a huge amount, but in such a low-temperature environment, it's quite remarkable. I rushed into the herb shed with the materials, placed the earthworms in front of Tu Shan, and handed him the blueprint for the body tempering fluid. After the blueprint was activated, Tu Shan's expression became very serious for the first time, as if all the pressure had suddenly come over him. I quickly reassured him, telling him to relax and do it, and that it wouldn't matter if he failed. Tu Shan just nodded earnestly and said he would do his best. Seeing that he didn't even dare to say, "I guarantee I'll complete the mission," I felt even more anxious. The subsequent production process was indeed far from easy. Although Tu Shan entered a state of focused concentration, he had to stop and ponder almost every step, staring blankly at the tools while holding the materials. Sometimes if he slowed down, the materials would be wasted, and he would have to start over. Fortunately, he had enough materials and room for trial and error. The whole process was bumpy, but he still made progress little by little. Finally, he took a small stick and put the prepared materials one by one into the heated ceramic pot. As the steam rose, a strange medicinal fragrance slowly wafted out, immediately catching my attention. I knew that success or failure hinged on this moment. Chapter 36. The effects of the body tempering fluid. Entire building completed. My eyes lit up as I looked at the description of the body quenching fluid on the panel. This item is white in quality, yet strengthens bones and muscles, and increases the growth rate of strength, stamina, and agility. It is effective for all 3 attributes below 20 points. Training effects are increased by 50% directly for those below 10 points, and gradually decrease between 10 and 20 points. 1 dose can last for 12 hours. I immediately realized that this thing was perfect for working with the time acceleration card. 1 dose of body tempering fluid lasts for exactly 12 hours. If you stack it with an acceleration card, the effect is practically doubled. Add to that the training ground and attribute bonuses, and 1 acceleration card might be enough for someone else to train for several days. I have to try it tonight. My lord, would you like to give it a try? Tushan divided the freshly prepared body-tempering liquid into smaller portions and then scooped some out of the earthenware jar and handed it to me. How do you use it? Just eat it. Just a little bit is enough. As he spoke, he found a chopstick, dipped it in the body-tempering liquid, and gave it to me to taste. As soon as the liquid entered my mouth, I immediately felt a warm current rise from my stomach and flow outwards through my limbs and bones. The feeling was strange, as if my body was being gradually filled up by something. I tried to throw a punch with all my might, and the power in my arm was completely different from before, as if there was an invisible layer of support. I rushed out of the herb shed and sped off, but my heart and lungs didn't feel any burning sensation. Instead, a constant flow of heat circulated within me, like a small furnace continuously fueling my energy. This stuff can actually replenish stamina. On second thought, it makes sense. The body-tempering fluid is itself an energy source, so it's not surprising that drinking it can maintain one's physical condition. In case of emergencies, it can be used as an emergency measure, at least keeping one's energy levels up. Before long, the warm current in my body slowly dissipated. My lord, how is it? Not bad. Tushan, you've done a great job this time. After thinking about it, I decided to honor the reward I didn't give out last time. Here's a sausage for you as a reward. Upon hearing the word ham sausage, Tushan subconsciously swallowed. After all, he had been craving the ham sausage from my instant noodles for a long time. But in the end, he shook his head. My lord, could you please send me a few more men? Before I could ask, he took the initiative to explain that he wanted to teach more people the pharmaceutical skills and prescriptions as soon as possible, so that more people could make body-tempering fluid together in the future. He didn't say it explicitly, but I understood. This guy wants to take some men hunting. I was a little surprised. Rabbit people are usually timid, so they shouldn't be so enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Even Tu Yi, who is the best fighter, frowns when hunting is mentioned, but Tushan is quite different. All right. You can choose whoever comes after Tulu. The people in the territory are now divided into different roles. Shuang is in charge of cooking. Tusi is in charge of construction. Tulu is in charge of handicrafts. And Tu has also shown talent in combat. He was one of the 3 people who mastered skills yesterday. Thank you, my lord. Tushan was so excited that he thanked me repeatedly and even bowed to me. Just as I was about to say something more, a cheer suddenly erupted outside. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw Tu-Si walking quickly towards me, with a smug look on his face. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. The warehouse is complete. I was a little surprised. This was incredibly fast. The amount of materials and work required for the warehouse and militia camp was far greater than what was done for the herb shed and watchtower yesterday, and Tu-Si actually managed to finish it completely before dark. I opened the panel and took a look. Basic warehouse. Quality white. Effect. Allows you to freely choose whether the building is affected by the temperature boost from the primal flame. Reduces the rate at which items inside decay and break down. Comment. Low temperatures aren't all bad. This really surprised me. Isn't this a cold storage room? This warehouse is much more practical than I imagined. There's a campfire in the territory, and the daytime temperature is already quite high, reaching over 20 degrees Celsius. People tend to sweat a lot inside, and food spoils more easily. With this kind of low-temperature warehouse, the shelf life of food can be extended significantly. In addition, it also has the effect of reducing spoilage, so the combined effect will definitely be substantial. Later, when there are more medicines in the territory, they can also be stored using it. Well done. Let everyone go and rest first. Lord, we're not tired. We can collect some more wood and rest when it's completely dark. Tu-Si shook his head, looking like he was going to take everyone down with him. I glanced at the sky. It was already getting dark, so I didn't stop him anymore. All right. Then I looked at Tushan. Please work hard and try to make as much body-tempering fluid as possible. We'll try to make enough for 50 people tonight. After I finished speaking, I suddenly remembered something and casually asked him about it. By the way, do you have a prescription? Tushan's expression stiffened, clearly embarrassed. I thought he hadn't learned it yet, and was about to say something to comfort him, but he spoke up instead. Well, I have a grasp of it, but it's very superficial. My lord, could I use the blueprint twice more? No, just once is enough. When I heard that, I was stunned. You really mastered it? And how did you manage to learn it in just one go, despite such a complex production process? Although it seems he hasn't mastered it deeply and is only at the beginner level, It's enough to show that slow and meticulous work and focused immersion are indeed powerful. Use it. Use it as you like. It's fine if you use it all. The most important thing is to learn the prescription first. No need for that. I feel that doing it 1 or 2 more times won't be very effective. Okay, then you can continue. I told him the materials would arrive soon and asked him to make 50 portions of the quenching fluid as quickly as possible. He just made 5 batches in 1 batch. As his skill improves, his output will continue to increase, and he'll be able to cook even faster. Although making 50 batches tonight is a bit tight, it's not entirely impossible. I'll have to put in a lot of effort on the materials side. Fortunately, I still have some healing potions I made while practicing my skills before the massacre, so exchanging them for materials shouldn't be too difficult. If all else fails, I can sell the healing potion blueprint that I only used once back to Tianji. Just thinking about Tianji's expression after seeing the number of times the blueprint has been used makes me want to laugh. As for whether anyone will notice the special nature of my people, I'm not that concerned. Each entry is different, and even I don't know what these rabbit people will eventually become. Having more cards to play might actually create confusion if 1 or 2 are revealed. You think my people are all research talents? Actually, they're all big shots. I walked to the campfire, brought up the control panel again, and began to check its upgrade requirements. Chapter 37, First Green Entry. Primal Campfire, Special Quality, Level 2. Upgrade requirements. Basic construction LV3, 200 stones, 500 logs, 9 cubic meters of clay, or lus, 3 cubic meters of sand. Evaluation. Massive workload, but a significant upgrade. My eyelids twitched at the sight. 9 cubic meters of soil and 3 cubic meters of sand. This lousy campfire was really getting more and more greedy. But on calmer thought, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. I hadn't seen clay before, but lus was everywhere, and sand should be able to be dug up along the riverbank. 12 cubic meters of sand sounds daunting, but I have over 50 rabbit men under my command, all stronger than the average adult man. If we really get to work, we could probably dig that much in 2 or 3 hours. The only problem will be transporting the sand. As for wooden stones, that's not a big concern. At this rate, gathering all the campfire upgrade materials by tomorrow shouldn't be a problem, and there's even hope of getting the greenhouse materials sorted out as well. For other lords, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Indeed, population is the primary productive force. Today's workload was heavy, but all plans went smoothly. All basic construction was completed, and both medicines were successfully produced and their formulas mastered. Only the 5th attribute remains to be drawn. The panel shows that today's expected public support value is 37, 3 short of the target. The salt is almost sold out, and I didn't have time to go to the salt spring to replenish the raw materials today. It seems I can only use a few doses of healing potion to make do. If all else fails, I can sell the healing potion blueprint that still has 9 uses left. As for whether it will create competitors, I'm not worried. I've seen 2 already listed on the trading board. The longer this stuff drags on, the less valuable it becomes. As darkness fell, I opened my friend's list, found Tianji, and messaged him. "Bro, wanna grab some treasure?" He replied quickly, his words sounding familiar. I immediately sent him the blueprint for the Golden Moon medicine, and he was immediately shocked, asking how it was such a coincidence that there were only 9 uses left, and whether my people had mastered the recipe in one go. I asked him what the difference was between learning from a lord and learning from a commoner. Tianji said there wasn't really a difference, but he felt he would be more receptive if I had learned it myself. When he heard it was actually learned from a commoner, he almost broke down, marveling at how an ordinary commoner with such limited education could grasp the blueprint in one go. No wonder he was the #1 lord of Wolfang City. I was too lazy to argue with him and just asked if he wanted it or not. He immediately agreed, but said the blueprint had been used once, so it was like the packaging had been opened, and he wanted a discount. I only wanted the soul crystals and told him to name his price. He quoted 2 Rabbitman soul crystals. I casually checked the prices on the trading platform and almost fainted from shock. Soul crystals had gone up again, 1 crystal costing over 10 kilograms of meat. But I quickly realized it wasn't just soul crystals that had increased. The price of meat had plummeted. The amount of raw meat on the trading platform had surged, several times more than before, and the price had been halved. It seems everyone has gotten stronger, and they're hunting more prey. This is actually a good thing for me. The more disaster ghosts others kill, the more soul crystals they produce, and the easier it is for me to collect them. As for the drop in meat prices, I don't rely on selling meat for a living, so it doesn't affect me much. Just as I was about to bargain with Tianji, I suddenly smelled a putrid odor in the air. My expression hardened, and I immediately stood up and looked north, then froze. A few hundred meters away, 2C was leading a group of people, staring wide-eyed at the calamity demon who had just sprung out of the forest. More than 30 people surrounded a calamity demon, who was clearly dumbfounded. 2C shouted, "Brothers, let's get it!" Then he naturally stepped back behind the crowd. The others didn't think much of it and rushed forward. Many of these people had just arrived today and had never experienced combat before. Their courage hadn't truly been forged. But 30-odd people against one naturally created a different kind of momentum. Not long after, 2C came to me with a rabbit man's soul crystal. Looking at the crystal, my expression was complicated. I thought to myself, this attack by the calamity demon didn't seem so dangerous after all. Tianji sent another message, saying 3 is fine, and I have to give him a discount next time. I looked at the soul crystals in my hand and replied directly, "No need, 2 is fine." He asked me why I suddenly changed my mind and was still thinking about the discount. I replied, "I'll give you a 15% discount." There was silence on the other end. After the transaction, I pulled Tu Shan, whose face was flushed but who was incredibly proud, to my side, raised the body-tempering liquid high, and announced to everyone, "Family members, today Tu Shan has created a miracle. Tonight, we will use this miracle to completely transform everyone. Eat well, conserve your energy, and when the time comes, no one is allowed to waste Tu Shan's hard work." 53 people responded in unison. After eating, most returned to their cabins to rest, preparing for the evening's training session. Only Tu Shan and Tu Shuang continued to prepare medicine and food for the evening. Time ticked by, and suddenly the numbers on the image database jumped up and down. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately pressed the draw button. This time, the special effects were noticeably better than before, at least upgraded from 50 cents to 1.5 yuan. My consciousness seemed to be pulled into a world of light and shadow, where I saw specks of light representing the will of the people floating in the sky above the territory, constantly converging towards me and finally merging into the depths of my soul. I also heard many whispers. Some wanted to increase their strength to protect me. Some thought that cutting down trees and building houses wasn't efficient enough, and some felt that while strength needed to be trained, agility couldn't be neglected either. Some said we had to be faster so we could escape danger with me. Others were unwilling to accept the limitations of the rabbit human race and wanted to become stronger. I don't know how much time had passed, or it felt like only a moment, when my consciousness suddenly returned to reality. Strength and speed are both excellent, quality is green, type is race. Effect: when strength is the highest attribute, agility increases significantly, and vice versa. When strength and agility are the same, and both at their highest, the increase is split. Evaluation: when the flame of mortal will burns to its extreme, even the cold laws will be attracted by it. I stared at the evaluation for a while, before slowly coming to my senses. This entry is quite effective, essentially increasing the rabbitman's strength and agility growth aptitude simultaneously. Although I don't know exactly how much significantly increased means, it's a green entry, so it can't be bad. The only uncertainty is whether the temporary boost counts as exceeding other attributes. For example, will the effect be triggered after adding 3 to combo power? Thinking of this, I immediately got up, gathered my men, grabbed the time acceleration card, and headed towards the training ground. Chapter 38. Really a collaboration? A surge in attributes. As soon as everyone entered the martial art hall, Tu Shan and Tu Shuang distributed the body-tempering fluid, food, and water as I had instructed. I also took out the time acceleration card and silently activated it. The card shattered instantly, and a stream of light landed on the stone slab of the training ground, then spread outwards, enveloping the entire training ground. Acceleration successful. Remaining time, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. I tried to turn around and push the door, but I couldn't open it no matter what I did. It wasn't that the door was broken. Rather, the entire area seemed to be sealed off by some force. Looking out, the outside world seemed to have stopped as well. Even the flames of the central campfire were no longer flickering. Strangely, I could still feel the temperature of the flames. It seems that this green card formed more like a barrier. Without thinking twice, I immediately ordered everyone take the body-tempering fluid and start training immediately. Yes, the 53 rabbit men answered in unison. Most rabbits choose to increase their strength first, since they only have 3 points of initial strength, and strength is the most practical stat. I, however, want to try out the effect of strength and speed excellence first to see how it works together. I glanced at my own attributes. Zhang Qi, strength 6, physical strength 6, agility 7, spirit 7. Aside from my spirit, all 3 of my stats increased slightly, with agility still higher than strength. So, without drinking the body tempering potion, I went straight to the strength area to lift the stone weights. As I practiced the plank exercises, I silently counted the time. Once the progress above my head increased a little, I had counted to 107. That means in 10,700 seconds, or roughly 3 hours, my strength would increase by 1 point. This speed is almost twice as fast as before. I tried it again at the Plum Blossom Stakes, and it took me 242 seconds. It's normal for a higher agility to take a few seconds longer. Therefore, it's basically certain that the boost from superior strength and speed is about double. What really matters to me is whether the combo power can continue to benefit from the strength and speed bonus. If so, training will be much more flexible in the future, and the boost won't be halved just because strength and agility are equal. I immediately activated my combo power and practiced the movements on the Plum Blossom Stakes, giving myself a tap with my left hand every few seconds to maintain the effect. 123, 124, 125, 126. I originally thought there wouldn't be any changes this time, but the next second, the agility progress above my head suddenly increased a little more. Efficient. The boost from combo attacks was truly considered the highest attribute by those with superior strength and speed. In other words, you can train strength and agility alternately. First, train agility by activating combo power to get the maximum bonus. Once agility is high enough, stop training combo power and switch to training strength, and you can still get the maximum bonus. I immediately understood that different terms could indeed be linked together. I immediately stopped training and told all the rabbits about my discovery. Keep training, but be careful not to let your strength and agility be the same. Go! After everyone dispersed, there were noticeably fewer people in the strength zone. Apart from a few newcomers, everyone else had gone to the agility zone. They quickly discovered that the speed at which agility increased had doubled. While most rabbit people still find strength more practical, that's only if their speed improvement is roughly the same. These days, they train whoever is faster. Only a fool wouldn't choose the most efficient option. I returned to the strength zone, immediately downed the body tempering fluid, and continued lifting the stone lock. This time, it was even more impressive. My strength progress increased slightly after 73 seconds. I was taken aback at first, then I grinned. With the dual advantage of power and speed, the quenching fluid can actually increase the speed by another 50%, and this is an independent multiplication zone. In other words, its effect is not to be overwritten, but to continue to accumulate. I didn't attribute the credit to the white body-quenching liquid. It's not that outrageous. But my uncontrollable, strange laughter still startled the rabbit men who were training. Even those who were engrossed in their training were awakened and looked over, but they didn't see anything. With time acceleration available, there's absolutely no need to worry about the safety of your territory. After the experiment, the rabbits and I completely calmed down and began intensive training. 10 hours remaining, strength 6-7. 8 hours remaining, agility 7-8. 5 hours remaining, strength 7-8. 2 hours remaining, agility 8-9. The notifications kept popping up on the screen, and Zhang Qi could barely suppress his smile. After 10 hours, both my strength and agility had increased by 2 points. But I'm not the one who's improving the fastest. The rabbit people already had low attributes, so they had more room for improvement. In addition, the training grounds provided a more significant boost to low attributes, so most of them gained around 5 points directly. Many of them even reached 6 or 7 points in strength and agility. Even more outrageous, with a focus and immersion bonus, everyone learned sprint, and a few even mastered both skills. Who will dare say that rabbit people have bad attributes from now on? The only thing that puzzles me is why these guys seem to be gaining more stats, but not much muscle. They're all still so skinny. They need to get a bit more muscular. However, what surprised me the most was 2E and 2 Sean. Chapter 39, I'm bankrupt. An unexpected incident occurs. 2E never missed a training session, And with the added bonus of guardian power, her attributes were second only to mine in the territory. This time, she actually gained another 5 points to her total attributes, and her skills weren't affected either. She excitedly ran to me and said, "Lord, my weakness lock has reached level 3. I should be able to teach it now." I nodded and praised her. "You did a great job. After the medicine wears off, try to see if you can teach me. If you can, you'll be a great help." Upon hearing the words, "a great help," 2E smiled and skipped back to the training area. Aside from her, the most outrageous improvement was 2 Shan's. He clearly missed 1 training session, yet he mastered 2 skills and both reached level 3. I have to improve my own attributes to level up my skills in sync. But 2 Shan's swiftness only increased my agility by 2 points before reaching level 3. The only one who can compare to him is 2E, who treats the power of protection like a toy. I even suspect that his slow and steady wins the race ability might have played a role. After all, these skills are usually unrelated to their main purpose, so it's not impossible that they could help him learn combat skills. Once I have a surplus of body tempering fluid, and 2 Shan has trained apprentices, I'll take over this entry and give it a try. Anyway, the cooldown is only 1 day, so as long as there's no emergency, I can afford the delay. After feeling my stamina return somewhat, I immediately returned to the strength training area to continue training. The higher the attribute, the slower the improvement, so I simply lowered the intensity and tried to push my strength progress a little further in the last 2 hours. If it's not too far off, I'll try my best after the acceleration ends and aim to get my power to 9 points today. Territory changes, day, 4 temperature, 5 to minus 25 degrees Celsius. Total assets, 40 gene of venison, 50 gene of carrots, 53 inhabitants, 5-time acceleration cards, blueprints, 7 uses of tempering fluid, greenhouse, all buildings are complete, campfire can be upgraded. Average total attribute change per person, +6. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I remembered the information about the upgraded dictionary image library from the previous night. Requires 100 popularity points for this draw. The probability of drawing a blue affix after 5 draws is 10%. The 10th draw guarantees a blue affix. Please check the other enhancements yourself. The popularity score has increased considerably, but it's still acceptable. With the current population, it can be drawn roughly once every 2 days, similar to the time I first transmigrated. The probability of getting blue affixes is low, but at least there's a guaranteed drop. Other enhancements aren't needed for now, but the Rabbitman's racial affix slots are already full. The first slot is a free gift at the start, the second unlocks with 10 players, and the third unlocks with 50 players, each with a different skill, combo, focus, and power/speed. The next slot requires 200 players to unlock, which sounds high, but I already have 53 players, so the difficulty isn't that outrageous. Moreover, compared to the beginning, I now have many more ways to make money, so my mindset remains very stable. Coming to my senses, I glanced around the room, but there was still no one there. Wow, that's really curly. Last night, I persevered for an extra hour and finally caught up with agility, reaching 9 points in strength. Now my 4 dimensions are 9, 6, 9, and 7, and my 3 dimensions are no worse than the Deer King's. I still have 2 more skills, while the Deer King only has 1. With the added bonus from the stat boosts, I might already be much stronger than the Deer King. The rabbits have also improved significantly, with the lowest having 6 or 7 points in strength and agility, and the highest 7 or 8. 2E's agility even reached 9 points, directly catching up with mine. If I were ever in danger, she'd probably unleash her full power and mow down everything in her path. Luckily, she's one of my people, otherwise this cheater absolutely cannot be allowed to live. I rubbed my face, got up, and pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, I saw a muscular man, about 1.67 meters tall, standing in the doorway. "My lord, you're awake." I was stunned. "Wait, buddy, who are you?" If it weren't for the rabbit ears on his head, I would have thought my territory had been invaded. This rabbit man in front of me, while not exactly muscular, had well-defined muscles. He was nothing like the skinny, stick-like figure he used to be. He said, "I am 2C. When I woke up this morning, not only me, but most people were noticeably stronger. I guess it's because our stats have skyrocketed, plus you've been feeding us meat all the time, so we're getting enough nutrition." I looked down at myself, and it seemed like nothing had changed. Upon examination, 2C stats were assessed as follows. strength 7, stamina 4, agility 8, and spirit 3. The assessment stated that his attributes had increased significantly, and his body was gradually becoming stronger and healthier. Gradually? It's only one night, isn't it? Only after confirming that the information was correct did I believe that the person in front of me was indeed 2C. I asked him what he wanted to see me about. 2C immediately replied, "My lord, our food supply is critically low again." I was taken aback. Why did the scene look so familiar? He said there are many people in the territory, so they eat a lot, and they ate an extra meal during training last night. There wasn't much venison left, and all the bread had been eaten. I waved my hand and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll go borrow some from the Deer King later." 2C paused for a moment before realizing what I meant by borrow. Stepping out of the cabin, I surveyed the territory and suddenly noticed a large pile of logs on the ground. Didn't we run out of materials yesterday? Where did these come from? 2C explained that they had only gotten up half an hour earlier than him today. However, everyone's strength was now at least 6 points, with many reaching 7, and with the boost from combo attacks, quite a few had reached 10 points. With increased strength, chopping trees was naturally much easier. It seems that upgrading the campfire and building the greenhouse today will be easier than I imagined. Seeing that 2C was still following me, I asked him if there was anything else. He said that after the surge in strength and agility, everyone would become short of breath after chopping down trees at full speed for a while. I understood immediately. Their stamina was too low. The rabbit man's strength, combined with combos, could reach 10 points, which was more than twice their stamina, so it was normal for them to be out of breath after just a few movements. Next training session, I need to work on improving my stamina as well. I asked if the problem was serious, and 2C said that as long as we kept it to ourselves, it would be fine. So I decided to deal with it that evening. It's not that I don't want to take them to the training ground now, but the body-tempering liquid that Tushan rushed to make last night has already been used up. Besides, training for 12 consecutive hours will drain our energy and stamina, and we can't just sleep all day. Breakfast was served quickly. After finishing the venison in my hand, I patted my stomach and suddenly felt unsatisfied. Even though the portion was more than yesterday, why wasn't it enough? Looking around, the other rabbits also seemed unsatisfied, lacking the usual sense of satisfaction after a full meal. Does that mean my appetite has increased after my attributes were improved? I immediately called out to Shuang, "Make another serving of food." Shuang whispered a reminder, "My lord, there are only a dozen or so pounds of meat left." The other rabbits immediately said they weren't hungry, adding that they had already eaten more today than yesterday. I asked them to be quiet, not in a loud voice, but no one spoke again. Shuang, finish the rest of the food. I told you, work hard for me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Today's task is heavy. How can we not eat enough? Eat your fill. The rabbits cheered immediately, and their eyes shone even brighter as they looked at me. I took the freshly cooked broth, appearing calm on the surface, but my heart was clenching inside. The old saying, "Scholars are poor, warriors are rich," is truly true. Just 2 days ago, I thought I was the richest person in the region. How come I'm penniless again today? These mere rabbit people actually managed to bankrupt me. I turned to 2C and instructed him to continue collecting materials. 2C nodded, quickly finished his food, and led a few people to push a cart to transport stones, while the rest stayed behind to cut down trees. Seeing that it was already getting light, I didn't stop them. After breakfast, I gathered my men and prepared to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Deer King. This time, everyone's attributes have skyrocketed, making us perfectly capable of going toe-to-toe with the Deer King. Even ordinary Cicadere probably couldn't outrun us. It's a pity I didn't have time to practice archery, but it's not a big problem. Catching up with them won't change anything, and maybe I can even capture 2 alive and bleed them out. After the sky had fully brightened, I led a few people to prepare to set off. But just then, a beast's roar suddenly rang in my ears. The voice was very soft, like a hallucination. I looked at the others in confusion, only to find that the rabbit people's expressions had all changed. I immediately asked direction. Someone answered urgently, "The west." My face darkened, and I immediately changed direction and headed west. But I hadn't run far when I saw several rabbit men looking panicked, running frantically toward their territory. Chapter 40 Emergency Rescue, Falling from the Sky. The rabbit men who were running back were so frightened when they saw me that they turned pale and could not speak properly, only shouting that there was a monster. I suppressed my unease and urged them to calm down and explain the situation carefully. Soon, more and more rabbits gathered around, and after hearing their story, my heart sank. They said the bear involved was enormous, incredibly tall, and that 2C lured it into the forest to rescue people. My first reaction was disbelief. But when they said the bear was over 3 meters tall and strong enough to knock down trees, and that even stone spears couldn't hurt it, I knew things were worse than I thought. I immediately ordered that those who could carry weapons should come with me, and the rest should go back and prepare their equipment to immediately go to the west to provide support. Shuang left a few people behind to guard the territory. But as soon as I finished speaking, someone advised me not to go, saying that the bear was too dangerous and that I wouldn't be able to save anyone. Instead, I would only get myself killed. These words made my anger surge. Those people who had just arrived yesterday had clearly never experienced real life and death. They were very timid. But what angered me the most was that they actually described Tusi as just a slave. I raised my hand and slapped the person who had spoken, sending him staggering back several steps, his face swollen on one side. I yelled at them. Chiyuan territory has no slaves. Today you risked your lives to save people by slaughtering the temple. But who will save you if you encounter danger tomorrow? The moment those words were spoken, everyone froze. Those rabbit men who had just tried to stop me were now filled with shame. Without another word, I led 2E and the others westward immediately, while the others either went to get equipment or hurried to catch up. No one dared to stop me anymore. Along the way, I had my little glutton sniff the road for me, and soon I smelled a strong fishy and muddiny smell, mixed with a faint smell of blood. My heart tightened, and I immediately sped up even more. Soon, we arrived at the first battlefield. Several trees beside the pit had been snapped in two, the breaks looking as if they had been violently broken. A spear shaft lay on the ground, with bloodstains nearby. 2C took 7 people out this morning, but only 6 escaped back. The blood on the ground was obviously left by the missing person. Without thinking twice, I immediately ordered them to follow me, while 2E was responsible for marking the route to facilitate support from those behind. I plunged into the woods, the ground littered with fallen trees. The more I looked, the more terrifying the bear seemed. Its strength was outrageous. Even with my full power, I could barely knock down a single tree, let alone the many it had broken along the way. Fortunately, there were still scattered bloodstains on the road, and the amount of bleeding was obviously decreasing, indicating that the injured were still alive and 2C was still leading his men to escape. I kept telling myself that I had to catch up and that I had to hold on. Deep in the forest, the brown bear, its eyes bloodshot, was rampaging wildly, relentlessly chasing the figure carrying a person. Something was still stuck in its tail. No wonder it was so enraged. 2C carried 2 Shirlu on his back and ran wildly, not daring to look back at all. He was panting like a broken bellows, his chest heaving violently, and his strength was clearly almost exhausted. 2 Shirlu struggled several times to jump down, saying that if this continued, they would both die, and wanted 2C to run away on his own. She cried all the way, blaming herself for provoking the bear. 2C was driven crazy by her nagging, but he knew that if they stopped now, no one would survive. He could only grit his teeth and tell her to shut up and not waste his energy, while reassuring her intermittently that he would come save them. Upon hearing this, 2 Shirlu seemed to grasp at the last glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked me if I would really come. 2C didn't say much, he just nodded heavily. But he had been carrying the person for too long, and his strength was almost exhausted. His speed was getting slower and slower, and the bear behind him was getting closer and closer. Just as he began to waver and even considered putting the person down, 2 Shirlu suddenly shouted excitedly, telling him to look quickly. Just as 2C struggled to lift his head, I rushed out of the woods. I stepped on a tree trunk, using the momentum to leap into the air and flew over their heads with my spear in hand, heading straight for the enraged brown bear. Dare to touch my men, or you'll die. Chapter 41, Slaying the Bear. Skill book? I leaped high into the air, spear in hand, my eyes fixed on the brown bear that was slaughtering pomegranates. It wasn't until I was close enough that it reacted. It was enormous and incredibly strong, but its speed was clearly not fast. Taking advantage of its momentary lapse in concentration, I immediately activated my power burst and hurled the spear with all my might. I charged at it head-on, The distance between us was extremely short, and the spear was less than a meter from my hand when it accurately pierced its left eye and was driven right in. The brown bear roared in pain, but I hadn't even landed yet. I flipped over in midair and, using the momentum, kicked the butt of the spear, pushing it 2 centimeters deeper, driving it completely mad with pain. I used the momentum to fly backward, performing a backflip and landing steadily. I braced myself in a lunge position, sliding half a meter with my right hand on the ground before finally stopping next to 2C. 2 Shirlu stared at me blankly, almost speechless, and even 2C was dumbfounded. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw an almost silent figure appear behind the brown bear. 2E had already circled around to the back and delivered a powerful blow to the broken spear on its back, the broken spear completely embedded in its body. Roar! The intense pain in its eyes, coupled with the severe injury to its back, drove the brown bear into a complete rampage, frantically swinging its arms behind it, only to find that 2E was nowhere to be seen. I glanced at its information and was surprised to find that this guy actually had 2 skills. Undying, beastly nature is most likely a defensive or recovery skill. Brute force burst is clearly a strength skill, and with its 10 points of strength, it's definitely not easy to deal with. 2E returned to my side, biting her lip and whispering that I had taken too much risk. But I knew in my heart that she had given me too much protection, and I had no choice but to take the risk. Soon, the rabbit people who had fallen behind also caught up. They witnessed my series of actions and saw the brown bear covered in blood and bleeding from its lower body. They all looked at me in awe. 2 immediately volunteered to take it down, but I stopped them and reminded them not to fight head-on and to avoid direct combat. I told them that if they ran around with it for a while and kept its wounds bleeding, it would eventually give out. I had a few people carry 2C and 2 Shirlu away first and asked about their injuries. 2C was still emitting a faint glow, which surprised me a bit, as he was the second one to awaken his exclusive affix. But now was not the time to examine him closely. 2C said he was fine, just a little tired. 2 Shirlu's leg injury was quite serious, but he could still manage. I praised 2C, telling him he did a good job this time, and he immediately puffed out his chest, looking quite proud. At this moment, the brown bear finally realized that no one was behind it, and immediately turned around and roared at us. Its only remaining right eye was bloodshot, and it stared at me intently, clearly wanting to tear me to pieces. 2E immediately stood in front of me, and the others followed suit. I immediately told them to retreat when the enemy advances and advance when the enemy retreats. Our mission was not to fight head-on, but to provoke it and continue to widen its wounds. I told Chi-Chi to carry 2 Shirlu back first, and 2C followed. 2C originally wanted to stay, but he quickly realized that in his current state, he would only be a hindrance. I pushed aside the people blocking my way, pointed at the raging brown bear, first at its eyes, then at its rear end. Although the brown bear couldn't understand words, it clearly understood the insult and charged forward in a rage. But as soon as I saw it approach, I immediately turned and ran with my men, shouting and yelling as we retreated, occasionally making gestures as if to throw spears, forcing it to stop abruptly each time. As it repeatedly charged and stopped abruptly, the blood flowed faster and faster. The wounds around its eyes were still manageable, but the gash on its rear end was being torn wider and wider. Finally, as its strength waned and its body grew weaker, it realized that if it continued chasing, it would die. It roared, pretended to pounce, and when it saw that we were indeed retreating, it did not continue to chase, but instead suddenly turned around and fled. I wasn't surprised at all. Even the fiercest beasts have a survival instinct, and it's normal for them to be afraid of death. Just as I was about to order a pursuit, I heard a series of rapid footsteps behind me. My lord, we're here. 2C and his men have already arranged for someone to escort them. I looked back and saw that more than 30 rabbit men, each with 2 stone spears, had all arrived. It seemed that everyone who could come, except those who stayed behind to guard the house and escort the wounded, had come. Go, give chase. Avoid close combat. Only use stone spears. Yes, the brown bear already only has an agility of 6, and its large and cumbersome size, coupled with its serious injury, makes it even slower. How could it possibly outrun these rabbit men, whose minimum agility is 7? What made it most desperate was that these rabbit men didn't fight it head-on, They just chased after it, hurling stone spears at it. In its prime, it wouldn't have cared about such attacks, but now every blow felt like a death sentence. With a thud, the 3-meter-tall brown bear finally collapsed to the ground, looking at me with pleading eyes and letting out a dying growl. I raised my right hand and then swung it down suddenly, and stone spears from all directions shot out simultaneously, completely engulfing it. Keep going. Don't come any closer. Brown bear, near death. After another round of stone spears, Tushan even picked up a rock the size of a wash basin and, together with Tu Wu, smashed it into the brown bear's most vulnerable spot. Seeing that it still didn't move, the crowd finally couldn't help but cheer. We won. Such a strong opponent. How did we win with almost no injuries? Who would have thought that the hardest part would be traveling? It's all thanks to the Lord that he blinded it from the start and found its weakness. Otherwise, many people would have been injured. The Lord was so cool just now. He was like a flying man. My Lord, I want to learn this technique. The rabbits shouted excitedly, praising the victory with great enthusiasm. I just smiled and turned to walk toward the brown bear carcass. At that moment, all I could see were the things that had suddenly appeared on the corpse, especially the dark green book on top, which was particularly glaring. Chapter 42, Speculative Hero. Something's wrong with the Temple Massacre. I stared at the skill book in front of me, and when I opened the cover, it turned out to be of green quality. The undying, beastly nature, 10 times. Quality green. Effect. After use, you will have the opportunity to learn the skill with a chance to learn it. Increases defense and recovery. Increases physical strength after injury. You can learn and use it if your strength is greater than or equal to 8. Evaluation. A decent green skill, but it's a bit difficult to master. Seeing this description, I was shocked. No wonder that bear was so hard to kill. Not only was it thick-skinned and tough, but it could also struggle even after suffering a fatal wound. It really did have a green skill, and its level was probably quite high. Unfortunately, I can't learn this skill book yet. I need to improve my stamina first. Luckily, I already have 9 points in strength and 6 points in stamina. So with some effort, I should be able to reach the required level. The rabbits, however, won't be able to do it so quickly. They'll just have to wait. In addition to the skill book, a piece of leather armor also dropped from the bear. Bearskin armor. Quality white. Effect. Defense +5. Provides some warmth. Evaluation. It seems that the bear pelt was too tattered, reducing its defensive capabilities, but its warmth retention was still acceptable. Looking at the +5 defense, I was a little unsure. Whether it could withstand the Deer King's skill was hard to say. But something was better than nothing. At least it gave me a better chance if we encounter the Calamity ghost attack tonight. I put the 2 props into my backpack and looked down at the brown bear at my feet. Compared to the bearskin armor, the bear carcass was the real haul. It was over 3 meters tall when it stood up and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. If handled properly, it would definitely yield 5 or 600 pounds of bear meat. Not to mention bear bile and bear skin. Bear bile can be used as medicine, and such a large gallbladder must be quite valuable. Although the bear skin yielded a piece of leather armor, the entire hide is still intact, and it might be used to make a blanket in the future. The more I thought about it, the happier I became. This bear was practically bringing us warmth. Knowing we were short of food, it simply delivered itself to our doorstep. How thoughtful of it. Let's take this bear with us and go back to our territory to work. Let's gather enough upgrade materials as soon as possible, and we'll have bear meat for lunch today. As soon as I opened my mouth, the rabbits erupted in chaos. Oh, long live the Lord. Mom, your son has made something of himself. He can eat bear meat now. Following the Lord means you'll get to eat meat. The brown bear was heavier than I had imagined. It took more than a dozen people working together to lift it little by little. From a distance, a large group of people carrying the bear carcass back with their bare hands looked like ants carrying sugar, a scene that was both strange and comical. But there was nothing we could do. This thing weighed over 1,000 pounds, and we didn't have any other tools, so we had to carry it by hand. Time, 8:37. It's only been a little over an hour since dawn. Although the bear has caused a slight delay, it shouldn't affect today's leveling plan. After all, with this bear, today's hunting mission can be canceled directly, and the lost time can be made up for. More importantly, the killing of the brown bear boosted the morale of the people, and they'll definitely work even harder. The only downside is that my date with the Deer King has to be postponed again. I wonder if it will miss me. More than half an hour later, Everyone took turns carrying the bear carcass back to the territory. With a thud, the huge corpse hit the ground, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shuang Shuang, prepare some hot water first. Everyone take a few minutes to rest, then gather the materials immediately. Today's task is heavy, so please bear with us. Here you are, everything was ready. Tu Shuang Shuang, and the people who stayed behind quickly brought over hot water. The rabbits initially wanted to say they didn't need to rest, but when they saw themselves covered in sweat and looked at their companions, they obediently accepted the hot water. I didn't stay outside. Instead, I turned back to the cabin to find 2C. I was just too curious about what kind of abilities this guy could awaken. Could saving someone really awaken a skill? If it were that easy, I would have had my own skill by now. What's even stranger is that 2C usually cherishes his life the most. He doesn't seem like the type to save people at all. My lord, sit. I pressed down on 2C, who was trying to get up, and touched his forehead with my finger. Then I took out the dictionary entry. 2C was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. After Sister E saved me, I stared at her empty hands for a long time. Later, Sister E suddenly became very strong, as if she had suddenly gained enlightenment. And from then on, in my eyes, Sister E was different from others. Now it was 2C's turn, and he had clearly guessed what was going on. I caught a glimpse of his excited expression out of the corner of my eye, and I was somewhat surprised. It seems this kid has been smarter than I thought from day one. A heroic act driven by self-interest, a sacrifice fueled by selfishness. What drives him is not pure courage, but a meticulous calculation of wanting to be valued. He offered unwavering loyalty, motivated by a desire to be favored and valued in return. Based on this, your citizens will receive a unique term. A speculative hero. Speculative hero. Quality, white, upgradable. Type, exclusive/personal. Effect, you will receive feedback when you do a good deed. The level of feedback depends on the magnitude of the good thing, including but not limited to attribute improvements, enhanced aptitude, and so on. Note 1. The determination of good thing is solely determined by Zhang Qi's subconscious and cannot be changed. Note 2. This entry was awakened by a strong belief in wanting to be valued. Once this desire is lost, the entry disappears. Note 3. This entry does not occupy a personal slot and cannot be assigned to others. After I finished reading it, I was completely stunned. An opportunistic hero? What kind of real hero is this? Are we judging by actions, not intentions? I read it again carefully before I slowly realized what was going on. 2C was probably thinking much more than I was, which explains why he suddenly sacrificed himself for others. Putting aside all the twists and turns, this keyword itself is quite powerful. As long as you do good deeds, you'll get feedback, and your attributes and aptitude might even increase. The only problem is that the determination of good deeds depends entirely on my subconscious, and I can't change it even if I want to. If I had complete control, I could have dragged 2C into a good fight right now. But it's my subconscious, and there's nothing I can do about it. But the description and that opening line just seem weird. Wanting my attention is one thing, but what does it mean to be favored by me? The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. I stared at 2C, my gaze slowly turning strange. Temple, I have a question for you. You must answer truthfully, understand? 2C's heart tightened, and he panicked. Had he really found out after all? He probably knew that I was so clever that it wasn't surprising I saw through his little scheme. But he still couldn't help feeling uneasy, afraid that I would find his trickery repulsive. My lord, actually He was about to confess when I interrupted him. See, among all the young girls in our territory, who do you think is the prettiest? Or rather, who is your favorite? Huh? Chapter 43 is about to be upgraded, a pre-battle boost. 2C was stunned on the spot. He never expected that I would suddenly ask this question. He stammered for a long time before finally managing to say that he hadn't thought about it and didn't like it. I felt relieved and immediately patted him on the shoulder, praising him for doing a good job this time and encouraging him to keep up the good work. 2C seemed to want to say something more, but I interrupted him and told him that a gentleman judges by actions, not intentions, and that he had indeed risked his life to save people. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a strange movement. A surge of heat seemed to flow through 2C's body, and the physical strength he had just exhausted quickly recovered, making his aura noticeably stronger. I glanced at his panel and noticed that his stamina and spirit had both increased, which gave me a sudden inspiration. It turns out that saving people can also trigger feedback, and the increase is quite significant. I even started to wonder if I should make the massacre of the temple a relatable character. But I quickly suppressed that thought. 2C and 2E are both rabbit people, with the same racial attribute. It doesn't seem worthwhile to rashly abandon the racial attribute to gamble on an unknown exclusive attribute. Let's see how that opportunistic hero performs first. After all, the territory is getting stronger and stronger, and there aren't as many good things to be gained anymore. Not long after, 2C opened his eyes, knelt down on one knee, and said he wanted to repay my kindness. I asked him if he knew how to use this power, and he said he already had some idea in his mind. I nodded and told him that now that he had recovered, he should hurry up and get back to work. Then I asked why the bear attacked them. 2C thought for a moment and said that the bear seemed to have come because it heard the sound of them mining stones. After listening, I seemed to be deep in thought, recalling the sweet, pungent, and fishy smell I had caught at the time, and I began to form a judgment in my mind. But as soon as I pushed open the wooden house, I saw 6 rabbit men kneeling outside. They were the same ones who had escaped back earlier and tried to persuade me not to go and save people. As soon as they saw me come out, they immediately bowed their heads and begged for forgiveness. 2C had already heard the whole story from 2 Shuang, but he wasn't too emotional. If it were him, he would probably advise people not to take the risk. I then turned to him and asked what he thought. 2C was taken aback for a moment, then thought about it seriously and said that it is human nature to be afraid of death, but they undermined the morale of the army before the battle and even threatened to abandon their comrades, so they should be punished. He suggested that they be in charge of guard duty for the next few nights. After hearing this, the rabbit people had mixed feelings, both moved and ashamed. I nodded in agreement. On the surface, it's just standing guard, but they were originally supposed to go to the martial arts hall for training at night. This means they've lost several opportunities for improvement. The group quickly thanked me, and I waved them off to get back to work. Looking at 2C, I was a little surprised. I didn't know if it was a delayed response or if he didn't think it was a good thing at all. This morning's event took nearly 2 hours and drained my energy, so the pressure of collecting samples next is immense. I immediately instructed 2C to arrange manpower so as not to delay the territory upgrade and greenhouse plans. At the same time, I handed the hunting team over to him. Apart from me and 2E, everyone else stayed in the territory to collect materials today. After arranging all that, I called 2E over, who was drinking hot water. After battling the brown bear, I also realized my own shortcomings. My strength isn't low, but because of the skill gap, the sense of oppression is always much weaker. So before I level up at night and the disaster ghost attack, I must become even stronger. The first step is to learn 2EE's weakness lock. Once I've mastered this technique, and then I've learned archery, the combination of the two should be quite effective. If we can master decent archery skills before the evil spirits arrive, dealing with them tonight will be much easier. After entering the training ground, none of the other rabbit people complained. With a major battle imminent, those who truly need strengthening should seize the opportunity to improve. I told 2E to start right away and teach me how to lock onto weaknesses. At the same time, I took out the 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid that 2 Shan had just made that morning, intending to drink them while I practiced. This stuff not only accelerates attribute growth, but also maintains stamina and protects the body, making it perfect for taking during exercise. I deliberately muttered to myself that the evil spirits would definitely be very strong at night, and there might even be some with attributes exceeding 10 points. If I didn't have any skills, I might really get killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the temporary boost came, and his comprehension increased directly. I was secretly pleased. Putting pressure on myself was indeed effective. 2E quickly got into the zone, and the two of them, one teaching and the other learning, worked together with focused immersion, making astonishingly fast progress. Before long, notifications kept popping up in front of me, and the weakness lock level rose all the way to level 3. At the same time, another notification popped up. 2 Shan had actually raised his skill to level 4 while studying medicine making, and had also gained a little bit of mental attribute. I was quite surprised on the spot. This is the first level 4 skill in the territory. 2 Shan really lived up to expectations this time. Moreover, skill upgrades can even increase spirit, which I never expected before. I asked 2E how many upgrades she needed to unlock her weakness, and she said that she felt she was close that morning, but for some reason she was stuck. It seems that reaching level 4 is indeed not that easy. I simply had her level me up to level 3 first, and then we immediately switched to archery practice. I was busy until evening, and my dashboard had changed. Strength, stamina, agility, and spirit have all improved, and the skill bar has been expanded to include weakness lock, sprint, power burst, and basic archery. I have learned 2 new skills and leveled them both up to level 3, and my stamina has also increased a bit. It's a pity that the buff from the superior strength and speed wasn't triggered, otherwise I could have gained even more attributes. I glanced at the sky and immediately told everyone to eat first, then rest for an hour. Tonight, the territory will be upgraded. Chapter 44 Territory Upgrade. A race never before seen. Standing before the campfire, I looked at the fully armed subjects behind me and gave the order. Everyone except the construction workers, go and rest at the entrance of the North Training Hall. Once I give the order to retreat, immediately go into the training hall. The time acceleration card isn't just for training. Whenever a calamity demon appears, I can judge its strength based on stats. If I encounter a tough opponent, I can simply retreat to the martial arts hall to train and rest. If I can't win, I can stall for time. My options are entirely in my own hands. I activated the blueprint, and the construction workers immediately began work. But this time, their movements were so fast they seemed to leave after images. I stepped into the construction area and found that everything inside was normal. The scene outside, however, had slowed down. The blueprint showed that there were still a little over 59 minutes left in the 5x time acceleration period, which would end when work was stopped or completed. I was delighted. There was even an upgrade bonus. I immediately moved out of the area, told everyone to rest near the campfire, and sent Yi and Shuang to fetch food and water. It would be a waste not to use this free rest time. Then I instructed 2 Shan and 2 C to keep a close eye on the progress. As the project neared completion, we reduced the number of workers to allow everyone to rest more, but it was essential to ensure that someone continued working. This 5-fold acceleration, equivalent to 5 hours, could even advance the project schedule. With only 1 minute left in the acceleration time, I told 2 Shan to finish up immediately. The last of the mud, sand, and stones were put back in place, and the campfire and logs, which were originally unrelated, instantly merged together. A colossal furnace, entirely made of mud and sand, rose from the ground, its flames shooting more than 10 meters high, illuminating the entire territory. Warmth also spread outwards from the furnace. A warning immediately popped up on the panel. I am the first lord to build the Primal Forge. My territory, like a beacon in the darkness, has been targeted by the fiends. Prepare yourself immediately. I casually turned off the notification. This was expected. The preparations of the past few days had all been for this moment. At the same time, another announcement appeared in the Wolfang City regional channel. A lord has been detected building a level 3 campfire. The suppression of the disaster ghost within the Wolfang City area has been reduced again, and the probability of all territories being attacked by the disaster ghost has increased. The chat exploded instantly. Some were shocked that I had actually leveled up to level 3. Some complained that they hadn't even finished building their level 2 buildings, and others worried that the upgrade difficulty would be increased. But some people spoke up for me. After all, I had given advance notice, and there was no reason to wait until everyone was ready. I ignored the channel and checked the properties of the primal furnace. A level 3 furnace can raise the temperature of the territory by 25 degrees Celsius and can be adjusted through the vents, ranging from a minimum of 10 degrees Celsius to a maximum of 25 degrees Celsius, with a coverage radius of 200 meters. This is just the right time. Lately, the nighttime temperature has been below minus 20 degrees Celsius, and it's approaching minus 30. With the heater, at least everyone can get a good night's sleep. More importantly, the temperature is adjustable, so the daytime heat won't be unbearable. Once the furnace was completed, the time acceleration ended. Everyone gathered near the training hall as previously ordered, awaiting the enemy's appearance. I, carrying a quiver of arrows and holding a deer antler bow, stood on the temporary platform erected in the center of the territory. 2E stood guard beside me, carrying a spear. I thought I would have to wait a long time this time, but only a minute later, I smelled that familiar, rotten, earthy smell. My gaze sharpened as I looked towards the eastern woods and growled, "Everyone, be on alert!" The rabbits immediately gripped their stone spears, their ears perked up, all fixed on the forest floor. As time passed, the earthy smell grew stronger, and I realized that the number of enemies coming this time was definitely not small. Sure enough, not long after, a large number of figures appeared in the woods 300 meters away, and their numbers continued to increase. What surprised me even more was that there were two figures at the very front who made me feel a sense of pressure. The panel shows that one of them is a Catman monster with 8 strength, 8 stamina, 10 agility, and 5 spirit. The other is a Dogman monster with 8 strength, 9 stamina, 9 agility, and 5 spirit. What truly surprised me wasn't the attribute, but the race. This was the first time I'd ever seen a race other than the starter Pokemon, and one that could even lead the pack. It might even be a green race. However, only those two are special. The remaining dozens of ghouls are common races with average attributes. Only a few can compare to the Heavenly Go-Men. Most are only 1 or 2 points stronger than the initial inhabitants, and the ghouls have no weapons. We can fight. Let's go head to head. I immediately gave the order. Everyone, form ranks on the east side. Stand in 2 rows. The front row, crouching down, with the butts of your spears touching the ground and the tips pointing diagonally forward and upward. The back row standing in staggered positions, with your spears thrusting out from the shoulders of the front row. The 52 rabbit men responded in unison. I then looked at 2E. You provide support from the side. If that Catman or Dogman charges at us, you'll be the one to stop it. Then I encouraged them loudly. This morning, that terrifying giant bear tried to kill our brothers and sisters, but it fell to our hands in the end. Now another enemy wants to take our lives, steal our things, and kill our families. What do you say we should do? The rabbit people's courage had already been greatly boosted by their personal hunt of the giant bear that morning. Although there was tension in their eyes, they did not back down. Instead, excitement and killing intent surged within them. Kill! 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 I then announced the reward. Whoever takes the enemy's head will be rewarded with a bottle of body-tempering fluid, with no upper limit. Upon hearing this, the rabbit people's gazes towards the Calamity Demon instantly burned with fervor. The body-tempering fluid represented strength, and also the power to survive. After encouraging my people, I whispered to myself, so many enemies and such a powerful green race, I won't be killed in one go. Will I? The next second, the protective power triggered, a temporary power boost appeared, and my projection talent was also enhanced. I almost laughed out loud, but fearing the boost would disappear, I had to suppress my excitement. In the blink of an eye, the Calamity Demon had already entered the territory. 100 meters, 80 meters. I drew my antler bow to its fullest extent, and the arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing the abdomen of a goat-man monster. Its charging body was forcefully knocked back, and it collapsed to its knees, clutching its stomach. The leading Catman demon immediately sensed the danger, quickly shielding the other demons in front of him before disappearing into the crowd. The Dogman also paused abruptly, a glint of intelligence in his eyes, before vanishing as well. But those were my targets. In just 80 meters and 10 seconds, I fired 8 arrows. 8 arrows, 8 hit, 5 dead, 3 wounded. Before the two sides even truly engaged, the Calamity Demons had already lost 1/10 of their forces. If it were a human army, those 8 arrows would likely have been enough to bring them to their knees. I stared at the approaching demon and ordered in a deep voice, "Frontline, prepare, stab." Chapter 45. The Calamity Demon who offers his head as a gift. Big explosion. In the instant of close combat, the rabbits simultaneously thrust out their spears. Having experienced a surge in attributes and further amplified by combo power, the Rabbitman Calamity Demon at the forefront was pierced through the chest by a spear almost as soon as it pounced. I immediately gave the order. The front ranks lower their spears, the rear ranks advance and thrust. Before the second wave of Calamity Demons could react, and just as they were about to take advantage of the chaos to rush in, they were met with another barrage of spears, their chests instantly pierced through. In just one encounter, more than a dozen of the Calamity Demons fell. The team, which originally consisted of more than 70 people, was reduced to less than 50 in the blink of an eye. I wasn't idle either. I stood on high ground, drew my antler bow, and shot arrows one after another. These ordinary evil spirits move in a straightforward manner. I can hit them even from 80 meters away, let alone now that the distance between us is less than 10 meters. With one arrow, the head of a calamity demon exploded. The cat-like and dog-like demons in the crowd, seeing how ruthless I had been, immediately set their sights on me and charged toward the high platform. I saw them approaching, but I did not lower my bow, because in front of me, 2E was standing with her spear held horizontally. The cat-human, with an agility of 10 points, rushed to the vicinity in the blink of an eye. It did not pounce on me immediately, but wanted to deal with 2E, who was blocking its way first. It cast shadows beneath its feet. Its speed suddenly increased dramatically, and its fingertips gleamed with a cold light, clearly intending to take down the rabbit man in one move. But it didn't expect that 2E would be even faster. With a snap, the stone spear struck first, piercing the catman's palm with precision, and the remaining force twisted and deformed its arm. Before the catman could feel any pain, 2E had already slashed her spear across its side, striking it hard in the side. The catman, weighing 70 or 80 pounds, couldn't withstand even a dozen or so points of force, and was sent flying sideways. Just as it was thinking of letting the dogman take the lead, it caught a glimpse of me staring coldly at it, my antler bow already drawn to its full extent. The catman felt a chill run through his body and tried to dodge, but he had nowhere to grab hold in midair and could only manage to flip over. Call out. The arrow pierced its back with pinpoint accuracy, and the terrifying force slammed it to the ground. I didn't stop and fired 2 more arrows, pinning it firmly to the ground. The whole process took only a few seconds. The dogman monster that was also charging towards me saw the catman get instantly killed and turn around, trying to disappear back into the crowd. But as soon as it turned around, my arrow had already caught up with it. To my surprise, a flash of white light appeared on the dogman's body, and his figure suddenly dropped. In the blink of an eye, the dog-eared man disappeared, leaving only a husky on the ground. It dodged the arrows with its talent, and probably just breathed a sigh of relief when the sound of arrows cutting through the air came from behind it again. This time, it wasn't just the sound of arrows, but also the sound of hurried footsteps, and the force was even greater. Bang! 2E chased after it and struck the husky in the lower back with a spear, sending it flying to the ground. The dogman monsters, whose power was being crushed, were like children in front of 2E, with no chance of resistance whatsoever. 10 seconds later, it was shot through the neck, and the light in its eyes went out completely. Seeing the dogman die, I knew the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. I never expected that the most troublesome cat and dog people would actually target 2E. Normally, 2E might not be this strong, but now I'm standing right behind her, and she doesn't want to charge anymore, so she's in full combat mode. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were just there to get themselves killed. With the 2 core combatants dead, the remaining fiends are no longer a threat. I simply stopped fighting, stood on the high platform to oversee the battle, and let the other citizens practice more in actual combat. Tu Lu, steady your hand and thrust the spear with force. Tu Ninjio, open your eyes wide and stare at your enemy. Tu Wu, watch out for your companions. Tu Ba, are you crazy? The spearhead is aimed at the enemy, not at Tu Wu. With me directing them, the rabbits are making fewer and fewer mistakes. Although they hadn't experienced many battles, their eyes had become noticeably sharper, their attacks more precise and ruthless each time, and their teamwork increasingly seamless. I am very satisfied to see my people grow. What surprised me even more was that the prompts kept appearing. Your people have mastered the basic spear technique level 1 through actual combat during the massacre of the mountain. Your people's experience in the bloody battle against the Wu has increased your stamina attribute by 1. That's when I realized that my subjects could also improve during battles. Not only can you learn skills, but you can also increase your attributes. Moreover, this speed is not much slower than that in the martial arts hall. The upgraded rabbit man has stronger overall attributes, wields a weapon, and knows how to cooperate. In contrast, those calamity demons who have lost their command have become scattered and disorganized. Before long, they were all killed and scattered. When the last calamity demon fell to the collective thrust, the rabbit people looked around and could find no enemy left. After a brief silence, all the rabbit people immediately cheered. Yay, we won again. Our Lord has once again led us to wipe out the enemy. Lord, you're awesome. As long as our Lord is here, we can defeat even the strongest enemy. I watched them cheer with a smile, but my eyes twitched slightly, because my gaze was fixed on Tusi, who was running around in the crowd. This guy is hiding in the crowd again, using a high-pitched voice to lead the conversation. Where did you learn that? 2C felt a feedback within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seems the Lord is quite pleased with what he has done. I didn't expose him, but instead announced directly, everyone performed very well today, and each of you has made great progress. In addition to the reward for the decapitation, I will also reward each of you with a bottle of body-tempering liquid. The rabbits cheered even louder. Long live the Lord! 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 With a wave of my hand, I promised to give away another 53 bottles of body-tempering liquid, including the rewards for slaying the Calamity Demon. At least 130 bottles need to be distributed this time. But was all worth it? The rabbits' fervent gazes have already proven the effectiveness. Moreover, the body-tempering fluid was originally intended for the use of the people. Just as I announced the rewards, the 70 or 80 corpses of the Calamity Demons in the territory began to slowly dissipate. After most of the bodies disappeared, only tattered hemp clothing remained. But when the corpses of the rabbit and dog people dispersed, a small mountain of crystal balls suddenly appeared on the spot. Soul Crystal. So many soul crystals of the people. You have easily defeated nearly 100 calamities in your territory and achieved victory. You have obtained Soul Crystal Green, X2, Soul Crystal White, X15, Time Acceleration Card X5, Blueprint X2. Chapter 46, New Treasure Chest Changes, Blue Building. I pushed off the platform with my feet and quickly arrived in front of the Soul Crystal. My first glance fell on the few light green crystal balls at the top, and I immediately activated the appraisal function. Catman's Soul Crystal Green. Dogman's Soul Crystal Green. As expected, they were a more advanced race. I was somewhat surprised, but it also seemed normal. That cat person was as fast as a ghost, something that couldn't be achieved with just 10 points of agility. It was just a pity that he ran into 2E as soon as he appeared, and was seriously injured in one blow due to his carelessness. If it weren't for that, with that speed, they would definitely have caused quite a bit of trouble for the territory tonight. As for the dogmen, they are somewhat special. Apart from these two types of green soul crystals, the rest are basically soul crystals from the 3 starter families. I plan to keep the Rabbitman soul crystals for myself, and exchange the other 2 races for them in the trading channel. Paying a small fee for Rabbitman soul crystals is a good deal. To unlock the 4th race attribute for the Rabbitmen, we need 200 people, so we'll have to recruit a lot more. Furthermore, extracting a term requires 100 points of popular support, and the more citizens you have, the better. I wasn't in a hurry to buy Rabbitmen before, because I had a premonition of a major battle tonight, and it wouldn't be appropriate to mix new recruits with veterans. Now that the battle is over, I no longer have that concern. I picked up the outer soul crystal, revealing what was inside. 5 cards were laid out on top, and a smile immediately appeared on my lips. Time Acceleration Card, 12 hours. 5 more blueprints. That means the territory's overall strength can be improved 5 more times in a row. Below that are the 2 blueprints I've been most looking forward to. My eyes lit up as soon as I saw their contents. I originally thought I would have to wait until I got the level 3 treasure chest to get the new blueprints, but I didn't expect these ghouls to drop them directly and 2 at a time. Deer Antler Bow Blueprint 10 times. Quality White. Requirements. Deer Antlers, Deer, Tendons, Deer Blood, Beginner Crafting LV3. There's a chance that the blueprint will be obtained during the production process. The Bow. In tonight's battle, the Antler Bow was undoubtedly the most dazzling weapon. It alone caused over 20 casualties. It's not just powerful, but crucially, it has a long range. It's safer in combat and more convenient for hunting. If the territory could be equipped with antler bows in large numbers, these ghouls today would probably be wiped out in just a few volleys. Most lords are still using stone axes and spears. They've never seen a bow before. If this thing were put in the chat, it would be a rare find, especially if sold to lords eager to level up to 3 and grab ranking chests. It might actually get you some good stuff in return. However, materials are a problem. The territory currently only has 1 set. To mass produce them, I'll have to borrow some from my old friend. I imagine the Deer King wouldn't be stingy. He might even be willing to give me his own antlers. Next, I looked at the second blueprint. Leather Armor Blueprints, 10 times. Quality White. Requirements. Leather, thread, glue, Beginner Crafting Level 4. There's a chance that the blueprint will be obtained during the production process. It's armor, So far, the only armor I've seen in the entire area is my own bearskin armor, let alone armor blueprints. Leather armor is probably even more sought after than antler bows. Bows can be bought for advancement, but armor is for survival. Whether a lord wants to take a gamble or play it safe, no one would refuse a piece of armor. What pleases me even more is that the leather armor doesn't have unreasonable material requirements. It just requires a slightly higher level of craftsmanship. No major issues. With Tulu focused and immersed in the task, I'll have him make a few antler bows to practice with. He should be able to handle it. If all else fails, we'll transfer the slow and meticulous work of Tushan to him. Just then, a notification popped up on the panel. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in the Wolfang City region to upgrade your furnace. You have reached number 1 on the territory leaderboard and received a level 3 furnace treasure chest. Number 1. I immediately opened the territory leaderboard. My name hadn't disappeared from the campfire leaderboard. It still held a firm first place, only now it had a fireplace icon next to it. Territory ranking. First place, Chiyuan Furnace Fire. Second place, Heavenly Secret Campfire. Most of the people at the top of the leaderboard are acquaintances. I've done business with almost everyone before. Looking closely, the interface has indeed changed. Each person's name now has an icon, but while everyone else has a campfire icon, mine is different. Without looking further, I clicked on my highlighted name. The next moment, a treasure chest, mostly earthen yellow and imprinted with crimson flames, appeared before me. Heartfire treasure chest, first place. Quality, special. Effect. Upon opening, you will obtain 3 items that are highly beneficial to your territory. It seems that upgrading to the furnace has ushered in a new phase for the territory. Hence the treasure chests are now filled with necessities. This also shows that the stats are becoming more helpful for lords who are lagging behind. It doesn't matter, the type doesn't matter, as long as the quality and quantity of the first place are high enough. I opened the treasure chest with anticipation, and with a flash of light, the contents were immediately revealed. Time Acceleration Card Pack. Includes 10x 12-hour acceleration cards. 10 more. Now I have 20 speed-up cards. I can use one every day for training, and I can also speed up the construction of buildings that take too long or items that I urgently need to make. Before, with fewer people, using speed-up cards was somewhat inefficient. But tonight, I'm planning a major recruitment drive. Once the training grounds are full, the speed-up cards will have the maximum effect. The era of furnaces was a period of rapid development for the territory. Behind the card holder was a small pouch. Sol Crystal Bay. Quality green. Effect. Choose your race. Opening this will grant you 20 green talented racial soul crystals. 20 green soul crystals are quite valuable. But which one should I choose? The moment this thought arose, 3 cards appeared in front of me. Cat people. Dog people. Pigman tribe. I glanced at it and suppressed the urge to choose immediately. On one hand, I knew absolutely nothing about pigmen, and only had a vague impression of catmen and dogmen. On the other hand, race attribute slots required a certain number of players to unlock, and the number of green races was too small, which made me hesitant. The first place winner, only got 20, others will likely get even fewer. Judging from the previous disparity in speed-up cards, the second place winner probably won't even get 10. With such a limited number and the requirement to choose from 3, everyone will definitely be treasuring the green race. If we really had to choose, there would probably be over 1,000 rabbit people already, and the green race wouldn't even have unlocked its 3rd slot yet. I don't think a single green talent can make up for the gap of 2 or more stats. So let's hold off for now and figure out the strength of the green race's talents first. If they're really strong, we can summon them later. Anyway, we can't upgrade the furnace for now, and our territory won't immediately face a large-scale enemy attack. If they're not strong enough, it's better to sell them and exchange them for a few hundred rabbit soul crystals. Having a few hundred more rabbit soul crystals not only unlocks an extra affix slot, but also allows for a few more exciting draws later on. Thinking about this, I almost sold the soul crystal right away. But I held back in the end and turned to look at the last item in the treasure chest. Trading Station Blue. Chapter 47. The trading partner is Wolfang City. Trading Station Quality Blue. Effect. Anchors territory coordinates, locates passageways, and provides navigation for traders. Evaluation. The first and only blue trading station in the Wolfang City area. Looking at the reward from the furnace upgrade, my first reaction was surprise. The trading section had indeed mentioned that large-scale trading required building a trading post, but I thought it would be unlocked from the infrastructure blueprints. I didn't expect to be rewarded with a blue building directly. More importantly, judging from the evaluation, other lords will also get trading posts when they upgrade, but they'll only be green at best. This means my trading post is not only superior, but also a level above. The only question is, how exactly do you use it? With some doubt, I placed a trading post behind the training ground on the northern edge of the territory. It was quite large, and placing it elsewhere would likely block the light. The next second, a 3-story office building with a yard appeared out of thin air, startling the rabbits and instantly going on alert. I waved my hand to reassure them. This is our building. The rabbits breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with even more admiration as they looked at me. The physical object was similar to the panel, so I didn't linger and went straight into the courtyard. The courtyard had gates on all 4 sides, each with a wide entrance. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and several horse-drawn carts, the kind you often see in TV dramas, were parked inside. My eyes lit up, and I immediately went forward to take a look. 4-wheeled cargo van, quality, green. Effect, powered by livestock, transports goods. Good shock absorption, adaptable to most terrains. Evaluation, a blue trading post's own transport vehicle, barely reaching green quality thanks to its strong shock absorption. I was satisfied on the spot. I haven't figured out the trading function yet, but these 4 vehicles are already quite practical. The vehicles aren't very wide, so they can be used after clearing some forest paths. Whether hauling game, rocks, or sand, they can save a lot of manpower. If we had them in the morning, moving bears wouldn't have been so difficult. The only regret is that there are no cattle or horses on the territory. But that's not a big problem. If there are no cattle or horses, I still have cattle and horses. Looking at the 4 vehicles, I started to plan their uses in my mind, and then walked into the office building in the middle. As soon as I entered, I saw a huge map. In the center of the map was a furnace symbol, next to which was written Chiyuan territory. Around me, I could see markers for stone pits, rivers, and salt springs, but most of the area was still pitch black. But right below Chiyuan territory, there is a city sign, Wolffang City. My heart sank. Wolffang City, the demi-human empire, the mastermind behind bringing me to this world. The trading post even had its location marked. For a moment, I really wanted to just fire a cannon at it. But after calming down, I realized that Chiyuan territory was no match for Langya City. A place that could be called a city must have at least hundreds of thousands of people, not to mention the cultivation level field in their personal profiles. Although I currently have 9 points of strength, my cultivation level is still 0, and there must be extraordinary beings in Langya City. So, does the panel mean I should trade with Wolffang City? No, to be precise, it means all lords should start making contact with Wolffang City. This is far too early. But even with these concerns, now that the trading post is open, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Closing the country to the outside world is a major taboo, especially when other lords might be trading with me. If I don't make contact with Wolffang City, the advantages I've built up might be wiped out very quickly. A trading post has been detected in the territory. The territory coordinates have been anchored. The map function is now unlocked. I opened the map and found that it could display my location in real time. The rest of the content was similar to the map in the trading post, only the area was smaller. However, it was sufficient for personal use. Immediately afterwards, another prompt popped up on the panel. Initiate search for passages to Wolffang City. A passage? I stared at the trading post map for a while, then suddenly realized something was wrong. The area I had explored was only the size of fingernail, but the distance between it and Wolffang City appeared to be several meters on the map. If the proportions are correct, then this distance is ridiculously far. Could this so-called passage be a spatial passage? I selected confirm. The initial search for the entrance may take longer. Please be patient while you wait. It seems I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the results. If it truly is a spatial portal, it explains why so many lords are in the Wolffang City area, yet none of them have actually encountered each other. After confirming that other functions are temporarily unavailable, I exited the trading post. It's already 8:31 p.m., getting late. I need to hurry and acquire the Rabbit Man's soul crystals, otherwise if I delay until tomorrow, I'll lose 1 more popularity point. Also, I need to quickly compile all the information about tonight's furnace upgrade into a paid post. The thought of posting a paid content suddenly excited me. I've gathered so much information today, The Disaster Ghost, Fire Level 3, Trading Posts, Map Functionality. If I release this, the price will definitely be high. As soon as I stepped out of the trading post, I saw the people gathered in front of the logs. As soon as Tushan saw me, he immediately said, "My lord, we plan to work overtime tonight to finish building the greenhouse." Tusi added that if everyone worked together, it should be finished within 2 hours. I thought about it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The shed hadn't been built during the day due to bear hunting and pre-battle rest, but the materials had already been prepared. The battle tonight wasn't long, and everyone had rested for 5 or 6 hours, so they were still quite energetic. Luckily, Tu Shuang had brought back carrot seeds, and there were also wild onion seeds stored in the territory, so they wouldn't be idle after the greenhouse was built. I only added, "Okay, but Tulu, go to the tool room and forge the antler bow first. We happen to have materials." Tulu took the blueprints and left with his crafting team. The remaining 50-odd people immediately began moving logs, and the territory bustled with activity once more. I, on the other hand, opened the forum and began editing this paid post. Meanwhile, the channel and friend list have exploded with activity. Someone noticed the leaderboard update. The fire source icon next to Chiyuan had changed from a campfire to a fireplace, and immediately realized I had finished killing the calamity demons and leveled up to level 3. The chat was filled with exclamations. Some marveled at the speed, some doubted the calamity demon strength, and others directly refuted the comparison between ordinary lords and Chiyuan. Soon, others guessed that I was editing a paid post and began preparing supplies in advance. Not long after, the post was published, and the channel was immediately filled with shock. Holy crap, why is it so expensive this time? Chapter 48 Dog King, Green Building Blueprint. I had just finished reviewing the post when the system prompted me that I had enough money to settle the payment for this paid post and asked me to select the items to settle the payment for. I glanced at it, and the selections were similar to last time. There were still no green citizen crystals. It seems that making money through paid posts won't be an option anytime soon. The system asked if I wanted to use Rabbitman's soul crystals to settle the payment, and I immediately clicked yes. Recruiting Rabbitman first maximizes the effect of the race-related stats. But just as I was about to close the interface, a series of prompts popped up. I already got 1 rabbit soul crystal when the post was seen by only 50 people, 2 more when it was seen by 100 people. This ratio is ridiculously high. Last time, I spent half a day working on a paid post, and it took over 300 people to get 1 item. This time, it's 6 or 7 times that. I was secretly delighted. This time I'm really going to make a killing. However, I resisted the urge to keep staring at it and closed the interface first. The profits were good, but they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Right now, I needed to collect a batch of Rabbitman's soul crystals. I still have 20 time acceleration cards. Each building can only use 1 per day, so if I don't use them quickly, I'll have to upgrade to get more cards later. It's a pity these can only be used by myself and can't be traded. Otherwise, I would have already set up the militia camp. I was just about to go to the warehouse to see what I could sell when my friend list suddenly started flashing wildly. Wolf King sent me a message first, saying that he would give it to me if I had the chance, and also sent me a post called On Dog People, asking me to post it and he would split the profits 30/70ths. When I opened it, the data inside was incredibly detailed. It not only stated that the Dogman's talent was dual form switching, but also that he could switch between human and dog forms. The human form increased strength, and the dog form increased agility. Even the initial 4 dimensions and personality traits were listed clearly. This is clearly not made up. It seems like data that could only be obtained by personally summoning a Dogman. I immediately asked him where he got this information, whether he encountered a Dogman monster that destroyed a soul crystal, and why he didn't post it himself. The Wolf King only replied with 4 words, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." After thinking about it for a moment, it suddenly clicked in my mind. The fact that he can obtain appraisal information and display his talents indicates that he definitely has corresponding subjects. In addition, he is called Wolf King, but he refuses to post it himself, and someone in the channel mentioned before that certain talents can obtain subject soul crystals. After hearing that, I immediately understood. The Wolf King isn't a Wolf King at all. He's a Dog King. His talent is most likely summoning dogmen, but this guy is just being immature and vain, hence the nickname. So, having him post on someone else's behalf makes sense. Just as I was about to probe him further, he proactively asked me whether the green soul crystal was for sale or for his own use. If he was going to sell it, He wanted to buy a few dogmen. I asked him if he already had a dog owner. So why did he need to buy another one, since the price wasn't low these days? Wolf King said he knew, but didn't want to fall too far behind me. He wanted to check the price first, and if it was acceptable, he would buy it. That made sense to me. For me, quantity is the most important thing. Racial quality isn't as crucial, but it's different for others. The more high-quality races we have, the more significant the increase in combat power. Especially since everyone has limited resources, they're more willing to invest in stronger races. My heart started to tip in favor of selling, and when I casually switched to the chat channel, it was already in an uproar. A bunch of people were clamoring for me to start selling, and even the rabbit soul crystals were snapped up at high prices. Some people even wanted to exchange 10, 11, or 12 for green soul crystals, and some even shouted out 13. That's when I realized they'd been waiting for me to give in. Judging by this, the green soul crystal had reached its peak, and it would be a shame not to make a profit. Just as I was about to reply to Wolf King, Tianji also messaged me privately, asking directly if I sold soul crystals. I asked him if he wanted a Catman, and he immediately quoted 12 Rabbitman soul crystals, adding that if it was lower than the market price, he could make up the difference later. Without hesitation, I made the transaction, asking him to send me the identification information after he finished summoning the creature, and I would post a thread for him to share the profits. Not long after, the cat people's data came into my hands. The racial talent is called Dexterity, which increases agility by 20%. Its initial 4 stats are only slightly higher than those of the Rabbitman. It looks impressive, but it doesn't have much effect in the early game and is even less useful than some white stats. Cat people are like this, dog people are pretty much the same, and pig people probably aren't much better. With that in mind, I didn't hesitate any longer and posted an advertisement in the channel. Selling green soul crystals, only accepting rabbit person soul crystals and rare items and blueprints. Rays can be selected by yourself. On Dog People has been published, which also contains identification information for cat people. See for yourself what you want to choose. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The message immediately went viral on the channel. Some people said I finally agreed to sell. Some said it was a pity they didn't see others lose everything, and others exclaimed that I made a fortune again, even able to resell the identification information of the green race. Immediately afterwards, the number of messages in the channel decreased rapidly, while private messages popped up like crazy. Some offered 13 rabbit soul crystals to trade for dog soul crystals, some offered 12, and some even offered 15 to trade for pig soul crystals. I was dazzled by the sheer number of offers, and my smile was practically reaching the heavens. Almost no one has fewer than 10, and those with 12 or more are everywhere. If I sell them all today, my population will easily reach 300. At that point, 200 race slots won't be a problem at all, and I can even do 2 more draws. I was engrossed in reading when suddenly something new caught my eye. Greenhouse Blueprint, Green Quality. Following closely behind is the blueprint for unfrozen wells and green quality. The message was followed by a note. Brother, give me a high price. I'm a regular customer, so give me a discount. Chapter 49 Population Explosion. Popularity soars. When I saw the green blueprint pop up, my heart skipped a beat. Could a mere green soul crystal really be exchanged for a green building blueprint? The other party didn't mince words and explained the reasons directly. For example, the well required a level 4 construction skill, which couldn't be built in a short time, so they simply offered it up in exchange for resources. That's when I realized that these blueprints were either useless right now, or only of limited use in other people's eyes. After all, at this stage, combat power is the only real currency. Many lords even believe that even if they sell the blueprints, they can buy them back in Wolfang City later. It seems that everyone has high expectations for the trading post, or rather, for Wolfang City itself. I opened the search bar and quickly found 5 listings for selling green blueprints. 2 plant greenhouses, a well, a textile workshop, and a smelting furnace. Looking at these blueprints, I took out the updated infrastructure blueprints after the furnace upgrade. They already included brick kilns, charcoal kilns, textile workshops, smelting furnaces, brick and stone houses, and simple sheds. Aside from well water, there are low-end alternatives available for everything else. But green quality products are definitely more effective, and I'm willing to buy them if the price is right. I told them to give me an estimate first, and I'd go check the market price of soul crystals. Then I ignored the blueprints and went to find the lords who wanted to buy green soul crystals with Rabbit Man's soul crystals. I didn't expect that after not replying for a few minutes, someone thought I was dissatisfied and took the initiative to raise the price to 15 rabbit soul crystals, just to exchange for 1 green soul crystal. I certainly wouldn't refuse such a good deal. After confirming the price, I asked him what race I wanted. He said cat people would definitely look good, but in the end, he decisively chose pig people. After that, I opened many private chats and sold 10 green soul crystals in a row based on the price of 1 green soul crystal for 15 rabbit soul crystals. This price wasn't set arbitrarily. It's the highest price most lords can afford. Those who can produce 15 soul crystals at once are already among the top tier. Someone offered 16 coins, but I didn't accept. I just replied, I sell them to others for 15. Do you want to ruin my reputation? The other party paused for a moment, then immediately understood and said they would contact me first if they had anything good in the future. I also refused another offer with a higher price. Selling the same item at different prices at the same time might seem like making a few extra soul crystals, but it actually damages your reputation. When they check the accounts in the channel later, they'll definitely feel cheated. Especially those who can offer high prices are likely to become major clients in the future. It's completely not worth ruining your reputation for a pittance. Looking at the pile of soul crystals in front of me, I suddenly felt more confident. A mere 2 or 3 soul crystals are nothing to worry about. Including the one sold to Tianji, I sold a total of 12 green soul crystals, which I exchanged for 177 Rabbit Man soul crystals. Once Tianji pays the difference, it will be 180 crystals. In addition, I exchanged the 15 that dropped from killing the Calamity Ghost ahead of time, bringing the total to exactly 195. A smirk played on my lips as I immediately summoned the Glyph Library. Once the Rabbit Man population reaches 200, the 4th slot will be unlocked. 200? A mere 200, no problem. My friend Tianji had already sent me a trade message. I accepted it immediately and then began a summoning spree. The Rabbit Men had barely appeared, and before they could even greet each other, when a series of white lights flashed around them, forcing them to the side. The summoning light, which was not originally dazzling, now illuminated almost the entire territory. The newly arrived rabbit people stared in stunned silence at the more than 100 of their kind around them. The more than 50 people who were building a greenhouse in the distance were also startled by the sight and stopped what they were doing. I looked at the dark mass of rabbit people in front of me, coughed lightly to attract their attention, and intended to name them as usual, but I suddenly fell silent when I got to the words. With so many people, how long would it take to name them all? I simply called 2C over and had him and Tushan lead these new rabbit people to build a greenhouse. We're all of the same kind, so we can chat along the way. As for the name, let's ask them if they have any ideas, and let the old rabbit man help arrange it. 2C glanced at the 195 bewildered new members of his clan around him, and his eye twitched noticeably. A greenhouse that only occupied 1 acre of land. Did they really need so many people to build it together? But he did not refute, only responded, and then quickly began to organize the group. As he led the group away, he introduced the newcomers. Our territory is called Chiyuan territory, and that gentleman just now was our great lord. The sound faded into the distance, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was careless. I should have summoned them in batches. However, it's not a big problem. It's just initial approval, and I don't need to personally reassure them one by one. As I watched the popularity ratings pop up in the image gallery, a smile involuntarily crept onto my face. At this rate, once the greenhouse is built, the first draw after the talent upgrade should arrive. After dealing with the Rabbit Man soul crystals, I opened the panel again. There were a total of 22 green soul crystals, and I now have 10 left. Since I've already decided to cash out at the peak, I should logically continue selling to let the snowball grow even bigger. As long as I maintain my early advantage, green soul crystals won't be much of a threat to me later. At this moment, Tianji sent a message, his tone full of shock, saying that I actually sold 15, worthy of being the #1 lord of Wolfang City. He also reminded me that selling at the same price was the right move. Now, those 2 high-priced buyers are praising my conscience in the chat. Many people in the channel echoed this sentiment, saying that Qi Yuan was an impeccable person, as he could have easily raised the price, but instead sold at the market price. Some people thought this was to be expected, but they were immediately refuted. There were plenty of unscrupulous merchants even before the time travel, let alone in the current environment. Soon, someone in the channel concluded that if you want to find good stuff, you can't go wrong with Qiyuan. The price may not be the highest, but it will definitely be fair and you will never be ripped off. I smiled and shook my head, not taking it too seriously. It seems good fortune comes quite quickly. Those two are indeed remarkable people. Next, all that's left is the Wolf King and those blueprints. I don't think the Wolf King will buy them, since his talent allows him to acquire Dogman, and there's no need to spend a fortune at the peak. Sure enough, the Wolf King quickly sent a message, first clamoring for me to take a look at him, then saying that he was too expensive and that he was even considering selling one, and that it would be more practical to save the money to buy body tempering liquid. I was a little surprised. How did he know I had learned the body tempering fluid? But I didn't dwell on it and turned to look at the private messages offering to sell blueprints. These people initially quoted outrageous prices, but after the price of 15 rabbit soul crystals for one green soul crystal spread, the prices immediately became much more normal. That's why I deliberately kept them waiting. The value of the rabbit soul crystal is obvious. With it as a reference, no one is likely to suffer a loss. Soon, I used 5 green soul crystals along with some bear meat to buy the 5 green blueprints. Green buildings are more efficient, have better internal tools, and can produce higher quality items. They also meet the needs of upgrading the campfire, making it well worth the cost of spending a few soul crystals. The reason the price wasn't high was mainly because it was difficult to build. There were alternatives for level 3 furnaces, and the seller urgently needed green soul crystals, which is why I managed to snag a bargain. But these problems are nothing to me. 2C's construction skill will probably be level 4 soon, and then all these buildings can be arranged. I didn't sell the remaining 5 green soul crystals. They're not fetching a good price now. Although there are 8,000 lords in the channel, only a few have soul crystals in their hands. Moreover, I specifically requested Rabbitmen, which further reduced the buyer pool. Many people have a few soul crystals, but not enough to collect 15. We need to give them some time to consolidate their resources. After dealing with the loot from this upgrade, I was about to check the public opinion level. But as soon as I summoned the image library, cheers erupted from afar. Yay, it's finally finished. More people means faster speed. The next second, a notification popped up. 2Sean and 2C, leading the group in building a green building greenhouse, had an epiphany, and their basic construction skill level increased from level 3 to level 4, with their spirit increasing by 1. So fast. At the same time, I also saw the highlighted extract button on the entry image library. Current public opinion score, 182, available for extraction. Chapter 50, over 300 participants, new entry. I clicked draw, and the special effect, which had finally increased to 1.5 yuan, was reduced back to 1 yuan. Secondary development, green, X3. Secondary development. After activation, the subjects will enter a slumber to undergo a second development, enhancing their 4 main attributes and improving their basic aptitude. Remember to replenish their energy beforehand. Second growth spurt. You can still have a growth spurt at 23, right? After seeing the results, I was immediately struck by a thought. The improvement in the 4 dimensions wasn't so bad. The key was aptitude. Even a small improvement, accumulated over time, would create a huge difference. Unfortunately, this skill is consumable and only lasts for 1 use. But thinking about it, that makes sense. Replenishing energy isn't as simple as eating more food. It's more likely that the skill itself provides the power. Fortunately, I resonated with it, so at least 2 EE and I could both enjoy it. I was just about to assign the entry to 2 EE when I discovered that it said times 3 at the end. I was stunned. 3 in a single pull? This kind of change happens after upgrading? This arrangement is much more flexible. 1 2 EE, 1 2 C, and 1 2 Sean. The first 2 have exclusive attributes and must be given priority in development. 2 Sean, on the other hand, has made great contributions and is more loyal than the others. However, now is not the time to activate it. After the building is completed, I still need to lead the people to the martial arts hall for intensive training. Once secondary development is activated, people will eat and sleep excessively, so it's best to use it before bed. I wonder how much this thing will change the rabbit people and me. I hope it won't make me too outrageous. As for the rabbit people, they could certainly be transformed. Popularity points required for this draw, 200. Current public opinion score, 9899100. Seeing that it was only 200, I breathed a sigh of relief. The good news was that it was still an arithmetic progression, but the bad news was that the difference had increased by 100. But thinking about it, I already have 248 rabbit men under my command, and it might even break 300 later, so it's not so bad. Maybe I can even draw again tonight. There's another batch of soul crystals waiting for me to summon over the paid post. Current rabbit race slots, 4. Fifth slot unlock condition, 1,000 people. Seeing the number 1,000 still made my heart skip a beat. Although I had guessed it would multiply several times, seeing it in person still felt outrageous. But looking at the 200 or so rabbit men cheering not far away, I felt there was nothing to be afraid of. The antler bow, the leather armor, the body tempering fluid, any one of them could be sold for more soul crystals. If I weren't running low on rabbit soul crystals in the channel, I could have used the tempering fluid to sweep up another batch right now. I need to develop as quickly as possible. If Wolfong City doesn't like me, I at least need to be able to protect myself. At that moment, 2C walked over and called out to me in a serious tone, "Lord." I looked at him, and he immediately said, "We don't have enough cabins. We must build more as soon as possible." I nodded. "Let's build it now. We'll break up the old and new residents into groups and build wooden houses together. We'll arrange their accommodations according to this grouping as well." 2C immediately accepted the order. I added, "Whoever finishes first can help the others. Also have Shuang cook more food." Time, 21:45. With the recent surge in manpower, the greenhouse construction has progressed much faster. There's still over 2 hours until midnight, so we shouldn't be late for training at the drill ground tonight. However, the new recruits can't use the body tempering fluid for now. Firstly, I genuinely can't produce more than 300 bottles, and secondly, with a larger team, management can't be as lax as before. I just gave the body tempering fluid as a reward for killing enemies, and now it's definitely inappropriate to give it away for free. Thinking about the subsequent management, I walked into the newly completed greenhouse. Greenhouses accelerate plant growth, but increase water and fertilizer consumption. Comment: don't view them with outdated perspectives. This assessment puzzled me. Upon entering, I found that what was described as a greenhouse was more like a large wooden house covering an acre, filled entirely with earth and some short pillars, seemingly for lighting. Since the roof is opaque and plants need light to grow, they will probably have to rely on a fire source to supplement it. 2 Shuang brought over the carrot seeds, and I opened the panel to check them. Carrot seeds, when grown in a greenhouse, they mature in 3 days, but the yield is reduced to 20% of normal. I was stunned. 3 days to mature? If I used a time acceleration card, wouldn't it be ready in 2 days? Normally, carrots take at least 2 months to grow, so this is equivalent to 20 times the speed. Although the yield is only 20% of what it used to be, the total yield has actually increased several times over in terms of time. I originally thought farming would be a long-term project, but I didn't expect greenhouses to be so powerful. Not only can we be self-sufficient, but we can even sell some of our produce on the platform. Those 2 greenhouse blueprints I snagged were a steal. I wonder if the seller will regret it terribly when they find out how bad they turned out. We must harvest a batch of seeds tomorrow. At this rate of ripening, it's not impossible to grow staple foods like rice and wheat. I immediately ordered someone to come and plant all the carrot seeds, and then I opened the panel again. Judging by the time, half an hour has passed, and those lords should have almost finished integrating the soul crystals in their hands. As for what price they paid, that's none of my business. I need 15 pieces. I don't want any more, and I won't sell any less. As expected, these lords weren't stupid. Even without my reminder, they took the initiative to contact others, some making promises, some buying, and eventually they collected enough soul crystals. I successfully sold the remaining 5 green soul crystals and exchanged them for 75 rabbit soul crystals. This time, I first summoned a few veteran villagers, then activated their soul crystals one by one to summon the newcomers. As soon as the newcomers appeared, the elders took them to build wooden houses. With these shills around, they quickly developed a good impression of me. The public opinion index keeps fluctuating. As of now, I have 323 rabbits under my command. Not only am I one step closer to the 1,000 mark, but if I gather 200 popular support points tonight for another draw, I'll practically have in the bag. Suppressing the urge to continue evading taxes, I opened the channel and sent a message. Qi Yuan, all soul crystals have been sold out. Please come again next time. The channel instantly exploded. Some people wailed, some marveled that I had almost single-handedly swept away all the Rabbit Man's soul crystals in the entire area, and others argued about exactly how much I had taken. I couldn't be bothered to reply, so I just sent another message. Qi Yuan, tempering fluid identification information. I will be selling tempering fluid tomorrow night. Those interested should prepare their soul crystals in advance. After posting the preview, I closed the panel, completely ignoring the uproar it caused in the channel. Chapter 51. Drawing another entry, the frustration of the shortcomings. The moment the news about the body tempering fluid came out, the channel exploded. Some exclaimed that it was no worse than green soul crystal. Some were so envious they cursed, and others, though verbally resentful, were still obediently preparing to spend their money. Seeing these reactions, Zhang Qi knew very well that the pace for the next few days was already set. Today he would sell body tempering liquid, tomorrow he would get the antler bow, and the day after tomorrow, once the leather armor was released, he could even start selling it directly. He could keep this up for 4 days straight, which would bring the territory's population to 1,000. Increasing the number of players isn't just about opening new slots. It's also about drawing more affixes and quickly boosting their talents. The pressure from Wolfang City is immense. To gain a foothold in this region, words alone aren't enough. He needs real strength. However, he was also worried that his large-scale purchase of rabbit human soul crystals would disrupt the market, causing prices to skyrocket and leaving him sucker. After thinking it over, he went directly to Tianji. Before he could even speak, the other party sent a message complaining that he had good stuff but didn't think of his brother. Zhang Qi was too lazy to argue and directly explained that he wanted to buy a large quantity of Rabbit Man soul crystals, fearing that someone would speculate and drive up the price. Tianji quickly replied, saying that price increases were inevitable, but if anyone deliberately and maliciously raised prices, he would help keep an eye on it. With those words from him, Zhang Qi felt a little relieved. Tianji was always on the channel and quick-witted. If anyone had any ulterior motives, he would probably notice them very quickly. Zhang Qi glanced at the public opinion points and found that more than 60 people were still short of contributing today, indicating that recruiting too many people at once would indeed slow things down. He glanced at the new recruits who were stealthily eyeing him, then immediately lowered their heads when their eyes met. He knew these people were too timid and needed more training. The best way to help them grow quickly was to send them in a battle, let them see blood, and toughen them up. Tomorrow he would take them to find his good thick rice. After finishing the transactions, Zhang Qi didn't rest. He went straight into the crowd and joined them in building the wooden houses. He did this to speed up the process and also to gain the approval of the rabbit people who hadn't yet generated any popular support. As dusk settled, and the last few wooden houses were completed simultaneously, the newcomers who had been secretly observing him finally managed to boost his popularity. Current public support score, 223, can be drawn. Zhang Qi's heart warmed as he looked at the number. They'd agreed to have 2 rounds of fun today, and he wouldn't miss a single one. He immediately summoned everyone to the entrance of the martial arts hall. The older members' eyes lit up when they heard they were going to the martial arts training hall. The newcomers, however, looked completely bewildered, not even knowing where the training hall was. Fortunately, Zhang Qi had already mixed the older members with the newcomers and put them in charge of leading the teams. Soon, all 323 members stood in neat rows. Looking at the team, Zhang Qi was very satisfied. Although 2C was a chatterbox, he was indeed good at leading people, managing over 300 people in an orderly manner. Afterwards, he began to distribute rewards to everyone. 2E killed 2 green disaster ghosts and received 4 bottles of body tempering liquid. 2 Shuang had both kills and assists and received 2 bottles. The others also received their respective rewards according to their contributions. The newcomers were dumbfounded. They didn't know what body tempering fluid was, nor had they ever truly witnessed how ferocious the calamity demons were. Yet these rabbit people of their own kind actually dared to go in a battle, and not just to make up the numbers, but to earn real merit and receive rewards. What shocked them even more was that these guys had clearly developed well-defined muscles, each one noticeably more muscular than before. Someone couldn't help but ask, and upon learning that the body tempering liquid could accelerate physical growth, they gasped in astonishment. 2C reacted quickly, waiting for the other person to finish speaking before feigning to cover his mouth, as if afraid of revealing a secret. Zhang Qi glanced at him but didn't expose him, continuing to hand out prizes. Despite the fact that the body tempering fluid had its effects known to many, the newcomers still managed to hear about it. The Lord was actually willing to give such a precious medicine to the rabbit people. They could hardly believe it, but the tangible changes in the rabbit people receiving the award forced them to accept it. Seeing the group of veterans beaming with pride and the newcomers looking on with envy, Zhang Qi knew that the demonstration had been effective. Next, he led everyone into the training hall to prepare for training and instructed Shuang to bring over the food that had been prepared in advance. When buckets of smoked meat were carried in, the newcomers' eyes widened. Zhang Qi took the opportunity to make his point clear. The training was hard, so they deserved meat to nourish their bodies. He would not mistreat any of his subjects, but the prerequisite was that everyone had to work hard and live up to the contributions made to the territory. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 300 people shouted their allegiance in unison, the sound so loud that the birds and beasts in the forest scattered in panic. Zhang Qi knew that not all of these words were sincere, but the excitement on the faces of the newcomers was undeniable. After experiencing one or two more decent battles, they would completely transform into people just like the old man. Once everyone had entered the training hall, Zhang Qi immediately activated the time acceleration card. The barrier rapidly expanded, and the outside world instantly froze. He instructed 2C to have his men familiarize themselves with the equipment, the training grounds, and the training methods, and then formal training began. After arranging everything, Zhang Qi finally summoned the abbreviation library. The previous evaluation of superior strength and speed gave him a vague feeling that the abbreviation might be related to the wishes of his subjects. So he deliberately chose this time to draw it, just in time for everyone to want to become stronger. A $1 special effect flashed by, and a new green entry appeared. The unwillingness to accept shortcomings. Quality green. Type race. Effect. Your lowest attribute. Determined to catch up will start to grow. The lowest attribute among the 4 dimensions will automatically consume energy to increase. The greater the difference between it and the highest attribute, the faster the growth rate. Comment. Why am I the lowest scorer? You're not going to help me? Fine, I'll do it myself. Chapter 52, The One-Sided Genius Wins Miserably. Agility breaks 10. After seeing the effects and reviews of the unwillingness to accept shortcomings, I immediately gave myself the look of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Although the description of this term is abstract, its effect is truly amazing. You don't have to do anything. Just lie there, and your weakest attribute will improve on its own. Mechanistically, this is the strongest affix I've ever seen, even more outrageous than the other 2 green affixes. More importantly, it can boost mental attributes. So far, we don't have a conventional way to boost spirit. Although spirit isn't playing a significant role yet, it's still one of the 4 initial dimensions, so increasing it is definitely a good idea. Especially since rabbit people only have 3 points of initial spirit. They would probably collapse at the slightest touch if they encountered illusions or bewitching techniques. I immediately put the new entry into the slot that the rabbit men had just unlocked, activated it for 2E, and resonated it with myself. Stamina, 7, 24 out of 100. Spirit, 7, 87 out of 100. After my stamina improved a bit, I started training normally while silently timing myself. Soon, my stamina reached 25 and my spirit reached 88. It increases a little every 20 minutes, so it can improve a little bit every day, which is pretty good. My strength and stamina are only 2 points apart, not enough to maximize the effect of frustration in my weakness. But even with such a small difference, I can improve by a little bit every day, which is enough to prove how powerful it is. What pleases me even more is that it can improve 2 weaknesses at the same time. As long as the value is at its lowest, whether it's one or both, it can improve while the system is running. Then, I activated the combo power to test whether the difference after the amplification was counted. A dozen minutes later, both my stamina and mental progress jumped a little, and I immediately smiled. It works. With the combo power bonus, the AFK speed of stamina and spirit increased by nearly 50%. Attributes from the same source really do synergize. I observed the others and found that they improved even faster than me. This was partly because the difference in their scores was greater, and partly because their lowest attribute was only 3 points, making it much easier to improve than my 2 weaknesses of 7 points each. The all-around warrior has been severely weakened, while the one-sided genius may become the biggest winner. It seems I can't let my guard down Otherwise, they might really catch up with me. Before continuing training, I held a brief glossary session with the 53 veteran citizens. Since they already had the resentment over their weaknesses, there was no need for them to work hard on stamina training, which didn't boost their speed or power. Let's just wait for our mental strength to catch up, and then let our physical strength and mental strength improve together while we're idling. For rabbit people whose stamina is generally only 4 points, it might still hold them back for the first couple of days. But this skill is active all day long, and over time, stamina will naturally catch up, and it will no longer limit the performance of strength and agility. After setting the training priorities, I refocused on improving myself. 3 hours later, agility, 910. Spirit, 7-8. Agility improved through training, and mental strength also improved a bit through time. After reaching agility level 10, I prepared to head to the strength zone to accelerate my power increase using my superior strength and speed. But after taking only 2 steps, I suddenly looked around in confusion. Are you out of your mind from practicing? I think I just saw a pale red fluorescent light floating in the air, and some of the light spots even seemed to be penetrating into my body. Is it an illusion, or does the world change after the attribute reaches 10 points? I tried to recapture that feeling, but I just couldn't get it. So I decided to start training my strength and see if there would be any changes when my strength reached level 10. Not long after we started practicing, I saw 2E walk over hesitantly. What's wrong? She said somewhat uncertainly that she seemed to see many tiny points of light in the air just now, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. That's when I noticed that her agility had also broken through to 10 points. It seems that what I saw earlier wasn't an illusion. Perhaps those fluorescent lights are the legendary energy of heaven and earth? I told her to continue training and pay close attention to her body's changes. After thinking for a moment, I added, I saw it too, but we don't know if it's good or bad. It's okay. My strength will definitely reach 10 points before yours. I'll give it a try first. You don't need to worry. These words sound like comforting words, but actually I have nothing but bad intentions. 2E hadn't reacted yet, but when she heard me say that the outcome was unknown and that we had to try it first, her ears perked up instantly. Is the Lord looking for another adventure? She was clearly the guard. She left me with the words, My Lord, I'm going to cultivate, and ran off, as if afraid I would raise my strength to 10 points first. 2E. Agility, 10 plus 2. Temporary boost, strength talent. Seeing that the protective power was fully activated, I smiled as I looked at my panel. Zhang Qi. Temporary boost, strength talent. Surprised? I can use it too. The arrival of Wolfang City came at just the right time, allowing me to replenish my protective power. Even though 2E maxed out her protective power, she couldn't close the previous attribute gap. She had only been training for a few tens of minutes when I successfully raised my strength to 10 points. The moment the breakthrough occurred, the surroundings indeed changed. The pale red fluorescence reappeared, filling the entire world without obstructing vision. The fluorescence outside was mostly still, but it was noticeably more intense inside the martial arts hall. I wasn't mistaken about what I saw earlier. There was indeed fluorescence penetrating my body. However, most of it seemed to be just going through the motions, with only a very small portion actually remaining, and as time went on, the proportion that integrated into my body decreased. I glanced at 2E and found that she was also absorbing the fluorescence, even faster than I was now. No, that's not right. She's just faster than I am now, but not as fast as I was when I first broke through 10 points. Does fluorescence favor newly promoted organisms? I quickly dismissed that idea. Perhaps it prefers creatures that are training and improving their attributes. What are we waiting for? Practice. Not long after, my spiritual vision disappeared again, but I still desperately cultivated my agility, trying to see those fluorescent lights again. Or rather, what I truly yearn for is extraordinary. Time passed by, and 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Even with the combined advantages of speed and power, the power of protection, and the body-tempering fluid, the progress bar for 10 points of agility still increases extremely slowly. Especially after reaching 90, it feels like torture. But once again I felt the surrounding fluorescence, and I could clearly feel that my body was changing. I know I've made the right choice. Agility, 10-11. Chapter 53. Changes in the first stage, activating secondary development. Your agility attribute has increased to 11 points. You have advanced to the next tier. The moment the notification popped up, I felt a sudden lightness throughout my body, as if some kind of shackle had been removed. Looking down at my hands, I was a little dazed. I had only increased my agility by a little, but my strength and defense seemed to have increased as well. I immediately sprang into action on the plum blossom stakes, my feet moving so fast it felt like I was on flat ground, my figure even becoming somewhat blurry. Watching the surrounding scenery rush past, my eyes grew brighter and brighter, and then I jumped off the plum blossom stakes and dashed into the dummy area in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, I punched the training dummy, the dull thud drawing the attention of everyone in the training hall. But I ignored them, focusing only on my fist, a surge of elation welling up inside me. My strength is still 10 points, but the power of that punch just now was even stronger than when I used a combo attack before. In other words, after advancing to the next tier, even if the attributes are the same, the power that can be unleashed is completely different. The rabbit men around me were all dumbfounded. Some marveled at my strength, some recalled my speed on the plum blossom stakes, and some even suspected that I hadn't used my full strength when hunting bears and fighting calamities, but was just using the opportunity to train them. 2E was also taken aback for a moment, then happy for me. But soon, she pursed her lips dejectedly and trained even harder. She felt that she still hadn't been helpful today, and she had to become stronger. My attention has now been drawn to a new prompt. Congratulations! You're the first lord in the Wolfang City region to possess Tier 1 combat power. You have received some guidance. Beginner's Cultivation Manual. Quality white. Effect. Contains some knowledge. Evaluation. Although there was no reward for first place this time, the knowledge itself is the greatest reward. I opened the manual and skimmed through it in 10 minutes. It was indeed full of basic knowledge, knowing it would save me from making mistakes, and not knowing it would allow me to continue practicing. It's not like I'd be ruined by practicing at level 1. At most, it would just be a waste of time. But for lords, the most scarce resource is precisely time. This thing may seem ordinary, but it's actually quite valuable. If they find an opportunity to replicate it on the forum and post it for a fee, they should be able to make a fortune. I glanced at the remaining acceleration time. Only an hour and a half left. I hadn't expected that with multiple boosts, it would take nearly 5 hours to raise my agility from 10 to 11. I definitely wouldn't have time to increase my strength, so I'd better focus on replenishing my stamina first and also learn the undying beastly nature I acquired this morning. Driven by the frustration of the body tempering fluid and my perceived weakness, my physical strength quickly caught up with my mental energy, and by 8 o'clock, I had taken out the dark green skill book and begun to peruse it. After the training ended, a series of notifications popped up. Tushan's strength increased from 7 to 8, 2E's strength increased from 9 to 10, and 2 JoJo's swiftness also increased to level 3. Training duration, 12 hours. Average stats of the inhabitants, +4. Skills, sprint is now widespread, dual skills level 3 by 53, undying beastly nature green, X1. This wave of gains was considerable. Newcomers, without tempering fluid, only increased their stats by an average of 4 points. Veteran players, while having tempering fluid, had higher base attributes and thus slower stat increases, mostly gaining only 4 points as well. It's a pity that 2E hasn't reached the first level yet, but she's not far off. Seeing that she was still training, I called out to stop her. Stop training. Although she wanted to continue rolling, she obediently came to my side and said she wasn't tired and usually couldn't sleep at this time. I was too lazy to call her out on it, and just told her I had something to do and asked her to come with me. Then I dismissed everyone except the night watchman and sent them all back to rest. I then called 2 Shuang, 2 Shan, 2 Si, and 2 Wu, and together we went to a room in the trading post. I glanced at the information about secondary development and first asked 2 Shuang to bring back the food I had left behind. Soon, she returned to the room carrying 2 buckets of meat. I arranged for 2 Si, 2 Shan, and 2 Wu to guard the door, taking turns to stand guard and rest. 2 Shuang stayed inside, feeding me and a bottle of body-tempering liquid every hour. 2 Si didn't understand what I was going to do. I told him not to worry, it was a good thing, I would just sleep for a while, and I didn't trust anyone else to guard the gate. Upon hearing how much I trusted them, the 3 of them excitedly patted their chests and promised that they would not let a single fly in. Actually, I have no choice. Besides me, only 2 2 Shan, and 2 Si have any real influence in the territory. If they all use secondary development at the same time, and their dormancy period is long, the territory might be in chaos tomorrow morning. Therefore, we can only come in batches. It seems we need to train more managers in the future, otherwise it will cause too much delay. I then instructed 2E, eat as much as you can later, the more the better. Although she was puzzled, she nodded and stuffed the smoked meat into her mouth. Actually, I would prefer her, who has the power to protect and is second only to me in combat strength, to guard me. But unfortunately, my resonance object is her, and we can only activate simultaneously. I summoned the entry encyclopedia, and with a thought, activated secondary development. The next second, an intense hunger surged up. Even though I had just eaten smoked meat during training, I felt like I hadn't eaten for 3 days. I grabbed the meat and stuffed it into my mouth, barely chewing, just swallowing it. 2E across from her was the same, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated. 2 Shuang, watching from the side, turned pale. What alarmed her even more was that after eating half a bucket of meat, 2E immediately fell asleep. I fought off sleep and reminded her, "It's okay, it's normal. Remember to give her the body-tempering fluid." After saying that, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the tattered deerskin. In my sleep, 2E and I had furrowed brows, as if we were enduring pain, but our bodies were quietly undergoing changes. Time passed slowly, and before long it was midnight. The rabbit man on night watch was chatting idly when he suddenly felt a chill on his face. He looked up in confusion, and then gasped in surprise. "Snow! It's snowing! Territory changes, day 5 temperature, 3 to minus 27 degrees Celsius. Total assets, 400 gene of bear meat, 40 gene of carrots, 323 inhabitants, 19-time acceleration cards. Blueprints, bow, leather armor, well, smelting furnace, weaving, greenhouse X2. Skill book, undying beastly nature green. Average total attribute change per person, +4. Zhang Qi, tier 1. Half asleep and half awake, I felt the last bit of energy flowing into my body, nourishing every limb and bone. My body felt incredibly comfortable, as if it had undergone a transformation, yet it ached all over, and I could hear faint noises in my ears. I finally opened my eyes. Chapter 54, Transformation. Was it all my fault? When I first woke up, my first feeling was that my body was different, as if I had been completely rejuvenated. I clenched my fist, and with a snap, the air in my palm exploded, filling my entire body with power. Even without opening my eyes, I could vaguely sense everything around me. Warm deerskin beneath me, 2 soft breaths not far away, and someone hesitating outside the door. When I opened my eyes, the world I saw was even more exaggerated. So clear it was like jumping directly from 720p to 4K. Zhang Qi. Talent. Entry gallery, green. Realm, first order. Strength, 1011. Physical strength, 810. Agility, 1112. Spirit, 810. Skill, undying beastly nature, green, LV1. Assessment. This human from Earth has undergone a transformation, resulting in a leap in their potential. I stared at the panel, completely stunned. All 4 stats had increased. Stamina and spirit had both increased by 2 points, and strength and agility had also improved significantly. More importantly, I could feel the attribute growth progress bars surging forward. This transformation wasn't just about the stats changing. It felt like my aptitude had been boosted as well. Trying to advance to the next tier should be much easier now. "My lord, you're awake?" As I was pondering this, 2E and Shuang excitedly came over. But when I turned my head, I was completely dumbfounded. "E, how did you get so thin again?" I had finally seen her gain a little weight, but after waking up, she was as thin as a bamboo pole again. I quickly got up, grabbed her arm, and pinched it so hard my fingers almost touched hers. "My lord, I'm all right." She tried to comfort me. "I'm not at all at ease. The guards are even thinner than me. What kind of nonsense is this?" But just as I was about to continue, I realized something was wrong. Shuang, why have you gotten shorter?" The smiles on both of their faces froze instantly. "My lord, it's not that I've gotten shorter. It's that you two have grown taller." I looked down and saw that my pants were too short. My ankles were sticking out. No wonder I always felt sore all over my dreams. I've grown taller. 2E is also noticeably half a head taller than Shuang. I guess she's almost 1.7 meters tall. That's a good thing. Once you've grown taller, it's hard to change that, and you can gradually build up your muscle mass. She's already taller now, so if she works on her physique, the results will only be better than before. My lord, I have advanced to the first rank. After 2E finished speaking, I also saw her panel. 2E, talent, swiftness, green agility plus 10%, 20%. Realm, first order. Strength, 11. Min, 11. Body, 7. Essence, 6. Comment, I didn't expect to see green quality rabbitmen appear again in the eternal world. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The improvement was indeed significant. Even her racial talent had turned green. In comparison, the plus 10 increase in strength and agility wasn't as dramatic. It was just that constitution and spirit had increased a bit less, but those two attributes are already low, so gaining 2 points was already quite good. This evaluation is a bit puzzling to me. Could it be that there really were green quality rabbitmen before? Before I could figure it out, my stomach started growling. 2E and I exchanged a glance, both feeling a little embarrassed. Time, 8:31. Fortunately, I only woke up 2 hours later than usual, so it didn't cause any major problems. I led them outside, and as soon as I pushed open the door, I saw 2Wu standing guard at the door, looking exhausted. You've worked hard. Let's go eat first. You're awake. I'm not tired at all. When they saw that Sister E was awake, the two of them went to take charge of the affairs. I nodded and let them stay, which was the reason for all of this. But E, how come you woke up earlier than me? Perhaps it's because you were already at level 1 from the start. I have no choice but to accept that. But as soon as I stepped into the trading post, I suddenly stopped. Something white, like willow catkins, was drifting down outside. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was snow. There was a fire in the territory, so the temperature wasn't too low, but the snowflakes started to melt as they fell, turning into water. My expression changed, and I immediately shouted, "Tuwu, go to the furnace right now and tell them to lower the temperature to the minimum. We absolutely cannot let the snowflakes melt. Snow itself is fine, but once it turns into rain, the people can easily get soaked. Staying in the territory is fine, but if they go out soaking wet, getting sick from the cold is no joke." I glanced at today's temperature. Today's temperature, 0 to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The highest temperature is only 0 degrees Celsius, but with snow, the perceived temperature will only be lower. I frowned, glancing at the two rabbit people beside me, who were only dressed in thick linen clothes, and felt even more uneasy. But no matter what, I still had to eat first. "My lord, greetings, your lordship." Suppressing my worries, I smiled and nodded to passers-by. Although I had grown a bit taller, I was already much taller than the rabbit people, so the change wasn't noticeable. Plus, unlike 2E, I hadn't lost weight, so everyone just thought the lord seemed even more imposing today. As soon as we arrived at the restaurant, 2C rushed over. "What's the situation with the territory?" As soon as I asked, his face immediately darkened. "The situation is very bad. It's too cold outside, and it's snowing. Everyone is shivering from the cold. Those who are cutting down trees and digging soil are doing okay, but the people who are transporting stones are clearly feeling unwell." He paused here, his tone becoming even more unpleasant. "We can tolerate this, but my lord, we're running out of food again." I had just taken a bite of bear meat when I froze completely. I hunted 500 or 600 pounds of bear meat yesterday. How come it's all gone today? Could it be that someone has become a giant rat? 2C quickly explained. "This morning, more than 300 people ate together and consumed half of our bear meat. Moreover, I feel that everyone seems to get hungry more easily, which may be related to the automatic increase of attributes." After listening, I immediately understood. It turns out it was my fault. The territory now has over 300 people, and a few hundred pounds of meat certainly won't last long. Plus, with the rabbits' attributes improving, their appetite will definitely increase as well. And then there's the unwillingness to accept weaknesses, which seems to inherently require energy to AFK and improve. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Every time I think I have enough food, a food crisis is sure to occur the next day. It seems I have to go and have a talk with the Deer King today. Whether it's the antlers, animal hides, animal blood, and animal bones needed for making equipment, or the food that's urgently needed right now, the Deer King has it all. And I happen to need a batch of deer hides right now, so I can make some thick clothes for my people to tide them over. With that in mind, I opened the paid post to check the number of soul crystals I had collected yesterday. Since things have come to this, let's hire some people first. Chapter 55, The Generous Deer King, and the appearance of a pack of wolves. I earned a total of 77 soul crystals from last night's paid post. I was a little surprised to see a small pile of soul crystals in front of me. I had made more than 20 today. At this rate, I should be able to make another batch tomorrow. However, 2 of these 77 were obtained in exchange for the message brought by the Wolf King. I don't plan to give them soul crystals directly. I'll just convert them into body-tempering liquid later. When 2C saw the sudden appearance of soul crystals in front of me, his expression immediately changed, clearly indicating that he had guessed that I was going to expand my manpower. Go and call a few reliable people over here, and have them enter the newbies. He opened his mouth, but in the end he obediently accepted the order and left. As soon as he left, I took out the blueprints for the textile workshop. Originally, I planned to build the greenhouse, brick kiln, and charcoal kiln first today, since upgrading the furnace requires not only basic buildings, but also a large amount of bricks and charcoal. But now the temperature has suddenly dropped outside, and it's snowing, so I definitely need more clothes. Anyway, I have plenty of manpower, so it's no big deal for the textile workshop to cut in line first. As I was pondering today's territory arrangements, my friend list flashed. Tianji sent me a message first, asking directly if I had any warm clothes. I replied no, and he immediately reminded me that many people were frozen today, and if I could make clothes and non-slip shoes before the snow stopped, I could probably sell them for a good price. I glanced at the chat of the other lords, and sure enough, it was full of complaints. Many people were complaining that the snow was too cold and the roads were slippery, so the people were unwilling to go out to work, and their efficiency had dropped. It seems the cold weather crisis has truly arrived. If I were to sell clothes now, I could certainly make a profit, but I don't even have enough for myself, so I can't let my people work in the cold. As for the shoes, they're fine. Rabbits are naturally agile, and many of them have improved their attributes. As long as they're careful, they won't fall too badly. Not long after, 2C returned with more than 10 people. I immediately activated all the soul crystals, and the number of people in the territory instantly increased to 400. Looking at the new panel, I know I can do another draw today. After I finished eating 2 pounds of bear meat, my stomach was finally satisfied. I then handed the textile blueprint to 2C and headed straight for the trading post. After one night, 2 more passage points appeared on the map, and the trading post was still scanning. There are 2 passages, one in the northwest of the territory and the other in the southeast, both about 30 kilometers apart. I'll have to find time to investigate that, but my focus today is still on the deer herd in the northeast. Training troops is just as important as securing resources and food. Moreover, we also need to make a trip to the salt spring, as the salt in our territory has been almost completely used up. I looked at 2E beside me and told her to go ahead and scout the way, and to remember to go quickly and come back quickly, and to be careful on the way. She was taken aback at first, and then surprisingly objected, worried that it wouldn't be safe for me to stay here alone. I told her directly that I'm already at level 1, and I'll be leading dozens of people to hunt deer later. The Deer King's abilities won't hurt me. She was somewhat relieved after hearing this, and promised to come back as soon as possible. I was still worried, so I told her to mark the way so she wouldn't get lost. If she really couldn't find her way, she should just wait for me to come and get her. I even wanted her to bring some food with her. Even though I was the one who asked her to go, I still couldn't help but nag her a few more times when she actually left. 2E didn't find me nagging at all. Instead, her eyes warmed, and she nodded earnestly before setting off. Once she was out of sight, I immediately assembled the hunting party and also called on the dozens of people who had arrived the night before. I told them that we had made great progress last night, and today was the day to see the results. Everyone immediately agreed in unison. At my command, dozens of men, carrying stone spears and wooden spears, marched out in a grand procession. I carried a stone spear, a deer antler bow, and a quiver on my back, and I set off with the group. As for the bow that 2 Lu made last night, I have already given it to 2E. The forest in the snow was difficult to traverse, but the rabbits had high attributes and were even faster than I'd been back then. We walked for more than an hour and had covered about half the distance. Just then, my nose twitched, and I immediately smelled the scent of deer. I raised my hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then took down the antler bow and led the group towards that direction. After my 5 senses were enhanced, I could hear the soft crunching sound of dry leaves being stepped on from a great distance. I jumped up to the top of the tree and saw a herd of deer searching for leaves 300 meters away. I immediately ordered 2 Wu and 2 Ba to each lead 20 men to flank from the left and right, spreading out their ranks slightly, and then closing in together after 10 minutes. The 2 nodded and left. 10 minutes later, 2 faint poof sound were heard from the woods. I knew the encirclement was complete, so I immediately ordered an advance. The rabbit men behind him gripped their stone spears tightly, their eyes filled with both excitement and tension. Temporary buff, projectile talent increased. As we drew closer, the Deer King finally spotted me first and issued a warning. The deer panicked and turned to run away, but as soon as they turned around, another group of rabbit men with spears appeared behind them. Looking in other directions, it was the same. Everything was blocked off on all sides. They were completely surrounded. Go! Leave no one alive. A blizzard is approaching from behind. These deer have no chance of survival. They might as well become our food. More than 60 rabbit men pressed forward from all directions, hurling wooden spears one after another. Even though the trees blocked some of them, quite a few spears still pierced the deer's body. The snow was quickly stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Some of the sick deer went mad with fear and desperately tried to break through the crowd to escape, but the rabbit people were strong and agile and easily stopped them. I also drew my antler bow, ready to take down any deer that tried to break through the defenses with a single arrow. Seeing his companions fall one after another, the Deer King finally let out a roar. His eyes were filled with anger and sorrow as he stared at me, as if he knew he had nowhere to escape. He lowered his head, flashed his antlers, and charged directly at me. Protect the Lord. In an instant, a large number of wooden spears flew towards it, but this guy was indeed not simple. I either dodged them or braved them and smashed them. It actually managed to get to a place not far in front of me. The rabbit men nearby all moved closer to me, none of them afraid of the cold light emanating from its head. However, this created an opening in the encirclement, and several sick deer immediately seized the opportunity to rush out. Just then, I fired a full moon arrow, first killing a fleeing deer, then leaped up and flipped over the rabbit man's head. As I turned in midair, I fired another arrow, and another sick deer that had just seen away I was also shot down by me. Just as I passed the Stag King's antlers, I pushed off with my feet and delivered a powerful whip kick to its shoulder. With a bang, the Deer King was about to crash into the rabbit man at the front, but I kicked him away in midair. It let out a miserable cry and crashed into the tree trunk. Before it could even see me land, it fired another arrow, pinning the last deer that was trying to escape to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the stag crashed heavily into the tree, and I took the opportunity to aim my bow at it. You are exceptionally talented. Archery skill increased from LV3 to LV4, spirit +1. Seeing me leap and kill 4 deer in a row, including the Deer King, the surrounding rabbit people finally realized what was happening and instantly erupted in chaos. Lord, you're awesome. He's practically a Superman. He's so handsome. With the death of the Deer King, the hunt was no longer in doubt. I immediately ordered them to clean up the battlefield and take stock of the spoils, making sure not a single drop of deer blood was wasted and collecting it all in buckets. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Everyone was incredibly excited about the great success they had on their first outing. What pleased them even more was that they realized for the first time that they were not weak. In an instant, everyone was busy bleeding the deer and tying them up, and the strong smell of blood spread through the snowy forest with the wind. But not long after, a wolf howl suddenly came from afar. A woo. Chapter 56, I was just playing around, but you took it seriously. A misunderstanding. More than 2 hours had passed since I set off when a tall, thin figure finally appeared on the outskirts of the territory. Sister E, how'd you get so tall? Before she could explain, she caught her breath and asked me urgently, Has the Lord returned? Not yet. Her face changed, and before she could even catch her breath, she followed the footprints we left behind. Seeing her anxious look, my heart tightened, and I quickly quickened my pace. Before long, a strong smell of blood wafted from ahead, followed by a wolf howl that pierced through the forest. A woo. 2E's expression changed instantly, and the protective power within her body surged violently, its speed increasing to the extreme as if she were trying to forcefully break through some boundary. On the other side, the wolf howls grew closer, and the new rabbits hiding in the group began to panic. Wolves! They're coming this way. They must have smelled blood. I raised my hand to silence their commotion, My voice wasn't loud, but it quieted everyone down. Don't panic. Put away the wooden spears and form a battle formation. The rabbits immediately did as instructed, their earlier panic subsiding. After all, they had witnessed my actions firsthand, which gave them some confidence. The wolf howls from the north grew louder, and soon rustling sounds filled the forest. But I wasn't worried at all. I was no longer the weak and helpless person I had been when I first arrived. What's more, I have over 60 rabbit people with decent average stats around me. If the wolf pack dares to come, I can conveniently collect some wolf meat and pelt to take back. Before long, the stench of the wolves filled my nostrils. The rabbits had also gathered around me, forming a circle. Raise your spears to defend the outer perimeter. Prepare to fire from the inner perimeter. Yes! The crowd roared in unison, causing the snow-covered forest to tremble. The wolf pack that had just arrived was clearly startled. The giant wolf at the front was about the size of a tiger or a leopard, and it squinted at us, clearly wary. Gray wolf. Strength 10. Stamina 8. Agility 10. Spirit 5. Skill sprint. This wolf king isn't bad. It's considered a formidable opponent among first-tier warriors, but still far inferior to me. Not to mention, I have a group of enhanced rabbitmen on my side. So overall, we're not afraid at all. There were also a few adult gray wolves in the pack, with the highest attribute being only around 8 points, but there were quite a few of them, a full 50, and their imposing presence was not weak. The rabbits looked a little tense at the sight of this display, but I couldn't help but laugh. The presence of wolves indicates the presence of other herbivore groups nearby. For someone like me, whose territory is experiencing rapid population growth, this isn't bad news. Although the wolf pack was wary, they did not retreat. Instead, they slowly dispersed, trying to surround us. Shoot! At my command, dozens of spears flew out at the same time. Unfortunately, the wolves were too agile, and most of them dodged the attack. Only a few were grazed, but none of them were seriously injured. It seems we'll have to send someone to the militia camp to learn some accuracy. Their projectile skills are really lacking. Continue. The rabbits immediately switched to their spears, which alarmed the wolf pack. Awoo! The wolf king roared, and the pack advanced instead of retreating, rushing directly towards the battle formation. Without further delay, I immediately gave the order, switch the wooden spears to the stone spears, take turns in positions, and launch a phased attack. With me leading the charge, the rabbits became noticeably calmer. The panic from their earlier missed spear throw vanished, and they immediately switched to melee formation, waiting for the wolf pack to charge in. The next instant, the two collided violently. The rabbit men took turns thrusting their stone spears, while the gray wolves constantly dodged and weaved, looking for an opportunity to pounce. But whenever a wolf was about to charge in, the stone spears behind would be there in time to force it back. As I watched the increasingly coordinated formation, I nodded in approval. Tu Wu learns the skill, basic spear technique. Tu Ba stamina +1. Tu Qi. The pressure from the wolf pack was significantly greater than that from the deer herd, and the rabbit people grew much faster. Meanwhile, I wasn't idle either, keeping a close eye on that wolf king. Its strength was somewhat overpowered. If we let it run rampant, training our troops would turn into suicide. Time passed slowly, and the rabbits became more and more stable, their teamwork becoming smoother and smoother. Whenever a gray wolf leaped up, a stone spear would immediately and precisely force it back, giving them no chance to harm anyone. The wolf king soon realized that something was wrong. It discovered that these rabbit men, though not particularly strong, had defended themselves flawlessly, and so far, not a single one had been injured. What frustrated it even more was that every time it tried to intervene, it was interrupted by a stone spear. That's so weird. Awoo! It roared again, and the wolf pack immediately retreated, then surprisingly turned and charged towards the carcasses of several sick deer not far away. Clearly, the wolf king felt that continuing the fight was not worthwhile and wanted to grab some spoils and run. Seeing this, I slowly took out the antler bow and spoke in a cold voice. Brothers, they're trying to steal the food we risked our lives to hunt. What do you think we should do? Kill! Kill! After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the rabbits had completely gained confidence. Even those who had just arrived last night were no longer nervous, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Follow me and kill. With a stag antler bow in my left hand and a stone spear in my right, I was the first to charge out. The wolves were clever. They had been on guard against our pursuit, and the alpha wolf even seemed a little smug. It had found their previous defensive formation difficult to handle, but now that we had charged out, disrupting their formation and giving them the perfect opportunity. Awoo! The wolf pack, which was prepared, immediately turned around and came towards us. If it were just a moment ago, the rabbits might have panicked, but now their eyes are filled with nothing but murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, we bumped into each other again. With a single gesture, I sent several gray wolves flying. The rabbit men behind me were not to be outdone. They worked together to pierce through the bodies of several wolves. When the Wolf King saw me sweep away the gray wolf with one blow, a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, but it still did not retreat. Instead, it exerted force with all four limbs, turned into a blur, and pounced on me. It is also very confident in itself. Right now, taking advantage of the moment when I had just fought off a gray wolf and my strength had waned before I could muster new energy, it suddenly leaped up and pounced on my neck. Its claws were almost touching my shoulder, and its teeth were at their maximum. If it bit me, it would almost certainly be fatal. Just when it thought it was about to succeed, my hand struck first and grabbed its neck. The Wolf King paused in its charge, and I lifted the entire wolf into the air like a puppy. I was just playing around with you, but you took it seriously. I shook my head, and with my other hand holding the stone spear, I thrust it forward. With a soft thud, the stone spear pierced its neck, and blood gushed out, splattering all over me. My chest and neck were covered in blood. I looked like I was seriously injured. Just then, 2E, who had just arrived from a distance, happened to witness this scene. "My lord!" I heard her voice and turned my head in confusion, and she could see the blood on my neck clearly. In that instant, 2E's mind went blank, and she felt completely lost. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body, a power that even startled me. Dare to hurt him, or you'll die. Chapter 57. The power of protection upgraded. Too much to finish, absolutely too much to eat. 2E rushed to my side in the blink of an eye. Before I could react, she snatched the Wolf King from my hand and flung the whole wolf away. Even more outrageous, before the Wolf King even landed, it already had 7 or 8 bloody holes in its body. Her eyes were bloodshot, and when she swept across the battlefield, even the rabbit men were forced to take a step back by her imposing aura. D. With a furious shout, the gray wolves were either sent flying or fell to the ground, each with a bloody hole in their neck. In less than half a minute, the entire pack of gray wolves was wiped out. "My lord, I'm late. I'm so sorry." 2E grabbed my shoulders, raised her hand to touch my neck, but didn't dare to actually touch it. She was almost crying with anxiety. My lips twitched. I thought to myself, "You're not late. You're clearly early. I'm still training my troops." But just as I was about to speak, I was suddenly startled. The image library for the entry popped up on its own. "Your people's will to protect you has undergone a transformation, leading to an advancement in your protective power. Guardian power green." I was stunned for a moment. No wonder she was as fast as lightning just now. It turned out her protective power had been upgraded. Immediately afterwards, 2E's attributes also changed, with all 4 values jumping up significantly, and the temporary boost being maxed out. My heart skipped a beat. This was truly formidable. It's all my fault I was late. 2E was still blaming herself when I came to my senses and quickly held her down. "No, you've come at just the right time." As I spoke, I grabbed her hand and placed it on my neck. "Look, there are no wounds. This is all wolf blood." I casually pulled open the collar, and my chest was completely unharmed. 2E was stunned on the spot, took 2 steps back, and then looked at the others. The rabbits also spoke up, their voices filled with helplessness. "The Lord is like a war god. How could he possibly be injured?" "That's right. None of us are dead. So why should it be the Lord's turn to be in trouble?" If he had been really serious just now, the wolf pack would have been wiped out long ago. 2E's expression changed repeatedly, showing confusion, frustration, and embarrassment. Seeing that things weren't going well, I immediately offered her a way out. "E, thank you so much. I was actually exhausted just now, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to keep going. Luckily you arrived in time. Otherwise we would have been in real danger." The rabbits were completely bewildered. They thought, I just crushed the Wolf King to death. I don't look exhausted at all. 2E visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and her complexion improved considerably. I patted her on the shoulder and continued, "You did a great job. I'm very touched that you came all this way to protect me despite being exhausted. She wasn't stupid. She knew that the previous part was just giving her a way out, but the last part was sincere, so she nodded vigorously. Although it was a misunderstanding, I won't hesitate next time. All right, let's clean up the battlefield first. Don't let the wolf blood go to waste. It's an important ingredient for making body tempering fluid. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Seeing the corpses scattered on the ground, the rabbit people were all very excited. Although there had been a misunderstanding, they had indeed won on their own, and this kind of victory was the most courageous. The newcomers this time have a noticeably different aura. The most obvious difference is their increased confidence. Soon, another series of exclamations rang out on the battlefield. There's a leather armor here. I have a pair of boots here. Why is there an extra bow on this deer's body? This time we hunted down more than 100 animals in one go, so the loot was naturally plentiful. Soon, the spoils were sorted out. 10 antler bows, 5 wolfskin armors, 5 pairs of wolfskin boots, and a skill book. I took the white skill book and looked at it. Sharpness. White enhances sharpness. Not bad, a skill actually dropped. And this skill is very useful. Once the level is high enough, it can be directly added to the weapon. The number of carcasses that were later tallied was also quite large. 57 sick deer, 15 of which were still juveniles, and 51 gray wolves, most of which were adults. Once these carcasses are processed, at least 5,000 caddies of venison, 4,000 caddies of wolf meat, more than 100 animal hides, and more than 30 deer antlers can be harvested. Tens of thousands of pounds of meat. It's simply impossible to finish it all. I smirked, already planning to recruit more people. With so many animal bones and blood left, we can make a large batch of body tempering fluid. We can work hard during the day and dump it on the trading market at night for another big profit. As long as I get my hands on the soul crystals as soon as possible, I could try to draw 1 or 2 race-related attributes. I'm becoming increasingly certain that a second race will inevitably appear in the territory sooner or later. At this rate, I estimate I'll have to draw several more races before the rabbit men reach 1,000. Since there are limited spaces for race entries, they can't remain empty indefinitely. The safest approach is to introduce a second race first. But there's no rush. I need to extract the entries first and see which race they're suitable for. There's no need to worry about soul crystals. As long as you have money, you can always buy them. But there's another problem right now. My lord, there are too many corpses. It seems we can't transport them back, and we also have to go to the salt spring to fetch water. I glanced at the spoils on the ground and immediately made arrangements. Tu-Wu, go back and get some men to bring the carriage over. Tu-Ba, take some men to the salt spring to fetch water now. Be careful, there might be wild beasts there. Yes. The group immediately split up and took action. The smell of blood in the snow forest was so strong that even wild animals were frightened. The journey was smooth, and we quickly returned to our territory. Before they even entered, the strong smell of blood wafted in. Upon hearing the commotion, the rabbits all grabbed their weapons, as if facing a formidable enemy. When they saw that it was me returning, they were taken aback at first, and then quickly came to greet me. When the towering piles of deer and wolf carcasses on the 4 vehicles came into view, the entire territory erupted in chaos. So much meat. You guys can actually kill wolves, and you even brought back so many? That's amazing. It's the Lord who's truly amazing. Long live the Lord. Seeing everyone's excitement, I said a few words to calm them down, and then left with 2E. I want to go check out what's going on the other side of the passage first, and also try out the newly upgraded Guardian Power. Just then, as 2E was about to say something to me, 2 Shuang shout suddenly came from outside. My lord, the situation over there in the passage is not good. My lord, come quick. They're ripe. The crops in the greenhouse are ripe. Chapter 58, A Fat Piece to be Slaughtered. Li Min is caught up. Are the crops ripe in the greenhouse? Don't carrots need 3 days to ripen? Just as I was about to ask, 2E told me to wait a moment. Zhang Qi got up and walked out, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw 2 Shuang running excitedly towards him. My lord, come quick. I didn't want to spoil her fun, so I followed her into the greenhouse. As soon as the door opened, a vibrant green immediately caught my eye, taking up 1/4 of the space and standing out strikingly. This is a scallion. That's right. 2 Shuang quickly explained. You and Sistery found a lot of wild scallion whites before, but you didn't have enough seeds, so I tried planting the scallion whites to see if they could survive. I gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Shuang Shuang. I originally thought I'd have to wait at least 2.5 days to eat vegetables I grew myself, but I was pleasantly surprised on the second day. If there were really people in the channel who love scallions, they'd probably be willing to pay to buy them. I immediately told her not to harvest this batch of scallions yet, to wait until they produce seeds. Tu Shuang Shuang nodded vigorously, muttering, "As long as the scallions are there, I'll be there." This little incident passed quickly, and Tu finally began to report on what she had discovered. "My lord, there are enemies entrenched on the other side of the passage." I felt absolutely nothing. In fact, I almost laughed. That guy Habib, he clearly wasn't planning on letting me in Wolfang City so easily. I asked her about the enemy, and she immediately replied, "They are calamity demons, and there are many of them, at least several hundred." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. In my ears, those weren't enemies, but a pile of soul crystals waiting for me to collect. I was ready to muster my troops and set off on the spot, but Tu-Yi's next words pressed me back into my chair. And I saw several tier 1 demons, probably at least 10. The other ghouls were also very strong. I also saw quite a few cat-dog-pig people. The most troublesome thing is that many of them were carrying weapons, although they were very worn out. The good news is that this piece of meat is fatter than I expected. The bad news is I can't eat right now. However, if I have another 2 or 3 days, I can get a few more tier 1 units, and with more deer antler bows, I might be able to wipe out hundreds of calamity ghosts in one fell swoop. I then asked her if the other side would attack us proactively, and whether they had any ranged attacks. Tu-Yi thought for a moment, and said that she felt that those first-level beings seemed to have discovered her, but they didn't seem to take her seriously. It was more like they were guarding some place, and they probably didn't have any long-range means. Without any ranged attacks, and always staying at a fixed point, aren't they the perfect training targets? After training the troops, I can also grab a bunch of green soul crystals as a reward, and maybe even get blueprints and time acceleration cards. The more I thought about it, the hotter I got, and then I asked her what the passage looked like. It's just a silvery white opening. If it weren't for the trading post pointing it out, I might not have recognized it. After hearing what she said, I was basically certain that it was a spatial passage or a portal or something similar. This world is truly fascinating. Spatial portals seem to be everywhere, with only 60 kilometers separating 2 portals. No wonder Wolfang City can control such a vast area. It turns out they rely on express trains that can quickly reach any location. It seems that Wolfang City has lost control of the passage, and we don't know what happened in between. In this way, I am closer to those dear compatriots. It just so happens that I also have some scores to settle with certain people. Tu-Yi added that she had seen many animal tracks along the way, but she was in a hurry to return and didn't track them, though she had memorized the scents. I praised her for doing a good job and told her to go eat and rest first. But she shook her head and said she wasn't tired. I then asked her to help build up the territory or go to the militia camp to learn skills, and I specifically told her that I wouldn't leave the territory in the afternoon. Only then did she nod and leave, turning around to get busy. Once the room quieted down, I rubbed my hands together and summoned the dictionary entry. The power of protection. Quality, green, upgradable. Type, personal/exclusive. Effect, you will receive the necessary boost when your actions are aimed at protecting a target. The stronger your sense of protection, the greater the boost you receive. Although I had expected it, I still couldn't help but laugh when I saw upgradable was still there. It seems the potential of the Guardian's power is far greater than it is now. After I updated the resonance, the protective power within me also transformed. Fortunately, the resonance was already there. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for me to generate the same strong protective emotions as Tu-Yi out of thin air. After all, when I'm truly in danger, I always fight to the death. However, if you just want to activate existing protective power, I do have some experience. I glanced around to make sure no one was in the room, then deliberately let out a heavy sigh. Ugh, this is terrifying. We haven't even dealt with Wolfang City yet, and now hundreds of calamity ghosts have appeared, including about a dozen first-tier ones. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'll get ganged up on and killed. The next second, the protective power was indeed activated by me. As I watched the changes in attributes, a smile immediately spread across my face. Sure enough, the protective power completely ignored threats that were merely empty threats like meteorites falling from the sky or the earth cracking open. But if the threat was real and logically potentially fatal, it would take effect immediately. This way, the training speed at night can be increased even further. When I first entered Tier 1, I was a little worried that it would slow down more and more, since the higher the attribute, the harder it is to increase, and the effect of the tempering fluid on attributes above 10 points also started to decrease. But unexpectedly, yesterday, I boosted my aptitude again with secondary development, and now Guardian Power has turned into a green attribute. From this perspective, my progress speed in the first tier might not be much slower. In the afternoon, I simply stayed in my territory, diligently overseeing things and enhancing my skills. With the blessing of the green Guardian Power, my leveling speed was astonishingly fast. Undying Beastly Nature, green, LV1 LV2. Basic Spear Technique, LV1 LV2 LV3. Sprint, LV3 LV4, Spirit +1. The moment Sprint reached level 4, I suddenly had an indescribable feeling, as if Power Burst and Sprint could be combined to form a more complete skill. But if I were to try to integrate now, it would always fall short by just a little bit. I suspect it's because my Power Burst level isn't high enough. After all, this feeling only emerged after Sprint reached level 4, so my level 3 Power Burst is probably still lacking. Maybe when it reaches level 4, I'll be able to get the advanced skill mentioned in the appraisal. I stopped training when it got dark and let out a long breath. Zhang Qi. Strength, 11. Min, 12. Body, 1011. Refinement, 1012. I didn't specifically train my attributes, but they still increased by 3 points during the day. 2 points of spirit came from the feedback of leveling up my skills to level 4 twice, and stamina was something I caught up with on my own at the cost of a huge increase in my appetite. Goodness, I never expected that these 2 attributes, which I haven't paid much attention to, would catch up with my most important attributes, strength and agility, first. Superior in both speed and power? Now it seems like people are laughing at me. I can only hope that the next draw will be better, at least enough to save Li Min from his current disadvantage. Current public support rating, 153. Estimated public opinion level today, 423. This draw will select 300. Chapter 59. Fortunately, you were there. Let's secure more resources. After dinner, the group split into several teams, took the blueprints, and headed to the designated location. They didn't have time to build during the day. They were all busy collecting materials. After all, it gets dark at 5 o'clock, and a long night was the best time to work. I went to the tool shed first to see how the antler bow was coming along. Before I even entered, a notification popped up in front of me. Inspired by your people's creation of the deer antler bow. Beginner crafting LV3 LV4, Spirit +1. My heart skipped a beat. He's already leveled up to level 4? Does that mean I can start equipping leather armor now? I quickened my pace and pushed open the door. The first thing I saw was a wall covered with antler bows. Tu Lu had just finished one and was having his apprentice help him hang it on the wall. I did a quick appraisal. Deer antler bow requires 10 strength to activate. When Tu Lu saw me arrive, he immediately reported excitedly that he had made a total of 12 antler bows that afternoon. One of them had 7 points of strength, 6 had 8 points, 4 had 9 points, and 1 required 10 points of strength to draw. Unlike other weapons, the higher the strength required for a bow, the greater its power. I didn't expect Tu Lu's craftsmanship to be so consistent. Apart from the first one, all the others were decent, and there was even one that was almost perfect. Seeing his expectant look, I nodded directly. Well done. Luckily you were here. It saved me a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Tu Lu's long ears almost perked up. He quickly said it was his honor to be able to share my burdens, and that once his skills improved further, he could make me an even better bow using the antlers of the Deer King, guaranteeing that I would be satisfied. I smiled and agreed, but my mind was already racing with other things. The production of antler bows was much faster than I had expected. It seemed I needed to start collecting antlers in the channel as soon as possible. Firstly, the territory's productivity will increase, and those apprentices from Tu Lu will probably be able to get up to speed soon, so we can't let them sit idle. Secondly, relying solely on my deer herd, we might not even have enough for our own needs, let alone to sell them. To quickly unleash a volley of arrows, we still need to leverage the power of numerous lords. More people means more efficiency. As for the acquisition method, that depends on how effective the Mountain Slaughter campaign is. As soon as I arrived at the herb shed, Tu Shan greeted me with a smug look on his face and said that they had made more than 500 bottles of body tempering fluid that afternoon. I was a little surprised and asked him if he had done it all by himself. He quickly explained that everyone had done it together and that several apprentices' pharmaceutical skills had all reached level 3 by the afternoon. I understand now. It was he who brought them out. Tushan tried to imitate my faint smile, but he couldn't hide his smugness. He remained modest, saying that everyone was smart and he had only helped a little. Looking at his can't keep a low profile, even if I want to expression, my lips twitched. He couldn't even suppress his crooked smile, yet he was pretending to be humble. He also told me that several apprentices had already learned a formula for the body tempering fluid, but they had used the blueprint a few times. I waved my hand and said it was fine. Let them continue with their work. I would take these body tempering fluids with me first. I hadn't gone far from the herb shed when I heard a low but barely suppressed cheer behind me. It was things like, "The Lord praised me, and he said it's good that I was here." I couldn't help but smile. They really are a group of easily satisfied people. In the channel, some people are already waiting for the body tempering fluid. Wasn't it supposed to be that the body tempering liquid would be sold tonight? Where are the Qiyuan people? What's the rush? He always keeps his word. He definitely won't stand me up. I just don't know what price it will cost. I hope it won't be too expensive. It's hard to say. This thing is currently one of a kind, and it might really fetch an astronomical price. But if it's too expensive, it's not worth buying something that's only for one use. That depends on whether you want to try your luck with the ranking chests. As I watched the discussion, I felt relieved. It seemed I didn't need to warm things up at all. They had already created the atmosphere themselves. Seeing that many people were worried about the price, I simply sent them a message. Qiyuan, selling body tempering fluid, and also buying rabbit man soul crystals, deer antlers, animal hides, earthworms, various seeds, and rare item blueprints, etc. Temporary price for tempering fluid. 1 rabbit soul crystal equals 1 bottle. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The channel exploded as soon as the news broke. Holy crap, this is so cheap. This is cheap. 1 soul crystal for 12 hours of amplification. It's not a bad deal, right? The numbers don't add up. First, this is a monopoly business. Second, those who want to buy are all lords aiming for higher rankings. That's true. This price is quite reasonable for the market, giving us ordinary lords a chance to take a gamble. I didn't set the price too high. If it were too high, at most a few top lords would buy 2 or 3 bottles a day, enough for themselves and the commoners, with limited profit. Lowering the price a bit would also tempt lower-ranked lords to try their luck by buying 1 or 2 bottles. Moreover, those top lords might not necessarily spend less soul crystals because of this. When it comes to actually leveling up, they will only buy more. I first opened my friends list, and sure enough, a bunch of people were asking me to buy body tempering fluid. But I didn't rush into the trade. Instead, I opened the bloodbath chat window first. Qiyuan, we agree beforehand. I'll sell them to you first. How many do you want? Bloody battle. Brother, you're a true friend. Give me 5 bottles first. After fulfilling that promise, I quickly started browsing other people's messages. There were still over 7,000 lords in the channel. Many of them had deer nearby. Earthworms were common, and animal hides were plentiful, though prices might be high, given that it had just snowed today and the temperature had plummeted. Tomorrow would only be colder. I first found people who had earthworms, deer antlers, and animal hides, and helped them make connections and gather resources. Only after all that was done did I officially start selling. You sold 300 bottles of tempering fluid, receiving. Deer antlers X 100. 100 animal hides. 500 earthworms. Rabbit soul crystal X 200. I didn't sell all the body tempering fluid. I still need to use the acceleration card for training tonight, so I have to keep some for myself. Looking at the small mountain of materials and soul crystals piled up in front of me, I was quite impressed. Tushan and his pharmaceutical team had managed to acquire so many resources in less than half a day. These 3 materials alone were enough to satisfy me, not to mention the 200 soul crystals. Currently, the body tempering fluid is exclusive and everyone is eager to upgrade, so the demand has been greatly amplified. If more people can make it in the future, even 300 bottles probably wouldn't be enough to buy the current quantity, as animal hides are especially valuable. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find the seeds I wanted this time. I casually posted a message in the channel. Qiyuan, the body tempering fluid is sold out. Please come back tomorrow if you need any. As soon as the message was sent out, a bunch of complaints popped up below saying that it sold out too quickly and some people couldn't even get a single bottle to try it out. Because I was the one who proactively helped them integrate resources this time, it took quite a bit of time. By the time I checked the panel again, it was already very late. I rubbed my hands together and, with anticipation, brought up the glossary. Current public support score, 321, can be drawn. Chapter 60. 99 in a single draw. Comprehended advanced skill. Slow and steady wins the race. White times 99. Seeing that it was another previously drawn entry, and a white one at that, I was initially quite disappointed. But when I saw the number, my mood instantly changed. 99? A single draw yields 99 items. A slow and meticulous process. Who could complain? This attribute is incredibly effective for crafting items, learning, and skill enhancement. With such a quantity, the territory's productivity and skill growth are sure to see a significant boost. I opened the encyclopedia and found 2E's interface. Each rabbit character has 3 personal encyclopedia slots, but most rabbit characters currently have none, except for 2 Shan and 2E, who each have one. These days, even a single pull can yield a huge number of affixes. At this rate, it won't be long before the bunny character slots are filled. Future talent upgrades might even expand the slots and introduce new affix types. I first put this slow and steady work skill into 2E's second slot, then resonated it with myself. With its help, I shouldn't be far from mastering advanced skills. Just then, cheers suddenly erupted from the territory. Oh, it's finally finished. I turned my head and saw that the textile workshop had been built. Textile workshop. Quality green. Effect. Allows for spinning silk threads and fabrics and performing basic cutting. While working inside, there's a chance to learn basic and intermediate cutting techniques. The workshop was quite spacious, filled with a large number of textile tools, as well as scissors, rulers, and needles. The green blueprint was indeed useful. The accompanying tools were much more complete and of much higher quality than those for ordinary blueprints. It also records the methods for making linen and cotton cloth, including how to obtain the materials and illustrations. Linen plants are not hard to find. I've seen 2 kinds in the forest before, so I don't need to worry about the raw materials for now. As for cotton, no one has found any yet. I plan to buy some through the channel later. Even just seeds will be fine. The 2 greenhouses we acquired later are now complete, but for now, only wild onions can be grown. I've already posted a high price by order. With some time, I should be able to buy suitable seeds. Also, we need to hurry up and dig that well. Otherwise, with so many greenhouses, just getting water will be a huge hassle. Glancing at the unfinished brick and charcoal kilns, I summoned the control panel and took out the beginner's manual. The book wasn't thick, but it had quite a few words. Since I had some free time, I decided to edit all the contents onto it. This broken panel doesn't even have a scanning function. It's the worst class I've ever taught. Not long after, my post went viral in the channel again. Some people remarked that they hadn't realized there were so many intricacies involved in advancing to the next level, while others thanked me for sharing my knowledge. Although the post was paid for, this kind of information that everyone urgently needed was definitely worth the price. Some people realized that since I was able to post these things, didn't that mean I had already reached level 1? The other lords, however, were quite indifferent. Some said that being crushed by my hand or being crushed by my finger made no difference. Others said they would believe me even if I were now at tier 2. Many people are grateful to have me in this region and are willing to share a lot of knowledge. Although it requires resources to purchase, the amount is not much when divided among everyone. If I choose to sell it privately to a few lords, they can't do anything about it, and I might not necessarily earn less. After I set the post rewards to rabbit soul crystals, the remaining 2 buildings were finally completed. Brick kiln, used for firing bricks, which requires clay. Charcoal kiln, requires firewood for making charcoal. Both of these come with their own blueprints, so they're not complicated to build, but the workload is huge. The reason they were scheduled to be built on the first day is mainly because the territory upgrade requirements are 10,000 bricks, 10,000 carbon, 10 cubic meters of clay, and all basic buildings must be fully upgraded. The materials weren't particularly rare. Scrap wood was everywhere, and I'd found some clay before. But instead of having anyone light a fire and start work, I summoned all the rabbit men to the training ground to begin today's training. The number of rabbit men in the territory has now reached 600, and the training ground is packed with people, with long queues forming in front of many pieces of equipment. I frowned slightly as I watched. At this rate of recruitment, the training ground will probably be too full tomorrow. But that's not a big problem. We could just send a batch to the militia camp for training. Perfect. I'd also like to strengthen the training of a group of elite soldiers. A building can only use a time acceleration card once a day, but the rules don't say that a person cannot have their time accelerated in two different buildings. After assigning all the tasks to be done slowly and meticulously and offering a few words of encouragement, I settled down and focused on the training. Not long after, the panel notifications started flashing wildly. Your people's strength in slaughtering Ba +1. Your citizens' agility +1. Leading the people's dash has been upgraded to level 4, spirit +1. Power burst upgraded to level 4, spirit +1. This time, there were significantly more skill upgrade prompts than before. In particular, those who upgraded to level 4 were mostly the citizens who used the slow and steady wins the race skill. If the improvement in combat skills is so obvious, the effect will probably be even more exaggerated when applied to life skills tomorrow. 6 hours of training ended, and a new notification popped up. Through rigorous training, your agility and strength have increased by 1. Power burst LV3 LV4. The moment the notification appeared, a familiar flutter rose in my heart again, and my body almost instinctively activated both sprinting and bursting with power at the same time. My feet blurred with afterimages, and my aura surged ever stronger. I stepped forward uncontrollably, each step accompanied by a crackling sound from the ground, and my muscles bulged with each step. After about 10 steps, my muscles had swelled up to the point that they were about to burst out of my clothes. Bang! I walked past a bewildered rabbit man who turned around and punched the training dummy. A snap. This dummy, which hadn't shown any signs of injury after days of training, was punched in the fist with a dent, surrounded by cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. All the rabbits who had been drawn in by the movement were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Lord, you've gotten even stronger." Someone else shouted, "Is this the Lord's true strength?" One of the rabbit men exclaimed excitedly, "I knew the Lord was training us this morning. Otherwise, he could have killed the whole wolf pack with one punch." The next moment, a notification appeared on the panel. You have learned the advanced skill, Accumulated Steps to Split Mountains green. Chapter 61, The Halo of Courage, The Uninvited Guest. Accumulated steps lead to mountain collapse green. Effect. With each step you take, your power will be amplified, and when your speed reaches its limit, your power will be released at its peak. LV1 effect. When stacked to its maximum, it grants an additional 3 points of strength. At level 1, it adds 3 points of strength, which already surpasses the strength burst of many level 4 classes. If you continue training, the increase at levels 3 and 4 will likely be even higher. More importantly, this skill not only increases strength, but also speed. It's incredibly useful whether you're fighting head-on, chasing enemies, or running away. With this advanced skill, I feel much more confident in dealing with the ghouls near the passage. Moreover, I happen to draw a group of rabbit people who are meticulous and detail-oriented, so they won't be too slow in learning this skill. Happy times always fly by, and the 12 hours pass quickly. Thanks to the transformation from secondary development and the upgrade of my protective power, my attribute improvement speed hasn't slowed down much. After a day of training, I actually gained another 4 points in strength and agility, even faster than when I first advanced yesterday. Territory Summary, Day 6. Temperature, 0 to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow. Territory changes. Greenhouse +2. Charcoal kiln, brick kiln, textile workshop +1, 50% progress. Deer antler bow, +28. Meat +10,000 gene. Animal hide +200. Citizens, 600 +277. Average attribute change, +4. Number of people who have learned green skills, 10, including those with undying bestial instincts. The first thing I do after I open my eyes is check yesterday's earnings. Yesterday's paid post earnings. A detailed explanation of stove fires, 41. Elementary training manual, 106. Looking at the 147 soul crystals in front of me, I almost burst out laughing. The paid post I made after upgrading the furnace actually earned me over 40 crystals, and adding that to the 70-odd crystals I got yesterday, it means that over 6,000 people in the channel have already seen my post. There are currently fewer than 8,000 lords in Wolfang City, and almost 80% of them have clicked to read it. The popularity is truly astonishing. What surprised me even more was the training manual. I thought the price was outrageous yesterday, but I didn't expect so many people to be willing to spend soul crystals to read it overnight. It seems the lords have really gotten rich, They're no longer as stingy as before when it comes to paying for content. Smelling the aroma of meat outside, I grabbed my soul crystals and went out of my room. First, I called for preparations, then I activated the soul crystals one by one. Family, this is a new beginning. I have only 2 rules. Work hard to eat and move forward together. We could talk about other things later. It's cold, so let's go have some meat soup first. Upon hearing the word meat soup, the rabbits, who had been somewhat withdrawn, immediately looked up, their eyes widening. When they actually saw the large chunks of venison in the bowl, their throats twitched involuntarily. The food worked even better than I expected. Last night, I spent a lot of effort winning people's hearts, but this morning, it only took a few minutes to win everyone over. Current public opinion score, 470. Required for this draw, 400. I just drew an item last night, and I got to draw again this morning, and maybe even again tonight. At this rate, leveling up my talent doesn't seem so difficult anymore. A smirk played on my lips, and I clicked to draw. A special effect flashed, and a green light entered my eyes. Courage aura X5. Quality green. Type individual. Effect subordinates, companions, within a certain range of the wearer will be affected by the aura, gaining increased courage. The effect and scope are positively correlated with the wearer's courage. It will be ineffective for cowards. This entry is great, and it's perfect for me. The rabbits are great in every way, except they're too timid. I always have to recruit new ones and train new soldiers. With the courage aura, their timidity will be greatly reduced. Once their attributes are leveled up, they can go straight into battle. What surprised me even more was that I actually drew 5 entries at once. However, I also noticed that these were still personal entries, so it seems that the entry type is indeed random. As I was pondering who should receive these halos of courage, the rabbits who were eating suddenly exclaimed in surprise. My God, are those Brother Sean and Brother C? Am I seeing things? They've grown as tall as Sister E. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 tall, thin men walking excitedly toward me. They were 2 Sean and 2 C, who had just completed their second growth spurt. Including their ears, they were now over 1.7 meters tall, and their entire bodies had grown considerably taller. Just as I was about to ask what was going on, they suddenly knelt down in front of me. My Lord, you have given me a new life and given me a more wonderful possibility. I, 2C, hereby swear to protect you with my life and will always be the sharpest blade in your hand. After 2C finished speaking, 2 Sean froze, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out only one sentence. Me too. I almost kicked it, but when I caught a glimpse of the rabbit people around me watching the scene in shock, I immediately changed my mind. I stepped forward and helped them up, one in each hand, then swept my gaze across all the people, my voice dominating the entire camp. Look carefully, we don't care about your background here. We only care about how much you've done for the territory and whether you're willing to fight for it. I patted the temple on the shoulder. They are role models, and this transformation is the reward they deserve. Each of you has the same opportunity. 2C immediately chimed in, acting like the perfect shill. Your lordship is a man of your word. This power, this transformation is real. 2 Sean and I are living examples. After he finished speaking, he deliberately bumped into 2 Sean. Yes, that's right. As long as everyone works hard and fights bravely like me, they will definitely have the same opportunity. The rabbits' breathing quickly became erratic, and their eyes were filled with barely suppressed excitement. I am willing to die for my lord. No one knows who shouted the first sentence, but the next second, the entire territory exploded. I am willing to die for my lord. Fuen. The voices of hundreds of people echoed through the woods, and a smile crept onto my face. I never expected that having breakfast would lead to such an unexpected bonus. Breakfast ended quickly, and the rabbit men, carrying their tools, hurried excitedly to their respective work sites. A light shone in each of their eyes, a genuine hope. Even the new rabbit people who arrived this morning were much more motivated than I expected. Seeing all this, I felt quite satisfied. If I could quickly draw a few secondary development items and distribute them publicly, I might actually cultivate a group of die-hard loyalists among them. 2C stood beside me, looking at the crowd. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his aura flashed. Slaughtering the temple. Strength, 12. Min, 11. Body, 10. Essence, 10. Compared to 2C, 2Shan's attributes are significantly weaker, with only agility reaching 11 and stamina not even exceeding 10. A quick calculation tells me just how much of an effect 2C's exclusive attribute actually had. Not counting the time I saved someone, I only gained 2 attribute points in 2 days, and one of those points was just gained recently. But opportunities like that are rare, which made me less inclined to give the last resonance slot to 2C. A white-tier opportunistic hero is definitely not as valuable as a green-tier racial modifier. Not to mention that after resonating with a new race, you can obtain more than one racial modifier. It seems I still need to recruit a second race as soon as possible. Just then, my nose twitched, and my face instantly darkened as I looked towards the southeast of the territory. Almost simultaneously, 2E rushed to my side. Everyone assemble. A kilometer away from the territory, a group of uninvited guests had already followed the sound and were heading this way. Chapter 62, The Caravan from Wolfang City. At my command, everyone immediately picked up their weapons and moved toward me, with the rabbit men at the front of the list even carrying antler bows. The rabbit people who had only joined that morning still looked nervous. With a thought, I released an invisible wave from my body, enveloping them all. The aura of courage activated for the first time. Its effect was even stronger than I had imagined. The rabbit's fear quickly subsided, replaced by eagerness and even an impulse to make a contribution. However, my expression remained solemn. The smell in the air was neither like that of a calamity demon nor a wild beast. Instead, it carried the scent of soap and spices. The next moment, a dogman carrying a long sword emerged from the woods and called out from afar, "Friend, don't be nervous. We are the advance caravan of Wolfang City. We mean no harm." Behind him were 7 or 8 burly men carrying weapons. Their gazes toward the more than 700 of us varied, some indifferent, some surprised, and some disdainful. I glanced at the information. This bastard's name was Quan Zhilong, the captain of the advance caravan from Wolfang City, and his stats weren't low. There were also 3 Tier 1 members in the team, and the highest stat among the others was 10 points. This lineup is strong, but it poses no threat to me. If I really wanted to make a move, I could just say a word, and these people behind me could surround and kill them all. What concerns me more is how they got here. Were there no evil spirits at the southeast entrance? Or were the evil spirits very weak? The thought flashed through my mind, and I stepped out of the crowd, smiling as I spoke. "So you're a friend from Wolfang City. I am Zhang Qi, the Lord of Qiyuan territory. May I ask your name?" The dogman also laughed and said, "Lord Zhang, my name is Quan Zhilong, and I am the leader of this advance caravan." As he spoke, his gaze swept across my territory, and when he saw the poorly dressed, thin people, a hint of contempt crept onto his lips. He then handed over a list, his tone polite, but with a hint of superiority. "Wolfang City heard that a chosen lord has established a trading post, so they specially sent us to trade. If Lord Zhang can satisfy us, there will be more supplies to follow." I took the list and glanced at it, and a thought struck me slightly. Intermediate watchtower blueprints, intermediate tool, shed blueprints, steel gun crafting blueprints, homely swords. Most of them are green items, and many of them are advanced blueprints for basic buildings. Besides the blueprints, the list also included 8 weapons, only 3 of which were green. My gaze swept over them, and I noticed that the weapons they carried matched the models on the list. "That's interesting." Seeing that I didn't speak, Quan Zhilong continued, "What do you think, Lord Zhang? Besides these blueprints and weapons, Wolfang City also has a large number of industrial products, clothing, metal products, and even weapons and armor. As long as you can afford the price, we can fulfill your needs later." I nodded and smiled at him. "You only want me?" Quan Zhilong's expression stiffened almost imperceptibly, as if I had seen through him, but he quickly regained his composure. He said, "That's right. We know that the chosen lord is just starting out and has nothing to offer, so this deal is more about support. However, not everyone is qualified to receive support from Wolfang City. Territory level and hunting ability are the standards for judging potential." I saw the panic flash in his eyes, but I didn't call him out on it. It seems that Wolfang City is severely lacking in meat. I didn't rush to answer, but turned to look at the people who were still watching the caravan warily. "Everyone, disperse and go about your business. Shuang shuang, boil some water and get some smoked meat to serve the guests." When I uttered the words smoked meat, I clearly saw out of the corner of my eye that several people in the caravan secretly swallowed. The crowd responded in unison, the synchronized movement startling the caravan members. Although they looked down on the rabbit people, they couldn't help but re-examine me. I raised my hand to indicate, "Gentlemen, let's discuss this in detail inside." Quan Zhilong smiled and nodded. No problem, no problem. As they entered the territory, the caravan members' contempt deepened upon seeing the dilapidated buildings. Clearly, in their eyes, this was a remote and impoverished place. But when the smoked meat was served, their expressions immediately changed. They no longer cared about being polite and started eating it heartily. Even the 3 first-tier players couldn't help but glance at the smoked meat a few more times. My smile deepened. It seemed Wolfang City had been lacking meat for quite some time. To me, meat seasoned only with salt was barely edible. After they had almost finished eating, I asked, "Team Leader Quan, how do you plan to sell the goods you brought?" Quan Zhilong glanced longingly at the smoked meat before sitting up straight. One blueprint equals 1,000 caddies of meat. Green weapons weigh 500 caddies, and white weapons weigh 200 caddies. After listening, I glanced at him indifferently. "Team Leader Quan, you don't seem to know much about prices. The things you have are only worth 1/10 of their value. I do have meat, but that doesn't mean I'll be a sucker." Quan Zhilong's smile froze, but he still said, "Lord Zhang is joking. Wolfang City cannot accept this price. We are actually supporting you." Just then, a caravan guard watched 2 Shuang collect the empty plates and sneered. "Boss, why waste your breath on these peasants? That rabbit's servant, go and get us some more meat. Country folk are just country folk. They don't even know how to treat guests." The sound wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. 2 Shuang paused, and the surrounding citizens glared at her angrily. I didn't look at the guard, but stared at Quan Zhilong, my voice calm but very low. "Team Leader Quan, are all the people of Wolfang City so unruly?" Quan Zhilong smiled and casually said, "The servant is ignorant. Please forgive him, Lord Zhang." "Xiao Lu, this is Lord Zhang's territory. You must be polite." He had barely finished speaking when my icy voice rang out. "If he doesn't know any better, then teach him until he does. Everyone here is my brother or sister, and I will not tolerate anyone insulting him." I looked at Quan Zhilong and said, word by word, "I'll give you 2 choices. Either you make him apologize to my people, or I'll make him apologize." Chapter 63 Apology Gifts. I want them all. The caravan members were initially taken aback, clearly not expecting that what I cared about was their humiliation of the rabbit man. The next second, their anger flared even more. Insulting Wolfang City was a grave offense, and now, to defy them for a mere rabbit slave was tantamount to courting death. Several men immediately drew their weapons and stared intently at me. I didn't even lift my eyelids. I simply waved my right hand casually. A whooshing sound suddenly swept past, followed by a scream. When they turned around, the guard named Xiao Lu was already lying on the ground, spitting blood, with a foot trampled on him. 2C stood there expressionless, gave everyone a cold look, and then respectfully asked me for instructions. "My lord, since we've already offended them, why not just kill them all?" His tone was calm, yet as cold as a knife. The caravan members instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Quan Zhilong finally came to his senses and was about to get up and release his aura along with the other 2 Tier 1 members when 2E had already raised her spear, her eyes gradually turning red. Having fought countless battles, they understood this kind of killing intent best. Just one glance at each other sent a chill down their spines, and they abruptly stopped themselves from standing up. Xiao Lu was still screaming and cursing incoherently behind him, but Quan Zhilong didn't dare to move. Only when the voice grew weaker and weaker did he grit his teeth and carefully speak. "Lord Zhang, please spare him, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself when I return to the city. You see." I don't think I heard anyone apologize. I didn't even look up. I was still looking at the list in my hand. Quan Zhilong's face stiffened, and he immediately stood up, bowing and scraping. He walked over and dragged Xiao Lu like a dead dog to 2 Shuang. "I'm so sorry." "Speak louder." "I'm sorry I was wrong." Xiao Lu's face flushed bright red. She was practically bursting with embarrassment. But 2 Shuang just stood there, not saying a word. Without my intervention, she wouldn't forgive anyone on her own. Quan Zhilong understood and turned to look at me. I suddenly turned back and asked about 2E. "E, do you still remember the etiquette I taught you? Remember, an apology must be sincere and heartfelt." Hearing this, Quan Zhilong felt a surge of anger, wishing he could just abandon this useless guard. But he couldn't. If the guard died, the deal would fall through, and he would face the same fate back in Wolfang City. He kicked Xiao Lu to steady him, then took the homely sword from behind his back and presented it to Tu Shuang with both hands. Please forgive this guard for his lack of manners. Consider this green-grade longsword as an apology. The other guards' faces changed, but they didn't dare to even breathe loudly. The two deputy leaders, who were clearly both first rank, only dared to sit with their heads down, not daring to even glance at me. Tu Shuang glanced at me, and seeing me nod, she took the longsword and retreated behind me. Quan Zhilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, and he felt completely exhausted when he returned to his seat. He never imagined that he, leading a caravan to do business, wouldn't even have the courage to take action. A quick glance at Tu Yi behind me confirmed his growing disdain. I put the list on the table and spoke casually. That's over for the little incident. Let's get down to business. 500 pounds of meat in exchange for the 5 blueprints you brought. I'll take them all. When the price was announced, Quan Zhilong still stubbornly objected, saying that there were requirements from Langya City and he couldn't explain himself when he returned, so he wanted me to let them off the hook. Only then did I realize that Wolfang City's actions weren't simply about providing support. They were also short of meat themselves. Seeing he couldn't hide it any longer, Quan Zhilong had no choice but to grit his teeth and admit it. Wolfang City is indeed short of meat. Although there are second- and third-tier monsters in the city, it is surrounded by calamity ghosts, and the surrounding resources have long been exhausted. My lords, he was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized he shouldn't continue, so he quickly swallowed his words and instead pleaded with me. I leaned back in my chair, my fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. Each tap felt like a blow to Quan Zhilong's heart. He originally thought this trip would be a pleasant one, but who knew that I, the chosen lord who had only arrived a few days ago, would be so ridiculously tough. In just 6 days, I'd already amassed several Tier 1 units, and one of them was even ridiculously strong, almost approaching the peak of Tier 1. I looked at him and asked directly, "Tell me about your mission." Quan Zhilong immediately quoted his bottom line, 200 jin of meat per piece, a price set by his superiors. He even swore he wasn't lying. The price was fair enough, similar to the last time with the green blueprints, but this guy kept adding layers of markups, multiplying it several times over by the time it reached me. I sneered and immediately quoted the new price. 1,000 caddies of meat. Quan Zhilong's heart, which had just relaxed, jumped again, but my next words were what truly made him turn pale. 1,000 caddies of meat in exchange for 5 blueprints and all the weapons on the list. What? Those are our own weapons. You're dreaming. The caravan immediately erupted in chaos, but Quan Zhilong's sharp shout silenced them all. He swallowed hard and, steeling himself, asked if we could have some more. Out of respect for him, I casually added, only 10 more pounds. Quan Zhilong wanted to argue further, but I pointed out directly that there's always a price to pay for wrongdoing. He made an exorbitant demand first, so he shouldn't blame me for lowering the price later. He paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly, knowing that further bargaining was useless, and could only grit his teeth and accept it. All right, let's consider this a friendship. Hopefully, Lord Zhang can forget these unpleasant things in the next transaction. No problem. Soon, 1,000 caddies of meat were delivered to the trading post, and 5 green blueprints were in my hands. The rabbit people, on the other hand, had 8 more weapons, 3 green and 5 white. Even the white ones were far superior to the stone spears bound with rocks. Just as Quan Zhilong was about to leave with his men, I smiled and told them not to rush off. The team leader has come all this way. How can we be so rude? Tu Yi. My lord, I'm here. Take a team to escort the entire team leader for a while, so that nothing dangerous happens on the way. The two nodded immediately, and quickly summoned nearly 30 rabbit men with an agility level of 10. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Wolfang City caravan members turned even more grim. Chapter 64 Private Deals? Other lords. Quan Zhilong wanted to refuse, but when he met my gaze, he knew he had no choice but to agree. He didn't think I would kill anyone. What truly frightened him was the rabbit man beside them, who was constantly watching them with a sinister gaze. That look in his eyes didn't suggest he was easy to talk to. Quan Zhilong's eyes darted around, and he suddenly spoke up. Lord Zhang, Besides the formal transactions in Wolfang City, I wonder if you are interested in some private, more flexible transactions? Upon hearing this, I immediately thought of the weapons they were carrying. I turned around and took the long sword from Tu Shuang's hands, casually toying with it as I asked, "Which aspect is team leader Quan referring to?" Quan Zhilong didn't say anything explicitly, but just looked at the homely sword that originally belonged to him and nodded slightly. I smiled slightly, pretended to ponder for a moment, and then reluctantly agreed. In that case, I will go there myself and have a good talk with team leader Quan. Quan Zhilong quickly expressed his gratitude. I immediately ordered, take them in and set off. Tu Si, stay behind to guard the territory. Hearing that Tu Si wasn't coming along, not only Quan Zhilong, but everyone in the caravan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, in their eyes, Tu Si was the truly dangerous old fox. Seeing their relieved expressions, I couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, whether Quan Zhilong mentions it or not, I'll go with them. After all, I need to see with my own eyes how they got here from Wolfang City. I deliberately waited for him to speak first, just to make this private deal easier to negotiate. When it comes to buying and selling, things that are rushed are worthless, especially since we had a minor conflict before. The group sped southeast. I opened the map and found that the direction indeed matched the location of the passage found by the trading post. Not long after we started walking, Quan Zhilong intentionally or unintentionally led me to the edge of the group. I spoke directly. "Team leader Quan, just say what you have to say here. My people are trustworthy." Quan Zhilong glanced at the rabbit man beside him, then at the caravan not far away, before nodding. He said, "Lord Zhang should have figured this out long ago. We can bring some personal items to trade with you, like these weapons. If you need anything, we're also willing to earn a little extra money. Others can bring things that aren't strictly regulated. If it's strictly regulated, then only I can handle it." I asked, "Are there many restrictions in Wolfang City?" Quan Zhilong smiled wryly. "There are many. Actually, I'm also puzzled. Wolfang City is clearly lacking some things, but the adults won't allow it, and I don't dare to ask too much. Let's talk about the specifics after you open up the passage to Wolfang City." I nodded and didn't press the matter further. This restriction either comes from the demi-human empire or from the entity behind the panel. Either way, it's clearly designed to protect the Lord from being completely crushed by a behemoth like Wolfang City before he has fully developed his power. However, Wolfang City doesn't seem to be as strong as I thought. The strongest they're at is only Tier 3. If I reach the peak of Tier 2, plus the added bonuses from multiple stats, I might not need to fear them in terms of high-end combat power. Of course, no one can say for sure whether some hidden figure, such as a 4th-tier ancestor, might suddenly appear. I quickly stated my needs. I need seeds, especially cotton seeds. Also medicinal herbs and crop seeds. In addition, anything that can keep me warm and help me build my territory is negotiable. Chiyuan territory is currently in dire need of reconstruction and lacks everything. But the most urgent need right now is cotton or other inexpensive materials that can be used to make warm clothing. Not to mention the blizzard that will hit at minus 100 degrees Celsius. If the daytime temperature drops to minus 10 or 20 degrees Celsius in a few days, ordinary people may not be able to withstand it. We walked and talked, and soon arrived near the passage to the southeast. This requires crossing that small river, so this is my first time venturing into this area. A few hundred meters away, I saw hundreds of calamity demons gathered ahead, and I casually identified a few strong pigman calamity demons on the periphery. Strength 15, Agility 12, Constitution 17, Spirit 9. Just a quick glance, and I spotted 5 Tier 1 fiends. There are probably at least 10 Tier 1 fiends here. What's more troublesome is that the other evil spirits are not weak either, with some having attributes as high as 10 points. I was immediately puzzled. How did this caravan get through? Soon, Quan Zhilong gave me the answer. He bid me farewell. "Lord Zhang, we will meet again sooner or later, tomorrow or the day after. I hope the transaction will go smoothly then." I nodded, "Take care." After saying that, Quan Zhilong took out a small bottle and sprayed it on each person in the caravan. I did some research and only saw the name and quality. Hidden Vitality Liquid, green quality. Although we can't see the specific effects, the name is already quite straightforward. Quan Zhilong noticed my gaze and explained, "Lord Zhang, don't worry. This thing has many limitations. The higher your strength, the less effective it becomes. I'm almost at the critical point. It's a pity we can't sell this thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to go back ourselves. I nodded and watched them walk towards the horde of calamities. To everyone's astonishment, the evil spirits showed no intention of attacking them at all. Instead, as if they had smelled something disgusting, they scattered into the distance without giving them any trouble. Wolfang City is indeed something special. I also want to get my hands on this cloaking fluid, but I don't plan to steal it for now. For a territory, no matter how good it is, it's not as important as cotton, and even more important than many green blueprints. Just after Quan Zhilong stepped into the passage, Tu Yi came to my side and reported, "My lord, I smell the scent of prey." I glanced longingly at the hundreds of soul crystals in the distance and nodded. Now is not the time to act. I should be able to retrieve my soul crystal in the next day or two. Then, I can enter the passage and see what's inside. I looked away and said, "Let's go find those wild boars and invite them to our territory." Tu Yi could smell it, and so could I. That stench was unmistakably that of pigs. I never expected to earn some extra money while out here. The people in this forest are really welcoming. I led more than 30 elite soldiers and followed the scent southwest. A dozen minutes later, Tu Yi suddenly raised her hand. "Lord, look." Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw that the snow in front of them was covered with dense hoof prints. The team's spirits lifted, and they immediately sped up. After running for several miles, they finally spotted a clear trail. We ran wildly along the hoof prints, the scent of wild boar growing stronger ahead. But Tu Yi and I frowned almost simultaneously. This tasted a bit off. They hadn't gone far when a commotion suddenly erupted from the depths of the snow-covered forest. It was mostly the squeals of pigs, but interspersed with a few human shouts. Immediately afterwards, an anxious voice came over. "My lord, run forward." Upon hearing the word Lord, I immediately became interested. Chapter 65, The Egg, the Sheepman's Gratitude. Not long after, I saw a group of people being chased by wild boars in the distance. There weren't many of them, about 10. There was one cat man, 8 goat men, and the one in the very center, like me, didn't show any animal features. The most striking feature was her meticulously styled green buzz cut. At first glance, I could roughly guess her identity. However, to my surprise, the person with the highest attributes in this group wasn't a cat person or a lord, but a goat person. I raised my hand and commanded, "Draw your bows, prepare." The rabbit men behind us immediately raised their antler bows, nocked arrows, and strung them. The Blue Star Lord, who was fleeing for his life, was initially overjoyed to see us, but his expression instantly changed when he saw us raise our bows. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Big brother, don't shoot. We're on the same side." Hearing this old joke, I smiled but still raised my right hand and then brought it down heavily. Put! A dense barrage of arrows pierced the air. The Lord closed his eyes in despair, as if the glimmer of hope he had just encountered had turned into an abyss once more. The arrow whizzed past her ear, but she felt no pain whatsoever. When she opened her eyes, she found herself completely unharmed. Instead, a chorus of screams erupted from the wild boars behind her. She immediately realized what was happening and shouted to the people around her, "Quick, spread out to the sides. Don't block my brother's way." The sheep and cat people hurriedly made way, staring incredulously at the rabbit people behind me. The 8 sheep people, in particular, could barely conceal their shock. Muscular, agile, with sharp eyes, were these really the legendary, utterly useless rabbit people? There weren't many wild boars, only about 20, but adult boars have thick hides and tough flesh, so wooden arrows had limited effect. I immediately gave the order, "Switch to spears, charge." The rabbit men responded in unison, immediately sheathing their bows, switching to spears, and charging forward. The Boar King's strength and constitution were both at 10 points, but unfortunately, the rabbit men behind me all had attributes exceeding 10, so they weren't afraid at all. I left Tu Yi to cover our retreat while I walked towards the Blue Star Lord. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. "Big brother, are you Qi Yuan?" They're strong, numerous, and all rabbit people. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the lords of Wolfang City wouldn't have trouble guessing who I am. It's rare to meet someone from my hometown, so I felt a bit inclined to chat. Looking at her disheveled appearance, I casually remarked, "Brother, you're not doing well either." She immediately clutched her chest, looking hurt. I thought she was going to be stubborn, but one sentence she said almost silenced me. "Big brother, I'm a girl." I stared at her tight pants, loafers, and that green buzz cut, my mind filled with questions. Her voice was also androgynous. There was absolutely nothing about her that suggested she was a woman. I could only manage a forced laugh. Oh, well, your look is quite unique. Never mind. I'll respect everyone's style and preferences. She didn't seem to care, and quickly looked at the rabbit people again, her tone full of envy. Big brother, are these the rabbit people you trained? They're really awesome. I was so flustered by what she just said that I just nodded and didn't say anything more. The sheep and cat people next to me were even more shocked when they heard me admit it. The strongest sheep woman was particularly noticeable. She saw 2E easily overthrow the pig king who had been chasing them relentlessly, and a look of envy and longing flashed in her eyes, as if she were thinking, so even a lowly race like ours can be this strong. Remembering the incident with the cat person I sold before, I asked, by the way, did you buy your cat person from me? Who are you? She immediately straightened her chest and replied, Egg. That's my name. I paused for a moment, then nodded. He really is that funny guy. Eggman patted his chest and said, Big brother, thank you so much this time. I'll pay you protection money when I get back to my territory. My lips twitched. Protection money, my foot. She added earnestly, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who forgets kindness. You saved my life, so the protection money will definitely satisfy you. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. She quickly emphasized, You can't refuse. I told you, if you take the money, you'll be all high and mighty. If you don't, no one will dare to save people anymore. I'm exhausted from listening to her. Ever since I said the first word to her, I found myself completely unable to keep up with her pace of conversation. The rabbit men quickly dispatched all 20-odd wild boars. The people of Egg's tribe watched the rabbit men effortlessly finish off their prey, their eyes practically overflowing with envy. If they followed a lord like me, would they also become stronger? They thought. After the rabbit man tied up the prey, I prepared to leave. All right, I have something to do. Let's talk again another time. Egg waved to me and said, Goodbye, boss. Remember to collect the protection money tonight. My lips twitched again, and I immediately quickened my pace to leave. But as soon as we walked away, the goat man behind Egg came up to her and whispered, My lord, may I go and say a few words to those rabbit men? Egg turned around and glanced at her. After recognizing Yang's son, he seemed to understand something and sighed. Go ahead, just don't bother others. Yang's son, having received permission, immediately chased after 2E. Some people nearby worried that she would run away, but Egg, the leader, shook his head. She's not even from our territory. If it weren't for her, I probably would have been injured. She doesn't owe me anything. On the contrary, I owe her my life. On the other side, 2E saw Yang's son chasing after her and stopped to meet her, saying coldly, Halt! You who come here. Yang's son's eyes lit up with joy, and she asked cautiously, My lord, can a lowly race like ours really become so powerful? 2E glanced subconsciously at me walking ahead, then at the longing in Yang's son's eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she only calmly uttered 4 words. No comment. If the Lord wants to speak, he will. She is merely a guard and cannot speak for me. Yang's son stood frozen in place, watching us walk further and further away with the wild boar. Back at the hotel, Egg patted her on the shoulder. Yang's son, if you're interested, I can ask him for you. But I can't guarantee it will work out. A glint flashed in Yang's son's eyes, but seeing the weariness in Egg's eyes, she snapped back to reality and shook her head, saying, Thank you, Lord. You have done me a great favor by taking me in. I will not just leave like this. Egg nodded, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew Yang's son would leave sooner or later. She had been genuinely surprised when she first encountered the sheep man who had escaped the destruction of other territories in the wild. His ability to traverse dozens of kilometers alive was proof enough of his skill. And indeed, Yang's son had helped her solve many problems and had even saved her just now. But the strong are never easily subdued, especially since the sheep people inherently believe in the supremacy of the strong. From the day Yang's son offered to pay rent, she had a premonition of this day. As night fell, Egg looked at Yang's son's empty room and the 3 blood-stained soul crystals placed at the door and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At least wait until daytime to leave. Yang's son knew all too well how dangerous the wilderness was at night. Far from their territory, the evil spirits roamed freely, and the chill became terrifying. She had even sustained minor injuries while hunting soul crystals. But she couldn't wait any longer. The Egg Lord is not bad, but he can't possibly put all his resources into one sheep man. She could tell that the other party had a better view of the catman, whose prospects were much clearer. But Yang Sun also wanted to become stronger. Ever since her original territory was destroyed, she had dreamed of it. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she didn't want to wait even a second longer. Those 3 soul crystals were enough to repay the Egg Lord's kindness in taking her in. From this moment on, she was free of debt and only wanted to follow me and become as powerful as those rabbit people. She no longer wanted to watch helplessly as her territory was destroyed because of her weakness, even if this recklessness might cost her life. Seeing the wandering evil spirits in the distance, Yang Sun lowered her head, revealed her ram's horns, and suddenly accelerated, crashing into them. As the evil spirits fell to the ground, she grabbed a stone and smashed its head open. Another soul crystal appeared on the ground. Yang Sun smiled. I hope my lord will like this gift. Chapter 66, 1,000 people, and they're actually giving me special treatment? 1337. At that time, I had no idea that a sheep man would travel dozens of kilometers that night to come and seek refuge with me. We made our way back to our territory, carrying over 20 wild boars. Although the number wasn't large, and a few were still immature, each one was incredibly fat. A rough estimate puts it at least 4,000 caddies of pork. Of the initial 10,000 gene of meat, over 2,000 gene have been lost due to trading and daily consumption. Unexpectedly, upon returning, the inventory had surged to nearly 12,000 gene. It's a pity the pigskin is only edible and can't be used to make leather armor. What's even more outrageous is that these 20-odd wild boars did drop 4 or 5 items, but they were all recipe blueprints such as bacon, ham, and sausage. They weren't useless, but they were definitely a bit of a pain to watch out for. I told everyone to go eat first, and then we'd go to the salt spring to fetch water in the afternoon. After that, we'd stay on the territory to work. There were only 3 hours left until dark, so going out hunting wasn't a good idea, not because I was afraid of danger, but mainly because I was afraid of getting lost. Besides, we still had to build and train that night. The basic infrastructure is now complete, including brick kilns, charcoal kilns, greenhouses, and textile mills. Although the greenhouses and textile mills are built using green blueprints, the panels are still considered basic structures. Right now, all that's missing are brick houses and a smelting furnace. Houses are easy to build. We can build them with bricks and clay. But even if we build the smelting furnace, it won't be of much use for now, because I haven't seen any metal or yet. This is giving me a real headache. Upgrading the furnace doesn't require metal, but weapons and tools all need iron. More importantly, most of the 5 blueprints I traded with Wolfang City also require metal. Intermediate watchtower, intermediate tool shed, steel gun, medicine workshop, greenhouse. Except for the greenhouse, which is relatively simple, the others require bricks and iron, and are also limited by the basic construction level, which is really troublesome. Therefore, we must find the iron ore as soon as possible. Tomorrow I plan to send several hundred people out in groups to explore. No matter what, we must find the iron ore. Once we have a mid-level tool shed and iron tools, the efficiency of our territory will definitely improve significantly. There are also 8 weapons that I haven't distributed yet. I plan to give them away as rewards later, both to motivate everyone and to unite hearts and minds. Although talent only requires initial recognition, I'm not stupid enough to think that one recognition is enough to secure it. Afternoon tea ended quickly, and 2E led her people to the salt spring. I, on the other hand, opened the panel and began editing today's observations. On one hand, is to exchange paid posts for soul crystals. On the other hand, is to prevent other lords from being scammed by Wolfang City. Forget about fellow countrymen. The most realistic point is that the trading platform has played a crucial role in Chiyuan territory's rapid development. The more lords there are, the larger the market becomes, allowing me to quickly monetize my resources and products, converting them into soul crystals to continue the snowball effect. A decrease in the number of lords wouldn't be good for Chiyuan territory either. As for raising a tiger to cause trouble, the channel exploded as soon as the post was published. Some were surprised that Wolfang City had actually sent a caravan, thinking that the place was just a backdrop. Others sensed something was amiss, feeling that the Wolfang City caravan, which clearly priced its goods at 200, dared to ask for 1,000, obviously trying to rip people off. Soon, someone pointed out that a mere caravan wouldn't dare to act so boldly. the Wolfang City leadership had most likely tacitly approved. Everyone immediately became wary, realizing they would have to be much more cautious when dealing with Wolfang City in the future. Of course, some people remarked that I saw through their tricks from the start, and that they would have been fooled long ago. Others directly urged me to sell the body-tempering liquid immediately. I glanced at the panel. The number of subjects had reached 747, just 253 short of 1,000. Let's just gather enough people today and see how many people are needed for the next slot, so I can finally give up completely. Tushan's pharmaceutical team has expanded to 20 people, 5 of whom have reached level 3 in pharmaceutical production and are capable of making body-tempering fluid. From this morning until now, they have produced nearly 400 bottles. Tushan looked at me with anticipation in his eyes, saying he had already trained 5 people capable of making body-tempering fluid. I was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this guy was still thinking about hunting. I told him directly that he would lead the hunting team tomorrow, and the specific tasks would be assigned tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Tushan's eyes lit up. Ever since he reached the first level, his desire to hunt had intensified, especially after hearing that I had shot 4 deer in one leap. He was even more eager to show off his skills. I reminded him that he might have to train twice tonight, which would be 24 hours straight, and that it would definitely be tough, so I told him to prepare in advance. To my surprise, Tushan became even more excited, clearly thinking I was giving him special treatment. I had no choice but to tell him to hurry up and make the body-tempering fluid, as the consumption would be significant tonight. Because the training ground has limited space, the militia battalion must be used tonight for training in 2 shifts. The militia battalion can accommodate about 500 people, and a training ground can hold 600 to 700 people. There will likely be 100 to 200 people training twice. The militia battalion's stats improve slowly, but they have many basic skills, so you can focus on training those skills. Anyway, I have quite a few time acceleration cards, so using a few more won't hurt. After leaving the pharmaceutical group, I contacted friends in the channel and sold 300 bottles of body-tempering fluid in one go. Looking at the pile of soul crystals and various materials in front of me, I temporarily stopped buying. Tomorrow, besides searching for iron ore, we also need to clear out the surrounding prey. Most importantly, we must capture the passage entrance and retrieve those hundreds of soul crystals. Therefore, we must reserve enough body-tempering fluid to ensure our own use. Soon, a summoning light shone across the territory, and more than 200 people appeared instantly, only to be taken away in batches by the old residents. However, they weren't sent to work. Instead, each was first given a bowl of meat soup. The newly arrived rabbit people were stunned when they were served meat soup. They were so excited to have meat to eat as soon as they arrived in the territory. The number of rabbit people in the land has reached 1,000, unlocking the 5th slot. Next slot unlock requirement, 5,000 people. Looking at the prompt, I completely gave up. The next race activated. Current public support score, 500 can be drawn. Since things have come to this, let's draw a term first. Chapter 67 new entry. Young Sun arrives. A special effect flashed, and that familiar ray of love appeared again. I have to say, this image library is truly generous. After the upgrade, it was said that green and white would be random, but I only got white once in 5 tries, and that time I got 99 at once. The new entry is called Triadic Power, a green quality, race-specific ability, and its effect is simple and straightforward. It increases strength, stamina, and agility by 10%. There are no fancy mechanics. It's just a pure numerical boost. But the more solid the bonus, the more reliable it becomes. The total bonus is a full 30%, far exceeding the 15 to 20% of the talent of ordinary green races. Once it is applied to the rabbitmen, they will not only not be at a disadvantage when facing green races, but they may even be able to gain the upper hand. Not to mention that rabbitmen also possess racial talents, albeit not high, but still around 10%. When these two are combined, the rabbitman's bonus is almost twice that of the green races. It's practically a role reversal. I happily placed the triadic power into the newly unlocked racial slot. Since the last talent upgrade, I no longer need to touch it to assign attributes. The moment the resonance was complete, I clearly felt my body being comprehensively strengthened. My stats now show Strength 13, Constitution 12, Agility 14, Spirit 12. The stats don't show any extra bonuses, so it seems to be a hidden boost, like the demi-human racial talent. But the feeling of becoming stronger is undeniable. With my current attributes, if I fully activate the power of protection and then combine it with the power of combo attacks and the power of the 3 phases, I estimate that very few people in the first tier could reliably defeat me. Meanwhile, the rabbit people also noticed the changes in their bodies. The newcomers were shocked, but the older rabbit people were already used to it and immediately reassured them, saying that this must be a power bestowed by their lord. Soon, cheers rang out again throughout the territory. As night fell, brick houses sprang up across the land. Although there was no cement or lime, and clay was used as a binder, it was enough for the time being. Looking at the earthen bed in the room, I felt incredibly comfortable. Finally, I didn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. 2C reminded me that although we had a lot of manpower and the building efficiency was not low, the bricks were being consumed too quickly and we couldn't keep up. He suggested building a few brick houses first and prioritizing upgrading the territory. I frowned as soon as I heard that and waved my hand in refusal. We'll live in brick houses and earthen beds, while everyone else lives in drafty wooden huts? That won't do. If we don't have enough bricks, we'll build more brick kilns. We must get everyone a house that doesn't leak air as soon as possible. 2C seemed to have anticipated my decision, but he still gave me the necessary reminders. The surrounding rabbit men, upon hearing this, were deeply moved, declaring that following me was the greatest fortune of their lives, and vowing to follow their lord to the death. After we ran out of bricks, I led over 600 people to the martial arts hall. These people had all received the body-tempering fluid reward, made significant contributions, and had higher attributes, so naturally they deserved to go to the best training ground. To the rabbit men outside, it seemed like I only led them in for a few seconds and then came out with over 100 people. But in reality, besides E, Sean, and C, there were 7 more rabbit men behind me whose aura was noticeably stronger. All 7 of them had reached the first tier, their faces beaming with excitement as they clenched their fists and kicked their legs, clearly still adjusting to their sudden increase in power. The more than 100 people who followed were also thrilled. All of them had reached 10 points in agility, with 46 of them having both 10 points in agility and power, and were on their way to the first tier. Afterwards, I led nearly 400 men who had been waiting at the militia camp inside, and used another time acceleration card. I wasn't really sure how many people would break through using the second acceleration card tonight. The average rabbit man's aptitude is indeed quite average, much harder than when I broke through to the first tier. Even with various enhancements and potions, after 12 hours, quite a few people still hadn't reached the full 10 points of agility. If the martial arts hall is this slow, the militia camp will only be slower. It seems their aptitude wasn't particularly outstanding normally, but the difference became apparent when it came to breakthroughs. However, the rabbit people had various affinities, so they weren't necessarily stuck. Most people could break through to the first tier with a couple more days of practice. As for the few, they had already successfully broken through. Just as I was busy frantically upgrading my territory's combat power, my friend list suddenly flashed. Egg, the territory's leader, sent a message saying that protection money had arrived and that a sheepman had gone this way in the middle of the night, asking me to reply. But I had been training for 24 hours straight. I had no time to look at my friend's list. The protection money we had agreed on was long forgotten. I reached the earthen bed covered with a bearskin and fell asleep immediately. As the night ended, my attributes improved again. Strength increased from 13 to 16, stamina from 12 to 13, agility from 14 to 17, and spirit from 12 to 13. The 7th-day summary of the territory was also released. The temperature dropped to a low of minus 32 degrees Celsius, and 10 new brick houses, 1 greenhouse, 100 antler bows, and 50 leather armor pieces were added. The population reached 1,000, an increase of 400. Carbon reserves reached 2,000, and bricks were reduced to 0. Average attributes increased by 4 points, and 16 new Tier 1 members were added, bringing the total to 20. Several skills were acquired, and the accumulated step mountain-shattering collapse skill was increased by 50. The next morning, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Some said the visitor might be a spy. Others said she was seriously injured and they should quickly summon the Lord. Still others worried that I was too tired from the previous night to disturb her. I tossed and turned from a noise, finally managing to sit up in frustration. Why was it so noisy today? Stepping outside, I found most of the rabbit people gathered at the edge of their territory, arguing about something. 2C greeted me, his face unusually weary. It seemed that 24-hour intensive training couldn't be done too often. This was practically equivalent to sleeping only one night for 2 days. I asked him what had happened. 2C told me that this morning a sheep woman suddenly appeared outside the territory, shouting that she meant no harm. The sentry was about to question her when she suddenly fainted. The rabbit woman who went out with me yesterday recognized her. She seemed to be a resident of the Lord I had encountered before. My heart sank. What did this mean? Had something happened to Egg Village? Or were they asking for help? Surely they weren't here to attack me? I walked towards the crowd while checking the messages on my screen. After reading the message from Eggman, I became increasingly shocked. A sheepman who hadn't even reached level 1 had actually traveled 50 or 60 kilometers in the middle of the night to reach my territory. I quickened my pace immediately. The rabbits, seeing me approach, quickly made way for me. Yang Sun lay on the ground, her left arm and lower abdomen bearing gruesome wounds, her body covered in blood, a mixture of blue and red. Even while unconscious, she still clutched 3 soul crystals tightly in her hand, as if they were the most important things. What I found even more unbelievable was that her entire body was emitting a fluorescent glow. That was the light of a unique attribute about to awaken. I immediately ordered people to prepare hot water and food, and then had Shuang Shuang and Chi Chi carry her into the house. But Yang Sun seemed to hear my voice and opened her eyes with difficulty. The moment she saw me, she seemed to find strength from nowhere and suddenly stood up, kneeling on one knee before me. The light emanating from her grew brighter and brighter as she held up the 3 soul crystals in her hands and offered them to me. My lord, I wish to follow you. Please give me a chance. Chapter 68, Blind Faith, Extracting Terms. My lord, I wish to follow you. Please give me a chance. Looking at the severely injured sheepman before me, who was still kneeling on one knee to offer his soul crystal, I was unusually moved. It was unbelievable that someone would risk their life for such a vague hope. What surprised me even more was that her emotions were so intense that she was about to awaken her own unique term. I had a vague feeling that as long as I acknowledged Yang Sun as my subject, her term would be fully formed. I reached out and took the soul crystal, then placed my other hand on her head and solemnly declared, "From this day forward, you, Yang Sun, are my first sheepman. As long as your loyalty remains unchanged, I will definitely nurture you to reach the pinnacle." Yang Sun suddenly looked up, her eyes blazing with intense light, a light of surprise and rekindled hope. Her voice trembled, yet remained steadfast. Yang Sun swears to be loyal to the Lord. As soon as she finished speaking, the fluorescent light on her body instantly stabilized and condensed into a dazzling light. A frantic rush driven by an unwillingness to submit to weakness, a reckless gamble with lives at stake. She burned away all escape routes, making your presence her sole source of light. Based on this, your people awaken their exclusive term, blind faith. Blind faith, quality, white upgradable. Effect, your trust, worship, or faith in a target will generate trust points, which can be used for attack, defense, healing, cultivation, enlightenment, etc. This attribute is exclusive to Yang Sun and does not occupy an attribute slot. The trust target is fixed to Zhang Qi. If trust is lost, the attribute disappears. The moment the entry was activated, Yang Sun seemed to sense it as well. She looked incredulously at the faint glow appearing in her palm, then placed her hand on the hideous wound. The next second, the gaping wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked at me with delight, then bowed her head again. Yang Sun thanks your excellency for your kindness. From now on, I will surely become the sharpest blade and the strongest shield in your hands. Before I could react, 2C and 2E, who were just watching the show, instantly became alert. 2C, in particular, looked at me with suspicion, as if to say, "You want to become stronger, fine, but why are you stealing my lines and my job?" However, 2C reacted quickly, glaring at Yang Sun before loudly proclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring such a capable lieutenant. From now on, we're all family, right?" The rabbits weren't xenophobic to begin with, and besides, I had already given my approval. Everyone quickly lowered their guard and surrounded her to greet her warmly. Some asked if she was hungry, some called her to get something to eat, and others offered to let her know if she needed anything in the future. Yang Sun was at a loss for words at this scene. When she met these rabbit people yesterday, she thought they would all be serious and meticulous, but she didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic after becoming one of her own. She looked at me somewhat uneasily. I said gently, "Go ahead, eat something, change your clothes, and don't let everyone's kindness go to waste." Yang Sun nodded slightly, but before she could even get up, the rabbits helped her up and led her to the canteen. Along the way, everyone chattered about her experiences on the way here, and also boasted about the privileges she received in her territory. 2C then leaned closer to me and asked in a low voice, "Lord Qi." I knew what he was worried about, so I said directly, "Don't worry, loyalty is not a problem. Just treat him as one of our own." 2C nodded and withdrew. Being able to awaken a unique attribute, calling her a die-hard loyalist wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, if her loyalty were to truly change, the attribute would immediately disappear, and I would be able to detect it instantly. I glanced at blind faith again and immediately made a decision. Since Yang Sun has her own unique attribute and isn't of the same race as 2E, she's naturally the most suitable second resonance target and must be the focus of my cultivation. When I took the rest of the people to eat, I immediately set Yang Sun as my second resonance target. The moment the resonance was completed, a surge of power appeared within me, and it continued to slowly increase. Trust value +1. I was stunned for a moment. It started generating power the moment it resonated with me. Guardian power, look at that. Unexpectedly, blind faith resonated with me. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense, considering I've always been very confident. While eating, I casually tried it out and roughly figured out its effects. It's somewhat like the power of protection, but in a different direction. In terms of comprehensiveness and lasting effect, blind faith can't compare to the power of protection, since the power of protection provides a stable boost without requiring any actual expenditure. However, blind faith also has its advantages. It can instantly consume a large amount of trust points in exchange for explosive enhancement. But considering that 2E can easily boost all attributes and amplify all talents to the maximum, I think it's hard to say whether the explosive power is truly strong. Of course, this is just how the entry appears in my hands. As the actual user, Yang Sun herself would likely experience even better results using it. Forget it, there's no point in dwelling on this. They're all my trusted and beloved subordinates anyway. At least one thing is certain. Yang Sun's blind faith is far more effective than the opportunistic hero who slaughtered the temple. It's not that his potential is necessarily higher, but rather that the activation threshold is ridiculously low. As long as you believe in me and admire me, you will gain power. It's much simpler than doing good deeds without knowing if it will even trigger any results. I don't need to deliberately perform or brainwash myself. As long as I remain confident, it will continuously generate trust points. I would call blind faith the ultimate, invincible, enhanced version of the unwillingness to accept one's shortcomings. It was definitely the right decision not to rush to make the Temple Massacre character I resonate with. Because Yang Sun had delayed me for a while, I realized I hadn't checked the earnings from yesterday's paid post. I brought up the control panel. Yesterday's paid post earnings. Beginner's Guide to Cultivation, 97. First encounter with Wolf Fong City, 53. Another 150 coins earned. I'm quite satisfied. Since leveling up to level 3, the level of information I've been exposed to has increased, and the earnings from paid posts have become increasingly outrageous, now approaching half of the soul crystals earned from trading. If it weren't for my current high demand for manpower, the revenue from paid posts alone would be enough to support our development. Then I called over a few experienced villagers who were good at leading groups and activated all the soul crystals. As usual, we completed the run quickly, served meat soup, and in less than a minute, all 150 points of public support were credited to our account. I couldn't wait to bring up the glossary image library. The required public support value for this draw is 600, which has been met. Chapter 69, Attribute Parasitism, Unexpected Outbreak. Attribute Parasite, Strength/Body, Quality, Green. Effect, Strength is parasitized into physical strength. When training physical strength, efficiency decreases by 10%, but strength will receive an equal increase. I perked up as soon as I saw it. Practicing one skill can improve 2 others. Although it's less efficient, the overall benefit is close to 1.8 times, which is very close to achieving superior strength and speed. More importantly, Unlike speed and power-based systems, it doesn't require balancing attributes, making it more flexible to use. There are limitations, of course, but the benefits are undeniable, and I'm very satisfied. There's no need to debate which entry belongs to them. It will definitely go to the new sheepman. The sheepman has just joined and is in dire need of a cultivation-related entry to lay a solid foundation. The rabbit man now possesses combo power, focus concentration, strength and speed excellence, weakness resentment, and trinity force. Attribute parasite and strength and speed excellence conflict, and there are no suitable replacements. I glanced at Yang Sun, who was engrossed in eating meat and seemed a little reserved. Her talent was recklessness, granting her a 10% increase in strength, a total of 8 points in physical strength, 6 points in agility, 7 points in spirit, and a level 2 charge ability. This attribute far surpasses that of ordinary sheep people, likely honed through years of fighting and fleeing. Considering the sheep people's characteristics, they are indeed suited to focusing on physical strength training. Their stamina is low, but they improve quickly in the early stages. Rabbit people mainly train strength and agility, while sheep people mainly train stamina, and they won't compete with each other for equipment and space. In this way, the training ground might be able to accommodate more people. I'm confirming that attribute parasitism will be placed in the goatman's only racial slot. The unlock condition for the next slot is the same as for the rabbitmen. 10 goatman subjects are required. With a slight adjustment to the acquisition plan, the sheep people will soon be able to unlock the subsequent attributes. The next draw requires 700 popular support points. After the gathering ends tonight, there should be another chance to draw. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to draw my 10th affix the day after tomorrow. As for whether I can draw a blue one before the guaranteed draw, that depends entirely on luck. There's about a 10% chance, but it's normal not to draw it at all. After putting away my talent, I glanced at Yang Sun, who was completely unaware, and then opened the friend message from Egg. In her last message, she begged me to save her, saying that even if I didn't like Yang Sun, she hoped I would help, and she would cover the expenses. This person may talk a lot of nonsense, but she's definitely loyal. I replied to her, "She's here, I admire her, and I agree to her joining." Egg replied almost instantly, "Great. Congratulations to her on getting what she wanted, and congratulations to brother on gaining such a great general." I was a little moved. This person was truly magnanimous. Meanwhile, 50 or 60 kilometers south of my territory, a green-haired woman was already crying out for her son, tears welling in her eyes. Then I checked the protection money she had sent. It was a white-quality blueprint for a pottery kiln, requiring materials like clay and stone. The assessment was straightforward. It's okay if you don't have them, but it's better if you do. That's true. A wooden kiln will do, but a pottery kiln is definitely more convenient and cleaner. I've emptied the eggshell several times with green soul crystals and tempering fluid, so it's already quite generous of me to still be willing to use this. I don't care about the protection fee itself, but her attitude made me feel very comfortable. I can give her priority when selling things in the future, and I can also introduce her to Tianji and the Wolf King. After dealing with Yang Sun and the eggs, breakfast was just finished. I immediately gathered everyone to prepare for today's most important operation. I stood before the crowd and shouted, "Family members, a band of calamity demons is entrenched on the route to Wolfang City, blocking our trade and threatening our territory. What do you say we should do?" The response I received was a unified roar. "Kill, kill, kill." This time, I brought a full 600 or 700 men. At the very front were more than 100 strong rabbit men, each wielding a deer antler bow and possessing strength and agility of over 10. 50 of them, clad in leather armor, possessed even stronger auras, most approaching the first rank. The 20 surrounding me were, in fact, genuine first-rank individuals. Even at the initial first tier, with the bonus attributes, dealing with a smaller number of calamity ghosts is not a problem. The large group of people moved through the forest, startling birds and beasts in a scattering in all directions. Yang Sun stared in shock at the rabbit men around her, whose strength was so overwhelming it took her breath away. She clearly hadn't expected that those she'd seen yesterday weren't even her true elite forces. They were just the tip of the iceberg. She had initially thought she might not even rank highly, but she hadn't expected her abilities to fall several hundred places behind. Thinking of this, her eyes shone even brighter as she looked at me. I vaguely sensed a change in her emotions and couldn't help but glance at her. Why did it seem like her blind faith had been completely activated? Was using her unique racial affix really that effective? What about the massacre at the temple? Was he too arrogant, or did I misunderstand the opportunistic hero? Thinking about this, I'm a little envious. Who wouldn't want to awaken their own unique attribute? Not long after, 2E pointed to the steep slope ahead and whispered a reminder. Lord, it's just ahead. You'll see it once you climb up the slope. I ordered everyone to take cover and wait for orders before proceeding. The passage to the northwest is similar to the one to the southeast, only the terrain is slightly different. There are nearly 400 calamity demons guarding this place, 12 of which are of the first rank. The strongest one is a pigman calamity demon with a strength of 17, stamina of 18, agility of 14, and spirit of 9. The evil spirits don't seem to have any skills, and it's unclear whether they lack them or are resistant to identification. But it doesn't matter. They're no match for us. The steep slope was more than 200 meters from the passage, so shooting directly was definitely not feasible. I thought for a moment and looked at 2E, who was constantly on guard, sometimes alert to her surroundings and sometimes to me. I deliberately said, E, I'm planning to personally lure the evil spirit here. What do you think? She fell for it as expected and immediately said, I am more suitable. Please give me a chance to make a contribution, my lord. I glanced at her status, which showed a +5 to all attributes and an increase in her taunt and dislike talents, and nodded, saying, Okay, be careful. Having received permission, 2E, fearing I might change my mind, immediately crossed the steep slope and charged towards the calamity demons. She made no attempt to conceal her actions, firing her bow repeatedly, specifically targeting the first-tier demons within the horde. The calamity demons were instantly enraged. They had ignored her before, but she had provoked them. Soon, more than half of the calamity demons rushed out, chasing after 2E and roaring, Die! Kill her! Seeing that the lure had succeeded, I immediately ordered, Prepare the antler bows. Prepare the wooden spears. After I finished speaking, I peered out again. But the next second, my heart sank. After the number of calamities near the passage decreased, even more emerged from within. Seeing the 200 or so calamities that 2E had brought drawing ever closer, my mind raced, and I gritted my teeth and roared. Release. At top speed, slay the calamity demons below the slope. Chapter 70 Breakthrough in the Face of Battle. Does the aura of courage affect brainpower? Release. Slay the calamity demons down the slope at top speed. At my command, the rabbit men immediately stepped onto the steep slope, their antler bows and wooden spears firing simultaneously at the calamity demons who had just reached the bottom. 2E had already rushed to the top of the slope, moving faster than anyone else. Splattering sounds and screams rang out one after another. Although the calamity demons below the slope had some equipment, most of it consisted of dilapidated weapons. The rabbit people, occupying the high ground and possessing considerable strength, killed dozens of them in an instant with a volley of arrows and spears. Continue! I drew my longbow repeatedly, my eyes fixed on the passage. The commotion from the rabbit people was too great. The distant calamities quickly sensed something was wrong and fled the passage, rushing towards us. As the horde of calamity demons charged towards them, the rabbit people's expressions grew increasingly serious, and their movements became more hurried. But when they got closer, I laughed instead. There were only about 500 calamity demons, with a dozen or so at the first rank. Including the remnants at the bottom of the slope, there were a total of 21st-rank demons, about the same as us. And no new calamity demons continued to appear on the other side of the passage. It startled me. I thought we'd only fight one wave, and then have to retreat. When the calamity demons arrived from afar, most of the ordinary calamity demons at the bottom of the slope had already been killed, leaving only a few Tier 1 demons wounded and hiding everywhere. Now, with 700 against 500 and the number of Tier 1 demons evenly matched, what was there to be afraid of? Let's get him. I immediately gave the order. First tier warriors, stand in front and block them. Don't let them break the formation. Armored warriors, line up on both sides. The rest follow. The enemy has weapons. Be careful in melee combat. Yes. At the same time, an invisible wave spread from my body. The rabbits, who were already high on fighting spirit, had an even stronger murderous aura in their eyes, and their tension and fear vanished. As the Calamity Demons drew closer, 2E took the lead, charging straight for the two strongest Tier 1 Calamity Demons with her steel spear. 2C reacted swiftly, immediately sending his own Tier 1 demons to the front lines, leaving the remaining 18 Tier 1 Calamity Demons to be held back by 18 Rabbit Men, while he himself hovered at the edge of the battle, ready to intervene at any moment. Kill. Although the Rabbit Men had just entered the first tier, the boost from combo power and triadic power narrowed the attribute gap considerably. Coupled with their abundant skills, they actually managed to hold off the stronger Calamity Demons for a time. The 30 Rabbit Men, nearing Tier 1 and clad in leather armor, were not restrained by the Tier 1 members and charged directly into the ordinary Calamity Demons, wreaking havoc. The remaining 600 Rabbit Men were no weaklings either, with the weakest possessing at least 8 attribute points. Their excellent teamwork meant they were not at a disadvantage against the ordinary Calamity Demons. I stood on high ground, giving instructions while fully drawing back the antler bow. Right flank, 3-3 formation, attack the one with the axe first. 2 air woo. Don't be greedy with your attacks. Watch your flanks. 2 shiryu, retreat. Don't go deep into enemy territory alone. Suddenly, a Rabbit Man inadvertently approached the first-tier battlefield and was about to be pierced by the bone spear of the Calamity Demon. Just as I was about to make a move, a steel blade slashed down from my side first. Clang! The steel blade blocked the bone spear and simultaneously sent the Rabbit Man out of the danger zone. Thank you, Brother C. Be careful. 2C left a sentence behind and then vanished like a ghost. Wherever a Rabbit Man was in danger, he would immediately appear and rescue them. Hey kid, are you just messing around with speculative heroes here? I shook my head and turned my attention to the most conspicuous spot on the battlefield. 2E was fighting 2 late-stage Tier 1 Calamity Ghosts alone, her green steel spear fast and ruthless, suppressing the Pigmen and Catmen without giving them a chance to retaliate. Unlike 2C's composure, 2E was clearly anxious. She only wanted to eliminate all threats before I could make a move, so I could stay in the rear and command with peace of mind. As a result, the gunfire became increasingly intense, and the 2 Calamity Demons were soon covered in blue blood. Just then, several Calamity Demons who hadn't yet reached the first level suddenly rushed up the slope and approached me. My lord, be careful. Looking at the frantic Rabbit Men on the battlefield, I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Do they really think I'm Lin Daiyu? I didn't even draw my bow, because Yang Sun's feet were already bathed in a layer of rosy light, and her figure moved as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths, she had killed all the Calamity Demons that rushed up. I nodded inwardly. This person who risked his life to chase after me certainly had a good fighting spirit, and was also very adept at using blind faith. Yang Sun solemnly declared, My lord, rest assured, I will never allow anyone to harm you. I hesitated, then finally nodded. Oh well, he's new here. He's never seen me act cool before, so it's normal for him to misunderstand. Well done, Yang Sun. Brothers, Yang Sun just arrived and already saved the Lord. We need to step up our efforts too. Kill. We must not allow the Calamity Demons to harm our Lord. Fight to the death, never retreat. I watched the rabbits, swayed by Tu Shan's words, and fell into deep thought. Did this aura of courage really affect their minds? Didn't they know I was the first person in the territory to reach the first tier? But the next second, a large number of prompts appeared one after another. The bloody battle on the mountain grants an increase of 1 to agility. The exhilarating battle against the martial god grants an increase of 1 to strength. My speechless moment vanished instantly. Oh well, being brainless is fine too. At least my stats have increased. Immediately afterwards, another notification exploded. Tu Ninjio killed 10 people in a row, felt the true meaning of power, his power increased by 1, and he broke through in the midst of battle, advancing to the next level. Tu Shirlu has advanced to the next rank. I was stunned at first, then overjoyed. It turns out that battlefield combat not only increases attributes, but can also help with breakthroughs. Considering Yang Sun's attributes, which far surpassed those of ordinary sheep people, and looking at the 5 rabbit people who had broken through to the limit in front of me, I suddenly realized that lower-level races are not without the possibility of becoming strong, but the risks are too great, and they are very likely to perish halfway. After the 5 broke through to the first tier, they immediately cleared out the surrounding ordinary calamity demons. Those calamity demons who hadn't reached the first tier were powerless against them. Seeing that their companions weren't under much pressure, they turned around and rejoined the first tier battlefield to coordinate their attack. Bang, bang, bang! A sudden, deafening roar filled the air, and everyone turned to look at 2E. Her figure flashed, her muscles exploding with power as she delivered a devastating blow that slammed into the shoulder of the Catman, the calamity demon. Click! The crisp sound of bones cracking sent chills down my spine. The moment the Catman, the calamity demon, fell, I knew the battle was over. Both of them were being overwhelmed by 2E when they were alive. Now, with only one pigman left, there was no chance of comeback. Sure enough, less than 20 seconds later, 2E shot the pigman into the air. The massive body crashed to the ground, and an invisible pressure swept across the battlefield. Sister E won. The rabbits, already fighting tooth and nail and on the verge of collapse, were completely ignited. Kill! Roars and bursts of energy erupted across the battlefield. 2 Nianwu broke through in battle and advanced to the next rank. Another breakthrough. I was astonished. I hadn't expected 2E's strength to inspire everyone and motivate several more to advance. At this point, the number of Tier 1 members under my command had reached a terrifying 30. Whoa, we won. We've won. Hundreds of enemies were killed, and not a single one of our own died. Who else could have done it? We're fucking awesome. Qiyuan is invincible under heaven. After the last few ghouls fell, the rabbit men cheered. Moments later, the ghoul corpses on the battlefield rapidly decomposed, leaving only their clothes, weapons, and a conspicuous mountain of soul crystals where the pigmen's corpses had been. Chapter 71 Big Explosion. The situation inside the passage. Your territory launched a proactive attack, forcefully annihilating 700 calamity demons. Congratulations! You have obtained loot including soul crystals, blueprints, time acceleration cards, iron spears, and more. I immediately ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up and then walked towards the pile of soul crystals. There were 50 green soul crystals in front of me, and I suddenly felt that the 5,000 people needed for the rabbit men to unlock the next slot might not be so far away after all. 2E quickly came to my side, warily watching the spatial passage in the distance. I didn't stop her, but instead began to take stock of our spoils. There were quite a few types of soul crystals, which we would need to take back to exchange or sell later. This was clearly not the place for summoning. I've gained 10 more time acceleration cards, bringing my total to 26. That's enough to support the daily consumption of 2 or more training buildings. I casually picked up an iron spear. Its tip was sharp, and the shaft had been treated, making it far superior to a stone spear. With this batch of iron spears, the territory's combat strength will definitely increase significantly. The remaining 10 blueprints are 5 white and 5 green. The white ones are mostly tools and weapons, all made of iron, but unfortunately, they can't be made yet. It seems we must send someone out to find iron ore today, otherwise it will severely hinder development. Of the 5 green blueprints, the first 3 were all greenhouses. I was momentarily silent, not because I disliked them, but because I was more eager for something new. Fortunately, the 4th one was different. It was a blueprint for a brick factory, with both output and quality superior to brick kills. The territory is currently running out of bricks, hindering furnace upgrades and brick house construction. Having a brick factory should alleviate this problem. While practical, it wasn't exactly a pleasant surprise until I saw the last blueprint. Blueprint for the Martial Arts Academy. My breathing became heavier. Today, we were able to devour 700 calamity demons and even allow a group of rabbit men to break through to the next level in the heat of battle. The Martial Arts Hall deserves much of the credit. I was just worried about the limited space, which meant that many people would have to train at the militia camp in the future, but I never expected that the calamity demons would reveal the Martial Arts Hall. This blueprint requires a lot of materials and will increase the fuel consumption of the furnace. But these are insignificant compared to the effects of the martial arts training hall. Without a doubt, this is the greatest gain of this battle. All the resources combined may not even compare to it. Thinking that there was another passage to the southeast, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2E's lips twitched, and she silently blocked the view of the others, as if afraid that my prestige would be damaged. The battlefield was quickly cleared. Besides over 700 tattered hemp garments, more than 200 damaged weapons were also recovered. 50 of these could be used with minor repairs, while the rest had to be smelted. This result was unexpected. There were actually usable items among the relics of the Calamity Demon. I glanced at the still calm passageway and immediately ordered the assembly. Nearly 700 rabbit men gathered before me. No one had died in this battle, but many were injured. Fortunately, all of them were superficial wounds, and the wound medicine I brought was enough to treat them. Then I began to reward everyone. Tu Shirlu bravely fought the enemy and killed more than 10 ghosts, so he was rewarded with an iron spear. Tu Erwu also killed more than 10 ghosts and also received an iron spear. As the iron spears were handed out one by one, the Rabbit Man team immediately became restless. Those receiving awards beamed with pride, while those who didn't clenched their fists in envy. Who wouldn't want to be praised by the Lord in public? Who wouldn't want to receive a reward? Who wouldn't want to shine in front of others? I knew very well that the morale of the next group would be ridiculously high. I then announced that everyone had performed exceptionally well today, and each person would be rewarded with 2 bottles of tempering fluid. As soon as I finished speaking, cheers erupted with shouts of "Long live the Lord" and "Loyal Orange" echoing throughout the stadium. Seeing their fervent gazes, I was quite satisfied. Then I raised my hand and made a clenching motion in the air, and all the cheers immediately ceased. I looked at the passageway, still as calm as still water, feeling both relieved and somewhat disappointed. Let's go check out what's going on in the passage. 2E immediately volunteered to go in first to scout ahead, fearing I might put myself in danger. But I'm brave, not stupid, and of course I wouldn't recklessly plunge into an unclear passage. Not only could I not go, but 2E couldn't go either. If something happened to her, it wouldn't be good either. As I was pondering who to send in, 2C suddenly shouted from behind, "The opportunity to make a name for yourself has arrived." The rabbits' eyes lit up instantly, and they all vied to go in. Some even begged me for a chance to prove themselves, dreaming of making a contribution. I looked at Tu Nianwu, nodded to let him go in and investigate, and instructed him to only assess the situation and retreat immediately, not to go any further, safety first. Tu Nianwu glanced around smugly and quickly stepped into the passage. The next moment, a prompt appeared. "My people have entered the passage. Do you want to activate the trading post and provide guidance?" A thought struck me, and I immediately confirmed. Almost simultaneously, Tu Nianwu, who had disappeared for only a few seconds, emerged from the passage, unharmed, with even a hint of disappointment on his face. He said there was nothing inside, only fog. I frowned and decided to see for myself, so I took a first-tier rabbit man with me, while the rest of us stayed put. The moment I stepped into the passage, I found that my vision was severely obstructed. There was fog all around, and even with my first-tier eyesight, I could only vaguely see about 100 meters away. However, the little glutton's enhanced sense of smell wasn't greatly affected. The air was thick with the smell of calamities, mostly left behind by the calamities from before. But upon closer inspection, I could also smell a faint stench of decay in all directions, and the scent was distinctly different. My heart sank. Is this passage filled with evil spirits? Chapter 72, The Red Mountain? Return. You have entered the passage. The trading post guidance function is now activated. Before I could even take a closer look, a notification popped up on the panel. The next second, a conspicuous cursor appeared in my field of vision, pointing straight south. I opened the map and saw that the direction was indeed towards Wolffang City. The panel then suggested that to travel to other locations, one could select them on the map or establish connections with other trading posts. A thought struck me. Could this passage not only lead to Wolffang City, but also connect to other lords' territories? Thinking of the passage to the southeast, I immediately opened the map. The cursor color changed instantly, and its direction shifted southeast. I whispered, "Let's go check it out, be careful." The first-tier rabbit people responded, shielding me in the center, and crept towards the southeast. I thought we would have to go a long way, but in less than a kilometer, I saw our target. 200 calamity demons were surrounding a passage ahead, and the cursor was pointing precisely at that spot. I was startled. What was tens of thousands of kilometers away outside was only a few hundred kilometers away here. What was the difference between this and teleportation? No wonder Wolffang City could rule over such a large area, and its caravans could travel back and forth so quickly. If one can move freely through this passage, It will be convenient to go wherever one wants in the future. More importantly, the evil spirits blocking the way are themselves a huge fortune. However, the problem was also obvious. The passages were too close together, with one less than a kilometer apart. If a battle broke out inside, all the surrounding fiends would likely be attracted. Seeing the fiends constantly entering and exiting the passages ahead, I immediately led my men to retreat. In our current state, if we were surrounded by hordes of calamities from both passages, there would definitely be casualties. I asked everyone, "You all have directions to the trading post, right?" Seeing them nod, I immediately gave the order. In groups of 3 or 4, use this place as the center and search in 8 directions. If you encounter any groups of calamity spirits or passages, come back and report immediately. Pay attention to the entrances to the passages. When the calamity spirits enter or exit, you can vaguely see outside. Clear. The 30 people quickly dispersed, while I stayed by the passage we had just conquered to wait. Rabbit men are fast to begin with. Not to mention these are all tier 1, and within a few minutes, the scouts returned one after another. There's a passage 1 kilometer to the east, where there are more than 200 evil spirits. There's also one 700 meters to the west. There's also a passage and a group of calamities to the due south. After hearing the report, my brows furrowed immediately. The area was surrounded by passageways and ghouls on all sides, the furthest point no more than a kilometer away. This meant that if I were to fight any group of ghouls here, the fight could easily escalate into an attack by thousands. Until your strength has significantly improved, it's best to fight outside. The passageway provides soundproofing, preventing the attraction of more evil spirits, and the fog inside can conceal the disappearance of your companions. After getting a general idea of the situation, I walked out while listening to their reports on the scenes outside each passage. I could vaguely see a forest, river, wasteland, red mountains, stone mountain. I paused, immediately looking at 2E. Red mountain? 2E thought for a moment. There seemed to be a lot of red stones on the mountain, so it looks red. My eyes lit up. An iron or mine? I immediately took 2E on another trip to see it for myself. The good news was that it really was an iron or mine. The bad news was that it was impossible to mine it quietly. I stared intently at the direction of the mine. The treasure was right before my eyes, yet I could only look and not take it. This feeling was agonizing. I took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to fight. Let's go. Next time we come, it will be time to take back our mine. Tushan, however, was somewhat unwilling. Lord, why don't we take a gamble? Even if there are several thousand calamity ghosts, we might still be able to win. I glared at him speechlessly, then turned and walked out. 700 against several thousand. Even if they won, how many would be left? I need the iron ore for development, for equipping my soldiers. What use is the iron ore if the elite troops are all wiped out? Let's first see if there's any iron ore nearby, and then think of other solutions. I gave the order. Everyone, take the spoils and return to your territory. Yes. While I returned to the territory, it was just past noon, just in time for dinner. I nodded in satisfaction as I watched the materials that the remaining staff had collected and produced piled up like a small mountain. I instructed 2C. First, take some men and light the smelting furnace. Let's see how much iron those broken swords and axes of the calamity demons can melt. Yes, this afternoon's tasks are heavy. Besides sending people to thoroughly explore the surrounding area in search of iron ore, we also need to build the brick factory as soon as possible so as not to delay tomorrow night's territory upgrade. Intermediate watchtowers, tool sheds, medicine workshops, and wells also need to be arranged. The calamity demon gave me nearly 200 broken weapons, which can be melted down into iron, but I don't know if that will be enough for 4 buildings. Hopefully, we can find or buy iron ore this afternoon. Finally, and most importantly, I looked at 2C and said in a deep voice, everything else can be delayed, but the martial arts hall must be built tonight. Your and 2Lu's construction and crafting skills must be upgraded to level 5 this afternoon. 2C nodded, I'm fine with it. 2Lu patted his chest and assured him, I'm fine too. Excellent. Once the 2 martial arts halls are completed, the territory's combat strength can continue to grow rapidly. At the same time, Tushan finally got his wish and happily set off with his hunting party. After settling my territory affairs, I opened the channel with anticipation. I just acquired a batch of green soul crystals, so I needed to sell them as soon as possible. There was no need to wait until night. Recruiting people early would increase my workforce sooner. I first exchanged all the badger soul crystals for rabbit and goat soul crystals, and then sent a message in the channel. Qi, selling green soul crystals, limited quantity, first come, first served. Buying rabbit and sheep soul crystals, green blueprints, items, iron, or animal hides. The message caused an instant uproar in the channel, drawing out many lurking lords. Green soul crystal? He leveled up again? Did I miss the announcement? How do they manage that? Do level 3 territories attract the green race's ghouls? If you're not a buddy, shut it down. I thought the next person to sell green soul crystals would be the second to level up to level 3, but it's him again. Damn, I was thinking of making a fortune after upgrading tonight. Hopefully he doesn't have many soul crystals. Soon, some people also noticed the key point. Didn't you guys notice? He started collecting sheepman soul crystals. Isn't he a rabbit man? I guess your talent level has been upgraded. After my talent level was upgraded, I also gained more racial enhancement slots, which is normal. Wolf King, why not choose the dog man? Egg's comment. Big Brother is indeed a man destined for great things. After the rabbit people, is Qi finally starting to mess with the sheep people? Looks like the badger people won't be far behind. I need to start stockpiling badger people's soul crystals. Why horde badgers? Why not just horde sheep? Do you think they're still selling them? Damn it. Chapter 73, The Struggling Lords. 2,000 people. Tianji suddenly messaged me privately, asking if I had already broken into the passage. I countered by asking him how he guessed it, since I hadn't mentioned the specifics of the Calamity Demon at the passage entrance. He replied to me speechlessly, "Don't really treat me like a stranger." Then he got down to business, saying he wanted to buy a few cat people from me. I reminded him that we were planning to upgrade tonight, and there should be cat people then. Tianji said that made sense, and that he should have waited until the second batch of upgrades before selling the green soul crystals to maximize profits. The problem is, I've developed too fast. If he had continued at a more methodical pace, I probably would have already reached Wolf Fong City while he was still playing in the mud in his territory. I told him I wasn't that slow, and he thought I was trying to comfort him. But then I added, I meant I wasn't that slow. Tianji was silent for a moment, then started speaking sarcastically, saying that when he asked me to be a shill, he called me a good brother, but now that he's no longer needed, I'm just a nobody. I was too lazy to argue with him, and told him to name his price. If I was really in a hurry, I could buy a few on credit, but with interest. After sending the message, I opened the image library. The next draw requires 700 public support points. Although they increased a bit from morning to noon, I'm still far from enough to draw. Tonight, I can probably produce a total of 800, but I won't be able to collect them all until after 10 p.m. I still have 200 soul crystals. If I want to draw immediately, I'll need to buy another 300. If I want to draw again tonight, I'll need 500. The transaction must be completed quickly. I can't wait until Tianji and the others upgrade, otherwise there will only be more competitors. Tianji quickly replied, saying that the bill would be settled in crystals, the old price of 15 crystals for one Catman, with refunds or additional payments as needed, and he would take 3 to start. I was stunned when I saw the message and immediately asked him if he had also used cheats. Tianji seized the opportunity to say that I had finally admitted to using cheats and told me not to treat him like a noob. He said that although he couldn't compare to me, he also had ways to make money. For example, he mentioned wound medicine that I looked down on, and a few days ago he found a salt mine, and he was one of the people who persuaded a group of lords to give up buying salt at high prices. More importantly, a couple of days ago, Egg posted a paid post warning that ghouls would roam the wilderness at night, and that fighting them would rapidly increase one's attributes. Many lords risked their lives to train their troops and collect soul crystals, and he certainly didn't want to be left behind. I then realized that while I'd been incredibly busy these past few days, the other lords in the channel hadn't been idle either. The fact that Rabbit Man's soul crystals hadn't increased much wasn't because everyone wasn't working hard. It was because many were giving it their all. After completing the transaction with Tianji, I opened my friends list. Wolf King immediately accused me of betraying the spirit of the Dogman. I replied directly that if he kept arguing, I would raise the price. He immediately changed his mind and obediently took 4 Dogmen. The subsequent transactions went more smoothly than I had anticipated. Although many people thought 15 crystals were too expensive and wanted me to lower the price, it was a seller's market. I only had 50 green soul crystals on hand, but there were over 7,000 lords in the channel, more than enough to buy this batch of goods if people were willing to pay a premium. Towards the end of the transaction, Zhang Qi sent me a message saying that he had 173 caddies of iron ore and wanted to exchange it for a green soul crystal, asking if I had enough. After inspecting the ore, I found that the quality was decent and the smelting yield could reach 50%. That means there would be over 80 gene of iron, enough not only to make up for the construction shortfall, but also to produce dozens more iron spears. I decided to switch on the spot. Development is the most important thing, and besides, no one can say for sure how much iron ore is worth right now, so I might not necessarily lose out. After one round of transactions, all 50 green soul crystals were sold. I obtained 650 soul crystals, a small pile of iron ore, and a large quantity of animal hides and deer antlers. For the time being, the territory will no longer need to purchase these materials. Once all these resources are processed into equipment, the territory will be able to raise an elite force equipped with armor and bows. If they're also equipped with iron spears, they might be able to handle even an attack by thousands of calamity demons. At this point, I had 850 soul crystals, including 200 sheepmen and 650 rabbitmen. Currently, I only have Yang Sun among the sheep people, and I don't plan to recruit too many at once. 200 people will unlock the 4th race slot. I'll first cultivate a group of veterans who recognize the territory before recruiting in large numbers to avoid problems arising from taking too big a step. I called Yang Sun and a group of rabbit people who are good at training newcomers to start today's mass recruitment. 650 rabbit men soon appeared, bringing the total number of rabbit men in the territory to 1,800. With the addition of 200 sheep men, the total population of the territory finally exceeded 2,000. Whether they were rabbit people or sheep people, they sniffed as soon as they came out and looked at the meat broth behind me. The meat broth was a quick fix, always effective. But today, I happened to run into a troublemaker. Among the new sheepmen, some shouted on the spot, "Why should I distribute the broth? Why should they listen to me?" Others echoed, saying that they only recognized the strong, and only the strong were worthy of being lords. Perhaps because they had 200 of their own kind around them, and the rabbit people, who were more numerous, were always timid. These sheep people were quite bold and actually wanted to cause trouble. I secretly rejoiced, thankful that I had chosen the rabbit people first. Yang Sun hurriedly apologized to me, saying it was her fault and that she would immediately restrain her people and, if necessary, take action to suppress them. She was bathed in a radiant glow and was about to rush towards the sheep when I grabbed her arm. Yang Sun unleashed her full power, but I effortlessly subdued her. Her eyes widened in shock, and then, remembering what she had said when she saved me that morning, her face flushed crimson. I walked up to the clamoring sheepmen and asked calmly, "I am the Lord, your absolute king. Who dares to challenge me?" The 2 sheepmen had barely opened their mouths when I flashed by, and with 2 loud thuds, they were sent flying backward, crashing into a group of their kind. I looked at the flock of sheep and asked again, "Who else?" The flock of sheep fell silent instantly. Some began to retreat, while others stared at me with reddened eyes. I narrowed my eyes, a flash of light appeared beneath my feet, and I stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack open. Who else? This time, no one dared to show any dissent, and all the sheep stood frozen in place. As the atmosphere froze, I vaguely spotted a pair of rabbit ears in the crowd. Soon, someone took the lead and shouted, "Our Lord is so strong. What are you still hesitating about?" Then the sheep people followed suit and started chanting Lord. Their gazes towards me gradually shifted from shock to approval. The glow of popular support spread among the sheep, but I felt little joy. Instead, I frowned slightly. Fear of power, not a virtue? If the sheep people are really like that, then in my hands, they can probably only become materials to increase the number of resonance entries or the lowest level of labor in my territory. However, when I saw the undisguised admiration in Yang Sun's eyes behind me, I decided to observe her first. Yang Sun has a good personality. If she can change the timid nature of a rabbit, she might be able to, as well as a sheep. I ordered all the new recruits to follow the instructions of Yang Sun and the veteran rabbit men and get to work immediately. I also reminded the veteran rabbit men to suppress any troublemakers, but not to actually hurt anyone, and to report back to me that evening. As I watched as groups of bewildered and restless sheep people were taken away, my gaze darkened. Whether they become human or become mere accessories depends on their own determination and luck. Required for this draw, 700 available. Chapter 74, The Sheep People's Unwillingness and Hard Work. Hardworking. Quality green. Type race. Effects. Reduces stamina consumption, increases physical resilience and endurance, and slightly increases the speed of stamina gain. I looked at the newly drawn affix, and a thought struck me. Another race-related affix. This is the third in a row. Could it be that I really can't draw personal affixes before advancing? However, the endurance and hard work trait is indeed quite effective. Reducing stamina consumption extends working time and allows for longer battles. More importantly, the skills the sheep people possess inherently consume stamina. Increasing physical resilience and stamina growth speed perfectly aligns with the training direction I've arranged for the sheep people. Combined with attribute parasitism, allowing them to focus on stamina training will also accelerate their strength growth. It's a win-win situation. As for the rabbitmen's racial attributes, I don't plan to change them for now. All the green attributes are useful, and Trinity Force will be indispensable when facing the Calamity Demons. Even the two white attributes, due to their synergy and production benefits, don't need to be replaced rashly. Anyway, the talent will be upgraded to blue tomorrow, so it's more appropriate to change the blue stats on a rabbitman then. After thinking for a moment, I put hardworking into the sheepman slot. However, I didn't activate it immediately. The sheep-like nature of bowing down to the strong annoyed me a bit, but since it was our first encounter, I needed to observe for a few more days. This skill entry will be usable soon, and I wanted to see if I could use the activation opportunity to increase their loyalty and fighting spirit. If the sheep people's personality could truly be changed, they actually have great potential. Attribute parasitism increases strength and constitution. Hardworking reduces energy consumption and increases defense. Isn't this the template for a heavy armor tank? If we can create a few hundred heavily armored shield soldiers to absorb damage on the outside, and then let the rabbits with high attack speed and high damage output in the inner circle, even a few thousand calamity ghosts might not be a problem. By this time, the sheep, still shaken, had lowered their heads and were obediently following the rabbit man's orders, appearing somewhat submissive. A few of them had bruises and swelling on their faces, likely for being beaten into submission by the rabbit man for disobeying earlier. If I only wanted labor, these sheepmen would be usable. But what I need are warriors who can fight to the death in the face of disaster and defend their homeland. As soon as the rabbits saw me approaching, they shouted, "All sheep people, assemble." Having witnessed the rabbit people's strength, the sheep immediately huddled together, heads bowed, standing before me, not daring to even look at me. Even Yang Sun kept her head down, but she was mostly ashamed. Clearly, the behavior of her kind made her lose face. Seeing their cowardly appearance, almost as cowardly as the new rabbit people, my anger flared up instantly. If they were just timid, that would be one thing, but they were acting like they were the best in the world just now, and they backed down after a little setback. I shouted in a cold voice, "Raise your heads." The sheepmen shuddered and instinctively looked up, but their eyes remained evasive. Only Yang Sun dared to look me directly in the eye. The more I looked, the angrier I became, and my face grew increasingly grim. The more afraid they were, the more disappointed I felt. I walked closer, looked at their bruised and swollen faces, and coldly asked, "Is this all the strength you have? You got beaten up and your bones have gone soft? Was all that swagger you had before just an act? Arrogant towards the weak, but kneeling before the strong? Is this what you sheep people are like?" The sheepmen remained silent, their faces flushed, their hands gripping their hempen clothes tightly, and their breathing becoming heavy, yet none dared to utter a word of rebuttal. My voice grew even colder. My territory doesn't need livestock that only work when whipped. What I need are warriors who dare to draw their swords against powerful enemies and protect their weak comrades. Do you deserve that? These words pierced the hearts of the sheepmen like knives. They gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. Gradually, some of them raised their heads, forcing themselves to glare at me with fear, as if to prove they weren't spineless. But after waiting a second, no one dared to speak, and disappointment flashed in my eyes. Just then, Yang Sun seemed to finally understand something and suddenly roared, "We're a good match." Her voice trembled, but her determination was unwavering. "We are not spineless. Being weak for a time does not mean we will always be weak. We may not be as good as the Rabbit brothers now, but our perseverance, determination, and courage are by no means inferior. As long as our Lord is willing to give us a chance, we can be just like the Rabbit people, risking our lives and following him to the death, becoming the greatest support of our territory. These words instantly ignited the resentment that had been simmering in the hearts of the sheep people. Yes, we're not cowards. We will definitely prove ourselves. The sheepmen will not lose. Some even started shouting that they would surpass the Rabbit people sooner or later, proving that the sheep people were the strongest race in the territory. Upon hearing this, the Rabbit instructor next to him revealed a dangerous smile. After they vented for a few seconds, I raised my hand and shook it, and the sheep quickly quieted down. This time, they no longer dodged but looked at me intently, their previous timidity gone. I said calmly, "Talking big doesn't mean you're capable. Whether you can prove yourself depends on your skills. If you want a chance, I'll give it to you." After I finished speaking, I opened my arms, and a large amount of fluorescent light surged from my body, drifting towards the sheep people. The points of light landed between their eyebrows, and none of them flinched. The next moment, a warm current seemed to surge through their bodies. Their bodies, previously weak from malnutrition, instantly gained much more vitality. They lowered their heads, not out of fear, but to feel the power they had gained. Soon, the sheep were pleasantly surprised as they pinched their now tougher skin and shouted excitedly, "I've become stronger." My aptitude seems to have improved too. Yang Sun was equally surprised, yet also puzzled. She seemed to interpret all of this as the power of blind faith, and her gaze towards me became increasingly reverent. Then, as if suddenly enlightened, she stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said in a solemn and earnest voice, "Thank you for your grace, Lord. The sheep people race swears to follow you to the death. We will prove ourselves and will never let you down." The sheep were taken aback at first, but then immediately followed suit, kneeling down on one knee in unison. Although their movements were clumsy, the gratitude and hope in their eyes were genuine. "Prove it yourself. I'll follow you to the death. Prove it yourself. I'll follow you to the death." Chapter 75, Quan Jilong's Predicament. Unexpected news. That's starting to look more like it. Looking at the determination and fervor in the sheepmen's eyes, I nodded to myself. I told them that the opportunity had been given, but Chiyuan headquarters doesn't support idlers. Whether they could seize it was entirely up to them. Then I asked Tu Zhongxiu to explain clearly what their contributions would be exchanged for, and then I turned and left. Tu Zhongxiu quickly explained the effects of the body-tempering liquid and the martial arts hall. Upon hearing this, the sheep people's eyes lit up instantly. They scattered, shouting that they would work themselves to death today and prove themselves. After leaving, I arrived at the edge of the territory. Not long after, Quan Zhilong emerged from the forest with a larger caravan, beaming as he praised the tremendous changes in Chiyuan territory. I responded politely and led them into the trading post. I asked Tu Shuang to serve the guests. When she brought in the sausages, the new caravan members were about to reach for them, but were stopped by the veteran members. Those who had been there before immediately stood up, accepted the plates with both hands, and thanked her politely. The new members weren't stupid either. Having heard the previous warnings, they quickly stood up and bowed. I looked at Quan Zhilong and smiled, saying that the people he brought this time were much more polite. Quan Zhilong smiled wryly and said that he had already punished Xiao Lu and hoped I wouldn't hold it against him. I didn't pursue the matter further and instead asked him to talk about serious business. Quan Zhilong immediately handed over the list. It was full of green blueprints, including intermediate warehouses, intermediate watchtowers, and forges, twice the number the last time, but nothing else and none of the blueprints I had specifically requested. I frowned and asked him, "Does Wolfang City lack these blueprints? Why don't you have any of the ones I need?" Quan Zhilong broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that he had indeed mentioned it to his superiors, but he was of low status and had no authority to make the decision. Other members of the caravan who had been there also nodded in agreement. I didn't make things difficult for them, but I had a newfound sense of what was going on with Wolfang City. Were they truly restricting me, or were they simply too lazy to address my needs? Quan Zhilong spoke evasively, so I couldn't get an answer. It seemed I still needed to improve my strength as soon as possible, open up a passage, and go to Wolfang City myself. I asked him to name the price. Quan Zhilong hesitated, glancing at the caravan members behind him. I immediately understood, so I asked Tu Shuang to take everyone for a tour of the territory, saying that they were all elites from big cities and might be able to offer some guidance. Everyone had already sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so they quickly got up and left. Once only Quan Zhilong and I were left in the room, he suddenly stood up, bowed, and begged me in a low voice to spare his life. After his last return, the officials of Langya City were very dissatisfied with him and almost explicitly told him that he must bring back more meat this time. Otherwise, he might be in danger. I didn't say anything. I just asked him if he had brought what I wanted. Quan Zhilong quickly took out a snakeskin bag from his pocket and handed it to me. Inside were hollow cotton seeds of green quality. They matured in 3 days when planted in a greenhouse, reducing the yield to about 20%, but their warmth retention was 3 times that of ordinary cotton, making them comparable to plant down. I remained outwardly calm, but inwardly I was astonished. I had initially thought he'd be lucky to even manage ordinary cotton seeds, but they turned out to be of exceptionally high quality. With them, the people of my territory could remain active for extended periods even in temperatures as low as -40 to -50 degrees Celsius. If paired with high-quality cotton clothing blueprints, the effect would be even more remarkable. This small bag of seeds is far more valuable to Kai Wanling than those 10 green blueprints. I praised Quan Zhilong's skillful methods, saying I was very satisfied. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw me nod, and then tentatively brought up the blueprints again. I realized that he was talking about the blueprints first instead of calculating the seed price separately, and I immediately understood that his backing in Wolfang City was probably not strong enough. I went straight to the point, 10 blueprints for 4,000 caddies of meat, double the price. Quan Zhilong was overjoyed. He had thought he could only add 30 to 50% to his score, but he hadn't expected me to double it. That meant an extra 2,000 jin of meat, enough for him to report back. But after a moment, he gritted his teeth and offered to increase the price by 50%, saying that 10 blueprints would be equivalent to 3,000 caddies of meat. He would bring other seeds next time, but the next ones might be different. Upon hearing this, I immediately realized that he wanted me to protect his connection. I said, "This is a special prize for our acquaintances. If it were someone else, I wouldn't budge. It's what I'm asking for." Quan Zhilong understood immediately and quickly said that he had some other green seeds and would bring them for me to play with next time. Talking to smart people is easy, and the deal was quickly finalized. After seeing the caravan off, I immediately found Tu Shuang and gave her the hollow cotton seeds, instructing her to have the most skilled planter take charge and ensure they mature and bear fruit as soon as possible. So far, nothing has happened in the territory due to the low temperatures, but the temperature is dropping by 2 or 3 degrees every day, and problems will inevitably arise sooner or later, so we must prepare in advance. Tu Shuang nodded solemnly, but before leaving, she remembered something else and told me that the carrots were ripe, asking if I wanted to take a look. I followed her into greenhouse number 1, and sure enough, I saw lush green leaves everywhere. They said it would take 3 days to mature, but it's only been 2.5 days, and it's already ready to harvest. Tu Shuang said with some pride that it must be because of her high level of planting skills. Moreover, she estimated that this half-acre of carrots would yield 700 or 800 caddies. Even with accelerated planting and only 20% of the yield remaining, half an acre of land can still produce so much. Looking at her skill, which is already at level 4 in basic planting, I couldn't help but praise her. The territory is so lucky to have her. Tu Shuang was so flattered that her rabbit ears twitched wildly, and she felt like she was floating on air. After leaving the greenhouse, I began arranging the blueprints I had just acquired. 3 watchtowers, a warehouse, a forge, and 5 greenhouses, all quite practical. However, they were still far from the green training camp and barracks I desired. As for the reasons, I'd have to go to Wolfang City to find out for myself later. Time passed quickly, and as darkness fell, the explorers returned one after another. They carried resources, baskets of food, and placed them on the open ground. Tu Shan led the way, with the carriages behind him piled high with animal carcasses, including 2 brown bears. It seemed that the meat they had consumed today had not only been replenished, but there was even a surplus. But when Tu Shan saw me, his expression was very serious, and he didn't even have the mind to show off his prey. He quickly stepped forward and said that he had discovered something strange. Another calamity ghost had emerged from the Northwest Passage. No sooner had they finished speaking than a rabbit man who had gone out to explore came running over from the other side, reporting that they had found a spring in the southwest mountain valley that was not frozen and was still steaming, with an unfamiliar plant in the very center of the spring. My gaze swept over Tu Shan and the exploration team members. Disaster spirits respawning or reinforcements. Hot springs? Mysterious plants? I said in a deep voice, tell me one by one, in detail. Chapter 76. Are max-level skills really this powerful? Tu Shan stepped forward and took over the conversation, saying that before he returned today, he had discovered more calamity demons in the Northwest Passage, numbering about 100, with an estimated 5 of them being first tier. One of the first-level beings looked familiar to him, as if it came from another passage. As for whether there was an ambush inside the passage, he wasn't sure. The first level of other passages? My heart sank. It seems the calamity demons don't just stay in one place. They might move around and even communicate with each other. This discovery makes me feel even more urgent. The nearby passages must be cleared as soon as possible, and the mines must be taken over. Otherwise, who knows how many calamities these passages connect to? If tens of thousands of them were to gather and attack me one day, Qiyuan territory would be in serious trouble. I quickly made up my mind to take action tomorrow morning, and once the territory was upgraded by night, it would be time to officially start the war against the disaster demons of the passage. After a moment's thought, I looked at the other rabbit person. He immediately reported that there was a mountain valley about 30 kilometers to the southwest, where there was a steaming hot spring and a special plant growing in the center of the hot spring. They originally wanted to approach and investigate, but there was a group of Tier 1 beasts guarding the area. Since none of the team members were Tier 1, they had to retreat. My eyes lit up after hearing this. A unique environment, special plants, and a powerful guardian. This looked like a hidden treasure trove. Given the distance between Egg Territory and me, the southeast and northwest passages were likely shared by nearby lords, so the presence of a special location in the southwest wasn't surprising. We must take someone to check this place out first thing tomorrow morning. After learning about the two things, I gathered all the team leaders who went out and asked them to report on their harvest and the iron situation. Some people explored 40 kilometers and found 100 kilograms of chestnuts, but no iron ore. Others explored 30 kilometers and brought back 70 kilograms of walnuts, but still no iron ore. Other resources, such as persimmons, medicinal herbs, and seeds, were also reported. In the end, the total was 15,000 caddies of various kinds of raw meat, 100 animal hides, 5,000 caddies of various foods, 1,000 portions of common medicinal herbs, 12 kinds of seeds, 5 quarry sites, 3 clay sites, and 20 items dropped by killing monsters. This comprehensive exploration yielded significant results. Not only were there a wide variety of resources, but also cultivable vegetable seeds were found. The quarrying and clay sites are particularly crucial, as they will alleviate pressure on future construction. But I wasn't at ease, because there really wasn't any iron or nearby, not a single ore deposit. In other words, if I want iron, I have to risk being besieged by thousands of evil spirits, break through the passage, and seize that mine. This puts a lot of pressure on the territory. We are currently short of iron and lack complete weapons and equipment, while many of the calamity demons on the other side of the passage are well equipped. What's even more troublesome are the Tier 1 calamity ghosts. Among the thousands of calamity ghosts, there are at least 200 Tier 1s. Let alone the entire calamity ghost horde, just these 200 Tier 1s are enough to give anyone a headache. Training must be accelerated. Otherwise, the development of the territory will be blocked by iron or sooner or later. Although I was worried, I didn't show it. I just smiled and said to everyone, "You all did a great job. You've been busy all day. Take a rest, and then we'll have dinner." The rabbits agreed in unison, but as soon as they left, they went to help out at various work sites. Then they also discovered that there were many more sheep people in their territory. The new sheep people worked extremely hard, their hands blistered and bleeding, yet they refused to stop, showing no less skill than the rabbit people. Upon seeing this, the rabbits immediately curled up even more. Since the newcomers were working so hard, they naturally didn't want to be outdone. I smiled as I watched this scene. My desire for the iron are growing stronger. The more desperate my people were, the less I wanted them to get hurt. I had to take the iron ore and equip them with better gear. As darkness fell completely, Qiyuan territory remained bustling with activity, as various buildings continued to take shape, the most numerous of which were plant greenhouses. I arrived in front of a nearly completed shed, intending to inquire about 2C's skills, when a prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Your experience in leading people to temples has accumulated a wealth of knowledge, leading to a deeper understanding of construction. Basic construction LV4 LV5. Upgrading the temple's basic construction skill to the maximum level grants the trait. When personally involved in and directed by the user, construction speed is increased by 10%. I was stunned. Max level? Special trait? And it can even accelerate? It turns out that level 5 is the maximum level for white skills, and reaching the maximum level also grants a trait. The construction speed is increased by 10%, which may not seem like much now, but it adds up over time. Especially for large-scale projects like building city walls in the future, it can save a significant amount of time by 10%. This immediately made me realize that just as production skills have unique characteristics, most combat skills do as well. After acquiring green skills, I became somewhat complacent about white skills, but now it seems that basic skills like archery and spearmanship cannot be neglected. To my surprise, this was just the beginning. Soon another notification popped up. 2Lu's basic crafting skills have been upgraded to level 5, increasing production efficiency by 10%. Mountain slaughtering basic construction upgraded to level 5, construction efficiency plus 10%. I can understand 2Lu reaching max level, but why did 2Shan also max out his construction? I looked to the other side and saw 2Shan standing next to the newly built greenhouse, looking quite pleased with himself. I immediately felt a headache coming on and realized I had to correct his habit of not doing his job properly. I called him over and asked him why he came here to build greenhouses and didn't care about the pharmaceutical side. 2Shan said casually that he came to help with the heavy construction tasks today. Besides, the pharmaceutical team didn't need him right now. There were already 10 level 4 pharmaceutical workers in the group, and the herb shed was full. He added, I just reached level 5 in pharmaceutical manufacturing, so I'll give up my position to someone else. I almost didn't react when I heard that. Level 5? How come I didn't know that? I immediately checked his panel. Slaughtering the mountain. Basic medicine LV5. Consumables minus 10%. Basic construction LV5. He really is level 5, and his special trait is reducing pharmaceutical consumption, which is different from others. I was even more puzzled. The others had the advantage of taking their time and working meticulously. So how could he be so fast? Was this guy really a genius? I asked him when he broke through. 2Shan scratched his head and said that he went hunting this afternoon, picked a lot of herbs, and then somehow broke through. When I heard that, I felt as if an arrow had pierced my chest. Could it really be like this? If I had known sending him out would have this effect, I would have arranged for him to hunt and gather herbs long ago. I suppressed my frustration and told him to continue helping and hurry up and build the brick factory and martial art hall. With the skills met, materials plentiful, and max level trait bonuses, various buildings quickly sprang up. I only have 4 green watchtowers and 1 green warehouse left in my hand. The warehouse hasn't been built yet because of the high material requirements and large construction workload. As for the watchtowers, the furnace will be upgraded tomorrow, and if we build them now, their location will be awkward when the territory expands, so it's better to plan for them tomorrow. Seeing the second martial arts training hall completed, I finally felt a little more at ease. With it, the territory can not only accommodate the training of 2,000 people, but also maximize the benefits of the time acceleration card. Most importantly, those who are stuck at the first-tier threshold can train continuously in the martial arts hall for 24 hours. With the help of the 2 martial arts halls, we might be able to forcefully break open the road to the mind before the flood of calamities forms. However, I didn't rush to use the acceleration card. Instead, I brought up the affix library. The popularity points from the evening had already started to arrive, and there would definitely be a big battle tomorrow. I just hoped to draw a useful affix. Current public support score, 799800. The moment I met the requirements, I immediately clicked to draw a prize. Chapter 77 Soaring Strength Announcement. The more you fight, the stronger you become. X10. Quality, green. Type, personal. Effect, each hit on an enemy adds 1 stack of battle spirit. Each stack slightly increases attack speed and reduces stamina consumption. When battle spirit is full, you can actively consume all battle spirit to double the attack power. Maximum 15 stacks. Looking at the newly drawn affixes, my heart immediately lit up. Combat-related personal affixes. and 10 of them at once. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Affix not only increases attack speed and reduces resource consumption, but also doubles the burst damage of full stacks. It's practically tailor-made for rabbitmen. Rabbitmen are inherently agile and have a fast attack speed, so stacking 15 layers isn't difficult. Combined with the accumulated steps, mountain-shattering collapse skill, the instantaneous burst of that attack might even reach the threshold of Tier 2. The green personal attribute is indeed quite powerful. First group, assemble at the entrance of Martial Arts Hall number 1. 100 sheep people and 700 rabbit people quickly entered the martial arts hall. I first checked my attribute progress. Stamina 13, strength 16, and the strength progress had already increased to 53 points. My eyes lit up. The frustration of overcoming a weakness actually manifested as training when my stamina increased, thanks to the attribute parasitism. It seems these seemingly unrelated attributes can actually create quite a few synergies. I considered giving the parasitic attribute to the rabbit man, or vice versa, but quickly rejected the idea. Removing the attribute has a cooldown, requiring training again immediately, and the parasitic attribute conflicts with the rabbitman's strength and speed advantages, and after training the sheep man, its weakness would become spirit, limiting its effectiveness. Let's wait until we get the blue keyword tomorrow to avoid going through all that trouble. I scanned the crowd and gave the order directly. Get training started. The territory will provide everyone's body tempering fluid today. I have only one request. Don't waste time and don't waste body tempering fluid. The people immediately became excited and vowed to train like crazy. This time I really went all out, distributing all the body tempering fluid in the territory, just to help them improve their strength as quickly as possible. The reappearance of the fiends in the Northwest Passage makes me very uneasy. The increased difficulty in obtaining iron ore is secondary. The key issue is tomorrow's territory upgrade, which will inevitably lead to a fiend attack. If there isn't a large horde of fiends nearby, then it's most likely that fiends from within the passage have come to attack me. What if those calamity demons happen to be gathered together when the upgrade happens? It's not impossible that a group of demons would hear the announcement and come to attack. Thinking about this, my sense of urgency intensified. I summoned the 9 strongest Tier 1 warriors in the territory, along with Yang Sun, and bestowed upon them the newly acquired, the more you fight, the stronger you become aura. 2E's personal slots are already full, and I plan to replace her courage aura after the cooldown period. Anyway, she's with me most of the time, so it's unnecessary for both of us to have auras. I looked at them and said, a great battle is imminent. You must master its use as soon as possible, understand? Everyone agreed in unison. Only Yang Sun looked ashamed and whispered that she wasn't even at the first level yet and was afraid of wasting the entry. I interrupted her directly. I believe in you. You will be able to advance to the first level tonight. She wanted to explain further, but I only asked one question. Do you believe me? Yang Sun nodded immediately. I then said, then trust the you I believe in. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she immediately excused herself from training. The Lord trusted her so much, she couldn't let him down. After everyone dispersed, I went to the dummy area to test my fighting spirit ability. This ability is more strictly judged than combo power. Hitting yourself or randomly smashing things won't work, but hitting the dummy will. I threw a punch swiftly, my fighting spirit building up layer by layer. My hands moved faster and faster, until they were almost blurry. 15 layers of fighting spirit increased my attack speed by nearly 50%. If I used it for archery, the effect would be even more devastating. After a brief trial, I began formal training. With 10 hours remaining, my strength increased from 16 to 17. With 7 hours remaining, my agility increased to 18, and my stamina and spirit each increased by 1 level. With 3 hours remaining, my strength increased to 18 again. My power burst increased to level 5, and the cost of strength-based skills decreased by 50%. With little time left, my agility probably wouldn't increase much. So I activated blind faith to give myself a training bonus. With only 5 minutes left to accelerate, my agility finally rose from 18 to 19. The effect is good. It's already quite good that a white affix can speed things up this much. However, it consumes a lot of trust points, so you can't keep it on all the time. After all, you need to save some trump cards during battles. The thought had barely crossed my mind when I saw the radiant glow emanating from Yang Sun never fade. My smile slowly froze. The question was, should I be happy that someone else believed in me more than I believed in myself? As the race neared its end, many citizens successfully broke through to the next level, excitedly boasting to each other. Others, however, were still just one step away, gritting their teeth and continuing to train, hoping to make a final push at the last minute. Okay, stop. After the training ended, I gathered everyone together. Those who had broken through to the first level were beaming with pride, while those who hadn't were filled with resentment. The 100 sheepmen who had followed along to freeload were all beaming with joy. This was a great success. 30 new Tier 1 units were added to the territory, significantly improving the overall strength. I'm also one step closer to the Tier 2 threshold. I immediately gave the order, those who advance to the first rank today, go and wait at the militia camp gate. The rest to the first rank, and those who believe they can break through after another 12 hours of training, come with me. Those about to break through were all excited. They knew I was giving them a second chance. Yang Sun, too, followed behind me with a determined look in her eyes. The others didn't feel it was unfair, because what I considered wasn't the closeness of relationships or appearances, but rather who had a greater chance of success. Once these half-step first stage individuals broke through, the next batch of opportunities would naturally fall to them. I led over 100 people to the number 2 martial arts hall. Before activating the acceleration cards, I looked at those who believed they could break through and said in a deep voice, since you have enjoyed more opportunities and resources, you must put in your utmost effort. Tonight, I must see the territory's first-tier cultivators break through 100. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison. Understood. We will complete the mission to the death. They've been training for 12 hours straight and were exhausted, but once the second round of training began, everyone was holding their breath. Especially those who were close to level 1. Knowing they had taken their teammates' opportunities, dared not slack off. With 4 hours remaining, the number of Tier 1 troops in the territory had barely climbed to 89. 20 consecutive hours of high-intensity training had caused many to lose their form, and the training effect had noticeably decreased. I see it all, but I don't have a better solution. Whether they can break through now depends on their own perseverance. Just then, Yang Sun, who had been gritting her teeth and persevering, suddenly roared, her whole body radiating a brilliant light that illuminated half of the training ground. She slammed into the sandbag, actually smashing a hole in it. Fine sand fell, its ripples spreading throughout the training ground. Yang Sun looked at me excitedly. My lord, I did it. I didn't let you down. I was just as tired, but I still smiled and gave her a thumbs up. This scene thoroughly spurred the other near first-tier trainees. Even Yang Sun, who had just joined today, had broken through. What reason did they have not to give it their all? Someone slapped himself twice to bring himself back to reality, then rushed back towards the training equipment. Within the training grounds, fluctuations in attribute growth occurred continuously. The number of Tier 1 territories began to fluctuate rapidly. When the training ended, half of the hundreds of people who had undergone 2 rounds of training collapsed to the ground, wishing they could just fall asleep on the spot. Even I was struggling with the high-intensity training for 24 hours straight, let alone the rabbit people with their lower attributes. I waved my hand and said, dismissed. First-class players, follow me. There's one last training session left, but I can't push myself as hard as before this time. I walked to the stove, filled it with fuel, and just as I took out the acceleration card to activate it, a warning suddenly popped up on the panel. Warning! The number of furnaces in the Wolfang City area exceeds 10, and the area's suppression power against the calamities has decreased again. My heart sank. Oh no, now it's my turn to suffer the consequences. The speculation that they were being attacked by evil spirits might actually come true. Chapter 78, Spring Heart Lotus, quickly opened the southeast passage. Early this morning, I opened the channel and saw a wave of panic. The calamity demons that attacked last night were clearly different. Some people encountered 10, some encountered 7 or 8, and their overall strength was significantly greater than before. Many lords began to realize that the stats panel wasn't meant to allow everyone to develop gradually, but rather to force everyone to become stronger. If they didn't improve, they would be eliminated by the fiends. After reading the message, my heart sank. The increased numbers weren't the most troublesome part. The key issue was the rise in average strength. Would the calamities in the passage also become stronger? And how intense would tonight's attack be? I now understand how much others suffered when I was upgrading the demon's strength. They had it easier because of subsequent nerfs, but I, as the number 1 player, am always stuck with the highest strength. But it's not a big problem. I'm not someone to be trifled with. I turned off the channel and pulled up yesterday's training report. The number of Tier 1 troops in the territory had reached 108. Seeing these 108 generals, I felt much more at ease. My own improvement has been significant. My strength and agility have both reached 20 points, and my stamina and spirit each increased by a point after a nap, placing me at the peak of the 1st tier. However, I still have no clue how to advance to the 2nd tier. I always feel like something is missing. Thinking about the changes in the calamity spirits, I felt even more pressured. But from another perspective, a real crisis might not be a bad thing. It might even force out a few unique terms. After checking my earnings from the paid posts as usual, I found I had another 100 rabbit soul crystals. I hesitated for a moment, but decided to summon them first. There's still time today. I could give them a little training. As for the soul crystals obtained later, we'll wait until tonight to level up before summoning. After all, having a low attribute newbie suddenly mixed into a group of elites would be too slow, as we'd have to be distracted protecting them at crucial moments. I rubbed my face and stepped out of the brick house. As soon as I came out, I saw 2C, who looked equally exhausted. He immediately reported that after resting last night, nearly 20 more calamity demons had attacked, but none of them were of the 1st rank and were all dealt with by the guards. Seeing that I didn't seem to care much, 2C added that there were almost no calamity spirits near the territory before, and even if there were, it was only 1 or 2 here and there. But Yang Sun didn't see any when she came over last night, but suddenly so many appeared today. I know perfectly well that the nearby ghouls were all cleared out during the upgrade. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, and given that Qiyuan territory has the highest level, it would be strange if it weren't being targeted. I told him not to worry too much, and to send someone over to summon them, while also instructing him to gather bricks and charcoal by tonight. Soon, 100 rabbit men appeared. While eating, I opened the image gallery. This draw requires 900 points. I silently hoped for a blue one, but instead I drew 10 secondary development items. Not blue, but not bad either. With a major battle imminent, these are perfect for boosting morale. I immediately ordered 2C and Yang Sun to lead 100 first-rank soldiers and 1,200 civilians to the southeast passage. I have only one requirement. There must be no casualties. After receiving their orders, the 2 men led 1,000 rabbit people and 200 sheep people away in a grand procession. I, on the other hand, traveled light, taking only the remaining 8 first-tier men with me, and headed towards the southeastern mountain valley. Whether it's a serendipitous encounter or simply a natural landscape, I have to see it for myself. I also need to clear out the first-tier beast herd there. That way I can obtain food and prevent them from harming my people. The 8 first-tier members moved with incredible speed, covering the 30-kilometer forest trail in less than an hour. Upon seeing the circular hill ahead, I immediately accelerated and climbed to the summit. The next second, the scene in the valley stunned everyone. Despite the extreme cold, there was a patch of lush green grass below, and the trees near the center were also verdant, even bearing bright red fruit. A strong desire instantly ignited in the rabbit's eyes. A place that could maintain warmth in the bitter cold was indeed of great value. But I quickly calmed down. The greenery here wouldn't last long. The outer grass had already frozen to death, and the trees were showing signs of dying. At most, it would only provide a few days of normal temperatures, and its strategic significance wasn't as great as I had imagined. As for the herd of beasts the exploration team mentioned, I saw them too. They were familiar faces. There were only 3 Tier 1 deer in the herd, so I immediately ordered them to be dealt with quickly. 2E was the first to rush out, her figure blurring into a blur. Within a few breaths, bloodlines appeared on the necks of 3 first-tier deer simultaneously, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. With her strength and agility attributes, even if the entire herd were first-tier, she might not be able to kill them all. We, these uninvited guests, barged into the ravine, and the deer herd was quickly wiped out. I didn't linger, however, and headed straight for the central pool. The pool wasn't large, only about 10 meters in radius, with spring water bubbling up in the center, carrying a faint steam. What surprised me most was that right in the center of the spring, a fiery red plant was growing. The panel shows that it is a spring lotus green quality, which can improve water quality, raise the temperature of spring water, and has the effects of enhancing physical fitness and cleansing the body. It can also increase attributes by eating it directly, but it cannot be used to break through ranks. I looked at the spring water again. Long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness, cleanse the body, and accelerate physical recovery. This is a real treasure. It's equivalent to producing training aids on a large scale. Furthermore, the spring heart lotus can raise the temperature, and if brought back to the territory's temperature will increase even further. The question is, how do I take it with me? And where should I put it afterward? Does it have to be a natural spring, or will an artificial fountain also work? I have no interest in eating it right now. Since it can't be upgraded, it would be too much of a waste to kill this goose that lays golden eggs for a few points of attribute. I decided to go back and have someone with high planning skills come and take a look. Then I told Tu Ninjio to go back and, after encountering the land clearing team, to leave half of them to guard the spring heart lotus. Their task today is to transport spring water and protect the lotus. Seeing the first tier sick a deer lying on the ground bleeding, I realized I'd been somewhat careless. If the herd were still there, the spring lotus would at least have provided natural protection. Now that the deer is dead, the task of guarding it falls to us. I instructed everyone to collect all the blood, making sure nothing was wasted. After we finished, Tu Ninwu stayed behind to wait for the cleaning team to arrive before catching up with us together with Tu Ninjio. Once I confirmed the deer herd had been completely cleared, I immediately led my men eastward. Although I felt our strength was already overwhelming, I still couldn't be completely at ease considering last night's announcement. Fortunately, with 2C in charge, there shouldn't be any casualties. After a long and arduous journey, by the time I arrived at the Southeast Passage, 2C was already directing everyone to clean up the battlefield. Judging from the state of the troops, the battle hadn't been difficult, and it had even ended faster than I had expected. The corpses of the calamities on the ground hadn't disappeared yet. I glanced at the weapons, their size, and their numbers, and realized that this batch was significantly stronger than the one from the Northwest Pass yesterday. I asked 2C about the opponent's strength. He looked unwell, clearly not optimistic. He said the number of calamity demons had increased by less than 20%, mostly still the rabbit, sheep, and badger tribes, but there were a total of 30 Tier 1 demons. What's more troublesome is that he had seen some of them when he investigated yesterday. They weren't even at the first rank then, but they all advanced overnight. Chapter 79. The Sharp Knife Team storms the mine. Your people have annihilated 800 calamity demons, and you have obtained 50 green soul crystals, 200 white soul crystals, 150 white iron swords, 10 blueprints, and 12-time acceleration cards. The ghoul's corpse vanished instantly, leaving behind a pile of spoils. Looking at the 150 iron swords, a thought struck me. 50 more iron spears than yesterday. It seemed these ghouls had indeed grown stronger. 2C was a little worried and asked me if they also had a martial arts training hall. I told him not to overthink it. It was probably just that the calamity demon's power had been unsealed, or that they had been strengthened by something. Anyway, these guys could come back to life, so there must be something special behind them. I didn't waste time on that question and turned to inquire about the situation inside the passage. Soon, hundreds of Tier 1 citizens emerged, reporting that the number of calamity demons in the vicinity had increased, with about a third more Tier 1 calamity demons. The calamity spirits have reappeared in the Northwest Passage, but their numbers are not large, and they seem to have wandered over from elsewhere. More importantly, there is still no sign of the calamity spirits moving on a large scale. I asked how far the mine tunnel was, and the other person replied that it was about 1 kilometer with no other branches in between. Upon hearing this, I immediately started to calculate. The iron in our territory is exhausted, and we can't buy any more from outside. All the iron spears, swords, and miscellaneous weapons we have now can only arm 350 men. But the territory has 2,100 people, and over 500 of them have a single attribute score of 10 or higher. If the demons had no weapons, stone spears would suffice. But now many demons have taken up iron weapons, and if a stone spear breaks in a real fight, it's game over. The iron ore must be brought back, at least enough to sustain today's forging. With that in mind, I immediately summoned all the Tier 1 members. The territory had given them the best resources and opportunities. Now it was their turn to contribute. I immediately announced that I would form a special task force to rush into the iron or mine tunnels, quickly mine the ore, and then retreat, asking who was willing to go. As soon as she finished speaking, all the first tier members stepped forward. Even the rabbit men and sheep men who hadn't reached the first tier surrounded her, and volunteered. 2E even stepped forward and said that as long as she was given 30 men, she would definitely bring back iron ore. I trust her, but I don't intend to agree. With over 100 Tier 1 fighters around, are we going to concentrate our forces and charge straight in, or are we going to split our forces and give them an opening? I ordered all Tier 1 members to rest in place for half an hour, while the rest of the group stood guard over the passage. If any calamity demons rushed out, we would immediately concentrate our fire on them. But the rabbitmen and sheepmen were still vying to go, saying that since they weren't first tier, even if they were injured or killed, the loss to their territory would be minimal. Hearing this, my face immediately darkened. Those in the first tier consumed the most resources and seized the most opportunities. If they don't step up, who will? With great privilege comes great responsibility. Those who only take the benefits and don't work are nothing but rats. I coldly ordered them to shut up, guard the passage, and be responsible for providing backup. Seeing my anger, the crowd quieted down, but they surrounded the passage with complicated expressions. I then took the baskets from the rabbit people and distributed them to the first tier members, reminding everyone not to be greedy and to leave immediately when I said to. Everyone responded in unison. I gripped my steel spear and led over 100 Tier 1 warriors straight towards the mine tunnel. Behind the mist, about 100 meters away, 200 or 300 calamity ghosts were gathered. There were probably even more on the other side of the tunnel. I only thought for a second before abandoning the complex tactics. The opposing team only had about 30 Tier 1 units at most, the rest were just weaklings. I, on the other hand, had over 100 Tier 1 units. If that's the case, what's the point of having tactics? I gave a low shout and charged forward. 2E followed closely behind, and the other first-tier fighters quickly caught up, trying to protect me in the middle. But I was too fast. The 100-meter distance was covered in the blink of an eye. I swung my steel spear like an iron rod, and with a few sweeps, large numbers of calamity demons were sent flying. Before they could react, I'd already rushed to the strongest first-tier calamity demon and thrust my spear forward. The calamity demon cooperated, its spear piercing the demon's body, causing it to fall instantly. 2E and 2C also almost simultaneously killed a Tier 1 demon. With the 3 strongest ones dead, the remaining calamity demons were thrown into complete chaos. I didn't linger in the fight and immediately ordered my men to enter the tunnel. Most of the calamities outside were still confused about what was happening when we captured the mine tunnel they were guarding. Just as a calamity demon was about to enter the passage, its vision blurred, and it was sent flying backward like a tattered sack. Immediately afterward, shouts of battle erupted at the entrance of the passage. A few first-tier calamity demons reacted and roared as they charged forward, but in less than half a minute, they were able to see their companions in the passage. After clearing the obstacles, I immediately ordered everyone to mine and not to stray too far. The first-tier miners didn't waste a single word. They put down their baskets, swung their pickaxes, and moved with lightning speed. Some people were specifically looking for ready-made iron ore, while others were digging frantically, and soon the silvery white passage was filled with the sound of rapid hammering. It has to be said, Tier 1 workers are fast. I did not participate in mining. Instead, I retreated into the tunnel and activated a temporary boost. Temporary boost. 5 senses. The glow of dawn flickered in my eyes as I stared at the surrounding mist. In the distance, the mist began to churn, and the stench of decay in the air grew rapidly. I know very well that the obstacles I just encountered were merely an appetizer. The truly dangerous moment has only just begun. We must break through the encirclement with enough iron, or before the surrounding calamities form a complete encirclement. Chapter 81 after another. I will remember this humiliation. How much was collected? About 300 gene. My heart sank. 300 caddies of, or would yield at most a little over 100 caddies of iron. Far from enough. But time was of the essence, so I could only order the pace to quicken while simultaneously preparing for a retreat at any moment. After saying that, I retreated to the inner side of the passage, staring at the swirling mist all around. A few minutes later, the situation I least wanted to see still occurred. A blurry figure in the mist rapidly approached, advancing more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It's a Tier 1 calamity demon. They abandoned their companions and surrounded us first. Not just from one direction, but from 3 or 7 sides. There were moving figures everywhere. Hurry up. We must catch them. Hearing the demon's drunken growls, my face darkened completely. Sure enough, they weren't just casually looking around after hearing the commotion. They had deliberately come to surround us. I immediately shouted, "Everyone, return to the passage at once." The Tier 1 miners, who had just been mining, immediately shouldered their harvest and rushed into the passage. But the fiends were just as fast. Before we were fully assembled, the closest group was less than 100 meters away. Everyone's faces tensed, gripping their baskets and weapons tightly. The reason was simple. The number of Tier 1 calamity demons around them was at least twice theirs. Fortunately, the two groups of calamity demons diagonally in front of us were not many, only about 50. "My lord, everyone is here." I quickly gave the order, and I will lead the way. Yang Sun will provide support in the middle, and Tu Shan and Tusi will bring up the rear. "Let's go." As soon as I finished speaking, Tu and I charged out with our guns, and the team immediately followed. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly, and in less than a few seconds, the calamity demon in front was within 10 meters. "Stop them! Hold them off!" The monstrous demons roared and pounced, their expressions so ferocious they sent chills down our spines. But we had no way out, and no one flinched. I shouted in a low voice, "Accumulate steps to split mountains and collapse." This wasn't just for show. It was a reminder to everyone to unleash their power simultaneously. The next instant, a dense roar exploded through the crowd, and over 100 people experienced a surge in speed, their muscles bulging as if about to burst through their leather armor. "Kill!" Tu and I charged forward side by side, each smashing into the strongest calamity demons on either side. Two loud explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The combined power of our accumulated strength and the burst of battle intent directly smashed the two leading catmen into blue blood mist. Just as the other calamity demons were about to seize the opportunity to attack, our companions behind us arrived. The sound of sharp blades, piercing flesh, rang out one after another. More than 50 first-tier calamity demons only lasted for a few seconds before being stabbed into a pulp by their ever-rushing companions. Without lingering in the fight, I shouted, "Let's go." The road ahead is open. Further ahead lies the path home. With the power of the 3 phases, the calamities from other directions simply cannot catch up with the rabbit people. Just as everyone saw the rabbit man waving at the entrance of the passage, and their faces relaxed slightly, a group of calamity demons suddenly emerged from behind the passage. They came all this way. I immediately yelled, "Go back." Upon hearing the sound, Tu Jianjun and Tu Leifiai's expressions changed, and they immediately scurried back into the passage. The calamity demons ahead were already close to the entrance, intending to circle around to our front. The calamity demons behind, due to the earlier delay, were now less than 30 meters away from us. If the team in front slows us down even slightly, we'll definitely be overtaken. Everyone's eyes hardened, and they all looked at me, their meaning clear. I absolutely cannot be allowed to get hurt. Just as I was about to give the order to engage in battle, a large ripple suddenly appeared on the silvery white passage ahead. The next moment, hundreds of rabbit men wearing leather armor and wielding weapons rushed out of the passage. "Stop them! Protect the Lord's retreat! Brothers, it's time to prove ourselves." So what if we're at Tier 1? We still have 10 points in strength and agility, plus the divine power bestowed upon us by the Lord. Get them! The group of first-tier fiends was not far from the passage. The rabbitmen only had time to throw a volley of wooden spears before the two sides clashed. Even with the power of the 3 phases and the power of combos, these calamity demons were not newcomers to the first rank. Upon the first collision, a large number of rabbitmen were sent flying. The calamity demons grinned maliciously, as if mocking their overestimation of their abilities. But the timid rabbits, not one of them backed down at this moment. Only their faces showed determination. "We swear to protect our lord to the death. Follow me and kill." Following my example, Tu Jianjun picked up his iron spear and charged fearlessly towards the seemingly invincible enemy. At that moment, the hundreds of rabbit men seemed to be enveloped in a faint glow. The lead pigman was taken aback at first, then grinned maliciously, ignoring the others, and punched Tu Jianjun in the chest, lifting him high into the air. He then raised his right hand, wielding a large knife, and gave me and the rabbits a mocking smile. "Fuck your grandpa." My eyes instantly turned bloodshot and rage exploded in my chest. The protective power within me was fully activated, and a glow of blind faith enveloped my entire body. Temporary boost, adrenaline. Dare to touch my men. The rosy light instantly focused on the steel spear. I leaped up, my body arching into a crescent shape in the air, and the spear shot out of my hand. D. Just as the pigman's greatsword was about to fall, he saw a flash of light before his eyes, and then his consciousness vanished completely. Boom! The spear pierced the pigman's skull, then shot into the crowd, piercing through 3 more before finally exhausting its momentum. The ghouls hesitated in their tracks, terrified by the attack, but I wouldn't give them a chance to recover. They had barely looked away from the spear that had pierced 4 enemies when they saw me already crashing into the crowd. Die all of you! In my rage, my eyes were frighteningly red, and my muscles bulged exaggeratedly, almost bursting out of my body. The explosive power of accumulating steps to shatter mountains and cause collapse was unconsciously maintained as a normal state. Even with my size increasing dramatically, my speed remained lightning fast. I rammed, kicked, and smashed, each strike shattering a first-tier calamity demon into pieces. Seeing me charge into the enemy ranks, 2E's protective power seemed to be unleashed with even greater strength. She followed closely behind me, cutting through more than 20 first-tier calamity ghosts, fiercely protecting my back, and slaying all the calamity ghosts that attempted to ambush me. A layer of blue blood mist quickly spread around the passage. My lord, it's time to retreat. The Tier 1 members who had been left behind finally arrived and helped me quickly clear the fiends near the passage. Thanks to the obstruction of hundreds of rabbit men and my burst of energy, we actually managed to avoid being caught up from behind and successfully reclaim the passage. But to everyone's surprise, I acted as if I hadn't heard anything, my scarlet eyes fixed on the calamity demon chasing after me. When the demons saw me turn my head, their killing intent locked onto me, and a chill ran through them. Their steps slowed down little by little. When 2E saw that I still wanted to kill, her eyes also turned red, and her killing intent almost materialized. The 2 sides stood facing each other in front of the passage. Tusi glanced at the nearly 200 calamities behind him, then at the churning mist, and finally at me. He noticed that I was panting heavily, my bulging muscles twitching irregularly, and knew that my stamina couldn't last indefinitely. He whispered, "My lord, many of my brothers are injured. Please go and take a look." These words finally stirred my murderous intent. Feeling the pain and tearing of my muscles, I suppressed my expression and uttered 2 words calmly. Retreat. Seeing that I was conscious, the rabbits immediately helped their injured companions and surged into the passage. Seeing that we were truly leaving, the horde of calamities opposite them suddenly became agitated. Despite my exhaustion, I stepped forward and unleashed my full power, roaring, "Who dares to come forward and die?" The horde of calamities were so frightened that they all took a step back. They looked at each other, and not one of them dared to step forward to stop them. After everyone else had left, I led Yi, Tushan, Tusi, and Yang Sun in a slow retreat. The calamity demons could only stare at me, their faces filled with anger and hatred, but none of them dared to make a move. Nobody wants to become cannon fodder in my attack. But just as I was about to step into the passage, he suddenly turned around and spoke. "I, Zhang Qi, will remember this humiliation." The calamity demons were stunned. "Are you being polite? What insult have you committed?" "He deserves to die. This grudge will be avenged."